The story begins with the protagonist's monologue. My name is Zhang Cheng, and I've transmigrated. I once thought that, like other transmigrators, I'd be equipped with cheats, conquer the world in minutes, stand above all others, and strike fear into the hearts of everyone in Zhang City. However, reality is always cruel. The Zhang Cheng of this moment was just a good-for-nothing on the brink of death. He hated that he couldn't cultivate, that he had no golden finger, and that he'd been dogged into this godforsaken place. How was this any different from being sent to hell to wait for death? In despair, he reached for the sky and called out for the system. Whether it existed or not, it was about time for it to show up. Don't come any closer, I can. Before he could finish, he breathed his last. Just then, the system detected that Zhang Cheng had died and finally began to initialize. In his soul form, Zhang Cheng cursed furiously. I'm already dead and you show up now, what's the damn point of activating? The system ignored him and introduced its infinite purchase system. It announced that Zhang Cheng had obtained 100 million lives. If he dies, he will be revived immediately. Please formulate a plan to defeat your opponent. In the sliver of a moment between life and death, great opportunities are often hidden. The system advised the player to cherish life and live it to the fullest. Zhang Cheng stroked his chin, pondering. 100 million lives, doesn't that make me immortal? And I still have to figure out how to beat my opponents after reviving? It seems this blockhead of a system wants me to get stronger through repeated deaths. Just then, the system identified his cause of death as thirst and simultaneously created a resurrection scenario for him. The system rewarded Zhang Cheng with one of the three realms' three greatest physiques, the extraordinary physique. Zhang Cheng was floored by the system's generosity. The extraordinary physique meant he was unfettered by diet, possessed an immortal life, had a maxed-out cultivation level, peak puzzle-solving abilities, automatic cultivation, automatic comprehension enhancement, mysterious abilities, a lifespan that surpassed the three realms, the power to roam the southern continent, and more. Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up as he endlessly praised the system for being so awesome. He then urged the system to quickly return him to the mortal world. After the resurrection was complete, Zhang Cheng immediately sat up and surveyed his surroundings. He cupped his face, ecstatic. I'm alive, I'm really alive. Zhang Cheng grinned from ear to ear, fantasizing about his bright future. Now that I have the extraordinary physique, I'm going to sweep through the three realms. After a moment, he calmed down and said in a feigned, dignified tone, System, rest assured I will definitely work hard every single day. But as Zhang Cheng looked at the desolate landscape around him, he couldn't help but ask himself, This is it, I'm revived, he thought angrily. Still this godforsaken place and I don't have any power at all. Hey boss system, what's going on? Is there a bug in the program? How am I supposed to cultivate without any spiritual energy? Am I still just supposed to suffer here and wait to die? Immediately his attribute panel appeared. Besides being unable to die, his abilities, magical power, martial skills, and spells were all listed as none. The system's evaluation of him was, aims high but lacks skill, impatient for success. Zhang Cheng held his head and sobbed, Liar, I must have gotten a pirated system. What extraordinary physique, even my most basic strength hasn't changed, he yelled at the system. I want a refund, help me find an exit, quick. However, the system gave no response. Zhang Cheng cursed. Unscrupulous merchant, this damn life is full of traps. It wasn't until the next day, when Zhang Cheng saw that his tantrums were useless, that he decided to take a risk and seek death himself, to carve out a path to survival. Only then did the system appear, advising, if the host wishes to commit suicide, the system will respect this decision. Resurrection mode will be disabled. Zhang Cheng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. I was wrong, what the hell are you? But before he could finish his sentence, he ran too fast without looking and slammed right into a rock wall. Zhang Cheng cursed in a rage, startling a flock of crows into flight. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Zhang Cheng leaned against the rock wall, dejected, a look of helplessness on his face. Then mustering strength from who knows where, he let out a stream of curses. You damn dog system, you dare to trick me, even if I can't get out. You could at least give me a newbie gift pack. Sending a girl would be fine too. Unexpectedly, a flash of light streaked across the sky, catching Zhang Cheng's attention. It shot down rapidly toward the area near where he was standing. Where the light fell, there stood a beautiful girl named Ling Han. Seeing the beauty, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but blush, thinking, is she really just a young girl, so captivating? He couldn't help but marvel, this face, this figure, they're absolutely perfect. He was so captivated he got a nosebleed, amazed by her lovely face. At that moment, Ling Han also noticed someone nearby. She quickly went on guard, pressing her sword against Zhang Cheng's neck and interrogating him about his identity. With a sword at his throat, Zhang Cheng was still thrilled. There's still a chance to live. Did they send this woman to kill me? But then he remembered something, and a lecherous expression appeared on his face. I'm your daddy. Kill me? Not only that, but Zhang Cheng also continued to wiggle his hips provocatively. What are you waiting for? Come on, your daddy here really wants to be killed by you. Staring at the neurotic man before her, Ling Han was dumbfounded. Had he taken the wrong medicine? The system warned him again. Direct suicide or suicide by provoking others are both considered acts of suicide. The system respects the host's decision. The resurrection function will be disabled. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng grew angry at how difficult the system was. He immediately changed his tune and begged for mercy. Little beauty, it's all a misunderstanding, don't do it. Seeing this, Ling Han retorted, what are you plotting now? Meanwhile, she thought to herself, what a pity. Such a handsome face, but he's a fool. Zhang Cheng felt a bit embarrassed, he thought. Since the system won't let me kill myself, I'll just be a villain and do some hunting. With that, he took off his clothes with a lewd look on his face. Miss, it's a real shame, but the system gave you to me. Zhang Cheng stepped forward, secretly hoping Ling Han would hurry up and kill him. Just as he wished, Ling Han cursed him as a pervert, then brandished her sword threateningly. Don't come any closer or I'll kill you. Just then a voice rang out, drawing Zhang Cheng's attention. Found them. They're here. It was Yun Zan and her group of simps. Let's see you run now. Surrender obediently, she announced arrogantly. However, Zhang Cheng was looking elsewhere, privately marveling that this woman was just as beautiful. She pointed at Ling Han. Let's see where you run, aren't you something? Daring to protect the Physique sect as it's about to be destroyed. At last year's 7 sects grand competition, you defeated me in front of everyone and made me lose all face. So today I'm going to make you pay. Zhang Cheng's expression instantly darkened. These people are definitely no good, looks like they're Ji Lingan's enemies. Ling Han, not to be outdone, retorted that Yun Zan was a vicious woman. Was she really going to annihilate her and the Physique sect over such a trivial matter? Yun Zan's simps now wore lecherous smiles. Don't listen to her nonsense, let's just think about how to make her die. Calm down, we can make her die slowly in pleasure. Good idea. Zhang Cheng immediately sensed an opportunity to die. I just love scenes with villains. He stepped in front of Ling Han and said in a confident tone, I advise you young people to know your place. We're all like-minded people here, so let's not fight amongst ourselves. Seeing this, Yun Zan cautiously asked, What sect are you from? Don't meddle in other people's business. Zhang Cheng feigned mystery. Since you ask so sincerely, I shall graciously tell you. He spread his arms wide. This old master is the #1 true man who ruled the heavens and earth 1,000 years ago. I am in secluded cultivation here because I grew tired of the conflicts of the 3 realms. Hearing this, Yun Zan's simps looked exasperated. What the hell, there's actually a fool in this forsaken land, but she thought to herself, this fool is quite handsome. Capturing him to be my boy toy wouldn't be bad. Yun Zan gave the order, beat him half to death. I can make use of that fool. Hearing this, the simps immediately rushed forward. You don't want to live, do you? I'll grant your wish. Zhang Cheng for his part remained calm and remarked, young people shouldn't be so arrogant. This old master will grant you 3 moves. With that, he beckoned with his finger, a provocative look on his face. Come at me. A fellow immediately charged forward, swinging his sword at Zhang Cheng in a crescent moon sword attack. Ling Han rushed forward anxiously. Senior, don't be reckless, but she thought, is he crazy? He's really letting them have 3 moves. The sword came down, striking Zhang Cheng square in the head. Blood streamed down his head, but a brilliant smile remained on his lips. Finally, as soon as the word left his mouth, Zhang Cheng collapsed to the ground, temporarily offline. Ling Han was horrified by his death, while the 3 simps gloated. They said he was a weakling, and he wanted to be a hero saving the damsel. How ridiculous. Yun Zan scolded them angrily. I told you to beat him half to death. Why did you kill him? A strange fire suddenly ignited in her eyes. Luckily, that handsome face isn't hurt. Still nice to look at. She didn't notice that Ling Han had silently appeared behind her. She raised her sword, pointing it straight at Yun Zan. You bastards, he was just a fool. At this moment in the system space, the system detected that the host had died. Cause of death, Mad Dog Bite, a low-ranked disciple of the Jehui sect. Creating resurrection script, please wait. Copied the full power of the Jehui sect's master, added 2 million cultivation points, learned the 4 meridians chi absorption technique. Jehui sect moves reached the 6th stage, learned to use the crescent moon sword. Knowledge ability doubled and gained 3rd grade pill refining ability. Zhang Cheng was finally satisfied. He was now like an eagle waiting to spread its wings and soar. The atmosphere outside was no better. Yun Zan spread her arms, preparing to attack Ling Han. I'll let you live, but I'll destroy your face and cripple your cultivation. You'll become a cripple, and for the rest of your life you can only lick my feet. Hearing this, that group started acting up again. Junior sister is going to spare her. You're a living bodhisattva. Junior sister, you're so wicked. I love it. Junior sister wants to dismember her and dig out her heart. Why didn't we think of these things? Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them. What 3 dumb dogs, treating trash like treasure. Zhang Cheng had revived. His entire body was wrapped in blue spiritual energy. Yun Zan's group thought he had been playing dead and were utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Ling Han was secretly relieved. It seems what he said before was true. He can revive instantly. What's the difference between him and those truly top-tier masters? The brown-haired man charged forward again. Putting on a spooky act, I'll just kill you again. She hastily warned Zhang Cheng to be careful. Unflustered, Zhang Cheng gently executed the moon-gazing heart technique, condensing sword chi at his fingertips. Then he blew the spiritual energy into his palm. Zhang Cheng slapped the fellow on the head, sending him flying. After a piercing scream, the man was instantly knocked unconscious. Seeing this, Yun Zan asked in a panic, Zhang Cheng, who in the world are you? How do you know the Jehui sect's heart technique? What is your relationship with that girl? Why are you helping her? Zhang Cheng crossed his arms and said coolly, one of you is like a brothel girl. One likes to bark and one likes to bite. And you have the nerve to curse at others here? Hearing this, Yun Zan flew into a rage. Bastard, what did you say? Get him, kill him, don't leave a whole corpse. At her command, the remaining 2 also charged at Zhang Cheng. However, in just a few seconds, with a few flashes of spiritual energy, Zhang Cheng knocked the remaining two to the ground. Only then did Yunzan, terrified, hug herself and beg for mercy. "Please spare me." Zhang Cheng wore a wicked expression. "Is that all you've got? Screaming your lungs out is useless. I've got you today, and not even Jesus can save you." Suddenly a voice came from the sky, followed by a golden halo. "What cur dares to touch my daughter?" The halo shot straight to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As a god about to appear, the power of this light is too strong. When the dust settled, an old man stood within the halo. Ling Han was shocked. "That's the master of the Jiahui sect, Yao Cholan. Yao Yunchuan's father, the sect master of the Jiahui sect." After Yao Cholan's soul clone appeared, he immediately comforted his daughter. "Daughter, don't be afraid. With my guardian soul clone here, no one can touch a single hair on your head." Seeing her backer arrive, Yunzan's attitude changed dramatically. She immediately said, "Father, kill him. He killed 3 senior brothers and wanted to kill me too." Hearing this, the old man said confidently, "Don't blink. Watch how your father hangs him up and beats him." Hearing this, Ling Han couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. This is bad. Yao Cholan is a master of the Soul Division realm. The suppression of a whole major realm is enough to kill us. Immediately after, without another word, Yao Cholan thrust his sword at Zhang Cheng. She quickly assumed a battle stance and hastily warned, "Senior, be careful." Contrary to the arduous battle she imagined, the Zhang Cheng before her simply waved his hand dismissively. "Get lost, old man." The slap made Yao Cholan curse out loud. "Shit!" This scene left Ling Han, who had been ready for battle, completely dumbfounded. This, after the old man's soul clone was slapped away, Zhang Cheng revealed a demonic smile and turned to Yunzan. "Now it's your turn." By now, she was scared out of her wits, screaming in terror, "Don't come near me." Ignoring Yunzan's words, he struck and a piercing scream rang out. She quickly met her end, her soul scattered. After finishing his business, Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up. Time to pick up the loot. He collected the spoils in his hand and sighed. "System Grand Elder is quite humane. Let's see what else there is." Seeing the treasures he had just picked up, Zhang Cheng laughed heartily. "This changes my destiny. I, Zhang Cheng, am rich now. I'm definitely cut out for this treasure-looting gig," Ling Han called out awkwardly. Fool, no senior." Seeing this, Zhang Cheng smiled, putting on a superior air. "What is it, little girl? Want to offer yourself to me to thank me for saving your life?" Hearing this, she stammered even more. "That was the Jiahui sect's heart technique. Are you one of them?" He struck a pose and laughed loudly. "Ridiculous. This venerable one is self-taught. Astronomy, geography, singing, dancing, rap, basketball. I'm a master of all. How could I possibly be one of them?" Zhang Cheng was all smiles, his mood soaring among the clouds. "Using their heart technique against them is giving them a taste of their own medicine. I was already being generous." Hearing this, Ling Han's face filled with admiration. "So that's how it is. Senior is so talented and virtuous. This junior is truly impressed." He looked smug from the praise. "This is all standard procedure." Remembering his image, Zhang Cheng regained his composure. "Anyway, little girl, you listen up. This venerable one did this to test you. You must keep it a secret and not tell anyone else." She quickly agreed. Yes, this junior wouldn't dare. "It's just that this junior has a favor to ask." She sobbed, tears streaming down her face. "Those bastards, they destroyed my sect. Not a single soul, old or young, was spared. They've gone too far. It's unforgivable. I hope Senior will enact justice on behalf of heaven and wash away this hatred for the Physique sect." The system suddenly appeared and issued a quest. "Unify the 3 realms, possess a sect." Zhang Cheng thought, "You're telling me what to do, so what are the benefits of this quest?" "Participate in the quest for rapid leveling. The host will not need to worry about cultivation." Hearing this, Zhang Cheng's face immediately lit up with a grin again. The system continued to notify him. Upon completing the quest, the player will receive a large number of system points, which can be used to upgrade experience or be exchanged for rewards, depending on the survival scenario. After a quick look at the potential benefits, he stroked his chin and pondered. Zhang Cheng smiled with satisfaction. "I can even level up. Wait, if points can be exchanged for rewards, can loot be exchanged too?" With that thought, Zhang Cheng waved his hand to check the system. The system's exchange panel appeared. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones for 1 point, 100 high-grade spirit stones for 1 point, 100 chi gathering pills for 1 point, 10 hun refining pills for 1 point, 1 tier 3 spirit tool for 2 points. Everything before him made Zhang Cheng curse the system for being a scammer. He said with a sneer, "With this kind of exchange rate, all that talk about freely exchanging equipment is a lie." Seeing this, the system retorted sarcastically, "Think about it. If you don't pay a price, will you become stronger?" This made Zhang Cheng even more furious. "This trash system. I must be an idiot." Just then, Ling Han's voice snapped him out of it. "Senior, why did you suddenly space out?" she asked with concern. "Senior, I've heard that cultivators can lose their memory when they get old." Could it be? Zhang Cheng's face darkened as he said, "You're the one with memory loss." Hearing this, Ling Han quickly apologized. "Senior," this junior spoke without thinking. At her words, he sighed and put on the air of a true senior. "Forget it. I'm a bigger person than to hold a grudge over small things. Where were we? You want me to help you get justice right? Fine." Seeing this, Ling Han's face lit up with joy. "Really?" Zhang Cheng looked at Ling Han and proposed, "But I have one condition." His sly gaze made her misunderstand. Could it be that Senior wants? Ling Han thought, "Damn it, for my fallen brothers and sisters, for the sect." With that resolved, Ling Han put on an understanding expression and followed the unspoken rules. "I understand, Senior. I am ready. I hope Senior won't be too excessive." Hearing this, Zhang Cheng's old wound flared up. He complained inwardly, "Is this social circle really this messed up?" He quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I'm an upright gentleman. My condition is for you to let me be your sect master." Hearing this, she looked astonished. "You want to inherit the sect?" Zhang Cheng put on a disappointed look. "Is that not allowed? Then forget it. We'll go our separate ways," Ling Han hastily explained. "No, that's not it. Don't misunderstand. It's just that my Physique sect has just been destroyed. For you to take over as sect master now is like jumping into a pit of fire. But with your wisdom, no, with your strength, perhaps it's not a big problem." Hearing this, Zhang Cheng flared up. "If you don't know how to talk, then talk less. Do you want me to be the sect master or not?" Ling Han quickly knelt and paid her respects. "I agree." The first true disciple of the Physique sect greets the new sect master, confirming that Zhang Cheng now possessed a sect. The system's notification sound rang. Reward 500 points. The system displayed Ling Han's information panel with a congratulatory message. Host has subdued disciple Ji Lingan SSR, race, human, physique, 7 aperture, exquisite body, realm cultivator, overall evaluation, exceptionally talented, a prodigy seen once in a millennium. For subduing a top-tier follower, you have received a considerable reward. Points 3,000, current points 3,500. Zhang Cheng was surprised. 3,000 points just for one person. On to the next level. A flash of light indicated he had leveled up to level 2. At the next level he could revive 3 times a day depending on the survival scenario. The system then showed that the loot box function had been unlocked. Each opening costs 1,000 points. Open now? Hearing this, Zhang Cheng grew even more excited. "I can open boxes too. I know this one. The games in my past life had gacha draws." He muttered some phrases to pump himself up. "Say no more. Go big or go home. A small gamble is fun. A big one is harmful. Win and its models at the club, lose and it's working down at the docks. All in, I have to go all in. Life is like a tide. It ebbs and flows." Zhang Cheng decisively spun the lucky wheel. In the gacha system, his eyes gleamed, anticipating his good fortune. "Come on, hit. One-shot wonder. Let me see the light of a miracle." A golden meteor shower appeared in the sky. A congratulatory voice sounded in the system space. "Host's luck is off the charts. Acquired special skill, X-ray vision." Hearing the system's announcement, Zhang Cheng was quite surprised. He raised a hand to stroke his chin. "X-ray vision? What the hell is that? Let's give it a try." Without a second's hesitation, he immediately tested the skill he had just obtained. A halo appeared behind him. X-ray vision status. Searching nearby area, Zhang Cheng's pupils instantly dilated, reflecting the golden light of the skill. Not far from him, a golden power descended from the sky. Zhang Cheng shouted excitedly, "There it is, my luck's not bad. Treasure is coming." Ling Han, standing behind, quickly ran towards him and asked worriedly, "That fool? Oh no, that's not right, Senior Sect Master. Where are you going? Are you abandoning me?" Zhang Cheng calmly turned his head and glanced at her. "How could I? You're the one this venerable one has chosen. You stay here and don't wander off. I'm going to go buy some oranges." After saying that, he didn't hesitate. Channeling his power and swiftly flying away, she placed a hand gently on her chest and looked up, sighing in admiration. The sect master's words are always so profound and inscrutable. In an open area near the mountainside, the space was dim and bats flew about continuously. Zhang Cheng landed with a thud, a blue light erupting around him. He smiled faintly, walking forward with an unreadable confidence. This should be the place. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Cheng's expression changed. He clenched his fist, put on a puppy dog face, and yelled, "Big bro system, can you tell me what I'm looking at?" The system immediately popped up a notification. "Welcome to the System Encyclopedia service. One question costs 500 points. Deduction successful. Current points 2,000. Zhang Cheng's face turned green as he opened his mouth to curse. "What kind of dog shit plan is this? My money's all gone." The system immediately and quickly replied, "Fragment of the world's heart. It absorbs the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, receives the essence of the sun and moon, reverses yin and yang, and suppresses all things. Friendly reminder. After collecting all fragments and synthesizing the complete world's heart, its power will be even greater." He immediately drew his sword and began to dig deep into the ground. "You make it sound so impressive. Let me have a look." Suddenly, the surrounding space began to glow with a rainbow-colored light. Zhang Cheng sat in the dirt pit, shouldering his sword, his face flushed in amazement at the beautiful sight. "These special effects are so cool. It looks like the world's heart is an SSR-grade artifact." But the next moment his expression turned to terror, his eyes wide as he stared down. The pit he was sitting in suddenly exploded, creating a massive multicolored blast. After the explosion, his body lay motionless on the ground. A tiny soul flew out, looking shocked. With a halo over his head, Zhang Cheng forced a smile and asked himself, "What happened? Why did it explode? I was just digging for treasure." The system immediately popped up a data panel for him to see. Zhang Cheng's soul struggled to look up at it. Host deaths 2-2. Cause of death, origin pulse, perpetrator, fragment of the world's heart, creating survival plan, please wait. Host has acquired special skill Origin Aura. Origin Aura can absorb fragments of the world's heart. Warning, today's 2 revival chances have been used. Please proceed with caution. Host is about to revive. He was lying unconscious, his face pale, when he was suddenly patted on the cheek by a small hand as a clear voice called out, "Mommy, mommy." Zhang Cheng slowly sat up, asking with half-open eyes, "What is it?" Before Zhang Cheng, Dahuang was sitting with her hands on the ground, looking at him with wide, watery eyes. Zhang Cheng sat cross-legged, looking at the little girl in confusion, asking himself, "Isn't it supposed to be a fragment of the world's heart? How is it a little girl?" Dahuang threw herself into his arms, holding them out for a hug. The system immediately appeared to answer his question. This is the state of the world's heart after it has acknowledged a master. Deduction successful, current points 1500. Zhang Cheng instantly flew into a rage, cursing, "What? I didn't ask you to answer." The system replied calmly, "The encyclopedia system is an intelligent service that activates automatically when the host needs it. If it is not needed, please reply with TD to unsubscribe." Fire danced in his eyes and his anger burned so hot he nearly lost his mind. Dahuang continued to hold out her arms to him coquettishly, waiting for her mommy's embrace. He looked at the adorable girl before him and couldn't help but blush, thinking, "This little girl is too cute, but her brain isn't quite right. She can't even tell the difference between a man and a woman." Zhang Cheng immediately put on a smile, reached out to pat her head and said, "Don't call me mommy, it sounds terrible. Call me dad." Dahuang was pushed away by him and paused for a moment. "Mommy." Ling Han came running from a distance shouting loudly, "Senior, no, Sect Master." At this moment Dahuang flew up and perched on Zhang Cheng's head, gripping his hair so tightly it made him cry out in pain. "Stop!" Ling Han ran up to him and asked worriedly, "Are you alright? There was a powerful surge of spiritual energy just now." With the little girl riding on his head, Zhang Cheng helplessly pointed a finger at her. "She did it." Ling Han immediately knelt down, placed a hand on her chest and declared in a clear voice, "Such a powerful aura, this must be a treasure that has gained sentience. Congratulations, Sect Master, on obtaining such a remarkable artifact." Dahuang peeked out from behind him, pointed at Ling Han and asked, "Mommy, who is she?" Zhang Cheng waved his hand at her and said, "You silly little thing, you don't know anything. You should learn more from this big sister." Ling Han smiled and reached out to greet her, but before she could introduce herself, Dahuang's expression suddenly turned serious. Her lips pressed together and one of her eyes flashed with light. She stared straight into Ling Han's eyes, startling her into a daze. Ling Han's eyes instantly lost focus and she collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, he shouted, "Is this girl electric?" Zhang Cheng quickly put the little girl down, walked over to Ling Han and asked, "Are you alright?" He picked her up and angrily scolded Dahuang, "What did you do? How could you just hurt someone like that?" The little girl, however, crossed her arms, smiled and answered, "It was Mommy who told me to learn from her. After making contact I acquired knowledge from her soul and then I learned everything. It's just that her consciousness is too weak and she couldn't take it, so she fainted." He then raised his head and ordered the little girl, "So you know everything she knows. Tell me something useful." Dahuang blinked. "Alright, this is a sealed-off desolate land in the northeast of Qinglan Prefecture, Feiyin Continent. Qinglan Prefecture has 8 minor powers and 2 major powers. The Physique sect is one of those 8 minor sects. The 2 major powers are the Qiri sect and the Duanmu clan." Zhang Cheng stood up, patted the little girl's head and said, alright, stop. My head is spinning. Anyway, you have to remember I'm a man. From now on you'll call me Dad, understand?" The little girl's eyes sparkled as she clenched her fists and replied, "Okay, Mommy." He was instantly speechless with anger. Zhang Cheng, with his hand still on the little girl's head, smiled and said, "Since you're my daughter, I'll give you a name. From now on you'll be called Dahuang." The little girl immediately retorted, "No, that's too ugly." He looked at the little girl with a triumphant expression and took the opportunity to say, "Then if you call me Dad, I'll change your name." Dahuang looked at his expression, her cheeks puffed out and didn't answer. Dahuang closed her eyes, her cheeks still puffed with indignation. "Mommy is so mean, tricking even Dahuang." He was startled and shouted, "You'd rather do this than call me Dad?" Zhang Cheng helplessly raised a hand to his forehead, admitting defeat. Forget it, I can't win against you." Suddenly a pair of crimson, furious eyes stared at him, and a voice filled with killing intent rang out. "You monster, you killed my daughter." His face turned pale as he spun around, thinking to himself, "Crap, my enemies have caught up. I've used up all my revivals for today. This is bad." Yao Cholan, Dai Xin and Ming Yu, riding on giant swords, flew down from the sky and swiftly approached him. Yao Cholan stood on the central golden flying sword, gritting his teeth and roaring, "You monster, you killed my daughter. I will tear you to pieces." Zhang Cheng stood below, looking up with a grim and worried expression. His face turned purple and his mouth hung open as he silently called for the system. System. The summon system immediately popped up a notification. "Please note the encyclopedia service has been cancelled. To resubscribe, please start from the beginning." He put on an indifferent face but cursed the system with burning anger. "Subscribe my ass," the system replied coldly, answering the host's question. "The host's question is outside the scope of this system's services. We sincerely apologize. If the host is killed after using up all revival chances, the system will automatically find the next host." Deduction successful. Current points 1000. Zhang Cheng could no longer contain his anger and yelled at the system, "You deduct points even if it's not within your scope? Are you that desperate for money?" The system retorted with equal defiance. Based on the host's current situation, the system suggests the host ask 2 more questions to spend all the points. Flames of rage still burned on his head, but his body slumped, speechless. "Arg, damn it!" Zhang Cheng felt a sense of panic, a few drops of sweat forming on his face. He looked up and thought, "Forget it, I'd better rely on myself. That guy yelling about killing me must be that crazy woman's father from before. My strength is a copy of his, so it's a 50-50 fight." But those other 2, Ming Yu, standing behind Yao Cholan, spoke up. "Wait, Elder Yao, let's ask him for some clues first." He narrowed his eyes, smiled faintly, raised a hand slightly, and asked softly, "Hey kid, do you know what caused that powerful surge of energy just now?" Dai Xin, standing beside him, stroked his beard and said confidently, "I hope you answer truthfully. We will not interfere in the grudge between you and Elder Yao." Zhang Cheng's face was grim, his eyes darting up at the group as he thought, who are you kidding? How could these two old foxes just stand by and watch? But I can also play some tricks to find a way out. In an instant his expression changed dramatically as he turned to the two young girls behind him. A smile curved his lips as he said, naturally I have to take these two silly sisters with me. Suddenly Zhang Cheng unexpectedly shouted, I've got it. He pointed decisively in one direction, his words firm but slightly stuttered. It was a 7-colored chicken. Oh no, it was a phoenix flying that way. It's so fast, elders, you should go catch it. Ming Yu immediately turned, replying happily, Thank you, I'll trust you for now. Dai Xin, just like him, turned around abruptly and said coolly, Elder Yao, you can take your revenge. We too will go investigate the truth. Yao Cholen was startled to hear this and turned to look at them. He immediately agreed with them. Let's put personal grudges aside. Let's make money together, get treasures together. The three of us will go together. Ming Yu immediately tried to dissuade him with feigned concern. Oh, no need. Our cultivation levels are no worse than yours, brother Yao. We'll be fine. He stood before them, raising his hands in a gesture of goodwill. Nonsense. As the elder brother, how can I let my two virtuous younger brothers take such a risk? It's better for the three of us to go together. Zhang Cheng stood in the distance, looking at the three old geezers with disgust and thinking with contempt. These three greedy old fools are so shameless. Have they lost their minds? All of a sudden Dahuang raised her head blankly and asked in an innocent tone, What 7-colored chicken? The tremor just now was clearly... Zhang Cheng's face turned purple and he quickly clamped a hand over her mouth. Damn it, are you trying to get your dad killed? The three, realizing they had been tricked, immediately scowled. Yao Cholen spun around, gritting his teeth. You dare to trick us? Die! Dahuang, having been silenced for too long, impatiently opened her little mouth and bit his palm hard. Zhang Cheng quickly pulled his hand back, clutching the hand now marked with a bite, and wailed, You little brat, you bit me, what a terrible teammate. The little girl frankly pointed a finger straight at the three men and said resolutely, Mommy, are these three old geezers trying to kill us? Dahuang is angry. He walked forward, reached out and patted the little girl's head, agreeing, That's right, they're bad guys who want to kill your dad. Go, Dahuang, get them. Outwardly he was ecstatic, but inwardly he was hatching a dangerous plan. The power Dahuang released when she awakened was enough to shock me to death. It shouldn't be hard to get rid of them. Dahuang's aura suddenly weakened. She clenched her fists and said hesitantly, But Dahuang is bound by the heavenly Tao and can't just kill people. Startled by these words, Zhang Cheng yelled at the little girl, placing his hands on her shoulders and shaking her repeatedly. What the hell, why are you so cowardly all of a sudden? I don't remember you caring about any heavenly Tao when you killed me. Dahuang, dizzy from the shaking, said, Mommy, stop shaking me. That time Dahuang hurt someone by accident. He immediately stopped, a look of excitement on his face as he coaxed the little girl, Then just be careless one more time and hurt them. That'll be fine, right? Suddenly, Dahuang removed his hands from her shoulders. A red light flashed in her eyes as she looked at him with a terrifying expression that made him break out in a cold sweat. Dahuang has principles, unlike Mommy who is so shameless. However, Dahuang can suppress their cultivation and turn them into ordinary people. Zhang Cheng quickly pulled his hands back, waved them dismissively, and said guiltily, Fine, let's do that. Dahuang obediently began to cast her spell. She lifted her leg, pointed a finger upwards and shouted, Change! The three men were instantly hit by her spell. Dai Xin exclaimed, What? Ming Yu beside him drew his sword and said angrily, Stop wasting time with them. How dare they trick us? They deserve to die. In front, Yao Cholen raised his hand, preparing to cast a spell, and responded, Fine, this is a perfect chance to avenge my daughter. Suddenly, he and the other two asked in panic, What's happening? Why has our spiritual power suddenly vanished? Zhang Cheng, holding a longsword, swept a hand through his hair with confident ease, his words bold. Bullying the weak with your numbers, today. I shall enact justice on behalf of heaven and finish you bastards. He raised the sword high above his head and its blade was immediately enveloped in blue energy. The crescent moon sword technique. Yao Cholen's mouth fell open, his eyes wide with shock. How do you know the Jiui Sect's technique? The two men behind him cowered and fled in terror. Ming Yu glanced back in a panic and said, What are you waiting for? Run! Yao Cholen also immediately said, As long as the green hills remain, there will be no lack of firewood. Zhang Cheng swiftly threw his sword at the three of them. Clustered together, they saw the flying sword speeding towards them and were scared out of their wits. The sword quickly reached them, knocking them unconscious on the ground before swiftly flying back into his hand. Zhang Cheng raised his head and lectured. Cultivators spend their whole lives pursuing fame and fortune. What can they take with them after death? The only thing I can do. His imposing aura vanished in an instant. He walked over to the unconscious Yao Cholen with a sleazy expression and said in an improper tone, Is take everything they have so they can depart without any lingering attachments. Zhang Cheng rummaged through his belongings, a wide grin on his face, yet he complained, For a sect master, you're really poor. No useful treasures at all. He picked up a red pouch to inspect it. The system then displayed a notification. High-quality pills X18, high-grade spirit stones X8700, mid-grade spirit stones X15000, talismans X120, TIER3 storage rings X3. Just then, Dahuang approached, tugging at the corner of his clothes and calling out, Mommy, Mommy. He immediately turned around impatiently, waving her away with a pout. What is it? Your dad's busy, go play over there. The little girl immediately rushed up, pulling on his sleeve and saying, Dahuang is hungry. Zhang Cheng's face flushed with alarm as he shouted, "What are you doing? I'm not a wet nurse." Zhang Cheng pushed the little girl away, crossing his arms in front of him. His face beat red as he hastily said, "Let's talk nicely. Why are you getting all handsy? Go away, go away. I don't have any milk for you." After hearing his words, the little girl looked at him with deadpan eyes, extended her hands and said calmly, "Mommy, what are you thinking? Dahuang is the world's heart. I want to eat spirit stones." He immediately yelled at the little girl, "What kind of logic is that? Just because you're the world's heart, you can eat snacks whenever you want? Where am I supposed to find you snacks in this godforsaken place?" Dahuang looked at him, puffed out her cheeks and exposed his lie. "Mommy is lying. Dahuang, you robbed those 3 old bastards of a lot of spirit stones. Mommy is already immortal and doesn't need spirit stones, so give them to me to eat." Exposed by the little girl, Zhang Cheng quickly waved his hands in surrender. "Oh, you mean those? All right, you can have them." With that, he took the pouch and poured out a large pile of spirit stones. The little girl's eyes sparkled and she repeated excitedly, "Awesome, awesome." Without hesitation, Dahuang dove into the pile of spirit stones, burying her face in them and feasting happily. He stood in the distance watching in horror as Ling Han, who had been unconscious for a long time, suddenly woke up. She raised a hand to her head and asked herself, "How did I faint?" Standing there he saw this and quickly said, "You had low blood sugar, so you fainted." She looked bewildered, her hand on her chin, her head full of question marks. "Low blood sugar," Zhang Cheng quickly explained. "That's your body's energy." Ling Han clasped her hands together and asked happily, "Master, are you talking about spiritual energy?" He immediately crossed his arms confidently and replied, "That's right. Spiritual energy is what you mortals call it. In our divine realm it's called blood sugar. The more successful a person is, the higher their blood sugar." Hearing this, she immediately took out a notebook and jotted it down. "I must write down what Senior says." While engrossed in writing in her notebook, Ling Han suddenly noticed something. She shot up, her face filled with terror, her hands on her head, and stammered loudly, That's Yao Cholin and also Dai Xin and Ming Yu. All 3 of them are Soul Division Realm Masters, and they were all—" Zhang Cheng stood behind her, arms crossed, nose in the air, full of pride. "A piece of cake. All right, where's your Physique sect? This venerable one will go help you wipe out your enemies." She couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Zhang Cheng turned to Dahuang and called out, "Dahuang, are you done eating? Let's go, Dahuang." The moment he turned back, he was stunned by the sight before him. The little girl had already devoured the entire pile of spirit stones, her little belly round and full, and was now lying there contentedly. Zhang Cheng, carrying the soundly sleeping little girl on his back, said, "Let's go. We'll leave this forbidden land first, then head to the Physique sect as soon as possible." Ling Han walked beside him, clenching her fists and replying, "We'll follow the sect master's arrangements." The night sky was filled with dark clouds and a crescent moon, creating a serene and beautiful scene. Ling Han looked bewildered, her wide eyes staring at the swirling blue energy before her. She glanced at Zhang Cheng, who was sitting in quiet meditation. His entire body was enveloped in that power. Ling Han couldn't help but ask out loud, "What is this?" He's absorbed all the spiritual energy within a 10-li radius. After sitting quietly for a moment and absorbing the power, he slowly opened his eyes. Zhang Cheng stretched and said with satisfaction, "That was great, little G. Why aren't you cultivating?" Dahuang leaned against a tree trunk and said, "Mommy, you sucked all the spiritual energy into your mouth. Of course no one else can cultivate." Beside her, Ling Han broke out in a cold sweat. Hearing the little girl's words, his expression changed. Drooling with a lecherous look in his eyes, he reached out to Ling Han and said excitedly, "Is that so? Well then, little G, why don't you cultivate with me? Dual cultivation will surely let us share the spiritual energy." Ling Han shyly closed her eyes and refused. "No need, Sect Master, I'm not in a hurry." She huddled to the side, thinking, why do I feel like the Sect Master is not very proper? In the blink of an eye it was dawn. In front of a sect on a high mountain, the Physique sect, Xiao Shui sat blankly before the tragic scene. Luo Yuan sat beside her, crying out loudly in anguish, Martial uncle, please wake up, junior sister, I will definitely avenge you." Suddenly, the figures of Zhang Cheng, Ling Han and Dahuang appeared, drawing Luo Yuan's attention. "Senior Sister Ji," a look of joy appeared on his face as he clasped his hands together. "It's Senior Sister Ji is still alive." Ling Han's eyes also welled up with tears as she rushed forward, shouting, "Luo Yuan, share, that's great, you're still alive." Liang Da appeared before her and asked worriedly, "Little Ji, have you seen anyone else?" She sighed in relief and said, "Elder Liang, it's great that you're still here." Ling Han quickly answered his question, "I haven't seen anyone else, it's just me." "How is everyone?" Zhang Hong trembled, wiping tears from her eyes as she said, "Including us, less than 20 disciples escaped. Among the elders, only Martial Uncle Liang survived." Qin Chang clenched his fists in anger, cursing relentlessly. "The Jiui sect, Xuanbing sect, Wulei sect, Tianyun sect, those bastards." Luo Yuan held his longsword, looked at it, and said with determination, "Master gave his all to help us escape and passed the 9 absolute sword to me. If I can't avenge this, I'm not worthy of being a disciple of the Physique sect." Dan Tai was also full of fighting spirit, clenching his fists and shouting, "Master also gave me all his spirit stones and pills. When I reach the Soul Division realm, I will use the blood of the Jiui sect to honor Master's spirit in heaven." Gradually, the people in the sect quickly regained their spirits, one after another speaking with reverence. "He gave me everything so that I could one day revive the Physique sect. My 2 junior brothers are here. How can we let those bastards have the treasures of our Physique sect?" Liang Da stroked his beard in silence for a long time. After a moment he raised his hands, interrupting the atmosphere. "Well said, everyone quiet down and listen to me." The crowd, which had been noisy just a moment ago, immediately fell silent at his voice, all eyes turning to him. Liang Da's expression was grave and slightly worried, but he still offered his opinion. "Since we all want to avenge the sect, why wait for the future? We can do it now." One person spoke up and asked, "Does Elder Liang have a plan?" He stretched out his hand, his tone decisive and spirited as he proposed his solution. "I am good friends with the second elder of the Duanmu clan. Give me all your valuables and I will go ask for help from the experts. As long as the Duanmu clan is willing to act, won't cleaning up this mess be as easy as flipping a hand?" The crowd, who had been eagerly awaiting his plan, were all stunned into a puzzled silence after hearing it. Zhang Chang, like the others, wore a disdainful pout behind him. Dahuang looked at him with a profound gaze, hinting, "Mommy, this old dog is even more shameless than you." Seeing the crowd's silence, Liang Da grew even more insistent, shouting at everyone, "What are you hesitating for? Were all those words of pain and hatred just for show?" The crowd seemed to be quickly brainwashed by him, one by one voicing their agreement. "Elder Liang is right. With our strength, who knows how long it will take to get revenge? Yes, we believe in Elder Liang, and we believe the Duanmu clan will uphold justice." Seeing everyone gradually coming over to his side, he gave a sinister smile and praised them repeatedly. Very good, everyone is very smart. Hurry up." Ling Han immediately stepped forward and said, "Martial uncle, we don't actually need to ask the Duanmu clan for help." She then introduced Zhang Cheng. "This is the new sect master of our Physique sect." The mentioned man immediately crossed his arms with a serious expression. Liang Da's face instantly darkened, and he retorted loudly and displeased, "What new sect master? Did you appoint him?" "I'm still here. Is it your place to appoint a sect master?" She immediately shot back in a clear voice, boasting, "He is powerful, his blood sugar is very high, and he has already promised to help us get revenge and revive the sect." Hearing Ling Han's words, he grew furious and pointed at her, scolding, "What nonsense are you talking about? Just spouting gibberish. The nameless brat, merely at the 4th stage of the Soul Division realm, what can he use to get revenge?" All the people present could only stand silently in the back. Zhang Cheng suddenly rushed forward, blocking her and saying, "Cut the crap. Isn't it just sweeping away a bunch of ants who've occupied your sect? Just leave it to me." He rolled up his sleeves and said confidently, "I will fight alongside you." Despite his words, he had another plan in mind. "This is a great opportunity to level up and farm points. I absolutely can't miss it." In the Physique sect, surrounded by mountains and lush green trees, at this moment a group of people were smashing things in the courtyard. One of them said, "To think they'd send so many people to clean up this mess." Zhang Cheng and 3 junior disciples were peeking through the gate. The 3 junior disciples cursed, both angry and helpless. "How long are these robbers going to keep destroying things? They're not human. They've even peeled off the wallpaper and cut off our spiritual veins. I've seen enough." Zhang Cheng smiled and walked forward, not forgetting to instruct, "Keep an eye on Dahuang and wait for my triumphant return." Behind him, Ling Han smiled and said, "Sect Master, you must come back alive." As soon as she finished speaking, he charged out with determination. "Watch me display my divine might." The junior disciples behind him were stunned, their mouths agape. "Senior," one of them said worriedly. "Heavens, charging out so recklessly, isn't that just seeking death?" Liang Da stood behind, arms crossed and frowning, and said coldly, "There are quite a few Soul Division realm masters there. At the 4th stage of the Soul Division realm, he's a dead man." Hearing this, Ling Han quickly turned and retorted, "No, impossible. The sect master will definitely win with ease." "That's right." On this side, Zhang Cheng had already charged in. Someone spotted him and immediately warned, "Who are you?" "We are from the major sects of Qinglin Prefecture. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Zhang Cheng fiercely raised his sword. "A joke? I am the new sect master of the Physique sect. If you want to occupy my mountain gate, you'll have to step over my dead body first." On the other side, the 2 junior disciples behind him sighed with tears in their eyes. So awesome, he's definitely going to win." Ling Han's face was full of pride. As expected of the sect master, in terms of aura alone, he has already won. At this moment, Zhang Cheng was surrounded by the people from the major sects of Qinglin Prefecture, who were laughing smugly. "This fool," one of them suggested, "let's all go at once and not give him a chance." Although surrounded, Zhang Cheng was not at all flustered. Instead, he grew even more excited and began to shout. A moment later, only the raging flames and him standing there observing the figures of the defeated remained. Ling Han and the 2 junior disciples cheered happily. "He won so quickly. The sect master is invincible." With a thud, Zhang Cheng collapsed to the ground. The people behind him watched, their faces changing drastically. The junior disciple's face turned purple as he said, "He really was just seeking death." Ling Han cried, "The sect master is dead." Liang Da, who had been silent, suddenly burst out laughing. "Martial niece Ji, where did you find such a fool? Luckily we didn't charge in with him, or the Physique sect would have lost its last hope." At this moment, Zhang Cheng's soul heard these taunts and felt annoyed. "I thought he was some kind of reclusive master, but it turns out he's just a garbage eater." Just then, the system appeared. Host death detected 1-2. Cause of death, killed in a fight. perpetrator, cultivators from the 4 sects, creating survival script please wait. Zhang Cheng looked at the system with a dark expression, reading the notification unhappily. When the lightning struck, everything turned to ash. Due to the disparity in strength, the system arranged a one-time skill for the host, profound heaven thunder tribulation. The host is about to revive. The clear sky suddenly thinned with dark clouds and lightning flashed. The crowd looked up at the sky in confusion. Why did the weather suddenly change? Just then, Zhang Cheng revived, appearing with an air of arrogance surrounded by a growing number of lightning bolts. When the thunder roars, this venerable one makes a grand entrance. The 2 guys who'd been so arrogant just now were now wide-mouthed. Hey look, he's not dead, Zhang Cheng smiled smugly at them. Once I accept my weakness, I become invincible. The group of people also widened their eyes in astonishment. What's going on? Zhang Cheng raised his hands high and shouted, summoning the power of lightning. Ling Han jumped for joy. As expected of the sect master, he didn't disappoint us. Dahuang stood behind, a speechless expression on her face. At this moment, Zhang Cheng pointed at them and said loudly, Juniors, come and face my wrath. More bolts of lightning appeared around him. He smiled smugly and chanted, lightning, this cultivation that soars to the clouds, the sky collapsing violet gold hammer, the profound true flame, the 9 heavens profound sword shining with 1,000 changes. Ling Han looked at him with eyes full of admiration and couldn't help but exclaim, so powerful, so resonant, and the incantation is so catchy. Dahuang looked at her, puzzled. Mommy, are you setting off fireworks? Lightning struck the ground with an earth-shattering boom. The light was so blinding that the group had to cover their eyes. Zhang Cheng looked down at the deep crater left by the lightning. Just then, Ling Han ran over joyfully, the silly girl. Sect Master, you're truly skilled. We won. A group of people came forward to speak. The disciples of the Physique sect paid their respects to the new Sect Master. Ling Han and a group of disciples raised their hands and chanted, Sect Master's strong, blood sugars high. Sect Master's great, blood sugars high. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng gave an embarrassed smile and cursed inwardly, Ling Han, you fool, you've completely ruined the atmosphere. At that moment, a system notification popped up. Ding, congratulations host on acquiring new subordinates. Reward points 365, current points 1355. After reading it, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. All these people combined are worth less than 1 Ling Han? His face suddenly turned cold. Elder Liang, do you have anything else to say? Am I a mere 4th stage soul division cultivator, qualified to hold the position of sect master? Liang Da hastily tried to persuade him. Liang Da of the Physique sect pays his respects to the new sect master. The sect master is strong, his blood sugar is high. If you can't beat them, join them. His strength is that of a hero. I'll follow him for now and see. Zhang Cheng thought with resignation, it's over. High blood sugar has become my nickname. Just as things were getting serious, Ling Han seized the opportunity to throw him an encouraging wink which made him freeze. Sect Master, you must seize this opportunity. After a moment of silence, Zhang Cheng spoke. All right, Elder Liang, no need to be so formal. Since everyone is here, I'll set a small goal first. Hearing this, Ling Han's eyes lit up. Handling sect affairs, I know how to do that. Behind him, Dahuang was equally happy. Mommy's little plan must be to earn money to buy spirit stones for Dahuang to eat. Zhang Cheng immediately denied it. No, my small goal is, he pointed decisively, to unify the 4 major sects. Hearing his words, Ling Han and Liang Da were both stunned. That's a small goal? Zhang Cheng pointed with a commanding air and shouted, unify the 4 major sects. The junior disciples behind him also chanted, unify the 4 major sects. Ling Han's face was full of pride. Following the sect master, the future is bright. The junior disciples were also filled with joy. The sect master is so powerful and imposing. Sect master, Zhang Cheng smiled confidently. I'll go scout ahead first. We'll start with the Jiui sect. You all just guard the home base. The junior disciples volunteered one after another. How can we let the sect master face danger alone? This disciple is willing to go with you. Yes, and me too. He looked at them, speechless. This bunch of idiots, if I went with you, we'd get wiped out. Seeing the commotion, Ling Han stepped forward to dissuade them. Everyone, don't panic. The sect master is having us stay behind to guard the sect because he's worried about an enemy sneak attack. Hearing this, the crowd said in unison, I understand now. I understand the sect master's meaning. In that case, our task is actually even more crucial. We will definitely not fail the sect master's expectations. Seeing Ling Han looking at him with sparkling eyes, Zhang Cheng thought to himself, these people are really good at twisting the truth. At this moment, Liang Da spoke up. Just in case, I, Liang Da, am willing to go along and scout. Perhaps I can be of some help to the sect master. Hearing this, the disciples were deeply moved. Elder Liang, you are truly a good person. In a hidden corner, Liang Da chuckled to himself. If I follow Zhang Cheng and achieve great things, my position in the sect will be secure, second only to one and above all others. Dahuang, while eating, scoffed. That old fool Liang Da still wants to tag along. He'll definitely just be used as a tool. Zhang Cheng smiled, with Elder Liang coming along. Then I can rest easy. A look of triumph flashed in Liang Da's eyes. He's so confident it seems victory is already in his grasp. This trip will not be in vain for me. Suddenly, a group of people walked over. What's going on? The life tablets of 7 elders shattered at the same time. Who in the Physique sect has the power to kill 7 soul division realm elders in one move? One person said in alarm. Impossible, we've already killed everyone in the Physique sect with any real strength. Even if they were still alive, they couldn't possibly kill all 7 elders, another person added. Could it be that the Dahuang clan has made a move? An old man refuted. Impossible. With the Cheery sect backing us, the Dahuang clan wouldn't dare to act rashly. An elder calmly analyzed the situation. Even if the Dahuang clan sent a spirit platform realm expert, it would be impossible to kill 7 spirit platform realm elders instantly. We cannot act rashly in this matter. I will first send scouts to investigate. Suddenly, a group of people spoke in unison. No need for such trouble. I've come to visit you personally. At that moment, Zhang Cheng flew majestically into the air with Liang Da beside him. He roared, "Didn't expect this, did you? I'm back again." Hearing this, the man roared in anger. "Liang Da, you homeless dog, you barely escaped with your life by crawling through a doggy door and you dare come back to die?" Liang Da said fawningly. "Sect Master Zhang can kill you with just a few words. He's so confident as soon as he opens his mouth," he said angrily. "2 pieces of Soul Division realm trash dare to trespass on my Jiui sect. Attack together. Don't give them a chance to escape." Liang Da stood behind Zhang Cheng and said imposingly, "Sect Master, hurry and beat those robbers. Let them see what you're made of." Zhang Cheng crossed his arms and glanced at him. "Don't panic. This is just a small scene." After speaking, Zhang Cheng opened his arms and smiled confidently. Liang Da beamed with joy. "You bunch of pathetic scrubs, just wait for death. Your attacks are like a tickle to Sect Master Zhang." But Sect Master Zhang. But his smile vanished, for he saw Zhang Cheng open his arms and allow the swords to pierce his body. Liang Da was stunned speechless by the sight. Sect Master Zhang. After taking a few stabs, Zhang Cheng died. Liang Da could only stand to the side, clutching his head and screaming, "Holy crap, Sect Master, don't scare me, Sect Master, how can I live without you, Sect Master?" On the other side, the old man gave a smug order. "I always thought you, Liang Da, were a smart man. I never expected you to do something so foolish for the sect. All members of the Jiui sect hear my command." The old man's subordinates replied with sinister smiles. Seeing himself being surrounded, Liang Da smiled fawningly. "A misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I've come to surrender to you." The group didn't listen and directly ordered their men to kick him. At this moment the system appeared again. Death detected 2-2. Cause of death: killed in a fight. Perpetrator: Jiui sect cultivators. Creating survival script. Please wait. Due to the vast disparity in strength, the system has arranged a one-time summon for the host. What to do when you can't win? Call for backup. Zhang Cheng angrily questioned the system. "What kind of crappy plan is this? Can't you just let me instantly kill my opponents?" Host is now reviving. Zhang Cheng was revived. Seeing Liang Da beaten black and blue by the group, he spoke up. "Hey, you have to answer to the master when you beat his dog." Seeing him, Liang Da's jaw dropped in shock. "How is the corpse standing up? You're still alive." 2 of them were also successively astonished. "Impossible. His body was cold just a moment ago." "In that case, we'll just kill him again," Zhang Cheng provoked. "If you want to touch me, you'll have to see if my big bro agrees." As soon as his voice fell, a giant black monster appeared, radiating a murderous aura. Seeing it, the group was terrified. "Damn it, it's here, it's come with killing intent." In the quiet night, an echo sounded in a village. "Ancestor, everyone, calm down." Kang 2 appeared at Tiger Mountain in the Demon Realm. A group of tiger men fled in panic. "Not good, someone is attacking the mountain gate. There's an intruder, an intruder." At that moment, Kang 2 furiously kicked open the cave door. "Three-eyed tiger, if you've got the guts, come out and play with me. If you've got guts, open the door. Don't hide in there without making a sound. I know you're in here." She raised a fist and shouted, "You coward, you chicken, come out and face me. Get out here." A fierce attack struck the cave door. Inside the cave, affected by Kang 2's attack, a Chongwei ran while shouting, "Great King, Great King." Kang 2 cursed nonstop. "You bastard, you coward, are you coming out or not?" the Chongwei shouted in a panic. "Great King, the Silver Moon Kang 2 is outside and her curses are getting really nasty." Tiger replied calmly. "I've heard worse. No need to do anything, just let her curse," the Chongwei said with a pained expression. "Great King, the matter of you being repeatedly insulted by Kang 2 has already spread throughout the entire Tiger clan." Hearing this, Tiger could no longer remain calm. He roared in fury. "Which little wench has been gossiping to the Tiger clan? She looks so harmless but is deadly when she wants to hurt someone. That little girl is really something. If I had known, I would have defeated her and pulled out the problem by its roots." After roaring, he returned to his previous calm state. All right, make a note of the Rabbit Clan dynasty in this booklet. We'll deal with it next time." Seeing this, the Chongwei was shocked. "Great King, please don't provoke those rabbit girls anymore." "The Tiger Clan brothers can't stand the yelling outside," the Chongwei cried. "Former king, your son is so useless. Is the Tiger Clan doomed?" Tiger glanced at the magic array. "Not good. A Silver Moon Kang 2 is attacking." He suddenly shouted, "I'm out of here. Open the door, open the back door for me. Wait, this portal is too late." Tiger was sucked into the portal, but he was still screaming, "Help me, you bastard, how are you? Fine?" The Chongwei reached out calling, "Great King." In a flash, Tiger vanished with the portal. The Chongwei was dumbfounded, stammering, unable to speak. "Gr Great King, what's happening?" At that moment, Kang 2 was still roaring, "Coward, get out here." Over on Tiger's side, he was in free fall in a spatial rift, screaming his head off. He asked with a dark face, "Who made this portal?" Tiger frantically asked again, "Who made this portal?" At this time, Zhang Cheng was rubbing his hands together, saying with a fawning smile, Big bro, you're here. What are you up to? Tiger looked at him puzzled. Nothing, just taking a walk, suddenly he roared. No, you're the one who called me. Did you summon me? Seeing him angry, Zhang Cheng hastily explained, Big bro, they're not convinced. Why don't you teach them a lesson? Tiger angrily raised a hand to punch Zhang Cheng. Damn you, I'll teach you a lesson, Zhang Cheng said fearfully. I've already used 2 lives to trick the system into bringing you here. With a crack, a bolt of lightning struck down, startling Tiger. Tiger looked back uneasily. Heavenly Thunder, I've signed a summoning contract with this kid. If I kill him, I'll be struck dead by Heavenly Thunder. Seeing this, one of the men sneered. Kid, don't think you can scare us just by summoning a dog demon, another chimed in. Our daily routine is demon slaying, you know. Hearing them mock him, Tiger glared furiously. Dog demon? Seeing Tiger's rage, their faces all turned pale with fright. Great demon? No, a demon king. With that, Tiger swiped his claws at them. I'll send you to the Western Paradise. On the other side, Zhang Cheng said loudly. Are you going to let me finish them all in one go? Zhang Cheng's eyes sparkled as he pleaded. Brother Tiger, you're so brave, please let me join in. Tiger gritted his teeth. Get lost, you bastard, he pointed angrily and said, I was just about to teach that Silver Moon Kang Tu a lesson. How did you mess things up so badly? Hearing this, Zhang Cheng scratched his head and replied, sounds like Qinglan Prefecture. At these words, Tiger's jaw dropped. Qinglan Prefecture? Feiyan Continent's Qinglan Prefecture, you bastard, you summoned me to such a faraway place, he glared and warned. You brat, don't let me see you again. With a whoosh, Tiger flew away. Zhang Cheng straightened his clothes and said unhappily, not bad, summoning a demon beast is okay. When I'm a higher level, I'll definitely ride you. The system then notified him, claiming reward. Seeing the notification, Zhang Cheng burst out laughing. As expected of a major sect, the rewards are good. Suddenly realizing something, Zhang Cheng glanced over. Zhang Cheng looked up at the complete spirit vein that had appeared before him. Lightning enveloped the entire space. He said in amazement, is this a complete spirit vein? How magnificent. The system immediately appeared. GR80E2 spirit vein. Can be recycled and submitted to the system in exchange for 10 wish-based lottery draws. Exchange? Hearing this, he excitedly clenched his fists. Spirit veins can be recycled for rewards. Digging up ancestral graves is my style. Then he shouted, exchange, he roared. Where Zhang Cheng marches, no grass grows. A dazzling light appeared in the sky, and a tall figure emerged from it. A book floated in the air surrounded by a brilliant golden light. System notification, teleportation, level 11. Skill description, can randomly teleport to any location within a 10,000 li radius. Cooldown 1 day. A series of items appeared. Zhang Cheng cheered happily. A double legendary on the first pull. I can finally go from being an F-rank scrub to a lucky whale. Over there, the buildings had collapsed and thick smoke billowed from the fire. A man peeked out to check. That demon king is gone, he's gone. Another person also peeked out from behind him. How could a demon king appear in Feiyan Continent? He looked back at the wreckage, then at the people lying on the ground, panicking. He destroyed the entire sect in one move. What incredible power, the girl beside him quickly said. Hurry and check the treasury. Maybe there are still some treasures that weren't taken. After speaking, he immediately ran inside, only to be shocked to find it completely empty, without even a single spirit stone left. Was he really a master from another world? He kept all the loot for himself and didn't leave a single scrap. What a dog. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng was already walking away, carrying a large sack and sneezing. He rubbed the tip of his nose and cursed. Damn it, who's cursing me? At the Physique sect, everyone was already lined up at the gate to welcome him. Sectmaster, you're back. Ling Han stepped forward and asked, Sectmaster, how did it go? Zhang Cheng dejectedly punched a pillar. 2 junior disciples behind him asked worriedly, Sectmaster, why are you so down? Did the mission not go well? Ling Han said worriedly, impossible. As long as the Sectmaster is here, taking revenge is only a matter of time. Only then did Zhang Cheng reply tearfully, revenge has been taken, but Elder Liang has died a heroic death. Alas, it was my failure. The Jui sect truly deserved to die. Hearing this, Ling Han and the group of junior disciples also began to cry. Sectmaster, please accept our condolences. You are not to blame, that's right. After all, it was 2 people against an entire sect. It was fraught with danger from the start. Then Zhang Cheng and the others became fired up again. The dead cannot be brought back to life, but we must cultivate diligently to comfort Elder Liang's spirit in heaven. Cultivate hard for the sect. Cultivate hard for Elder Liang. Suddenly, Zhang Cheng turned his face, pointed and shouted. Louder, I can't hear you. You want to take revenge with such a tiny voice? The junior disciples immediately shouted at the top of their lungs. Cultivate hard, cultivate hard, cultivate hard, Zhang Cheng said with satisfaction. Very good, full of spirit. But to improve your strength, you can't lack good equipment and treasures. He shouldered a sack of goods, his eyes gleaming. The $0 shopping hall has arrived. Zhang Cheng threw down the sack, revealing all sorts of jewels, jades, and valuables. Ling Han and the junior disciples were dumbfounded. They stared at the pile of gold and jewels. Sectmaster, what is the meaning of this? Zhang Cheng replied frankly. Spoils of war, of course. I'd rather not have you all be completely defenseless when I'm not around. The junior disciples were moved to tears. They had only ever known disciples to contribute to the sect. They had never heard of a sect spending money on its disciples. The sectmaster is truly virtuous and kind, Zhang Cheng continued with a serious expression. I have no interest in treasures. My ideal is for everyone to benefit. Beside him, Ling Han couldn't help but praise. The sect master is so good. Now that the sect is growing, disciples have to show exceptional talent or make great contributions to receive rewards, yet you've brought wealth to everyone. Zhang Cheng waved his hand and smiled. In my Physique sect, these are basic benefits. We're a startup company with a flat management structure. When there's money, we all spend it together. When there's meat, we all eat it together. Hearing his words, the crowd cheered. The sect master is so cool. The junior disciples looked at the pile of treasures happily. I can finally get a good sword. Xiao Shui hugged a sword, her heart filled with joy. This is the cold steel sword I've only seen in my dreams. A 4th generation magic weapon, something only elders can possess. I'm so happy. Seeing her holding the sword, Zhang Cheng quickly said, Hey, that one wasn't prepared for you. Hearing this, Xiao Shui immediately put the sword down. I'm sorry, Sect Master. Xiao Shui forgot herself for a moment. He raised another sword and handed it to her. This one is for you. Xiao Shui reached out and took it. This is the Jiui sect's ultimate treasure, the 6th generation spirit sword. Qingya, she hesitated. This disciple does not dare. Such a precious treasure should rightly be wielded by the sect master, Zhang Cheng replied magnanimously. Hey, just take it. Don't worry about me. I have my own great sword. You can rest easy and take this one. Then he turned and pointed at Luo Yuan. And you? The man was startled, his face full of confusion. Luo Yuan smiled happily. The sect master called me. I feel like my life has reached its peak. Zhang Cheng tossed a piece of cloth to Luo Yuan. Look at all your injuries. I'm giving you a suit of spirit armor to boost your defense. Luo Yuan's eyes widened. Holy crap. He was so shocked his mouth hung open. This is the wind-calling armor of the Jiui sect's great elder, Zhang Washeng. Oh my god, I'm about to take off. Someone of my status can get something like this? Am I dreaming? Luo Yuan was so moved he was on the verge of tears. No, I can't lose face in front of the sect master. I have to be calm. I can't act too excited. He obediently sat down and thanked him. Thank you, sect master. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng smiled happily. Very good, very good. You must cultivate diligently from now on. Ling Han watched Zhang Cheng smiling at Xiao Shui and felt a pang of sadness. So I'm not that special in the sect master's heart after all. I was just being sentimental. Zhang Cheng immediately interrupted her thoughts. Oh right, little G, the sect master called me. Ling Han quickly replied, I'm here. He smiled and handed her a set of purple clothes. You wear this. It's not that I want to see you in it. I just feel this outfit should be yours. The junior disciples were astonished. That's the 9th generation immortal robe Nisheng. Zhang Cheng nudged Ling Han, urging her, hurry, go change into it and let me see. He smiled happily. Don't worry, go change inside. I absolutely will not peek through the door. Also, you don't need to wear an outer robe. Ling Han changed her clothes and walked out shyly. Zhang Cheng and the junior disciples got nosebleeds, giving her a thumbs up in praise. So beautiful, Ling Han said embarrassedly. A 9th tier robe, you can't even find one in the entire Feiyan continent. It's such a rare item. Is it appropriate for me to accept it? Zhang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about it. A person's cultivation level isn't judged by their appearance. Besides, this is women's clothing. How could I wear it? Ling Han immediately had an idea. You can wear it underneath. Clothing like this is rare. Different sects have different clothes. If you can exchange it, you do. If you can't, you wear it underneath. The thought of a tall, mighty man wearing revealing clothes made Zhang Cheng's jaw drop. He quickly waved his hands. Don't tempt me into cross-dressing. Zhang Cheng fell silent and took a deep breath. He then continued matter-of-factly. Anyway, the spirit vein here was destroyed, right? But how come the spiritual energy is even stronger? Ling Han quickly said. That's thanks to a certain young lady. She's in charge of this place. He turned to look at Dahuang. She raised her hands and declared, that's right. Not only was the spirit vein repaired, it was also upgraded from grade 2 to grade 3. Zhang Cheng was astonished to hear this. How marvelous. Who knew that little girl could change the very nature of a spirit vein? On the other side, Dahuang was lying leisurely on a green rock. Zhang Cheng smiled and said, Dahuang, you look very happy. Suddenly, Dahuang cried out. Mommy, Zhang Cheng patted Dahuang's head. You mischievous little thing, you created this spirit vein, didn't you? The little girl answered obediently. If Mommy can find many of the world's heart fragments, Dahuang can raise the level of the spirit vein. Zhang Cheng smiled and held up a gift bag. This is very pretty, it's for you. Dahuang poured all the spirit pills into her mouth. In the Physique sect's assembly hall, Ling Han asked, Sect Master, is there something you wish to announce by calling us here? Zhang Cheng cleared his throat. I'd like to say a few words. Our Physique sect has entered a new chapter, so we must work hard, persevere, not forget our original intentions, and unite as one. At this moment, Xiao Shui was dozing off. Suddenly a loud shout, Yin Xiao Shui, startled her. She jumped up and replied, Yes, here, Sect Master. Zhang Cheng instructed, You will be the sect's treasurer, in charge of the treasury. It will be handed over to a fine steed. Xiao Shui was too stunned to speak, imagining a scene where she stood majestically next to a fine horse being praised. Congratulations, Yin Xiao Shui, on being gifted a fine steed. Then, as she dazedly took charge of the sect's treasury, she thought, Doesn't that mean I'm close to the pinnacle of power? Then Zhang Cheng gave another order. Luo Yuan will be in charge of the sect's miscellaneous affairs, both large and small. He replied in surprise. Yes, Sect Master, Luo Yuan will definitely complete the task. Luo Yuan was so happy he shed tears. The Sect Master is treating me as his capable right-hand man. Then Zhang Cheng glanced over. Finally, little G, Ling Han replied. Here. He assigned her position. You will be the CEO. When I am not here, all command of the sect is yours, Ling Han replied loudly. Understood, Sect Master. Finally, everyone resolved together for the bright future of the sect. Let us help each other, and applauded. Then Zhang Cheng waved his hand and said, all right, everything is arranged. Tomorrow you will all remain in the sect. I will go settle the score with the Xuanbing sect and the Wulei sect. Xuanbing sect, surrounded by giant mountain rocks. The group was very surprised to see Zhang Cheng arrive. He crossed his arms and said arrogantly, did you know that I would be coming today? A bald old man said with a dark face. Zhang Cheng, so you are the mastermind. And to think I spared your life, Zhang Cheng replied confidently. Mastermind? What mastermind? I've never been falsely accused in my life, the old man questioned angrily. Stop pretending. Relying on your strength and level, how could a mere 6th-stage cultivator like you defeat the Jiui sect? Even if you have a spirit platform realm backer, you're no match for our Xuanbing sect's protective formation. Don't let him go, his crime is trespassing on our sect. I'm not responsible for this matter, Zhang Cheng said loudly. Cut the crap and prepare to die. Ah no, I mean hurry up and take me to my death. The crowd angrily unleashed their spells and roared at the array formation. Soon Zhang Cheng was surrounded by a group of people and a massive sphere appeared, the Icebone Heavenly Thunder formation. At that moment Zhang Cheng was frozen solid. I can't move, it's so cold, his mouth hung open. I'm frozen, he was crystal clear. Suddenly the ice shattered into pieces, his soul left his body. Zhang Cheng thought furiously, this way of dying is too bizarre. What's the difference between this and torture? The bald old man said smugly. You've refused the easy way, so you'll take the hard way. Go see the King of Hell. A system notification popped up. Death detected 1-2. Cause of death, killed by guards. Perpetrator, Xuanbing sect master and disciples. Creating revival script. Please wait. Due to the vast disparity in strength, the system is arranging a one-time revival summon. What to do when you can't win? Avoid them. Zhang Cheng was stunned. What? This feels a bit familiar. Over there, I Tiger was flying through the clouds thousands of miles away. A tiger gritted his teeth. You bastard, you summon me and don't even give me a return talisman. At this rate, it'll take forever to fly back. Don't let me see you again in the sky demon domain. When he saw the spatial rift appear again, his eyes widened. I Tiger screamed in despair. I've already been flying for a day and a night, don't summon me again, Zhang Cheng said happily. Hello, hello. The group of people was astonished. What's going on? Wasn't he dead just now? Could it be an illusion? But he's only at the 6th stage of the Soul Division realm. It's impossible for him to deceive all of us with an illusion. At that moment, Zhang Cheng gave an embarrassed laugh. Sorry, Brother Tiger, to bother you again. I Tiger furiously grabbed him by the collar. You brat, are you trying to mess with me? Bolts of lightning struck down. The lightning punishment of the master-servant contract. I Tiger looked at Zhang Cheng with a dark face, took a step back and grew angrier the more he thought about it. But he decided to endure it for the moment to keep the peace. He threw Zhang Cheng behind him and asked, Are you them, you bastards? I Tiger threatened loudly. What are you looking at? The two men's mouths fell open. A great demon, there's actually a great demon in Feiyan continent. Set up the formation, quickly. Set up the formation. I Tiger began to crack his knuckles, baring his teeth. Great demon, open your dog eyes and see who I am, Brother Tiger, be careful. They know how to set up formations. They're very powerful, so don't get too cocky. The group once again began to surround I Tiger, setting up the Icebone Heavenly Thunder formation. I Tiger glared. You brat, if I ask for your help, don't just stand there giving orders, understand? Zhang Cheng agreed. Right, you do your thing. Without another word, I Tiger began his attack. The group was sent flying, the force of the attack so strong it made them spit blood. Zhang Cheng thought in terror. He broke our Icebone Heavenly Thunder formation with just one hit. He jumped up happily. Whoa, Tiger God is on fire, keep it up, over there. I Tiger launched another attack. Zhang Cheng exclaimed in admiration. Little Tiger is so cool. After finishing the job, I Tiger frowned and pointed at him. You brat, I'm warning you, don't summon me again. Damn it, do you have any idea how far I have to run every time you have your fun? Ignoring his question, Zhang Cheng immediately proposed, Hey Brother Tiger, have you considered staying? He introduced himself confidently. I am Zhang Cheng, the sect master of the Physique sect, the #1 sect in Qinglan Prefecture. The Physique sect has a long history and a noble corporate culture. We have insurance, work from 9 to 5. The company address is 23rd floor, room 233, Block B, Physique Peak, Qingshan Mountain Range, Qinglan Prefecture, Feiyan Continent. I Tiger coldly turned away, ignoring him, and replied indifferently, Get lost. System notification. Exchange successful. Current points 5800. Zhang Cheng said, The Xuanbing sect has a lot of valuable things. Next, there were only seas of clouds and mountain rocks. The Wulei sect. The crowd looked up at Zhang Cheng flying in the air. He held a megaphone and said arrogantly, Listen up, people inside, you are surrounded. Surrender your weapons if you don't want to die. The people below immediately cast spells and shouted, You little hooligan, don't think you're a match for us just because you destroyed the Jiui sect. In front of our sect's protective formation, even if you were at the spirit platform realm, it wouldn't be enough. The sect master was stunned. Damn it, whose disciples are these idiots? A subordinate replied. Yes, Sect Master, they are Elder Wang's disciples. Elder Wang died of a stroke during a fierce battle with Teacher Lu's wife, so his responsibilities were passed down. The Sect Master was so angry he slapped the man and cursed. A bunch of trash can't do anything right, the old man said sharply. All disciples learn from me. The old man knelt respectfully. Sect Master Wang, I can understand your desire for revenge, but as the saying goes, Zhang Cheng said bluntly, shut the FCK up. The old Sect Master held back his anger. He continued with a smile, as the saying goes, it is better to resolve hatred than to maintain it. One more friend means one more path. Let bygones be bygones, Zhang Cheng repeated. Shut the FCK up. The old Sect Master suppressed the fury in his heart. The old man forced a smile. Sect Master Zhang, don't joke. Let's sit down calmly and slowly discuss the pros and cons. Two disciples spoke up in dissatisfaction. Sect Master, this is too much. He's being flexible. The Sect Master is indeed a man destined for great things, Zhang Cheng still said provocatively. Shut the FCK up. At this, the old man truly exploded with anger. Damn it, kill him for me, Zhang Cheng shouted. Shut up now, thousands of mountains and waters away. A tiger had returned to the Purple Iris sacred land. A man lying on the ground coughed and said, Vicious monster, the Purple Iris sacred land is you. I Tiger hit him with a spell without another word. He frowned. I'm borrowing your teleportation array. Don't give me any trouble. If that brat hadn't tricked me, I wouldn't care about your crappy little sect. He spread his arms and said smugly, all of this should finally be over. I Tiger arrogantly crossed his legs and ordered Zhang Cheng. Old Cheng Gui, go to the ice cellar in town and get me some watermelon. These past 2 days of running around have worn this king out, but Zhang Cheng on the other side just stared blankly at old Hu, giggling foolishly. Then he put on a professional smile and asked, That's right, it's me again. This question left I Tiger dumbfounded, and his face began to turn grim. I Tiger held back his anger, sighed helplessly, and said, Hey, I have nothing left to live for. But as soon as he finished speaking, he stood up, radiating killing intent. Seeing this, everyone screamed in terror. A great demon, a human demon, no, a demon king. On the other side, I Tiger was furious. He roared, Damn it! The power of his 3 eyes converged at one point. I Tiger unleashed immense power at that moment, sending the disciples flying into the sky, while roaring angrily, If I can't deal with that kid, I can still deal with you. The group was thus thrown up and fell to the ground, smashing several pavilions. In the blink of an eye, the place was filled with dust and smoke, a complete mess. I Tiger stood in the middle out of breath. I'm so angry. Just then, Zhang Cheng walked up from behind, patted his shoulder and tried to console him. Big bro, forget it, forget it. I Tiger became even more furious. He turned around, grabbed Zhang Cheng by the collar and said sharply, You? Zhang Cheng didn't care and just said coldly, Be careful. A servant who bites his master will be struck by lightning. As soon as he finished speaking, I Tiger let go of Zhang Cheng in astonishment. Then he rushed up the mountain behind him, shouting, I don't want to live anymore. Then he slammed his head against a rock and killed himself. I Tiger's immense strength caused the mountain rock to crack and fall with a crash. Zhang Cheng didn't expect this either. He cried out, Big bro, I'm sorry big bro, it's all my fault, you're dead big bro. Suddenly the system appeared, exchange successful. After reading it, Zhang Cheng paused, asking himself, the system's rewards are here again, damn it, upgraded again? The system quickly opened the upgrade interface, followed by the information panel. System level 3, system experience 0-100. Available points 2,547. Current level, revive 3 times a day, random survival plans. Next level, new skill added, host can consume points to forcibly raise a target's realm by 1 level. After reading, Zhang Cheng let out an excited, Oh, I'll get a new skill when I upgrade again. I can raise someone else's realm. He thought of Ling Han getting excited. If I keep using it on one person, a new major realm every month, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? It's just a shame about Brother Tiger. Zhang Cheng even kindly burned some paper money for I Tiger. Brother, why did you have to take your own life? You're putting on a face that's half crying, half laughing. When I level up again and use this trick on you, won't you be invincible? Then Zhang Cheng stretched out his hand and calculated. Jiui Sect, Xuanbing Sect, Wulei Sect. Only one of the 4 major sects was left. Victory was in sight. However, all these words were heard by I Tiger. As soon as he heard Zhang Cheng leave, I Tiger pricked up his ears. He thought to himself, He's gone, they must all be gone. I Tiger immediately sat up from under the ruins, laughing smugly. You brat, you thought I was dead so you wouldn't summon me again. The scene switched to the Tianyun sect, where an urgent alarm sounded. Report something bad has happened. A disciple hurriedly ran into the main hall and said, A scout has sent back news that the Xuanbing sect and the Wulei sect have both been destroyed. Hearing this, an elder frowned deeply. He turned to Tong Zhu and asked, Elder Fei, what do you think? Tong Zhu, however, showed no fear. The old man sneered and said, Don't panic, it's just a cultivator at the first stage of the spirit platform realm. Since I'm here, I will definitely protect your sect. As soon as his voice fell, Zhang Cheng's voice came from outside. You bunch of dogs, get the hell out here. Hearing the voice, the disciples inside were in chaos, crying and making a scene, screaming in terror as if they had poked a hornet's nest. He's here, is he here? So fast? Tong Zhu quickly rushed out to fight. He said heroically, Don't be afraid. Let this old man go meet him. The two sides confronted each other, both radiating intense hostility. Fei Tongzhu pointed directly at Zhang Cheng and challenged him. Listen kid, I am Fei Tongzhu, an intersect elder of the Qiri sect. And you are Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng replied with a contemptuous smile. I am your ancestor and you want to stand up for them. Tongzu threatened seriously. I ask you who is behind you, but in his mind he was secretly observing and assessing Zhang Cheng. This kid doesn't look like much, but he dares to be so arrogant. Could he be from some hidden clan? Zhang Cheng, however, was not polite. He charged straight down, a vicious glint in his eyes, and said, "What nonsense. If you're a man, take the initiative. Old dog, prepare to die." Tongzu immediately rushed up to fight, but to his surprise he was the one who won. Zhang Cheng was defeated in just a few moves. Seeing this, the old man thought Zhang Cheng was just a scapegoat and immediately shouted, "Your lackey has been killed by me. Come out," he thought to himself. "There must be a trick. Someone is lying in ambush." Seeing no response, Tongzu grew impatient. He drew his sword and slashed down fiercely. "If you don't come out, don't blame me for being ruthless." Several loud bangs echoed through the mountains. The courtyard in front of the sect was instantly shattered by Tongzu. He kept shouting, "Come out, I've found you," but the spectating disciples were as still as death. They screamed in terror, "Oh my god, Elder Fei, those are the formation eyes of the ancestral gate." Only then did Tongzu stop. He looked back blankly and let out an "ah." Suddenly, the sound of a counterattack came from behind. Tongzu turned his head mechanically. After seeing it, his face turned pale. "Crap, I'm screwed. It's over, it's over. I was careless. I scored an own goal." Then, earth and stones wreathed in flames rained down from the sky like meteorites, heading straight for the people of the cheery sect. The entire sect soon exploded, engulfed in a sea of fire. A person in the sect screamed in terror. "Elder Fei, the formation eyes of our protective artifact have been broken." Tongzu landed lightly. He coughed to regain his authority, then roared angrily. It seems the enemy had a premeditated plan, setting up ambushes at the gates of each formation. But rest assured, I have already killed all the enemy forces. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, the faces of several people in the sect turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The person who had just asked the question was stunned. "Huh, what do you mean?" The disciple behind him was secretly disappointed. "I'm afraid the enemy has already entered the city." "Rest assured my ass, you old fool." Tongzu walked over, coughed lightly, and said to the remaining people of the sect, "The enemy forces have been killed by me, but our army has also suffered heavy losses. 3 sects have been wiped out. From now on, the Cheery sect and I will definitely support your Tianyuan sect." Everyone cheered excitedly. "Long live Elder Fei." At this moment, on Zhang Cheng's side, the system popped up a series of notifications. Host death detected. Cause of death: killed by a martial arts master. Perpetrator: Cheery sect master. Creating revival script. Please wait. Due to the vast disparity in strength, the system is arranging a summon for the benefactor. What to do when you can't win? Retreat is the best strategy. Zhang Cheng was completely confused. He scratched his face and muttered to himself, "Damn, it's not over yet. Didn't old Hu kill himself? How can I still summon him?" At that moment, a dazzling light appeared in the sky. The people below shouted in surprise, "What's going on?" The next second, Tiger was summoned, a look of reluctance on his face. When Zhang Cheng saw him, he exclaimed in amazement, "It's you again, brother." Tiger went mad with anger. He roared and immediately waved his hand, scattering the remaining people. They didn't even know what was happening and screamed in terror, "Why is there a ghost king here?" After dealing with the group, Tiger gave Zhang Cheng the middle finger, full of dissatisfaction. He cursed angrily, "Are you my brother? No. Are you my dad? Dad, how let dad tell you? How many more summoning talismans do you have? Can you use them all at once?" Zhang Cheng fearfully and quickly explained, "I don't know about that." Hearing this, Tiger was so angry he was about to cry. He got close to Zhang Cheng and roared, "Dad, I'm a great demon king, second to last in the sky demon domain. You could say I'm the successor to the bottom of the barrel. The Dragon King and the Monkey King are much stronger than me, and there's also the Silver Moon King too. Go pick her. She's not only strong, but her body and face are top-notch. I'm begging you, stop summoning me. Let me go. You brat." Zhang Cheng's head was spinning, but he quickly calmed down. Zhang Cheng walked over, took Tiger's hand and said with a smile, Hey boss. I really didn't think that much. Why don't you join me, boss?" Tiger immediately shook off Zhang Cheng's hand. "You bastard, stop with the sweet talk." His eyes were angry and he bared his teeth, pointing at Zhang Cheng. "Just you wait and see how I deal with you." With that he flew away. Zhang Cheng watched, looking bewildered. "He flies so fast?" Zhang Cheng hastily pursued him on his sword. Suddenly the system sent a notification. "Negotiation successful. Current point 6,600. Watching Zhang Cheng fly past overhead, Tiger thought with resentment, "Damn it, if I can't touch you, I'll touch the people in your sect." He quickly left in the opposite direction, laughing with excitement. "Your Majesty, I'm a genius." Night soon fell, blanketing the entire mountain. Zhang Cheng returned to the sect at this time and shouted, "I'm back." Hearing his voice, Ling Han hurriedly came out to greet him with a few of her sisters. The good news had also reached them. Ling Han was overjoyed. "Oh my god, 3 sects have been destroyed. That's amazing." Xiao Shui looked at Zhang Cheng with sparkling eyes, full of admiration. "With a sect master like this, the Physique sect has no reason to fear being weak." They followed behind, shouting his praises. "The sect master is so amazing, so majestic. The sect master is so amazing, so majestic." And Zhang Cheng was thoroughly enjoying the praise, like "the sect master is so amazing," without noticing Tiger secretly watching from a distance. Hearing the praise, Tiger's face darkened. He cursed angrily to himself, "Damn it, I did all the work and you're just a freeloader taking all the credit. You bastard, it looks like I'll have to cause some trouble." Below, Zhang Cheng opened a red cloth. He laughed excitedly. "Anyone who doesn't have level 4 equipment yet, change into it." Seeing the equipment of gold and jewels before them, everyone was excited. They rushed forward to hug them. Suddenly, Dahuang's panicked and flustered cry rang out. "Mommy!" The little girl dragged Tiger in and said, "Dahuang just caught a little dog. Dahuang wants to keep a pet." Tiger roared in dissatisfaction. "You're the dog, your whole family are dogs." However, Tiger's appearance was a bit different at this moment. He was as small as a puppy. It turned out that the three-eyed old whose power had been suppressed, making him smaller. Tiger was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He cried to himself, "This Physique sect is full of bastards. I failed to check the almanac before starting this. What bad luck to run into this little girl." At this moment, Dahuang grabbed Tiger by the neck, trying to lift him up. He was so scared he quickly shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Don't choke me. On my neck, let go of me." Dahuang lifted him up and said with a dark look, "I'll let you go. Don't move." Tiger roared angrily, "Don't move, not a chance. Only a fool wouldn't move." But at the sight of the tiny figure, Xiao Shui and Ling Han's eyes lit up. Two girls surrounded Tiger. "The little cat is so cute, so cute," Tiger explained with dissatisfaction. "You're the cat, your whole family are cats." Dahuang picked up Tiger from behind and explained, "It's not a cat nor a dog. It's a little puppy." Tiger shouted with dissatisfaction, explaining, "It's not a dog and a cat is also wrong. It's a tiger. I'm a great tiger, the king of all beasts." A bunch of idiots, but no one paid him any attention. Xiao Shui picked up Tiger and praised him like a baby, so cute. Lying in the arms of a beautiful woman, all his previous majestic aura vanished. Tiger was content, his eyes glazed over, thinking, happiness came too suddenly, but he soon realized he was blushing unconsciously and felt ashamed. How could I say such a thing? I am the valiant three-eyed tiger. I'd rather die than say this." On the other side, Zhongcheng had already noticed. He leaned over and asked suspiciously, No way, you look a lot like my tiger disciple." Stared up by those strange eyes, Tiger was terrified. He backed away and shouted, Don't touch me." But Xiao Shui kept chasing, wanting to pick him up. Come. Tiger had no choice. He turned around, pointed at Zhongcheng and shouted, "You bastard, you sealed me as a summoned creature. If you have the guts, undo the seal and fight me." "Let's duel," Zhongcheng said contemptuously. "Still so arrogant, a 200-pound man, you can't even lift one of my fingers." As he spoke, he glanced at Tiger. Seeing this, Tiger hugged himself in fear and stammered, What do you want to do?" At this moment, Zhongcheng took off his shirt and then replied with a wicked smile, "Come on, be good." Seeing this, Xiao Shui and Ling Han couldn't help but scream with excitement, "Ah, so charming." Then Zhongcheng quickly pinned Tiger. The guy struggled, shouting in frustration, Let me go. You call this a fight? Let go." After a while, Tiger was already trembling, curled up in a ball, looking miserable. Zhongcheng stood with his hands on his hips and said proudly, "Submit to me and I'll let you go." Tiger stubbornly cursed. "You bastard, dream on," he asked unceremoniously. "What's wrong with your eyes?" Before he could react, he bent his legs back again, making Tiger cry out in pain. "What are you doing?" After a while, finally, under Zhongcheng's satisfied expression, Tiger was defeated and softly conceded, "I've said it before, a fighter and a mount never." Hearing this, he let him go and then calmly proposed his terms. "I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you serve as a guardian spirit beast for 3 years, you'll be free." Tiger looked at him and asked in surprise, "Really?" Zhongcheng nodded and replied, "Really." Hearing this, Tiger glanced at him doubtfully, thinking to himself, 3 years is but a flick of the finger for us cultivators. He doesn't want my demon core, nor does he ask me to teach him martial arts. He just wants a leisurely guardian spirit beast." Thinking of this, a glint flashed in his eyes as he thought, "You have no desires. Could he be a hidden master here?" Seeing Tiger remain silent for a long time, he walked over and patted his head. "What's wrong?" Tiger still didn't answer. He glanced at Dahuang, who was eating candy nearby, and silently confirmed, "No wonder he has a little monster of unknown origin." Only then did he stand up and reply, "Since Sect Master Zhang has sincerely invited me, I will reluctantly stay with you for 3 years." Then, on the surface it was like this, but in his heart he was secretly plotting, "I'm just compromising for now. I'll find a chance to get revenge on you later." Having gotten his wish, Zhongcheng happily instructed, "Little G, take Brother Tiger to sign the contract. From now on, Brother Tiger will be the security captain of our Physique sect." The next morning, Tiger was excitedly wearing the security team's uniform. "This uniform isn't bad, I've never seen this style of clothing before. I didn't expect that brat to have some artistic taste." Zhongcheng on the other side was also excited. He pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "All right, our Physique sect is more or less complete. The next goal is to expand." Ling Han heard this and asked with confusion, "Does the sect master mean to recruit more people?" He immediately replied, "That's right," he added, "my requirements aren't high. Your qualities just need to be about the same as everyone present." As soon as his voice fell, the faces of Luo Yuan and several disciples beside him changed. "Sect Master, we are the core disciples of the sect." Ling Han also added, "Sect Master, isn't it too much to ask them to be like us?" But Zhongcheng just calmly crossed his arms. "Quality over quantity. For the disciples of the Physique sect, we don't need such a high level." After a while, people on the street had already started talking. The Physique sect is recruiting? Great. The Physique sect was just destroyed not long ago. If I join now, I might become an inner sect disciple. Right, becoming a cultivator is better than being immortal. But soon, the notice board shattered all their fantasies. The Physique sect is recruiting disciples. A true 996 blessing. The Physique sect will build dreams with you. I am for the sect. The sect is for me. The Physique sect welcomes you to join. Gifts for new disciples. Handsome sect master will personally guide you. After reading, a young man immediately said with dissatisfaction, "The requirements are so high, can only direct disciples apply?" The person next to him also said irritably, "Do they think they're so great? Let's see how many people they can recruit." There were also people from other sects in the crowd. I discussed with concern, "Looks like there's no hope. Are they recruiting people? I hope the newcomer is a pretty girl." "You can tell she's a pretty girl at a glance, you pig brain." Suddenly someone shouted, "HMPH, you guys still want to go to the Physique sect to watch the show? Do you have a death wish?" As soon as he said this, he immediately drew everyone's attention. Someone asked what was wrong. He replied, "Don't you know, the sect master of the Physique sect killed an elder of the Cheery sect, and the Cheery sect is preparing to annihilate the Physique sect." Hearing this, someone breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn, I'm glad I didn't go," another person mocked. "What's your skill level? You couldn't go even if you wanted to." Over at the Physique sect, Zhang Cheng waited for a long time but no one showed up. He couldn't help but feel a little dejected. Why is it so hard to recruit disciples? Just then, Ling Han and the other disciples rushed in. "Sect master, give the order. How should we defend against the enemy?" After hearing this, he turned his head with a blank look and asked her, "Enemy? What enemy?" Ling Han explained anxiously, "Don't you know the Cheery sect is preparing to destroy us?" Zhang Cheng remained calm. "With just them it's not enough." "Then what should we do?" Ling Han's face turned pale with fright and she stammered, Then what should we do? Why don't we run away?" He leisurely picked his nose and replied, "Run? The monk can run but the temple can't. If we run, can we still come back? Don't worry. Just focus on your cultivation. If anyone comes to cause trouble, leave it to the security guards. Don't we have little Tiger?" Even though he said that, she still couldn't help but feel uneasy. This was the Cheery sect, on the same level as the Jawi sect and the Wulei sect. It couldn't be defeated by just sending a random master. Moreover, this Cheery sect had many masters. At this moment, Zhang Cheng's face finally grew serious. "Those 4 sects want to destroy my Physique sect. It must be at the instigation of the Jawi sect. Why don't I go find them first?" Hearing this, Ling Han and the other disciples cried out in terror. "What?" Seeing this, Zhang Cheng began to speak fluently. "I'm going to ask them why your 4 sects are so united. Damn Cheery sect." Suddenly a voice came from outside. "HMPH, how foolish. It's come to this with several sects destroyed and you still don't know who the mastermind is?" Hearing this, Ling Han shouted angrily. "Who?" Zhang Cheng also muttered in confusion. "What's going on?" As soon as he stepped out, he heard someone stammer in surprise. Duan Kai." Looking at the figure of Duan Kai before them, the group of disciples couldn't believe their eyes and exclaimed, "Duan Kai, he is Duan Kai." Ling Han, standing beside him, confirmed, "That's right, the last time the sect master and I went to the Duan family to pay tribute I was fortunate enough to see him." "It's him." Zhang Cheng didn't know who that was. He scratched his head and said, "Duan Kai, what the hell, might as well call him Duan Yangchi." Hearing this, all the disciples were shocked. Ling Han quickly reminded him, "Sect master, this lord is the 4th master of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Kai, a master at the spirit platform realm." After hearing this, he waved his hand nonchalantly and asked, "I've heard so much about you. You're Kai, right? What's the matter?" Seeing his attitude, Duanmu Kai couldn't help but grit his teeth. "You bastard." Zhang Cheng's disciples saw this and thought speechlessly, "This doesn't look like he's heard so much about him at all, does it?" At this moment, Duanmu Kai stopped dwelling on it. He said in a deep voice, "I have come here to show you a clear path." In an instant, the atmosphere fell into a terrible silence. Just then, Zhang Cheng spoke with a dazed expression. "Who?" "Duanmu Yangchi, you continue." Meanwhile, in the Duanmu family, the Duanmu clan was watching this scene through a projection mirror, going crazy with anger. "Do these brats from the Physique sect understand the rules? Do they know the industry customs?" The person next to them chimed in. "This isn't the time to be angry, is it?" On Zhang Cheng's side, Duanmu Kai replied unhappily, "I thought Sect Master Zhang, who could destroy 4 sects, was a hero who understood the times. I didn't expect him to not even understand this basic rule. I won't beat around the bush. I know you have him backing you up, but distant water can't quench a nearby fire. To fight the Cheery sect, you can only rely on our Duanmu family." As he said this, a look of arrogance appeared on his face. "However, if you want to be our underlings, you must meet 3 requirements." Without caring if Zhang Cheng agreed, he said on his own, "First, hand over the spoils of war from the 4 destroyed sects. Second, the Physique sect will continue to be a vassal of my Duanmu family and pay tribute every year. Third, let Ji Lingen marry young Master Duanmu Zisho, uniting our 2 families." Hearing the last condition, Ling Han stammered worriedly, "Sect Master, Before she could finish, he gestured for her to be quiet. "Don't panic, I have a way to deal with him." Ling Han was still a little worried, but he immediately interrupted. "Duanmu Kai, one of my favorite things to do is to say no to those who think they are so clever. So I refuse." Hearing this, she immediately thought with gratitude, "The sect master actually offended Duanmu Kai for my sake." Hearing this refusal, Duanmu Chi's face turned pale with anger and he roared, "You brat, don't refuse a toast." Before he could finish, Zhang Cheng interrupted impatiently, "Hey, that's enough, that's enough. No one likes to hear the nonsense of a trashy villain like you. I warm up every day, but I won't drink your toast." As he spoke, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Open the gates, release little Tiger." "Over there." Tiger yawned and replied lazily, "What's all the chirping about?" He pointed angrily at Duanmu Kai and scolded, "What kind of security guard are you, letting any random cat and dog in? Don't you want this job anymore?" After hearing this, Tiger replied without any remorse, "He hasn't caused any trouble yet, has he?" Zhang Cheng became even more furious. "Are you confused? Remember this from now on, anyone who is not from our sect is not allowed in." Tiger scratched his head impatiently. "Alright, I got it." After speaking, Tiger menacingly cast a spell. "Hey you get lost, what are you waiting for, you brat? You made me get scolded for no reason." Duanmuchi's last bit of patience was broken, his face darkened and he roared angrily, "You bunch of robbers, you have no respect for me. You even sent a slave demon to drive me away." At this moment Zhang Cheng's disciples began to panic. Some tried to appease Duanmu Kai, "Elder Duanmu, please calm down." Others tried to persuade Zhang Cheng. Sect Master apologized quickly. "Elder Duanmu can." Before they could finish, Tiger roared even more fiercely, "What did you call me? Damn it, a tiger falls into a flat land and gets bullied by dogs. Now even stray cats and dogs dare to humiliate me." Hearing this, the disciples' souls almost flew away. They begged for mercy. "Tiger Lord, please don't add fuel to the fire." Duanmu Kai couldn't hold back any longer. He roared a single word, "Die," and unleashed his power. With a deafening bang, Tiger's entire body vanished in an instant. The disciples of the Physique sect cried out, "Little Tiger, is he gone just like that? There will be no more pandas." At this moment Duanmu Kai sneered contemptuously, his voice cold, "A mere slave demon, let's see how you'll act so arrogantly now." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Zhang Cheng. "It's your turn." Zhang Cheng leisurely stood with his hands behind his back and reminded him, "It's still too early." Hearing this cryptic remark, Duanmu Kai let out a confused "Ha." He thought the little tiger was finished, but now he stood there completely unharmed and said, "This time I'm really angry." Only then did Duanmu Kai see the spiritual energy coiling around Tiger's body. He stammered, "Demon King." Before he could finish, Tiger had already rushed forward and delivered a world-shaking flying kick to Duanmuchi's face. Duanmu Kai was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily to the ground, but Tiger wasn't finished. He jumped up, pressed down on Duanmu Kai and gave his face a sound beating. Each punch shattered the surrounding illusions. Duanmu Kai trembled all over, facing the demon tiger's sharp teeth in terror. Demonic fire rose, burning his body and making him scream in agony. In the Duanmu family, Duanmuchi's real body was also affected, and he cried out in pain. The people around him shouted worriedly, "Duanmu Kai, fourth master." A moment later, a wisp of black smoke emerged from Duanmuchi's mouth. His entire body became as thin as a soulless shell, and then he fell backward. Seeing this, the people of the Duanmu family were terrified and stammered, "That's a demon king." After finishing the job, Tiger still looked majestic. The disciples saw this and exclaimed in amazement, that's little Tiger." Tiger's eyes sharpened as he corrected, "It's Tiger Lord." They immediately bowed their heads and replied, "Hello, Tiger Lord." Zhang Cheng, however, was not polite at all. He ran over excitedly and put his arm around his shoulder. "Amazing, little Tiger." Tiger, having made up for his mistake, replied, "That's enough, you. I was just pretending for a bit to give you some face." Seeing the two so close, the other disciples were extremely surprised and said, "The sect master can actually be brothers with a demon king. Elder how deep is his cultivation?" After this turmoil, everything finally returned to calm. Only then did Zhang Cheng speak. "Alright, let's get back to business." He sat on the ancestral hall and said to the crowd, "Let's put the matter of the Duanmu family aside for now. The most urgent matter is to deal with the Qiri sect first." Ling Han and the others said excitedly, "Sect Master, give the order. How should we defend?" Zhang Cheng looked at her and smiled confidently. "Defend? When has this Sect Master ever been so down and out that I needed to defend? Don't be afraid, we'll go straight to their door." She couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. "Does the Sect Master want to start a war directly? How will we launch a surprise attack?" The person next to her also said, "With the Sect Master and Tiger Lord's strength it will definitely be no problem." She continued, "That's right." At this moment Tiger let out a long yawn and said, "When did this great lord say he was going on an expedition?" Ling Han immediately frowned at him. This is a matter of great importance. How can you?" But he still raised his eyebrows nonchalantly and replied, "Hey, I am indeed the guardian spirit beast of the sect. Your sect master said it himself and everyone heard it. This trip to attack is not within the scope of a guardian spirit beast duties. You'll have to pay extra." Zhang Cheng didn't get angry after hearing this. He happily walked over and patted Tiger's head. "If you like being a watchdog, then stay home and watch the door." This remark left Tiger speechless. Before he could speak, his eyes curved, carrying a dangerous aura. "But I can remind you, you and I did indeed sign a contract as guardian spirit beasts. When I'm not here, you must protect the sect or the heavenly punishment will not spare you." He didn't take it to heart at all. "I know this better than you do. Go on, go on." Seeing this, Zhang Cheng left with peace of mind. The disciples watched his departing figure with great admiration. The sect master is truly a god descended from heaven, taking on the Qiri sect alone without any fear. When will we have the sect master's strength? As soon as Zhang Cheng was far away, Tiger immediately jumped onto the sect master's chair, gnawing on a chicken leg and snorting, "A god my ass. Do you really think he destroyed those big sects?" "Say that he's nothing," the disciples asked blankly. "What does that mean?" Ling Han immediately became angry. "The sect master is brave and fearless, a man who stands on his own. It's not your place, a tiger, to criticize him." but I Tiger sat there swaggering and just snorted coldly. Believe it or not, a disciple stepped forward and said to her, "Senior Sister G, I heard that when those sects were destroyed there was always the figure of a tiger demon flying by." Shanghong added, that's right, and recently many people have also suffered internal injuries from the residual pressure of the tiger demon. Ling Han was a little shaken. Really? She looked up at I Tiger, who immediately tilted his face proudly to the sky. She began to say worriedly, "Little Tiger, you are the guardian spirit beast. The sect master is in danger now. How can you stand by and do nothing?" He looked at her smugly and smiled slyly. "Won't flatter this great lord a little more, and this great lord will consider it." Meanwhile a shout came from the Duanmu family. It's over. The cheery sect is finished." In the room, Mu Hong and the others were at their wits' end. "That tiger demon is at least at the Heaven's Mandate realm. I'm afraid those people from the cheery sect won't even last half a minute," the person next to them chimed in. "Let's not talk about the tiger demon. After that Zhang Cheng destroys the cheery sect, will he come for us?" Mu Hong also thought of this and replied, "It's very likely. After all, we were disrespectful to him just now." As they spoke, they silently looked at Duanmu Chi's curled up body. Then they rushed up and gave him a good beating, cursing as they hit. "It's all this hypocrite's fault, making us bear the consequences. You're trying to kill us." After venting their anger, Mu Hong calmed down a little. Quiet. According to the current situation, that Zhang Cheng is only at the Soul Division realm. I don't know what kind of dog shit luck he had to get that tiger demon. If we secretly kill Zhang Cheng," hearing this, the group of people immediately showed sinister smiles. "Then the tiger demon will be masterless," the person next to him also interjected. "Maybe we can even use it for ourselves," another person said. "That's right." Muang pondered Zhang Cheng, then guessed, "Just now from the projection mirror I saw that when Zhang Cheng went to the cheery sect he didn't seem to bring the tiger demon with him. He probably uses some kind of teleportation array or talisman to summon the tiger demon when he gets there. This is an opportunity." Zhang Cheng, on his side, was still unaware of these schemes. He was still leisurely flying his sword towards the cheery sect, looking down from high above, which made him laugh with joy. Being able to fly on a sword, see the beautiful scenery, and protect girls, this world is just too awesome. Suddenly he felt something flying towards him at high speed, making him widen his eyes in shock. Before he could react, an unknown object flew over and directly pierced Zhang Cheng's forehead. Blood spurted out and he fell from the sky, landing right in front of Mu Hong. The members of the Duanmu family saw this and cheered happily. "Awesome, the first master is a brilliant strategist." The old man held the treasure, still stained with blood, and said proudly, "By sacrificing my Duanmu family's heirloom, the blood-dissolving blade, I'm not afraid of dealing with a little punk like you." As he spoke, Mu Hong flew up on his sword and left, not forgetting to urge the remaining people, "Zhang Cheng is dead. This is not a place to stay long. Let's reorganize first, wait and see, and be ready to move at any time." At this moment, Zhang Cheng's soul returned to the system space. He read the announcement board, "Host death detected 1-3. Cause of death: assassinated by a spirit platform realm master, perpetrator unknown, creating survival plan, please wait." After reading, he still couldn't help but wonder, how did I die? A moment later a notification came from the system. Host's cultivation has been raised to the 4th stage of the spirit platform realm. Host has obtained a supreme grade spirit platform which has a suppressive effect on lower grade spirit platforms. Host is about to revive. After reading it, he immediately became excited. No need to summon others anymore. "System, you finally acted like a decent person." After reviving, he leisurely pointed forward and questioned, "Who ambushed me?" The other party, "Ambush? I'm a 69-year-old comrade." But there was no one in front of him, only a few leaves fluttering in the wind. Looking at this desolate scene, Zhang Cheng asked himself with a dazed expression, "Where is everyone? At least leave me some experience points." Zhang Cheng rubbed his head and said irritably, "Who the hell was it? You killed me fine, but you didn't even show your face. At least let me stab you a couple of times as thanks." As he spoke, he leapt up and left on his sword. He muttered as he walked, "Forget it, I still have 2 revivals left anyway. It won't affect my plan." Over at the Duanmu family, Mu Hong returned majestically under the watchful eyes of the crowd. A member of the Duanmu family stepped forward, clasped his hands and congratulated him. "Congratulations on the family head's return for eliminating a great evil for Feiyin Prefecture." Mu Hong proudly took out the treasure and said, "Go and have my blood-dissolving blade maintained. If I had known that Zhang Cheng was so weak I wouldn't have used the blood-dissolving blade." In the crowd, Duanmu Kai stepped forward and added, "Family head, it seems that Zhang Cheng's strength is indeed very weak. He relies entirely on the tiger demon for support." Mu Hong nodded and replied, I used my divine sense to probe him before killing him. He's just a piece of trash at the soul realm." As he spoke, the old man sat on the family head's chair and asked confidently, "Report, how is the situation at the Physique sect? Is the tiger demon still there?" Suddenly a disciple rushed into the ancestral hall from outside shouting, "Report." Mu Hong didn't know what was going on. He looked at him and asked, "What's with all the shouting? How can you be so improper?" The man immediately pointed outside and replied, "And not good, family head, that Zhang Cheng, he's not dead." Hearing this, the old man roared in shock, "What nonsense! I killed him with my own hands using the blood-dissolving blade." The disciple then waved a talisman, and Zhang Cheng's image immediately appeared. He said, "The scout has already reported that Zhang Cheng is still flying towards the cheery sect." Seeing this, Muhong's face darkened and he said in confusion, "Impossible, I clearly detected that he had stopped breathing. Could he have some kind of breath-holding secret technique?" "Seal the soul," Duan Mukai also asked frantically. "Family head, what should we do now?" Muhong frowned tightly, leapt up and replied, "I was careless. If I can't kill him in one go, I'll kill him again. I'd like to see how many lives he has." Duan Mukai below shouted a reminder, "Family head, take the blood-dissolving blade with you." Muhong didn't listen to his advice. He rode his flying sword and rushed out replying, "A piece of trash at the soul realm. Why would I need the blood-dissolving blade? I'll personally chop him into pieces." Zhang Cheng was unaware of this and was still happily flying towards the cheery sect. As he was walking, he suddenly heard someone shout, "Ghostly spring wind sword." Zhang Cheng turned his head in confusion and thought, where did this madman come from shouting a move name as soon as we meet? It was Muhong. The old man charged at Zhang Cheng with his sword and shouted, "Prepare to die." He reacted quickly, turned around and blocked the old man's sword. Then Zhang Cheng gave the old man the middle finger and sneered, shouting a slogan while ambushing. "How stupid," Muhong said with some panic. "Damn it, I couldn't hold back this time." Zhang Cheng stood opposite the old man and smiled dangerously. "I can tell you're so narcissistic you've gone mad. That's how you develop this conditioned reflex. Watch my performance and learn." As he spoke, he raised his sword in front of him and shouted, "Ghostly spring wind sword." Then he slashed forward fiercely and countless ice shards shot out, piercing towards Muhong. On the Mu family's side, the crowd saw this scene through the illusion and discussed it in surprise. How does this guy know my Duanmu family's secret art? And he has already cultivated it to the 8th level, the same as the current family head. A Mu family member suspiciously scanned the surrounding people and said, "There's a traitor among the higher-ups." The person next to him also shouted, "Who is it?" On Muhong's side, he shattered the ice shards around him and questioned through gritted teeth, "Zhang Cheng, who are you? Why did you secretly learn my Duanmu family's techniques?" The old man angrily pointed his sword at him and shouted, "Who is your accomplice? How long have you been infiltrating the Duanmu family?" Faced with the old man's questioning, Zhang Cheng just smiled calmly. "Ha, you old shameless thing, it was clearly your Duanmu family's ancestors who stole my Physique sex techniques and now you want to turn the tables. It seems your Duanmu family has a tradition of being shameless." Hearing these words, Muhong became even more furious and began to perform his moves, roaring, "How dare you insult my ancestors, unforgivable." Rolling spiritual energy gathered under the old man's feet to form a spiritual platform. Muhong proudly added, "Brat, my clan's technique is a Zon-grade spirit platform. Can this also be secretly learned?" On the Mu family's side, their expressions changed upon seeing this and they said excitedly, "The first master's spirit platform is a Zon-grade spirit platform, which is rare even in Qinglan Prefecture. If Zhang Cheng can also use a Zon-grade spirit platform, I'll eat this thing on the spot." On Zhang Cheng's side, he also quickly gathered a powerful spiritual force. As he did so, he said, "We don't understand this little trick either. It's just right to have you, an old man, help me appraise it." As soon as his voice fell, the spiritual platform was completed, and it emitted a powerful spiritual force. Seeing this, Muhong roared in shock, What? This is a divine-grade spirit platform." The members of the Mu family were equally shocked, no less than Muhong. This is exactly the same as the divine-grade spirit platform described in the classics. How is this possible?" One person couldn't believe his eyes and said, "Isn't the divine-grade spirit platform only a legend? Does a divine-grade spirit platform really exist in reality?" Zhang Cheng no longer hid his strength. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes and he roared word by word, "Let me show you what absolute power suppression is." As soon as his voice fell, Muhong trembled all over, held his head and screamed. His spiritual platform was also completely destroyed. On the Mu family's side, a spirit tablet suddenly shattered. Here, Muhong was also dead. Zhang Cheng looked at the old man and said with some disappointment, "Is that all?" He sat in front of Muhong's body and opened the notification panel to check. Great Sphere of Perfection 1, Ice Sword 1, Velvet Bone Armor 1, Superior Wood Spirit Stone 500, Excellent Pills 350. He scrolled down to continue checking. As he read, he thought, "The harvest is still not enough. It seems I'll have to destroy a few more sects." On the other side, in the Duanmu family, they watched this scene through the illusion and fell into silence. A guy broke the atmosphere. "The family head is dead." As soon as his voice fell, they began to stammer in panic, holding their heads and saying, "What do we do? What do we do?" "That Zhang Cheng is definitely coming after us," a guy suggested. "Why don't we go out and hide for a while?" Duanmu Kai stood up at this moment to comfort everyone. Quiet, quiet. We still have one more ace up our sleeve." He clenched his fist and said in a deep voice, "At this point we can only go and beg that real boss who is in charge." In a short while, Zhang Cheng had arrived at the foot of the Cheery Sect's mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a group of spectating cultivators were scattered around. Seeing him come alone, they all discussed in surprise. "This kid actually came here alone to die. Something's not right. The rumors say he's only at the Soul Division realm. That's all nonsense. Can a Soul Division realm practitioner destroy 4 major sects? He must be a spirit platform realm master." As soon as he flew into the main gate of the Cheery sect, Zhang Cheng heard someone cursing from below. "You brat Zhang Cheng, you think you can just barge into my Cheery sect? What a pipe dream." He was a little confused after hearing this. Soon a furnace blazing with flames appeared behind him. The spectating crowd below saw this and lamented, "HMPH, this Cheery sect still can't get rid of its stinking habit of posturing." The person next to him also echoed, "I really want to see how Sect Master Zhang will destroy them. In the blazing firelight, a disciple of the cheery sect said proudly, "Zhang Chang, this is my sect's 6th heavenly furnace formation. Only those who can survive in this formation are qualified to be disciples of my sect. If you want to sue for peace, stay in this formation for 2 hours first." Zhang Chang couldn't be bothered with nonsense. He responded by brandishing his sword. "A disciple, my ass. Are you treating me like an intern? I'm at the mentor level." After speaking, he killed 3 disciples of the cheery sect. Zhang Cheng's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he smiled arrogantly. "Who told you I was here to sue for peace?" After asking this question, he swung his sword, sending a huge wave of spiritual energy towards the flames, adding, "You want me to sue for peace, right? I'll raise you to the ground right now." The spectators here saw him acting so crazy and said, "Ah, he's crazy. Doesn't he know that the cheery sect is much stronger than those 4 major sects combined?" As he was breaking the formation, Zhang Cheng suddenly remembered something. He glanced back sideways and said, "That's right." He cast his gaze on the 6th heavenly furnace, then walked forward, raised his sword and prepared to destroy it, saying, "I wonder if this thing can be exchanged for points." As he said this, he had a change of heart, withdrew his sword, and instead used his hand to release ice towards it, causing the flames to gradually subside. Just then Wei Yan and the others came out. He loudly cursed Zhang Cheng, "Bastard, killing my sect's people, is this your sincerity in suing for peace?" As he spoke, he finally noticed the 6th heavenly furnace and said blankly, "Wait, you can actually..." At this moment, the heavenly furnace had completely lost its crimson flames, replaced by Zhang Cheng's ice-cold aura. Before Wei Yan could recover from his shock, Zhang Cheng had already shattered the heavenly furnace. As soon as it was destroyed, the system immediately popped up a prompt, "Successfully exchanged for 1,000 points. The current point total is 7,600. Seeing this, he excitedly shouted, "Aha, it can really be exchanged. I've made a huge profit." Seeing his frivolous attitude, Wei Yan was so angry that he pointed at him and cursed, "You shameless scoundrel, you killed my sect's people and destroyed my formation's eye. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Zhang Cheng was fearless and even replied with a mockingly cute expression, "Hey old man, you're so direct, I like it. Come and think of a way to kill me, the sooner the better." As soon as his voice fell, the system immediately popped up a reminder, directly asking others to kill oneself without resisting or clearly indicating an intentional release of water will be regarded as suicide. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng said in a panic, "Hey, alright, I get it. Only then did he become serious, drew his sword and said, "If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability." Without hesitation, Wei Yan drew his sword in a fury and shouted, "Wei Yan's sword technique." He unhesitatingly slashed a scorching sword aura towards Zhang Cheng, saying, "Take this." On his side, he fearlessly raised his sword, sneered, and then also slashed out a cold sword aura, blocking Wei Yan's flame. Seeing this scene, Wei Yan cried out in astonishment, "It's the Duanmu family's ghostly spring wind flame sword. You brat, you really have the Duanmu family backing you." The old man below saw this and cursed the Mu family with resentment. This bunch of scoundrels from the Duanmu family, so insidious and vicious. It turns out they were targeting my cheery sect from the very beginning. Zhang Cheng watched this group of people talking to themselves in confusion, and Wei Yan became even angrier and cursed him. "You little bastard, don't think that just because you have the Duanmu family backing you, my cheery sect is afraid of you." His anger grew more and more intense. "People of the Duanmu family, listen up. I know you're watching. After I kill this brat, I'll come for you to settle the score." Over at the Duanmu family, Mu Jie sneezed several times for no apparent reason. He quickly took out a handkerchief and while wiping his nose, he said to the person opposite him, "I just hope the cheery sect can luckily destroy that Zhang Cheng." Back at the cheery sect, a huge ring of fire appeared, spiraling. It condensed into a spirit platform surrounding Wei Yan, and he roared, "Die!" The disciples below immediately cheered excitedly. "It's here, the sect master's Zon-grade spirit platform. There are only a few people in the entire Qinglan prefecture who have a Zon-grade spirit platform." Soon, Zhang Cheng showed them what courtesy was. With a single point of his finger, a spirit platform appeared at his feet. The disciples of the cheery sect were stunned when they saw this scene. The onlookers below saw this dazzling light and said in confusion, "Hey, what's going on? Does anyone in the cheery sect have a supreme-grade spirit platform?" The person next to him immediately replied, "Could it be Sect Master Zhang?" Zhang Cheng kept teasing and provoking Wei Yan. When Wei Yan saw this scene, he was terrified. He suddenly felt a sharp pain all over his body, knelt on the ground and cried out, "Ah," he thought to himself, "this oppressive force is too strong." Zhang Cheng said no more, jumped off the spirit platform and walked towards Wei Yan. Someone saw this scene and shouted in surprise, "He can actually leave his own spirit platform, how arrogant." He ignored the other party's words, walked up and pinched Wei Yan's face, saying, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it." Wei Yan was not afraid at all, but rather said with some schadenfreude, "You crazy dog, you dare to leave your spirit platform. This is courting death." As he spoke, he laughed loudly and continued in Zhang Cheng's astonished gaze, "You will pay the price for your arrogance." He smiled triumphantly and added, "Bring about your own destruction." After hearing these words, Zhang Cheng panicked and stammered to the system, "Suicidal act, system, is this considered a suicidal act for me?" Zhang Cheng, sweating profusely with nervousness, asked again, "System, is this considered a suicidal act for me?" The system immediately popped up a prompt answering the host's question, "Unexpected situations do not count. 500 points will be deducted for completing the mission." After seeing this answer, he finally let out a sigh of relief and said, "Phew, that scared the hell out of me. While he was still breathing a sigh of relief, Wei Yan suddenly stood up in Zhang Cheng's astonished gaze. Taking him by surprise, he kicked him down and cursed, "Get lost!" Zhang Cheng fell backward and shouted, "Damn it, a sneak attack!" As he fell, Wei Yan ordered the disciples below, "Catch him, find a way to kill him quickly, don't let him recover." The people below also acted quickly, each holding a weapon. Seeing this scene, Zhang Cheng sighed, "Do you really need so many people? Brother Cheng, can I handle such a welcome?" As soon as he landed, this group of people shouted, "Kill him," and then rushed up to continuously attack him physically. Zhang Cheng endured the beating and cried out in pain, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Why are you guys so useless? Can't you be more direct?" This group of disciples had been beating him for a long time but didn't see Zhang Cheng die. They said angrily, "Damn it, his cultivation is too high, our attacks can't kill him quickly." The person next to them immediately suggested, "The Great Formation, use the Great Formation." After speaking, the disciples of the cheery sect scattered and surrounded Zhang Cheng. They simultaneously clasped their hands, released a stream of spiritual energy, and then gathered them together, forming a 6-ding heavenly thunder that was several times more powerful than the original. The onlookers also realized that something was wrong at this time and stammered, "That's," a person shouted. "My God, run, run." A disciple who was casting a spell also loudly warned his fellow disciples, "There are not enough Soul Division Realm disciples. All of you, retreat to the fireproof area to reduce the risk." After hearing this, the group of people quickly ran into the house. Scalding hot lava poured directly from the 6-ding heavenly thunder onto Zhang Cheng, causing him to complain with a pale face, "Still not acting human, you're going to roast me, right?" The lava flowed more and more, and the disciples were still trying their best to maintain the flow of lava. The flames had gradually spread below, and the rogue cultivators who were watching the show were also fleeing with their heads in their hands. A moment later, Zhang Cheng's body had been completely burned, leaving only a pile of ashes. On the spirit platform, Wei Yan frowned as he looked at Zhang Cheng's ashes and said, "HMPH, I hate two kinds of people the most. One is those who like to show off, and the other is those who prevent me from showing off." The disciples of the cheery sect said in unison, "Divine strategy, supreme wisdom, spirit platform. The sect master is mighty." At this time, Zhang Cheng returned to the system space again, reading the announcement, "Host death detected 2-3. Cause of death, killed by the sect protecting Grand Formation. Perpetrator, all the masters and disciples of the cheery sect. Creating survival plan, please wait." Zhang Cheng read and said, "But it's not going to be summoning Eye Tiger, is it? I should have known better than to be so proud. I probably could have destroyed them with the supreme grade spirit platform." The system popped up another prompt. "The host's heroic posture in the bloody battle has touched the souls of the 9 netherworld's invisible world. The host has gained the battle intent blessing of the 9 netherworld souls, increasing resistance power by 1 time, lasting for 3 minutes. After reading it, he asked himself blankly, "HMPH, what's this new trick?" Outside, Wei Yan was preparing to go to the Mu family to inform the various sects that Zhang Cheng was dead. "Disciples of the cheery sect, listen to my order. We will regroup for a short time and then follow me to the Duanmu family to settle the score." The disciples responded in unison, "Yes," but before they could leave, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was Zhang Cheng. His body was enveloped in a cold yin aura, his eyes were sharp and his smile was filled with the aura of death. He said, "Oh, I am Zhang Cheng now, and I've been blackened." As he spoke, he drew his sword, which was covered in demonic chi. Seeing this scene, Wei Yan's disciples screamed in terror, "He's not dead, this guy must be a monster." Zhang Cheng didn't waste any more words and slashed at them with a powerful sword move. As soon as the move was released, the immense power raised the people of the cheery sect to the ground. In a short while, only a ruin was left. The scene was desolate, and only Zhang Cheng remained. He looked at this scene and said with dissatisfaction, "I haven't even used my full strength and they've already fallen. I didn't even use 1 minute of the 3-minute hidden strength time, what a waste." After speaking, he leapt up and flew away, saying as he walked, "I must make good use of it." Those rogue cultivators still didn't know that the cheery sect had been destroyed and were still complaining, "This bunch of bastards from the cheery sect has caused innocent people to suffer. Ouch, it hurt so much, the shock gave me internal injuries." While they were wailing, one of them suddenly saw Zhang Cheng and said in surprise, "Zhang, Sectmaster Zhang, you're still alive?" Zhang Cheng looked at the rogue cultivators and said with a frown, "Listen up, all you rogue cultivators. The cheery sect has been destroyed by this sectmaster and will no longer harm Qinglan Prefecture." After hearing this, these people were dumbfounded and said, Is that true?" Seeing their disbelief, he smiled mysteriously and thought, "I can only speak with strength." Thinking of this, Zhang Cheng lightly slashed with his sword and then shouted, "Open for me." In an instant, a nearby mountain was split in two. Zhang Cheng proudly asked them, "Do you believe me now? How's the power of the battle intent?" Only then did those rogue cultivators believe him. They knelt and worshipped him, stammering, Sectmaster Yang's divine might is unparalleled. May he live as long as heaven and earth for eliminating the cancer that is the cheery sect. Sectmaster Yang's merits are immeasurable." After hearing this, he waved his hand with a satisfied expression and replied, "You're too kind, is that all? I thought it was real." Afterwards, Zhang Cheng returned to the cheery sect. Looking at the surrounding ruins, he said to himself, "Aha, the Cheery Sect is one of the strongest sects in Qinglan Prefecture. Is there anything good?" As he was muttering to himself, a sudden notification from the system startled him. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining 60 points. Current point 7,280. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 points. Current point 7,380. Upon receiving the points, Zhang Cheng trembled with excitement, holding his face and giggling. "What's going on? Why are the points increasing for no reason?" Zhang Cheng's eyes sparkled with a contemplative look. "System, what's happening?" Happiness came too suddenly. He listened joyfully to the system's notification. The host's act of hiding his strength has inspired numerous cultivators and disciples, earning 500 points for a total of 7,830. The Physique Sect host has just received a total of 160 points, raising the total to 7,990 points. Zhang Cheng said with a confident expression. "Aha, I knew the opportunity to hide my strength shouldn't be wasted, and there are unexpected gains." Then he sat among the treasures and sighed. The Cheery Sect is indeed a great sect. The spoils of war are truly abundant, a great harvest. At this moment he was surrounded by piles of gold, and the system kept popping up notifications. The host has obtained some defensive equipment, a sword, treasure clothes, a bracelet, 2 sets of cultivation techniques, a sword art and a fire art, as well as a large number of spirit stones and high-quality pills. The host can exchange a level 3 spirit vein for 20,000 points, and the remains of the 6-ding heavenly furnace formation for 10,000 points. Does the host agree? Zhang Cheng immediately agreed without hesitation. Exchange, I must exchange. Exchange successful. Current points, 38,850. A continuous stream of powerful energy from all directions poured into his body and was absorbed by him. Suddenly he realized something. It's not Big Yellow. Could it be? Zhang Cheng immediately activated his eye-opening ability and saw a 5-colored light pouring down from the sky. The heart of the new world has appeared. Zhang Cheng seized the opportunity and walked in. The scene switched to an ancient mountain gate. This place was surrounded by a thin layer of mist. Deep inside one could see a scene of Eye Tiger sitting on a chair enjoying the feeling of being pampered. Seeing this, Dan Tai asked him somewhat timidly, Tiger Lord, you said the Sect Master would summon you, but there's still no sign of it?" He immediately remembered those cold eyes and gloomy face. "Are you questioning me?" This made him so scared that he quickly explained, No, Tiger Lord, I'm just worried about the Sect Master's safety." After hearing this, Eye Tiger slowly spoke to the people behind him. "Don't worry, the teleportation array will appear soon. Your Sect Master can't do anything without me, the Tiger Lord." Then a large hand grabbed his clothes from behind, causing him to panic. "Ha ha ha, my composure, who's grabbing me by the neck again?" Before long he received a question from Zhang Cheng. "Cat, I guessed you wouldn't be standing guard properly. As expected, you came here to brag again. Do you want to be fired?" Eye Tiger struggled desperately and asked him, "Damn it, you shameless person, you're calling me out. Have you destroyed the Cheery Sect?" Then Zhang Cheng threw him violently to the ground and replied, "Destroyed." He tattled on him with a sharp tongue. "You can fool them, but you can't fool me. You're just a lowly soul division." He suddenly stopped and looked back in terror. "Wait," Eye Tiger pointed at him and questioned loudly, "You were clearly only at the Soul Division realm when you left. Why are you at the Spirit Platform realm now?" After hearing this, Zhang Cheng tilted his head back slightly, stuck his nose in the air and said, "I've told you before, I am an otherworldly expert. Don't look at me with your mortal eyes." But he still didn't believe it, and even talked back to him. "That's not right. Even if you have the cultivation of the Spirit Platform realm, you can't destroy the Cheery Sect," I heard them say. "The Cheery Sect has several elders at the Spirit Platform realm," Zhang Cheng thought with a mocking expression. "Why don't you go see for yourself?" Hearing this, Eye Tiger's pride was immediately aroused, and he turned to leave. "You think I don't dare to go? Just you wait, I'll expose you and make you lose face in front of the disciples." Then he was greatly shocked. How is this possible?" Eye Tiger was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. Not to mention his Spirit Platform realm, he jumped up in a panic and said nonstop, "Even with a Heaven's Mandate realm cultivation, facing a sect protecting grand formation of this level would take some effort. Could he really have hidden his cultivation so that even I couldn't discover it?" He was a little confused and said to himself, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. That's beyond the scope of an ordinary cultivator." At the same time, Big Yellow stuffed a lot of candy into his mouth. Behind them was a group of disciples brandishing their swords wildly, full set of level 5 equipment for everyone. Our Physique sect can be said to be the one and only in Qinglan Prefecture. No, in Kanglan continent, right? As soon as Eye Tiger landed, he heard Zhang Cheng's voice. "How was it, little tiger? I didn't lie to you, did I?" He suddenly became awkward and shyly said, "Sect Master Zhang is indeed talented and knowledgeable. I am impressed." After hearing this, Ling Han immediately brought up what had just happened. Just now he said that Sect Master Zhang destroyed the 4 major sects because of him. It turns out he was just bragging. The disciple behind her also echoed, Yeah. Dan Tai also did a 180-degree turn. Yeah, little tiger really knows how to praise himself." Faced with these words from everyone, he couldn't stand it and scolded loudly. "Damn it, they were calling me Tiger Lord just now, and now they've changed it to Little Tiger. This bunch of bootlickers." Zhang Cheng ignored him and turned to Big Yellow. "By the way, Big Yellow, Daddy has some extra good stuff here." The little girl immediately turned her face to look at him. Then he threw it into the air, making it glow. The little girl's eyes also lit up because of it. It was a fragment of the heart of the world. Nanny is so amazing. Afterwards, Big Yellow opened her mouth wide and ate it. Immediately, a hot-bodied young girl appeared, and everyone covered their eyes with their hands to block the dazzling light. Zhang Cheng was so shocked that he stuttered. Big Yellow has grown up. The dazzling light enveloped Big Yellow's jade-like body. Afterwards, the little girl turned back into a normal child. Big Yellow suddenly pounced into Zhang Cheng's arms, causing him to spit strawberry syrup from his mouth. Nanny is so good. Big Yellow has gotten heavier. Tiger was secretly afraid at this moment. This guy had become even more dangerous. He looked at the little girl and suggested, "Now I can upgrade the spirit vein again, right?" "That's right." Big Yellow flew out of his arms and agreed. Of course, Big Yellow will perform for Nanny now. Then, right after Zhang Cheng encouraged her, the little girl summoned her spiritual power. Go for it. The disciples here were all excited by the sparkling scene. Oh, a 4th grade spirit vein. The Duanmu family and the Qiri sect only have 3rd grade spirit veins. Our Physique sect has become the #1 grotto heaven and blessed land in Qinglin Prefecture. In contrast to everyone's excitement was his terror. The spirit vein has been upgraded. How is this possible? After speaking, Tiger glanced at the little girl who was celebrating alone and thought, my cave abode in the heavenly ghost region only has a 6th grade spirit vein, yet this little thing can forcibly create a 4th grade spirit vein in a place with such bad feng shui as Qinglin Prefecture. Zhang Cheng continued to pour candy into Big Yellow's mouth. Good daughter, I'll reward you with more spirit stones to eat. The little girl also opened her mouth wide and ate them. He asked himself angrily, what on earth is this little thing? In the Feiyan gang, at the 8 Clouds Hall, Mu Jie was in tears, pleading loudly, Young Master Qi, this is what happened. You must uphold justice for our Duanmu family. But he was kicked away by that foot. The man's aura was sharp and he asked with a slight frown, you bastard playing tricks on me. This person is the young master of the 8 Clouds Hall, Qi Chang. Immediately after, he bent down and said non-stop, Young Master Qi, this little one has not told a single lie, that Zhang Cheng really has a supreme grade spirit platform. Otherwise, how could my ancestors' Zon-grade spirit platform not only fail to suppress it but also be countered? Several elders of my Duanmu family saw it clearly, but Qi Chang still turned away nonchalantly, not forgetting to order his subordinates. It's all nonsense. Attendants, see the guest out. Hearing this, they quickly obeyed. Yes, despite this, Ming Jie still cried and pleaded, Young Master Qi, I implore you to take action and protect my Duanmu family. Young Master Qi. After he left the room, Qi Chang began to glance at the other side and softly probed. Uncle Lu, what do you think? The person he was probing quickly replied, I've also heard about that tiger demon. The old man with white hair and beard slowly said, For a human to destroy a sect like Qiri sect, even if the Lord himself were to act, I'm afraid it would be difficult to escape unscathed. He was an elder of the council, Lu Zhang, from the inner sect of the 8 Clouds Hall. Qi Chang frowned tightly and began to guess. You mean that tiger demon's cultivation may be even higher than the Hall Masters? Lu Zhang immediately confirmed, Yes, after all, rumors and Duanmu Tai both say that the tiger demon is at the Tiger King level. We must be cautious about this matter and not cause trouble. These words made him hesitate. Seeing this, the old man firmly shared his opinion. In my opinion, it's better to report to the Hall Master and follow his decision. Suddenly Qi Shang spoke again. Elder Lu, wait, Qi Shang has a brilliant idea. Then the old man turned around and said, Oh, 2 days later while fishing, Zhang Cheng shouted, System, show your grandpa how many points I have. The system quickly displayed. Luo Yuan, Zhang Hong Yin, Xiaoshui, Ji Lingen and Dan Tai have accumulated points through cultivation. The current total is 40,231. His face was beaming with confidence, thinking that he could earn points without doing anything, experiencing the happiness of being a mine owner. Suddenly, Dan Tai appeared from behind him and reported, Sect Master, the initiation ceremony is all set. We're just waiting for you, he replied with a smile. A new batch of leaks has arrived. Let's go, let them admire this Sect Master's heroic bearing. At the same time, the disciples were all gathered in front of the study hall. Dear leaders, distinguished guests, senior brothers and sisters, we joyfully welcome the first initiation ceremony of the Physique sect since its reconstruction. These two people started whispering. The spiritual energy concentration here is that of a 4th grade spirit vein. Impossible, right? Qinglin Prefecture has a 4th grade spirit vein. Then the others also started chattering, showing no signs of stopping. There's no mistake, I've been to the Qiri sect. The Qiri sect's 3rd grade spirit vein is far inferior to this place. Only one beautiful lady paid no attention to these things. This lady's name was Lin Ning. Luo Yuan announced with a smile. Quiet. First, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome our handsome and mighty Sect Master Zhang. Ling Han and Xiaoshui scrambled to flatter him. The Sect Master is tenacious and unyielding, raising our blood sugar. The Sect Master is tenacious and unyielding, raising our blood sugar. The Sect Master is tenacious and unyielding, raising our blood sugar. Everyone finally quieted down. A man stood on a high place and said loudly, All of you who have passed the assessment are all young people with extraordinary qualifications. The official disciple acceptance ceremony will now begin. Immediately after, a young man holding a flower confessed to her, Lin Ning, I am willing to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Seeing this, Xiaoshui pushed his butt with her butt and urged, Go old pervert, please get lost. Lin Ning, don't mind him, take me as your master, it's more convenient for us girls. As soon as she finished speaking, Tan Suong pushed the two of them away. Lin Ning, don't mind them, choose me, I am the #1 six-pack in the Physique sect. Hearing this, he couldn't help but argue with him. Stop talking nonsense. I am the most affectionate person in Qinglan Prefecture. Lin Ning tilted her head slightly, puzzled by this meaningless argument. Get out of the way, don't fight over mine, let her choose for herself. Those people showed no signs of stopping but instead commented with tears in their eyes. This is the treatment a genius gets. This is too real, at least consider our feelings. Lin Ning said in a low voice. Elders, I'm sorry, but Lin Ning already has someone in mind. When everyone heard this, they all blamed her. How can you be so disrespectful? At least consider our feelings. In the crowd, Qi Shang was glancing back and observing. Suddenly he felt a wave of terror and thought, that's the tiger demon, its cultivation is indeed unfathomable. A thought sparked in Qi Shang's mind. A brand new insider had just been born. In Qi Shang's eyes, tiger was now no different from a treasure. If it belonged to him, then the position of Hall Master of the Eight Clouds Hall would be his and his alone. While lost in thought, he was completely unaware of someone behind him. That person had to feign a cough. Ahem. As soon as he turned around, Dandai extended a friendly hand. Young man, you haven't chosen a master yet, have you? I am willing to take you as my disciple. You can become a disciple. His face immediately darkened, followed by an awkward laugh. This, he sneered inwardly. You fatso, who are you calling a young man? I am the young master of the Eight Clouds Hall, an expert at the 8th level of the spirit platform realm. To be my master, even your sect master is not worthy. Zhang Cheng put on a professional smile and thought, calm down, a person who does great things must learn to be patient. Then he bowed with his hands clasped together and said, Thank you for your kindness, elder, but Dan Tai shouted sharply. Me what? Are you trying to be like Lin Ning, trying to put on airs? She is a once-in-a-century genius. You, a weakling who got the second-to-last score on the test, think you're worthy? Can you choose a master? Hearing these words, he cursed inwardly. You fatso, just you wait, even if you die in an accident in the toilet tomorrow. But Qi Shang still suppressed his anger. The elder's lesson is right, he thought. And then a cold aura emanated from him. It's settled then. You'll be called Qi Shang. From now on, you're my disciple. Don't worry, follow me and you'll have your benefits. Luo Yuan announced loudly, All right, the initiation ceremony officially begins. Many people flocked in. The first was Wei Miao. She clasped her hands together and bowed 90 degrees. Wei Miao pays her respects to the sect master. The system panel immediately popped up displaying her information. Wei Miao, mediocre aptitude, mortal body. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 points. The current point total is 40,251. Zhang Cheng welcomed her happily. Very good. Once you enter the Physique sect, you are family. Take these welcome gifts. From now on, you must cultivate diligently and revitalize the sect. Hearing this, she couldn't help but reply happily, Thank you, Sect Master. Soon, a thought appeared in Wei Miao's mind. To receive a welcome gift upon entering the sect, it truly has the style of a great sect. It seems I've made the right choice. Then Xiao Shui handed her a box, to which she responded, Thank you, Elder Shui. As soon as she opened it, a ray of light shot directly into Wei Miao's face. This is, people below began to discuss among themselves. What kind of welcome gift is so astonishing? Could it be high-grade spirit stones? What are you thinking? Do the sect's resources just fall from the sky? It's already quite good to be given mid-grade spirit stones just after joining. Then she took out a square circle ring from the box which contained many high-grade spirit stones and high-quality pills. And there's more. Next was a 4th-grade spiritual weapon, the silver sword, a cold steel sword, and a piece of 4th-grade inner armor, the silver silk armor. Wei Miao was overjoyed, but she still tried hard to control her emotions. I can't take it anymore, my little heart can't handle it. This is too unexpected. Seeing this, one person whispered to the person next to them, giving a 4th-grade treasure upon entry, isn't that something only elders are qualified to wear? That Wei Miao, her test scores were only average. On what basis does she deserve such a generous welcome gift? The system panel immediately popped up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15 points. Current points 40,266. The second person came forward. Du pays his respects to the sect master. Immediately he rejoiced in his heart. This leak disciple is quite good, I must harvest more. Very good, very good. And he also received the same box as Wei Miao. When Du took out that sparkling square circle ring, he was stunned. A storage ring, spirit stones and immortal pills, a 4th-grade treasure. I get a share too, so everyone gets one. The system continued to pop up prompts. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15 points. Current points 40,301. Zhang Cheng was so happy his smile was wide and couldn't be hidden. Excellent, you must work hard. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 25 points. Current points 40,326. The crowd suddenly started shouting nonsensically. Oh, long live the Physique sect. The sect master is domineering and mighty, taking off. Immersed in joy, he only then noticed the girl in front of him. She bowed to him like the others. Lin Ning pays her respects to the sect master. As soon as her voice fell, the system popped up her information. Lin Ning, age 15, human, constitution. Hidden phoenix bloodline, cultivation. True origin realm, comprehensive evaluation. Exceptionally talented. A once-in-a-millennium genius, Zhang Cheng was instantly stunned. What the hell is this hidden phoenix bloodline again? The system immediately answered the host's question. The hidden phoenix bloodline is one of the branches of the 4 divine beast bloodlines. If one cultivates a dark attribute cultivation technique, the dark attribute talent can be gradually awakened. He understood immediately. Aha, another exceptionally talented high-quality girl, Ling Han whispered in his ear. Sect Master, she's the top scorer of this initiation assessment. He quickly responded. Very good, first place deserves a reward. Xiao Shui's eyes lit up, understood. Lin Ning looked at the items in the box as if she had been petrified. A large square circle ring, and then she picked up the sword, a 5th-grade spirit sword and immortal clothes, the 9-section crimson iron sword and the emerald bamboo immortal clothes. Those boys were stunned when they saw this scene. A 5th-grade treasure. In other sects, only inner sect elders and the sect master are qualified to use 5th-grade treasures, and it's being given as a welcome gift for new disciples. Zhang Cheng said in a low voice. This is the 9-section crimson iron sword and the emerald bamboo immortal clothes. They are 5th-grade treasures I obtained from the Cheery sect. They happen to match your attributes, don't mind them, just make do with them for now. Immediately she bowed 90 degrees and confessed, this disciple wouldn't dare. Thank you, Sect Master. Qi Shang, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but be shocked by this. What on earth is this guy up to? My 8 Clouds Hall is considered a first-rate sect in Feiyan Prefecture, and even we wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. A small sect like his dares to do this, and there's that 4th-grade spirit vein. Then he cast his gaze towards Zhang Cheng. What kind of opportunity is hidden behind this guy named Zhang Cheng? Next, it was his turn. Disciple Bai Shang pays his respects to the sect master. Strangely, this time he was silent and unresponsive at this moment. The thoughts of the two were, why hasn't the system prompted yet? Why isn't this guy speaking yet? Zhang Cheng's face darkened and he began to guess. The system didn't prompt, which means this guy is not sincerely submitting. He immediately waved his hand and said, your path is not here. Leave immediately, my Physique sect will not accept you. This made Qi Shang question in panic. Why? He answered lazily. No reason, I just don't like the look of you. He thought through gritted teeth. Damn you, I am an 8th-level spirit platform realm expert, condescending to come here and endure all this humiliation. And you, Tiger put his hand on his shoulder from behind, his eyes cold. All right, are you going to walk out on your own or shall I help you? As soon as he saw it, Qi Shang refused in terror. Ahem, I'll go myself. Then, just as he reached the door, he glanced back. Just you wait. Afterwards, a delusional thought appeared in Qi Shang's mind. I will make you pay a heavy price now. Everyone's gaze was expectantly cast upon Lin Ning. Seeing her bewildered expression, Luo Yuan spoke up. Lin Ning, quickly choose an elder to be your master. Hearing this, she spoke without hesitation. Sect Master, I want to take you as my master. But Lin Ning was immediately rejected by Zhang Cheng. Hey, no, I'm still a minor. 3 years minimum. 10 years is the baseline. No. Then Ling Han came forward and said in a sharp tone, messing up the seniority, what kind of system is this? He echoed, right, we can't be reckless. Zhang Cheng will never be a lolicons. I'll wait another 2 years for you. She looked at Lin Ning and explained with all her might. Sect Master, waiting another 2 years won't work either. If she takes you as her master, wouldn't she directly become an elder? What would the other disciples think? Hearing Ling Han's words, he raised his hand to signal for silence. Taking a disciple. Afterwards, Zhang Cheng spoke calmly. Elder Ling is right. Although we are in a period of expansion, we must still have basic human morals. Ning, be good and take Elder Ling as your master. Then Lin Ning put her hand on her chest again and refused bluntly. She is not worthy. She will be surpassed by me sooner or later. Only the sect master is my true master. Her words immediately infuriated Ling Han. Lin Ning, you are too insolent. Don't think that just because you have a little talent, you can look down on others. Then she said loudly, wait until you surpass me first, then we can talk about taking the sect master as your master. In response to her was Lin Ning's sarcastic tone. It's a deal. Ling Han's eyebrows furrowed slightly and she responded sharply, it's a deal. Then the two looked at each other with cold eyes. Seeing the situation was too tense, Zhang Cheng spoke up. Hey, can you respect this sect master? Are you two treating me like a prize? He sighed softly, thinking this was truly a drama of 3 women. Hearing this, she was dumbfounded. How am I involved in this? Then he leaned back lazily in his chair. The disciple recruitment is over. I've made a good start. Next up is the points harvesting team. Comfortable. Tiger stood in the distance with its hands on its hips, smacking its lips. Tisk, little Chungza, you've really stolen the show today. Seeing its nonchalant attitude, he reminded it. Little Tiger, you're not standing guard properly again. Dereliction of duty. Believe it or not, I'll fire you. But it scoffed at him sharply. HMPH, still threatening me when you're about to die. Don't say Tiger Lord didn't tell you. That guy you drove away today has a cultivation of the 8th level of the spirit platform realm, even higher than yours. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but ask curiously, how is it possible to hide one's cultivation? Tiger glanced back, then whispered, he used a little trick to deceive you all, but he can't deceive me. Zhang Cheng's face changed immediately. So you're saying he's a spy? Tiger crossed its arms and said with a gloating expression, you boy are even better at pretending than me. You must have offended some power in Feiyan Prefecture again. They're coming to get you again. Hearing this, his expression began to turn grim. Just a casual spy has an 8th level spirit platform realm. I've offended another major sect. In contrast, it thought with a disdainful expression. Haha, I'll take this opportunity to threaten him, break my contract, destroy the remaining summoning talismans, and I'll be free again. Ha ha! Tiger's eyes turned cold and its body suddenly expanded, exuding a menacing aura as it said, he hasn't gone far, I'll go hunt him down now as long as you're willing. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng panicked and quickly stopped him. Hey, no, he calmly persuaded. He hasn't caused any damage. He just came to scout. There's no need to kill him. It looked at him with a meaningful gaze. HMPH, this kid knows the other party is strong, so he's acting so cowardly. This is a bit out of character. Why don't I take this opportunity to set him up? A vision of Tiger being worshipped by Xiaoshui, Ling Han, and Zhang Cheng appeared, accompanied by its suggestive words. Ahem, as long as you agree to be a believer of Tiger Lord and let Big Yellow and the others serve me too, Tiger Lord will find and eliminate that kid and the force behind him for you. How about it? But then Zhang Cheng sternly refused. Hey, I'm warning you, do your job as a security guard. Don't meddle, okay? Then he immersed himself in his own fantasy. Tisk, this great power is probably much stronger than the Cheery sect. I'm really looking forward to it. Tiger was immediately so scared by him that it stepped back 2 meters. This kid is getting more and more perverted. He must have some serious illness. The scene switched to the 8 Clouds Hall. At this moment, Qi Sheng pushed open the door with a sullen face. Seeing him return, Lu Zhang guessed that the plan had failed. Just as I said, it failed. Hearing this, Lu Zhang began to ponder. I didn't expect that tiger demon to be so powerful. Even such a perfect spirit sealing technique was seen through by it. Qi Sheng said in a low voice, if that tiger demon had seen through it, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to come back. The old man was somewhat confused by what he said. Then why did it fail? His face flushed and his eyes were cold. That Zhang Cheng, stubborn, arbitrary and eccentric, he drove me away with a single I don't like the look of you, which infuriated me. If I weren't wary of that tiger demon, I would have made their sect suffer a river of blood. The old man's lips curled up slightly, and he calmly replied, no matter how strong Zhang Cheng of the Physique sect is, he can't withstand the siege of several major sects in Feiyin Prefecture. Immediately he reminded sharply, Elder Lu, have you forgotten about that tiger demon? Why don't we let the sect take the risk and be cannon fodder while we ourselves fight? On the contrary, our vitality will be greatly damaged, which is not worth it at all. Lu Zong's face became grave and he stroked his beard with his hand. That's not right either. Who said our 8 Clouds Hall must participate in the siege? Hearing this, Qi Shang also began to understand the old man's intention and echoed, you mean while Zhang Cheng is in chaos we will nominally go to support them, infiltrate their ranks, gain their trust, and then when they are unprepared? Then the old man showed a cruel smile. He, young master, this is why I chose to assist you. In a small town in Qinglan Prefecture, a notice read, the Physique sect has successively wiped out 5 major sects with cruel means, running rampant and causing devastation in Qinglan Prefecture, putting everyone in danger. The 5 prefectures and 8 sects will form an alliance from now on to crusade against the Physique sect, in order to save all the mortals and cultivators of Qinglan Prefecture from their plight. The villagers gathered around reading and discussing. Save us from our plight? Why don't I feel like I'm in any plight? Some people expressed their dissatisfaction. Yeah, after the Cheery sect was destroyed, our lives as rogue cultivators have become much better. These scumbag sects must be seeing that the Physique sect is developing too fast and threatening them. But only one person was excited. HMPH, Sect Master Zhang is invincible. These clownish sects are just seeking their own destruction. Immediately, he was mocked by another person. You should have a limit to your bragging. Those 8 sects are the top major sects of all the prefectures in Feiyin Prefecture. No matter how strong the Physique sect is, can it withstand the joint attack of the 8 sects? A person ran over in a hurry, announcing loudly, over there, they're fighting. It seems that the people of the Physique sect have been beaten. The 8 major sects are preparing to join forces against the Physique sect. Everyone, Mu Jie asked in a low voice, what do you all think of this siege? The Duanmu family, the elders sat at the table. A man with white hair and beard asked hoarsely in return, what else can we think? The young master of the 8 Clouds Hall gave the order, who dares to disobey? He was the sect master of the Zufeng sect in Chang'an Prefecture, Taoist Zhu Luo. A second person also continued, it's also good to punish that Physique sect. They've been too flamboyant lately, even recruiting people from our Tianing Prefecture. He was the master of Jianing Fort in Tianing Prefecture, Donghai. Poaching people across prefectures, not following the rules, must be taught a lesson. Suddenly, another old man also flared up in agreement. That's right, there was a genius girl in Bailong Prefecture. My Jinglong Manor proposed marriage many times, but I didn't expect her to break off the engagement and go to the Physique sect. He was the master of Jinglong Manor in Bailong Prefecture, Long Zhenshan. Even if the 8 Clouds Hall didn't give the order, my Long family would have to seek an explanation from them. Hearing this, Mu Jie said loudly, good, since that's the case, we'll prepare a celebratory feast here and wait for Manor Master Long's triumphant return. Seeing this, Donghai's face showed obvious joy. Good, I wish Jinglong Manor a great victory. Zhu Luo also quickly said, yes, such a good opportunity to show off has been snatched by Brother Long. Never mind. Brother Long is upright and righteous and deserves the first credit. Chen Chu was suddenly at a loss, not having reacted yet. It's not. A sudden burst of applause rang out. Manor Master Long is indeed heroic, a panicked voice said to that person. Young Master Qi, you've arrived, Qi Shang calmly spoke. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble Manor Master Long to be the vanguard this time. He immediately reminded him a little loudly. A young Master Qi, this matter needs to be discussed further. Immediately, a murderous aura emanated. Is Manor Master Long trying to disobey an order? Genshin was so scared that he quickly replied, I wouldn't dare, it's just, he frowned slightly. No need to say more, you be the vanguard, you don't need to fight for real, just challenge and test their strength to lure out that tiger demon. You can just scatter, after it's done your Jinglong Manor will be the first to receive credit. The Eight Clouds Hall will never treat a meritorious official unfairly. He thought with tears streaming down his face, this mouth of mine, why did I have to say so much? At the same time, Luo Yuan suddenly ran over in a hurry. Sect Master, it's bad. Zhang Cheng immediately noticed and calmly asked, what's all the panic about? He thought to himself. Oh, they're here to offer their heads so soon, he reported out of breath. The 8 major sects are preparing to besiege us. They are now searching all over the world to fight the disciples of our Physique sect. 2 disciples have already been injured. I Tiger hid behind the door and heard everything. A little brat, wait for your death. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng loudly ordered, quickly inform the disciples not to go out. If anyone comes to invade, wait for me and Little Tiger to block them. Yes, Luo Yuan immediately pointed over there and began to move quick. The sect master has an order. Close the mountain gate. All disciples remain in the sect and are not allowed to go out without permission. Inside, Zhang Cheng was laughing with his mouth wide open. The 8 major sects, and it was still there observing him. Seeing him so desperate and broken, I actually feel a little sorry for him. Then I Tiger put its hand on his shoulder. Kid, don't be discouraged. Just stay in the sect and serve your sentence. Tiger Lord will protect you. Then a loud voice came. Zhang Cheng, you dog thief, come out and die. Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up and he responded, coming. He used his internal energy and flew into the sky under its gaze. Yeehaw. Is this kid crazy? Genshin and his men gradually approached. Ling Han couldn't help but be surprised by the person leading the group. That's Long Genshin. He waited for Zhang Cheng with a solemn expression. Ling Han immediately turned her gaze to Lin Ning and questioned, Long Genshin of Jinglong Manor in Bailong Prefecture, have you met him? She lowered her head and answered timidly, yes, the Long family pressured my father and proposed marriage many times. I didn't want to marry, so I fled here. They came here probably for me. Then Lin Ning used her internal energy and jumped up. She fearlessly went straight to the point. Manor Master Long, I'll go with you. Please let go of the Physique sect. Below, as she gradually walked towards them, she desperately ordered Lin Ning to come back. Lin Ning, come back. Genshin was surprised by her actions at this moment. HMPH, this silly girl delivered herself to my door just right for a hostage, finally. Zhang Cheng also appeared. As soon as he spoke, everyone's gaze turned to him. Nonsense, I'm only a little late and you're already trying to get yourselves killed. Get back now. As soon as he arrived, everyone cheered. We swear to live and die with the sect. Sect Master, give the order, let's take back Lin Ning. Zhang Cheng was bewildered by their words. Take back Lin Ning? After clearing everything up, he found that Lin Ning was slowly walking towards that person. Holy crap! Zhang Cheng stretched out his hand, used his spiritual power and then curled his fingers. Lin Ning was instantly pulled back. A romantic drama scene unfolded. Lin Ning was now in his arms. Sect Master, he sighed helplessly. You really are a handful. Then she quickly got down, her cheeks flushed. He shouted loudly, Little Tiger, are you still watching the show? Get to work. Tiger appeared with a cold gaze and yelled reproachfully, you're yelling at me again. We're not even within the sect's territory yet. When those people saw it coming, they were so scared and shocked that they were speechless. It's that tiger demon. Retreat quickly. It waved its hand. Go to hell. An explosion occurred where they were, catching them off guard. The ground gradually cracked in two and the flames from underground were gradually revealed. Those disciples were so shocked they couldn't speak. After the aftershock, the smoke and dust cleared, revealing the ground that had been split into several pieces. In another place, several elders were exclaiming while watching the live broadcast, Holy crap, this tiger demon's cultivation is at least at the 9th level of the Heaven's Mandate realm. Contrary to their fear, Zhang Cheng was kicking Tiger's butt on this side. The disciples looked at the scene in front of them dumbfounded. Sect Master, what are you doing? Tiger turned around holding its butt and asked loudly, Damn it, why did you kick me? He glared at it and answered angrily, Why did I kick you, causing so much destruction? Are you from a demolition team? It jumped up and retorted, You didn't say whether to protect them or not, you're being picky. Ignoring its words, Zhang Cheng said stingily, The damage caused will be deducted from your cat food. Seeing its food being deducted, Tiger immediately cursed in dissatisfaction. Damn it, you want the horse to run but you don't want to feed it. It threw a tantrum. You've exploited all my surplus value, you heartless boss. I want arbitration. That childish appearance was all seen by the several old men on the other side. An old man said in a speechless tone, That tiger demon and the sect master are arguing. Qi Sheng stroked his chin and pondered. It seems that the relationship between that sect master and the tiger demon is not as solid as a rock. In that case, Zhu Luo immediately understood and continued. We'll lure that Zhang Cheng out and finish him off outside the protection range of the tiger demon's sect. Then that tiger demon will naturally belong to you, young master. Outside, a group of female disciples were screaming nonstop, facing such a terrifying tiger demon. Sect master cannot be afraid and even dares to reprimand it, which shows the sect master's greatness even more. The sect master is mighty. Ling Han also excitedly echoed. The Sect Master is tenacious and unyielding, truly majestic. Seeing that he had gotten the upper hand, Tiger glared at him. I do the dirty and tiring work and you get all the credit. If it weren't for that damn contract I would have destroyed you first. Seeing the tiger demon so angry, Zhang Cheng added a few sarcastic remarks to liven up the atmosphere. I love how you can't stand me but can't do anything about it. After this provocation, Tiger was so angry that it was fuming. You just wait, once the 3-year period is up and those gangs want to destroy you, I'll just watch you die. Suddenly, System Dad popped up to report the mission progress. Reward 80,000 points, current points 121,426. Main mission, unify the 3 realms, own a sect famous in Feiyin Prefecture. Zhang Cheng was also surprised to hear this. Oh, an unexpected gain. His attitude immediately took a 360-degree turn. He ran over and hugged Tiger, chirping like a little bird. Little Tiger is so awesome, you just casually showed your hand and earned me such a large sum of money. It was also very comfortable being petted, but soon Tiger covered its own mouth. Damn it, no purring allowed. With that, it pushed Zhang Cheng aside and pouted, bastard, don't think that a few nice words will make me change my mind. At the same time, System Dad also told him some good news. System upgrade, system level 4, current skill, daily resurrection 3 times, random survival plan, consume points to forcibly raise a target to the highest realm, target quantity 1, cooldown 1 month. Such a good deal. Zhang Cheng hurriedly clicked upgrade. After receiving confirmation, the system's mechanical voice sounded again. The next level will add a new skill. The host can consume points to transform into any target. The cooldown is 3 days. Note, the transformation target must have been seen by the host in person. Besides the target's strength, it can perfectly simulate all other characteristics of the target. Zhang Cheng was drooling with joy after hearing this. A transformation ability, tisk tisk tisk, I'm so excited. I can use it to frame others or to pretend to be weak. He looked at Ling Han and Luo Yuan thinking, I'll try this upgrade skill first. A prompt immediately appeared above her head. Upgrade targets cultivation, soul-splitting realm level 1, spirit platform realm level 1, consumes 30,000 points. As for Luo Yuan, the prompt was, upgrade targets cultivation, chi gathering realm level 4, soul-splitting realm level 4, consumes 3,000 points. Seeing the system being so blatant, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but sigh. Damn, Ji Lingen costs 30,000 points at once, that's too expensive. Maybe I should upgrade Luo Yuan first. Then he thought of the scene of his underlings chirping Brother Cheng. No, Zhang Cheng immediately rejected his previous thought. No, I should give the first upgrade to a girl, otherwise if people mistake me for liking male disciples that would be troublesome. His gaze swept over to Xiaoshui. Upgrade targets cultivation, chi gathering realm level 5, soul splitting realm level 5, consumes 3,000 points. Zhang Cheng smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. Cher still has the best value for money. Let's do it. He immediately called out, Cher, come here for a moment. She walked over in confusion. Ah, Sect Master, you called for me. Zhang Cheng placed his hand on her forehead and said, Cher, you're one of the first elders. I've always seen your silent contributions. Hearing this nonsense, Xiaoshui was full of questions. What have I contributed? He ignored her reaction and continued. So I've decided to use an immortal technique to raise your cultivation by a major realm. Hearing Zhang Cheng's words, Tiger stood by and sneered. Kid, do you feel uncomfortable if you don't show off? You can even make such a boast. Let's see how you'll clean this up. Ignoring his idle chatter, Zhang Cheng simply said softly, upgrade. Instantly a blue light enveloped Xiaoshui's body. The next second she was shocked to find my cultivation. Luo Yuan was dumbfounded, stammering, G, Senior Sister G, I can't see Senior Sister G's cultivation level anymore. You take a look, is it real? Ling Han affirmed. That's right, she's already at the 5th level of the soul-splitting realm. Seeing this scene, Xiaoshui couldn't help but fantasize. Could it be that I've unintentionally defeated Senior Sister G and Lin Ning to become the Sect Master's most favored female disciple? I'm doomed. After being slapped in the face, Tiger looked crestfallen. How is this possible? I've never heard of such a technique in this world. Zhang Cheng saw this reaction clearly. He turned his head and began to boast. Little Tiger, you are after all a mortal demon. How could you have seen my immortal abilities? Behave yourself and maybe one day when I'm happy, I'll raise your realm too. It thought it made sense. If that's the case, I could be considered a big brother in the Sky Demon domain. Then those chicks from the Ice Rabbit and Silver Moon clans would be all over me, wouldn't they? But Tiger immediately shook its head repeatedly. No, this kid must be lying to me. Even if this is some lost secret art he got from somewhere, it's absolutely impossible to raise the cultivation of someone weaker than himself. Phew, thank goodness I'm smart or I would have been tricked by him. Wouldn't being his mount for 3 years be a huge loss? Zhang Cheng said smugly. Alright, I'm going to settle scores with the remaining 7 sects. Little Tiger, you be good and stay home. Seeing him boasting too much, Tiger panicked. What, are you tired of living? Ignoring it, he lifted his foot and flew away. Zhang Cheng flew through the sky on his sword. He saw a group of people approaching from a distance. HMPH, why are they attacking so quickly? Qi Shang saw him and said, Elder Lu, look, that's Zhang Cheng. Qi Shang shouted loudly, Sect Master Zhang, it's dangerous outside. Many sects are preparing to attack you, Zhang Cheng asked, puzzled. Who are you? He introduced himself. I am Qi Shang, the young master of the Eight Clouds Hall in Feiyin Prefecture. I represent the Eight Clouds Hall to seek justice for Sect Master Zhang. Zhang Cheng recognized him somewhat in his heart. Isn't this guy the Yun Shang I drove away before? Does he think I can't tell? Qi Shang felt something was wrong and transmitted his voice. Elder Lu, I can't feel that tiger demon nearby. Soon he received a reply. That tiger demon indeed didn't follow. It's still within the Physique sect. Hearing this, Qi Shang immediately had the intention to kill. In that case, shall we just kill him here? The old man saw that he was too reckless and dissuaded him. No, he has an incomprehensible power. It might be a trap. It's better to be cautious and proceed according to the plan. Qi Shang smiled and said, the 8 major sects of Feiyin Prefecture are used to being evil. Seeing your Physique sect developing so rapidly, it's inevitable that they would feel jealous. But don't worry, Sect Master Zhang, now that I, the young master of the 8 Clouds Hall, am stepping in to mediate, those 8 major sects will have to give me some face, Zhang Cheng replied. Thank you, but I refuse. The two were speechless at his words. Why isn't he following the script? Qi Shang hurriedly persuaded. No, the dozens of spirit platform realm masters from the 8 major sects are on their way. For you to come out so swaggeringly, aren't you just seeking death? He was still very calm and answered handsomely. That's right, I am seeking death. Seeing them dawdling, he got straight to the point. Are you going to destroy me or not? If not, I'm leaving. The two were stunned by such a strange question and stood there dumbfounded. Ignoring their expressions, Zhang Cheng swept past like the wind, leaving a sentence behind. Farewell. Qi Shang watched his retreating figure and thought hatefully, what on earth is this kid up to? Lu Zhang, seeing this situation for the first time, also stammered, I can't see through him either. Let's follow and see. The scene switched to the encampment of the 8 major sects. A person rushed into the main hall and shouted, Family head, that Zhang Cheng is attacking. Soon a voice sounded, Didn't they say it was just for show? I don't want to provoke that tiger demon. Hearing this news, the group fell into chaos. I retreat quickly. Zhan Si looked at this group of worthless fellows and flicked his sleeves, leaving. He rode his sword at the front, followed by a panicked mob of rabble. Run, damn it, don't block me. Seeing the chaotic situation, Zhu Luo spoke up. Everyone calm down, calm down. He unleashed his spiritual power, turned around and said, That tiger demon is not nearby. Only Zhang Cheng came alone, a disciple asked doubtfully. Really? Zhu Luo shouted menacingly. Since it's only him, what are we afraid of? Come follow me to meet the enemy. After speaking, he led a group of people to face Zhang Cheng, preparing for a great battle. Zhu Luo pointed at his face and shouted, Zhang Cheng, you arrogant brat, we haven't even gone to find you and you've delivered yourself to our door. Zhang Cheng picked his nose and looked at him carelessly. A bunch of cowards. If I hadn't come to find you, you wouldn't have the guts. Hearing this, Mu Jie was angry in his heart but still afraid. You, surname Zhang, you came alone. Where's that tiger demon? Zhang Cheng pointed to his own face and retorted, tiger demon, all you know is the tiger demon. I am the sect master of the Physique sect. A chilling murderous aura emanated from his body. I am your nightmare. While he was showing off, he was suddenly ambushed. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed in shock, Zhan Si, what are you doing? Are you trying to get us all killed? Zhan Si was also panicked. Oh no, occupational hazard. I couldn't help it. Zhang Cheng gradually fell. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned and said, Will that alarm the tiger demon? While they were at a loss, a voice sounded, Be careful of an ambush. Be careful of an ambush. After waiting for a while, nothing happened. Zhu Luo finally spoke, No, there's no movement. The tiger demon's divine soul has no fluctuations. It seems it was still within the Physique sect. Dong Hai answered in a panic, Could it be? We've already dealt with him. They landed and poked Zhang Cheng with a branch to confirm. Seeing him motionless, Zhu Luo laughed as if he were on drugs. I told you, a mere Zhang Cheng is nothing to be afraid of. There's no need to be afraid. He turned around and said smugly, Valley Master Zhan Si's contribution is indispensable. The Bloodkill Valley truly deserves its reputation as the #1 assassination sect in Feiyin Prefecture. Praised, his face showed joy, but he still said modestly, You flatter me, it was nothing special. Mu Jie and his companion looked at Zhang Cheng's soul fluttering away, speechless. Soon they reacted, drew their swords and prepared to take revenge. The two from the Mu family continuously abused Zhang Cheng with their swords. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, everyone shrank back a little. Elder Duanmu, what are you doing? Mu Jie said with relief. This time he's really gone to see the king of hell. The elder next to him added, Enough to make dumplings with. Hearing this, Zhan Si said unhappily, Elder Duanmu, what do you mean by that? Are you not confident in my strength? Mu Jie quickly explained, Valley Master, you may not know. This Zhang Cheng is extremely good at feigning death. The head of the Duanmu clan suffered a loss here before. He hadn't finished his sentence when Zhan Si started to boast, I am the #1 divine assassin in Feiyin Prefecture, and I have never failed. That guy Duanmu Huang's skills were too poor. How can he be compared to me? The two from the Mu family heard this and began to flatter him. Yes, when the Valley Master strikes, there are no failures. We were overly worried. But in their hearts they thought, this old fox has carried out 10 assassinations and 9 of them were while the person was taking a dump, and he still has the gall to brag. Suddenly, System Dad appeared and reported, Host death detected 1-3. Cause of death, assassination, perpetrator, Zhan Si, Valley Master of Bloodkill Valley. Generating survival plan. Please wait, a despicable assassination doesn't count as skill. To avenge the master's assassination, Zhang Cheng raised a friendly finger and shouted loudly, "Stop acting, you dog system, can you just strengthen me?" Not far away an incredulous voice sounded. Zhang Cheng has gone to see the king of hell. Qi Shang hid in a corner of the clouds and said, "Luckily we didn't follow, otherwise Zhang Cheng's treasures would have been taken by them." Suddenly, Lu Zhang put his hand on his shoulder and stopped him. "Wait." Qi Shang's mind immediately started racing. "This Lu Zhang, unless he's blinded by greed and wants to betray me to take Zhang Cheng's property for himself," he spoke slowly. "Young Master Qi, this matter is strange. Don't be hasty." Qi Shang couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. "Strange? That Zhang Cheng has been turned into dregs. What's so strange? If we don't go down, they'll divide up all his things." As soon as his voice fell, a ray of light shot up from the ground, piercing through the layers of clouds and mist. In the pillar of light, Zhang Cheng slowly ascended under everyone's gaze. A person not believing what was happening before his eyes asked how is he still alive. Not only was Zhang Cheng alive, but he was also holding a shattering fierce fiend talisman in his hand. Seeing this, the two from the Mu family immediately turned and fled. Mu Jie didn't forget to leave a sentence behind. "Damn, I knew it." The talisman was lit and the game was upgraded. Zhang Cheng slowly spoke, "First of all, thank you all for delivering your heads." The talisman flew high into the sky, continuously emitting light, and an extremely powerful pressure emanated from its surroundings. Zhang Cheng formed a hand seal and transmitted his voice, "Disciples, watch my performance." The transmission image was within the sect, and in front of all the disciples his voice sounded, "Watch my performance." The people in the sect were very excited. "It's here," the sect master's transmission image. The scene switched to Zhu Luo and the others. A flash of light made him panic. A second later, that ray of light emitted a destructive aura enveloping the panicked crowd standing there. Although the two from the Mu family had already run away, that energy had already caught up to them, unsurprisingly. The two were enveloped by that ray of light and reunited with Zhu Luo and the others. The energy of the talisman did not stop, but continued to spread towards Qi Shang, who was thousands of miles away, scaring him out of his wits. "What?" The shockwave directly hit the two of them, causing them to vomit blood. With a mouthful of syrup, Qi Shang said with difficulty, "What kind of technique is this? It's so lethal even from this far away?" Lu Zhang was both shocked and suspicious. "How does he have a 9th grade fierce fiend talisman?" Through the television, the people in the sect witnessed this and were all astonished. "Sect master, he defeated the 7 major sects in one blow. They are all top masters." Tiger saw through his trick, snorted coldly and thought, "You can fool this bunch of rookies, but you can't fool me. Isn't it just using a 9th grade fierce fiend talisman? What's so great about that?" Then he fell into deep thought. "However, although this 9th grade fierce fiend talisman is nothing to me, it's the same as the summoning talisman that specifically summoned me. It's definitely not something a person of his level can possess. This kid is definitely strange." Back to Zhang Cheng's side, at this moment he stood alone in the air, probably using a wind spirit technique. So there was a slight breeze. "If you win, you boast. What are you waiting for?" "Boring, another one-hit kill," the disciples echoed. "The sect master is so handsome." Before he could be handsome for 3 seconds, his lecherous face was revealed, licking his lips. 7 major sects, how many good things must they have? System Dad appeared and made a delicious proposal. During the special offer period, exchange all the treasures of the 7 major sects in the system for 10 lottery wish chances. Do you agree? Seeing a better deal, Zhang Cheng quickly agreed. 10 consecutive draws again? This old player is drawing." Hearing his words, the system began the lottery. The first was a rainbow-colored item, a fragment of the omniscient chart. The omniscient chart is a primordial treasure with its own space and rules within. 1 day outside is 1 year in the fragment. Next was a golden skill. Teleport LV2, skill description. Within 100,000 li you can teleport to any location midway. Frequency of use twice a day. Next was orange, pill forging furnace LV3. Skill description. Target upgrade, pill forging skill level to Grandmaster level. Pill forging success rate 95, duration 1 day, cooldown 1 day. Finally, a purple item, invisibility LV2. Can enter the void to become invisible in non-combat situations, invisible to the naked eye and undetectable by divine souls below the saint rank. However, the invisibility will be dispelled if attacked or if the host mobilizes too much spiritual power. Duration 10 minutes, frequency of use once every 2 days. Hearing the description, Zhang Cheng's old lecherous heart stirred again. Great, there's also an invisibility skill. Doesn't that mean I can? The image of female disciples wrapped in bath towels appeared in his mind, causing him to drool several liters of syrup. After finishing his business, Zhang Cheng returned on his sword. Upon returning to the sect, he seemed to have become an A-list superstar in the hearts of the disciples. The sect master is back. The sect master is too powerful. He wiped out the 7 major sects in one move. What are the 7 major sects? If the 8 Clouds Hall dares to provoke us, we won't be afraid of them either. Then he glanced at the 2 female disciples and called out, "Little G, Cher, come with me." They didn't quite understand and asked back, "Ah, sect master?" The scene of being specially taken care of by Zhang Cheng immediately flashed through the 2 girls' minds, and they thought, is the sect master finally going to do that? The sect master is indeed too excited. It was a pity that Miss Lin Ning was watching from the side, full of jealousy. I really lost because of my figure. After that call, the disciples couldn't help but gossip. The sect master is indeed human, after all. A reckless male disciple put his hand on his chest and teased. Lin Ning loses out because she's too young. She hasn't developed yet. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng's face darkened and he was displeased. Damn it, what are you guys thinking? Seeing him fuming, the disciple cowered. Sect master, we were insolent, we shouldn't have been ungrateful, we won't dare to do it again, Zhang Cheng explained in annoyance. I called them both to receive special training. Although the disciples didn't believe it, they still pretended to be foolish. Yes, special training. Knowing what those disciples were thinking, he roared, damn it, what kind of filthy minds do you have? In order to maintain his innocent reputation, Zhang Cheng took out a secret manual as proof and incidentally scared the disciples. See, this is the special training I was talking about. The secret manual appeared before them, and the disciples' expressions immediately changed. Turning to envy, Zhang Cheng began to boast, dazzling them. This is the omniscient chart, the sect master's supreme treasure. 1 day outside is 1 year inside. Hearing this, the disciples were all stunned. It's a magic weapon that can control the flow of time. The sect master is indeed a god descended to earth. Doesn't that mean cultivating in this painting is 100 times faster than others? Zhang Cheng half closed one eye and replied, of course, but this painting is extremely dangerous. If your soul-splitting realm is not enough, it's difficult to protect yourself inside. That's why I want little G and Cher to go in. Seeing that it wasn't what they thought, the two girls were disappointed. So that's what it was. Zhang Cheng threw the scroll into the air and began to cast a spell. In less than a second, flames appeared on the scroll, burning fiercely. He flew up with the two disciples and entered the space within the painting. At the same time, in the Eight Clouds Hall, someone's trembling feet appeared. It was Qi Shang and Lu Zhang. The two supported each other and returned in a sorry state. Qi Shang said with difficulty, unconvinced, how could that Zhang Cheng have a 9th grade talisman? Luckily, Elder Lu, you pulled me away, otherwise I'm afraid I would have met the king of hell in there too, Lu Zhang quickly interjected. That Zhang Cheng must have had some dog-shit luck. Perhaps some expert escaped to the vicinity of the Physique sect and died there, and all his good things and the tiger demon contract fell into his hands, he replied in a cold tone. Such a great opportunity, how could it have been picked up by that ungrateful fellow? Heaven is truly blind. The old man comforted him. Don't complain about heaven and earth for now, I still have a brilliant plan. Hearing this, Qi Shang's mood improved greatly, and he said excitedly, tell me. Lu Zhang's face became extremely sinister and a plan was formulated. All his opportunities are in his ring, we just need to. The scene switched to Zhang Cheng's group. They had landed in a desolate and uninhabited place devoid of life. Xiao Shui covered her mouth in surprise and said, the environment here is really harsh. Ling Han continued, and there's no spiritual energy. Just waiting for this moment, Zhang Cheng took out his glittering golden ring. Don't be afraid. The things in the ring were taken out and piled into a small mountain. Zhang Cheng proudly showed off to the girls. Use these spirit stones and pills as you please. I'll come pick you up in a few days, hurry up and finish them. The two girls were stunned when they saw the large number of secret treasures. Then they said happily in unison, yes, we will definitely not disappoint the sect master's expectations. At the same time, in the back mountain of the Eight Clouds Hall, a strange voice echoed in the empty space. That's how it is. This handsome blonde man was the one chosen to be the young master of the Eight Clouds Hall. Ling Yi, he said in a domineering tone. HMPH, Feiyan Prefecture still has such a good fortune? How interesting, that strange voice transmitted again. Perhaps some expert died near the Physique sect and that guy took advantage of it. Ling Yi asked in confusion, why did Qi Shang do this? Soon he received a reply, young Master Qi is preparing to invite guests to the Eight Clouds Hall and he's planning to rob him of his ring when he's unprepared. A cunning smile appeared on the corner of Ling Yi's mouth. That's a good idea. Looks like I'll have to thank young Master Qi, he continued with a sinister expression, for giving me such a great opportunity. Back to Zhang Cheng's side, he had just returned from the painting. Before he could even breathe the fresh air, a disciple rushed in and hurriedly reported, Sect Master Elder Lu is here. He turned his head and asked, who? The disciple quickly replied, it's the old man who came with that young Master Qi of the Eight Clouds Hall last time. As soon as his voice fell, Lu Zhang found him. Sect Master Zhang, it's been a few days, you look much better. Zhang Cheng picked his nose and said nonchalantly, why are you here again? I'll handle the matter of the 8 major sects myself, you don't need to meddle. Lu Zhang took out an invitation card and said proudly, this old man is not here for this matter, isn't it about to be the 43,500th anniversary of my 8 Clouds Hall? Sect Master Zhang is the #1 rising star in Feiyan Prefecture, so my 8 Clouds Hall naturally cannot be rude. Especially sent an invitation, hoping Sect Master Zhang can grace us with his presence. After so much nonsense, the only thing that registered in his ears was food. What good food is there? The old man heard this and fell for the trap. The two were instantly frozen. Ah, he's a foodie. Lu Zhang waved his hands and counted out a series of delicious dishes: steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chicken, roasted goose. Seeing that they were all delicious, Zhang Cheng praised him. Not bad, old man, with delicacies falling from the sky, he quickly agreed. All right, I'll go. Seeing him fall for it, the old man's face showed a sinister expression, and he thought, he fell for it so easily. Kid, an ordinary person is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. You can only blame your luck for being too good. Time flew by like a white steed flashing past a crack. A month had passed and Zhang Cheng was sitting cross-legged concentrating on his cultivation. His eyes slowly opened. It seemed he had made a breakthrough. Zhang Cheng looked at the halo surrounding his body and exclaimed, "Phew, so this is the feeling of the Heaven's Mandate realm. It feels great." He took out the scroll and said, "Little G and Cher have been in the omniscient chart for a long time too." A golden light flashed and the figures of the two girls gradually appeared. After being released, Ling Han and Xiao Shui were both very excited. "Sect Master." The two ran over and hugged Zhang Cheng, sobbing and calling out, "Sect Master, we missed you so much." He looked at them gently. "According to the time flow of the omniscient chart, you've been inside for more than 30 years, right? It's been hard on you." Ling Han's eyes were filled with tears. "For the sect and for ourselves, it's not hard." Zhang Cheng looked at the two and thought, "Let's see the points." The system showed that Ling Han was at the 9th level of the Spirit Platform realm, earning 70,000 points, while Xiao Shui was at the 4th level of the Spirit Platform realm, earning 7,000 points. Zhang Cheng smiled proudly and said to the system, "Claim, Dad," then announced the successful claim. Current points 984,200. In the courtyard, a group of disciples were gathered together, not knowing what was happening. It turned out to be Ling Han and Xiao Shui, who were now as popular as newly debuted idols. Senior Sister G is already at the 9th level of the Spirit Platform realm, and even Sister Cher is at the 4th level of the Spirit Platform realm. "Senior Sister G, what grade is your Spirit Platform? Let us see it." Seeing that they wanted to see, Ling Han obediently performed for them. Countless exclamations of admiration were heard. "It's an Immortal grade Spirit Platform again, second only to Divine Artifacts. Is this the first Immortal grade Spirit Platform in the history of Kanglin Prefecture?" Zhang Cheng also nodded with satisfaction. "This girl Ji Lingen is another top-tier SSR, upgrading quickly and giving great returns. The cooldown for upgrading a major realm is also up. Should I upgrade her this time?" Seeing this, the system immediately offered a price. Upgrade targets Cultivation, Spirit Platform Realm Level 9, Heaven's Mandate Realm Level 9 consumes 300,000 points. Seeing the points quoted by the system, Zhang Cheng was immediately discouraged. A pauper like him couldn't possibly afford that many points. Forget it, I can't afford it," he calculated carefully. Besides, Heaven's Mandate Realm Level 9 was too high, even higher than his own. If she found out his cultivation was lower than hers, that would be dangerous. Zhang Cheng quickly waved his hand. No, it wasn't easy getting transmigrated here to become a cultivation master. How can I make the same mistake again?" He clapped his hands, attracting the attention of all the disciples. "Alright, back to business. The omniscient chart can accommodate 3 people at a time. Who else wants to break through to the soul-splitting realm?" Luo Yuan, seeing something interesting was happening, said excitedly, "Sect Master, I just broke through to the 1st level of the soul-splitting realm this morning. System display, soul-splitting realm level 1, 1,000 points to be claimed." After receiving the points from the system, Zhang Cheng gave a thumbs up, satisfied. "Let's praise him first. Who's next?" A voice full of murderous intent came from behind. "Oh, it's Miss Lin Ning, soul-splitting realm level 1, 1,800 points to be claimed." Seeing her haggard appearance, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Ning, what's wrong with you?" The system dinged again as the points were successfully claimed. Current points, 117,426. Lin Ning answered with a deathly pale face. "To cultivate to the soul-splitting realm, I haven't slept for half a month." Zhang Cheng patted her head and advised with concern, "Cultivation is important, but you must also take care of your body. There's plenty of time after you go in, so you must rest well." But in his heart he was blooming with joy. "This girl Ning just reached soul-splitting realm level 1 and already earned me 18,000 points. It seems her aptitude is no lower than Ji Lingen's." Zhang Cheng used her as an example for the whole sect. "All of you look at Ning. She's voluntarily working overtime. Are you working hard just for the sect? No, it's also to upgrade yourselves." Hearing this, several disciples discussed among themselves, speechless. "She's a once-in-a-century cultivation prodigy. How can we compare to her? Yeah, we're clearly working very hard too." While they were gossiping, Zhang Cheng suddenly called out, "Dan Tai!" He immediately cowered. "Yes, Sect Master, I was wrong." Zhang Cheng, as if his sore spot had been poked, roared, "You're the slowest cultivator after all this time. You're only at Chi Gathering Realm Level 6. Have you spent all your energy on bootlicking?" The voice continued to echo. "You're the slowest cultivator after all this time. You're only at Chi Gathering Realm Level 6. Have you spent all your energy on bootlicking? Come here." Dan Tai was enveloped in a ray of light and his whole body felt incredibly comfortable. He exclaimed excitedly, "Sect Master, you." The next second, Dan Tai knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, and said, "Thank you, Sect Master, for the grace of your touch. I, Dan Tai, will definitely cultivate hard to repay the sect for its nurturing." Several disciples discussed among themselves he was upgraded so easily. Why, just because he's a bootlicker? A few disciples who met the standard were sent into the painting by Zhang Cheng to cultivate. "Alright, go on in," he said happily. "Little G, Cher, you two come with me." The two girls replied excitedly. Where are we going, Sect Master?" Zhang Cheng grinned. "The Duanmu clan." And so the 3 of them arrived at the Duanmu clan in grand style. Zhang Cheng shouted from up high, "People of the Duanmu clan, come out." This fat man was the 9th elder of the Duanmu clan. Duanmu Ling, the old man, hid by the wall and said sternly, "Zhang Cheng, what do you want?" Zhang Cheng announced, "You are the one in charge of the Duanmu clan, right? take Elder G of my sect as your master. From now on you will be a second-generation disciple of the Physique sect, in command of the Dahuang clan. In the future, the Dahuang clan must listen to our Physique sect. The old man felt he was at a disadvantage and retorted, "You're going too far. I'm an elder of the Dahuang clan and you want me to take such a little girl as my master? If I have to bow, it should at least be to." Hearing Dahuang Ling look down on her, Ling Han revealed her cultivation, wanting to teach the old man a lesson. Dahuang Ling hadn't finished speaking when he stopped abruptly. After speaking, the ninth elder of the Dahuang clan was shocked to see how strong his opponent's cultivation was. What should he do? Of course, he had to quickly change his tune. Dahuang Ling pays his respects to Master Ji. May Master's beauty be eternal and your youth everlasting. The disciples of the clan also followed, paying their respects to the Grand Master. May Grand Master's beauty be eternal and your youth everlasting. Zhang Cheng looked at this spineless group, speechless. You people really have no integrity. The three were quickly and enthusiastically welcomed inside by Mu Ling. Master, how is the tea? This disciple brooded personally. A disciple who was serving Xiaoshui spoke up. Grand Marshal Ant, how are my skills? I used to massage the legs for the clan head Dahuang. That old fellow's legs can't compare to yours. Your legs are long, fair, and slender. Xiaoshui was very satisfied with this service. Being waited on by the people of the Dahuang clan, this new life was so comfortable. The system popped up with good news. Mission progress made. Reward 50,000 points. Current points 167,426. Main mission: unify the three realms. Possess a sect with a great reputation in Feiyin Prefecture and subdue one sect. The disciple who was serving Zhang Cheng earlier spoke again. Old ancestor, your shoulders are stiff. Let your grand disciples massage them for you. He stood up abruptly, turned, and ordered, "All right, you two enjoy yourselves for now. This sect master still has an appointment at the Eight Clouds Hall." Ling Han stood up and said firmly, "I'll go with the sect master. Someone needs to serve you on the way." Xiaoshui also chimed in, "Me too." Zhang Cheng thought of the scene of having a beauty on each arm and his heart blossomed with joy. This trip might offer some beautiful sights with no one to bother him. Taking two girls on the road for fun wasn't out of the question, but reason quickly triumphed over his beastly instincts. No, the Eight Clouds Hall inviting me over is clearly a trap. If the two of them get killed in the chaos, it would be too much of a loss. Finally, he said, "Don't worry about these useless things. Hurry up and practice. Little G, Ningning has already entered the omniscient chart. Be careful or she'll surpass you." Ling Han replied obediently, "Yes, I will hurry up and practice." The scene switched to Feiyin Prefecture. At the Eight Clouds Hall, where many powerful experts had already arrived and settled in. Seeing this scene, Zhang Cheng also got excited. It was bustling with activity, truly worthy of being the #1 sect in Feiyin Prefecture. Suddenly a voice attracted everyone's attention. "His Highness the First Prince of the Qianwang dynasty has arrived." Zhang Cheng was no exception and turned his head to look. Seeing the massive crowd of servants, he couldn't help but remark, "Not bad, with dragons and phoenixes and people following behind. Are they escorting a coffin for burial?" Just as he was about to walk up, Zhang Cheng was stopped by someone who shouted, "Halt, who goes there?" He wasn't too bothered and replied perfunctorily, "This one is the sect master of the Physique sect, here by invitation to attend the celebration." Hearing this unfamiliar name, the other person asked, "Physique sect, never heard of it. Do you have an invitation?" Zhang Cheng immediately took out a red invitation card. Seeing it was for the VIP section, the person couldn't help but think, a tiny little sect and its master dares to use the main entrance? Does he really think that just because some disciple from our Eight Clouds Hall brought him along, he's now high society? The invitation was presented, but the person still seemed unconvinced and said, "All right, wait over there." With his childish temperament, how could Zhang Cheng tolerate this? "Wait, why should I wait?" The person pointed at two people talking and said, "Can't you see the great elder and a distinguished guest are talking? This handsome man is Prince Shangba of the Qianwang dynasty, and the one talking to him is the great elder of the Eight Clouds Hall, Shu Yuanqing." A question arose in Zhang Cheng's mind. That old guy next to the prince must be the great elder of the Eight Clouds Hall, Shu Yuanqing, right? He resolutely refused to wait and replied casually, "They're just making small talk. Look, this gate is wide enough. What's the harm in letting me in first?" Seeing him not following the rules, the person grew angry. "Are you worthy? I told you to wait, so you wait. If you don't want to wait, you can scram anytime." These words made Zhang Cheng very unhappy. "HMPH, is this the hospitality of your Eight Clouds Hall? Fine, then I'll leave." Lu Zhang, hiding in a corner, saw the situation going south and cursed, "Damn it, this idiot is ruining my plan." Suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed his. "Wait, don't go." He thought it was some sweet young girl, but it turned out to be Lu Zhang. The two of them held hands, blushing, while the author even drew a pink background, giving off some seriously gay vibes. Zhang Cheng felt something was off and slapped him away. "Damn it, what the hell are you doing?" Lu Zhang hadn't even reacted. He stared with wide eyes, saying in disbelief, "You?" Becoming angry from embarrassment, he then slapped the snob who had stopped Zhang Cheng. "This is the distinguished guest I invited, the famous sect master Zhang. Don't you recognize him?" He spat out a mouthful of syrup, his head full of question marks. Ah, Lu Zhang was furious. This damn Zhang Cheng, does he really think he's someone important? Once I get that universe ring, I'll make you wish you were dead, but he still had to greet him with a smile. Sect Master Zhang, come, let's use the back door. Zhang Cheng thought he had some designs on him and was startled. Damn, you want this master to go through the back door with you in your dreams? He pointed at Shang Ba and retorted, no, why can they use the main entrance while I have to use the back door? Lu Zhang hurriedly explained, Sect Master Zhang, using the back door is a special treatment so you don't have to squeeze in with others. Zhang Cheng was now acting like a spoiled young wife. I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen. We are all distinguished guests. I want to use the main entrance. I want to use the main entrance. Shang Ba, seeing some drama unfolding, asked, Oh, what's wrong? Yuan Qing hurriedly explained, Your Highness, my apologies. It's just an ordinary guest. His status is far beneath yours. No need to pay him any mind. He was about to fume with anger and sent a voice transmission. Lu Zhang, what the hell are you doing? He quickly received Lu Zhang's explanation. This kid is that young sect master with the great fortune I told you about before. A murderous glint flashed in Yuan Qing's eyes. Deal with him quickly. Know your priorities. Lu Zhang, seeing him look like he wanted to swallow him alive, also cowered. All right, with no other choice, Lu Zhang turned to beg Zhang Cheng, Ancestor, can you please stop torturing me? That's the prince of the Qianwang dynasty, His Highness Shang Ba. Zhang Cheng, seeing a good show, pretended to be dumb for a moment. Hello? Shang Ba found him somewhat interesting and said, this person seems quite amicable. Elder Shu, could you introduce us? He hesitated for a moment. Shang Ba then looked at him with a cold gaze. What's wrong? Does Elder Shu think this prince is unworthy? Yuan Qing, afraid of stirring up a hornet's nest, panicked. How would I dare? You've misunderstood. Back to Zhang Cheng. He was still standing there playing dumb and being a nuisance. Either the main entrance or I'm going back. Hearing this, Lu Zhang became even more anxious. I'm begging you, can you please not cause trouble? While he was at a loss, a voice sounded. Elder Lu, His Highness the Prince would like to meet this guest. Hearing this, Lu Zhang was 3 parts disbelieving and 7 parts afraid. Ah, Yuan Qing, however, clutched his head and shouted, Damn, I give up. Lu Zhang helplessly stepped forward to introduce them. This is Sect Master Zhang Cheng of the Physique Sect. Sect Master Zhang, this is the famous first prince of the Qianwang dynasty, His Highness Shang Ba. Disregarding the person's status, Zhang Cheng naturally put his hand on Shang Ba's shoulder. Not bad, brother. Shang Ba is a very spirited young man. The 2 old men stood aside as if struck by lightning, scared out of their wits. Don't go looking for death and drag us down with you. He heard this and also spoke, albeit reluctantly. I hear Sect Master Zhang insists on using the main entrance. In that case, this prince will yield to you this once. Sect Master Zhang, please. Having gotten his way, Zhang Cheng turned to the 2 old men and shouted, Look at him, so sensible, as expected of royalty, so much more generous than you 2. Then his expression changed as he said, Shang Ba, thanks. After speaking, Zhang Cheng casually walked through the main entrance as if he owned the place. Shang Ba gave a strange smile. Physique Sect, Zhang Cheng. Interesting. Lu Zhang hurriedly chased after him. Sect Master Zhang, there are hot springs next to the 2 gates ahead. You need to bathe and change before the ceremony. I'll take you there. He stared intently at his 24K gold ring, thinking, I'll wait until you're bathing, take your universe ring, and then you can die in the pool. Zhang Cheng pursed his lips and replied, No need, I just bathed before I came. Lu Zhang hurriedly persuaded him, Sect Master Zhang, you don't know the benefits of our 8 Clouds Hall's hot spring pools. Come with me. After a while, the 2 arrived at the Cloud Rising pool. A voice sounded, Quick, prepare for Sect Master Zhang. Clothes were taken off, slowly falling. Lu Zhang tried to trick him. Sect Master Zhang hasn't finished undressing. Zhang Cheng showed a lecherous expression and replied, What else is there to take off? He stared intently at Zhang Cheng's hand. Look, this ring. Zhang Cheng thought he was trying to molest him and gave him a slap. What are you doing? What are you trying to do to me, you old codger? Lu Zhang, having been slapped, used his final trick. In that case, as soon as he finished speaking, 3 hot-bodied, well-endowed, beautiful girls ran over. Sect Master Zhang. Hearing someone call him, he turned his head in confusion. The green-haired beauty pulled his hand and said excitedly, Sect Master Zhang, the spiritual energy in our 8 Clouds Hall's Cloud Rising pool is comparable to a 4th-tier spirit vein. Come on. Seeing the beauties, his eyes shone like stars, and he dazedly followed them. Coming, she said in a honey-sweet voice. Sect Master Zhang, you can't wear the ring into the pool. Be careful the spring water doesn't get in and ruin the talismans inside. Here, give it to me. I'll help you put it by the poolside. Zhang Cheng was still clear-headed enough not to let the girl take it. Seeing she was being teased, the green-haired beauty said coquettishly, You're so naughty, but I like it. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Quick, grab it. Laughter was incessant. You're annoying, you can't get it, come and get it. After a round of teasing, the ring was still on Zhang Cheng's hand. Elder Lu said anxiously, The hot springs of the 8 Clouds Hall are truly extraordinary. He was fuming. These stupid girls, they can't even do such a simple thing, but he still had to smile on the outside. But of course, as long as Sect Master Zhang is satisfied, Lu Zhang outwardly suggested, Let's go to the Tungming Hall first. The guests for the ceremony are all waiting inside. Zhang Cheng replied, Lead the way. But in his heart, Lu Zhang thought, This bastard, does he really take me for a doorman? Just wait and see how I'll cut you down with one blow later. The hall was bustling with people. Lu Zhang pointed. Sect Master Zhang, this way. Hang Yi asked curiously. Elder Lu, this is, he introduced. This is the Sect Master of the Physique Sect. Hurry up and pay your respects, the other said politely. So this is the famous Sect Master Zhang we've heard so much about. Hang Yi took his arm enthusiastically and said, Sect Master Zhang, there's an empty seat right here. come sit over here, Lu Zhang happily introduced. These are all the most elite inner disciples of our 8 Clouds Hall. Let me introduce you. He introduced them all in one go. This is the inner sect direct disciple Xu Xing, this is the third elder Ziguangmen disciple Li Hongyi, and this is saying this. He found an excuse to slip away. You are all young talents, so get to know each other. I'll go attend to some business, Xu Xing replied gently. Elder Lu, please go ahead with your business. We will entertain Sect Master Zhang. Zhang Cheng asked curiously, what game? Tell me about it. He rested his chin on his hand and thought, let's see what kind of tricks you want to play, Xu Xing explained. The game is called Guessing Riddles. Each of us puts our universe ring on the table and we take turns guessing what's inside someone else's ring. If you guess correctly, the item guessed must be given to you. If you guess incorrectly, you must compensate the owner with an identical item, he said in a very credible tone. For fairness, I will be the referee. How about it? The people next to him also chimed in. Good, with Senior Brother Xu as the referee, we can rest assured. Senior Brother Xu, you can't be biased, he thought confidently. I'll take this chance to be the referee and take your universe ring. Then you can go to hell. I can't let anyone else take credit for this. This plan was immediately seen through by him. This group has been after my universe ring all along. Are they just coveting my few spirit stones and pills? A group of people took turns saying, what does Sect Master Zhang think? Sect Master Zhang isn't afraid of losing and doesn't dare to play, is he? No way, no way. The Physique sect is so poor. Seeing this scene, Zhang Cheng felt that this #1 sect of Feiyan Prefecture was truly pathetic. Finally, he decided to play along with them. Good heavens, Zhang Cheng placed a golden ring on the table, stunning the two of them. Xu Xing was puzzled. How does he have another ring? And it's a large universe ring. It's probably full of unexpected treasures. Is he trying to make it so we can't guess correctly? But he still smiled and said, good, Sect Master Zhang is straightforward. Let's begin. Who guesses first? The first person to speak was a plant. I'll go first. He then recited the pre-arranged script. Senior Brother Zhang, I guess you have a 4th-tier spirit sword in your ring. The second person chimed in. How are you so good at guessing? He continued. Junior Sister Song, I guess you have a 5th-tier water element spirit talisman in your ring. Am I right? The third person replied. Senior Brother Zhang, you guessed wrong. You are the referee. Xu Xing spoke up to confirm. Indeed there isn't. Junior Brother Zhang, give Junior Sister Song a sword. He followed the order. Sigh, what bad luck. Zhang Cheng, seeing this childish game, was utterly speechless. A bunch of losers. If your acting is this bad, can you just stop? After that bunch of rabble, it was Hong Yi's turn. Sect Master Zhang, it's my turn to guess yours, she thought to herself. I heard the Physique sect unified the major cultivation sects of Konglin Prefecture. As the sect master, he must have taken all the good stuff for himself. Now that he's put this large universe ring on the table, it's probably filled with his most precious treasures. I'll take this chance to humiliate him. Thinking this, Hong Yi acted without hesitation. Sect Master Zhang, I guess you have a 7th-tier spirit tool in this large universe ring. Am I right? Qi Shang, hiding outside, panicked when he thought a prize was about to be lost. Damn it, that bitch Li Hongyi is so ambitious. If she wins a 7th-tier spirit tool from him, won't he fly into a rage? The young master of the 8 Clouds Hall, Qi Shang, Zhang Cheng said, lifting her chin. Miss Li, you guessed wrong. You owe me a 7th-tier spirit tool. Hong Yi shook off his hand in disbelief. What? Impossible. I clearly heard you got the blood-dissolving blade from the Duanmu clan. Why wouldn't you bring it this time? Zhang Cheng replied smugly and calmly. Why should I bring it? Do I need it to attend a ceremony at your 8 Clouds Hall? She still said disbelievingly. I don't care. I'll only believe it after Senior Brother Xu inspects it. After inspecting it, Xu Xing said in surprise, Sect Master Zhang, there's clearly nothing in your universe ring. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Nothing at all. Sect Master Zhang, what's going on? He replied naturally. The rules didn't say you can't use an empty ring. Lu Zhang, who was played for a fool outside, was furious. This Zhang Cheng is so shameless, Hong Yi thought angrily. Is he out of his mind? This trap of a banquet is so dangerous. He didn't even bring his highest grade spirit tool for protection. Xu Xing reminded her helplessly. Junior Sister Li, you lost. You should compensate Sect Master Zhang with a 7th-tier spirit tool. She became flustered. I don't have that kind of money on me. Zhang Cheng immediately roared like a madman. If you don't have it, why did you even guess? Is your 8 Clouds Hall trying to welsh on the deal? Hearing him say this, several people picked up their blades ready to silence him, but suddenly a voice rang out in the middle of the hall, stunning everyone. I'll compensate for her. It was Qi Shang. He held a longsword and said, This sword is a 7th-tier spirit sword, Lu Feng. Sect Master Zhang, see if you're satisfied. Lu Zhang shouted. Young Master. Zhang Cheng knew this was a good item, and his expression softened. Young Master Qi is still the most generous, he thought to himself. This Qi Shang has finally appeared. All of this is your little conspiracy, isn't it? What on earth are you trying to do? Can't you just make a direct move? Zhang Cheng still wanted to continue playing and said excitedly. Come, let's continue. Let me guess. Qi Yuan answered, sweating profusely. Sect Master Zhang, please. He looked at him, a lecherous smile spreading on his face, and thought, winning some spirit stones, pills, or talismans from him is really not that interesting. I've got it. Thinking of this, Zhang Cheng used his observation skill. He said with an awkward face, Sect Master Zhang, please. It's fine. You are the inner disciple of the 8 Clouds Hall, Zuo Yuanqi. At this moment, an information panel about him appeared before Zhang Cheng's eyes. Observing target's universe ring. 10,357 high-grade spirit stones, 8 high-grade void soul pills, 2 fire pattern spirit swords, 1 golden rock bug armor. As soon as he saw Zuo Yuanqi's information panel, Zhang Cheng rubbed his hands, his expression gradually turning mischievous, and he grinned. Not bad having a 7th-tier spirit tool at such a young age. Hearing this, his face changed instantly and he asked back in terror, "What did you say? How do you know?" Perhaps feeling he had lost his composure, he immediately adjusted his emotions, put on a very calm facade and spoke. "Then why don't you tell us what type of 7th-tier spirit tool it is? If you're wrong, you'll have to compensate me with one. Take my advice, just guess some spirit stones or pills. You won't lose much and it's safer." Although his tone was tough, his body wouldn't lie. Beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. After listening, he smiled even more happily, resting his chin on his hand and said, "You have a 7th-tier jade crystal velvet armor, dual water and wood attributes, woven from ice silkworm thread, inlaid with jadeite scales and inscribed with a 6th-grade yuan returning formation, a 6th-grade soul rounding formation, and a 7th-grade jade longevity spirit warding formation." Over here, as soon as he finished speaking, Qi Shang couldn't help but show an incredulous expression, 7 parts doubtful, thinking, "This jade crystal velvet armor is Zuo Yuanqi's most treasured possession. Even few of our fellow disciples in the 8 Clouds Hall know about it. How could Zhang Cheng know in such detail? Could there be a traitor among the upper echelons?" This time he was so scared his eyeballs were about to pop out, but he still had a smile on his face and weakly stuttered a rebuttal. You're talking nonsense, You have to compensate me with an identical one." At this time, the 8 Clouds Hall's inner disciple Xu Sheng also began to speak, stuttering anxiously. Junior brother Zuo, whether you have it or not, first hand it over to the referee to see. Quick, take it out." Hearing Xu Sheng say this, not only did he not listen, but he slammed the table in anger and roared, "I won't take it out. We agreed this game was to trick him, but in the end it's me who's being tricked." After speaking, Zuo Yuanqi flew out without another word, leaving a long fading yellow streak of light behind him. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded, their mouths wide open. Suddenly he heard a whistling sound in the air. He sensed something was wrong. Turning his head, he broke out in a cold sweat. This fear was not unfounded. In the next second, a golden light pierced through his body, killing him in one blow. Below, the one who had killed Zuo Yuanqi in a single move was no mysterious stranger, but the young master of the 8 Clouds Hall, Qi Shang. He sheathed his sword and said coldly, "If anything like this happens again, no mercy will be shown." After speaking, he thought to himself, "This fool actually revealed my plan, having killed someone without batting an eye." He immediately put on a shameless expression again and said with a smile, "Sect Master Zhang, don't listen to his nonsense. Our 8 Clouds Hall is not a sect that can't afford to lose. Please accept this jade crystal velvet armor." A servant next to him respectfully presented the jade crystal velvet armor. Witnessing this quick change in Qi Shang's demeanor, Xu Xing's face turned black with fear, completely stunned. As for Zuo Yuanqi, he died with his eyes wide open, blood still trickling from his gaping mouth. Seeing this chilling scene, Xu Xing thought, an inner sect direct disciple is gone just like that. Over here, seeing a good thing delivered to his doorstep, Zhang Cheng beamed with joy without a second thought and casually praised Qi Shang. In the end, young Master Qi is still the most generous. Hearing this, a slight curve appeared on Qi Shang's lips. After speaking with Qi Shang, he immediately turned to the crowd, rubbing his hands together and saying brazenly, all right, it's just a small matter. Let's continue." Hearing this, everyone except Qi Shang was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing that he wanted to continue, Qi Shang, as if fearing he would reveal more flaws, wanted to politely ask Sect Master Zhang to leave. "Let's end this game here. It's time to attend the ceremony." Hearing this, Zhang Cheng also said with waning interest, "All right then, there's no hurry." In an unnoticed corner, a person in the 8 Clouds Hall was strangled to death by a masked figure. The inner disciple's eyes rolled back, pupils constricted and mouth agape. His face turned blue with fright and dark blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He must have died in extreme agony. Seeing that the person below had stopped moving, the mysterious figure released his grip and said, "So that's how it is?" After finishing the job, he fled, ordering his accomplice to retreat. After leaving that grim and eerie place, he took off his clothes, revealing his true face. As his clothes hit the ground, they magically burst into flames. The two mysterious figures then leapt onto the roof and vanished without a trace. The scene shifts to the celebration square of the 8 Clouds Hall, where many banquet tables are set up, presumably to welcome someone. At the highest point, overlooking the entire square, is the seat of the Qianwang dynasty's prince, Shang Ba. A eunuch beside him is reporting, "Your Highness, the 2 spies have returned." It turned out those 2 ruthless, mysterious figures were the prince's subordinates. At this moment, the eunuch continued to speak, his expression changing slightly as he reported with a frown, "A 9th-tier spirit talisman, a fox demon, a divine-grade spirit platform." After listening, Shang Ba replied nonchalantly, "Is there such a thing?" Suddenly, a person shouted loudly, "Young Master Qi has arrived." Upon hearing this, everyone around respectfully stood up and bowed to him, fawning as they bent over. "May young Master Qi be well. We wish young Master Qi great progress in his cultivation." Following behind Qi Shang was none other than Zhang Cheng. Seeing this scene, the crowd began to whisper among themselves, "Who is that next to young Master Qi? He looks unfamiliar." It's Sect Master Zhang of the Physique Sect. Zhang Cheng, is that the nouveau riche from Kanglan Prefecture? Keep your voice down. Even the 9 Luo true person of the Void Wind Sect died at his hands. Damn, no wonder young Master Qi is personally accompanying him. In the main hall of the 8 Clouds Hall, Qi Yuanqing said with a solemn expression. 40,000 years ago our ancestor, the 8 Extremes Venerable, established this foundation. It reaches up to the heavens, sun and moon, and extends down to the mountains and rivers. Fellow cultivators, we are fortunate to stand here in Feiyin Prefecture. Let us work together to create a better and more harmonious cultivation environment. Listening to this lengthy introduction, Zhang Cheng below was already bored to the point of yawning. Seeing that he seemed uninterested, Qi Shang put on a friendly face and invited him. Sect Master Zhang, come let me toast you. Just as he raised his cup, Qi Shang below flicked his finger. The wine cup in his hand somehow fell. He looked bewildered, not understanding what had happened, his eyes wide open. Qi Shang seized the opportunity, gripped his hand tightly and said, Sect Master Zhang, be careful not to wet your sleeve. Seeing him gripping his hand with a concerned look, Zhang Cheng was scared out of his wits, his face alternating between green and white, showing extreme fear as his mind raced. Damn it, is your 8 Clouds Hall a gay club? Every single one of you wants to take advantage of me. While he wasn't paying attention, Qi Shang immediately snatched the ring from his hand. After stealing it, he arrogantly held it up as if showing off a trophy. I finally got the universe ring on your hand. Only then did Zhang Cheng react. He looked at his hand in disbelief and shouted, Damn it, you really were after my property. With the item in hand, he had no reason to stay. He quickly flew up and provoked, Zhang Cheng, your good fortune is in my hands now. You can prepare to die. Qi Shang pointed at Zhang Cheng from midair and ordered, Seize Zhang Cheng for me. He flew in the air, pointing at Zhang Cheng among the crowd, startling him. Suddenly, a phantom image appeared like a small wall in front of Qi Shang. He looked down and saw Yuanqing raising his hand to cast a spell. The great elder of the 8 Clouds Hall, Shu Yuanqing. Qi Shang stood behind the phantom wall, clenched his fists and shouted, Shu Yuanqing, you old dog, so you were also coveting this good fortune. He gritted his teeth, reached out and took out the ring, saying, In that case, don't blame me for being reckless. Yuanqing's face darkened with fear. He thought, this Qi Shang wants to use the 9th tier spirit talisman from Zhang Cheng's universe ring against us. His hand was still casting the spell as he looked up and shouted, alerting everyone present. Qi Shang, this is the main hall of the 8 Clouds Hall. Those present are your masters and fellow disciples, and the first prince is here. Do you dare to be insolent? Qi Shang threw the ring directly at him and shouted excitedly, With this good fortune in hand, what is there to fear? All of you go to hell. Seeing this, Yuanqing was stunned speechless. The people around them screamed in terror, It's a 9th tier spirit talisman. Bastard, has he gone mad? Run! Everyone scattered in terror, screaming. Run! Shangba was no exception. He pushed everyone aside and ran first. Damn it, don't block me, I'm the leader. Let the leader go first. Zhang Cheng looked bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. Huh? He was standing there dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening, when suddenly a yellow spirit stone fell at his feet. He picked it up and asked with a deadpan expression, What are you doing? Why are you throwing spirit stones? Is there something wrong with you people? You're this scared over a single spirit stone. Qi Shang's face darkened. He raised his hand to look and retorted, How could it be a spirit stone? The ring on his hand was clearly still there. Suddenly something streaked across his arm and the ring fell off. He clutched his arm in pain and roared, Damn it! Lu Zhang grabbed the ring and laughed triumphantly. The good fortune is mine, the inner sect affairs elder of the 8 Clouds Hall, Lu Zhang. Qi Shang's face turned green with anger as he cursed incessantly. Lu Zhang, you old dog, and to think I trusted you so much? The old man put on the ring and interrupted him through gritted teeth. Cut the crap, I never trusted you. Now that I have this good fortune, I'd like to see. Suddenly, a cyan force rushed over, continuously striking his body, forcing him to scream in pain. The ring once again slipped from his finger, continuing its free fall into someone's hands. Ling Yi stood with one hand behind his back, holding the ring in the other, and said mockingly, Qi Shan, Lu Zhang, thank you for gifting me this good fortune. The chief intersect direct disciple of the 8 Clouds Hall, Ling Yi. Lu Zhang coughed up blood, speechless. Ling Yi clenched the ring, raised it and said happily, Your little tricks are nothing more than. Before he could finish, an explosion behind him struck him, stopping him in his tracks. He then went limp, slowly falling, cursing, Bastard, to think you'd use the sect protecting grand formation on me. Golden ring slipped off again, falling into another person's hand, dropping once more. Yuanqing gripped the ring tightly and said majestically, A bunch of bastards. What do you take the sect master of our 8 Clouds Hall for? The sect master of the 8 Clouds Hall, Qi Yuanqing. He was quickly attacked from behind just like the others. Zhang Cheng stood at a distance, clapping his hands and feigning surprise. What a fine show of forgetting danger in the face of profit. Are you still playing winner takes all? Suddenly a resonant voice echoed through the hall. Enough! Shangba appeared from behind him, holding out a hand to stop them. This farce should end. The prince of the Qianwang dynasty, Shangba. He was startled, turned around and said, Damn, when did you get back? Weren't you the one who ran the fastest just now? Hearing this, Yuanqing said, Your Highness, this is an internal matter of our 8 Clouds Hall. Please do not interfere. He replied calmly, Internal matter? How do I remember? That universe ring belonged to Sect Master Zhang from the beginning, didn't it? Hearing this, Zhang Cheng was overjoyed, his eyes shining as he said, Finally, someone is speaking up for the victim. He frowned and asked, "What do you mean by this?" He replied unhurriedly. "The Eight Clouds Hall is, after all, the #1 sect in Feiyin Prefecture, yet you bully a mere sect master as the first prince of the great Qian dynasty. I cannot stand by and watch injustice happen." Yuansheng was unconvinced and shouted, clenching his fists, "Shang Ba, if you want to take it for yourself, just say so. Stop using these righteous excuses." Shang Ba did not refute his words. His face darkened and he stretched out his hand, saying simply, "Hand it over." Zhang Cheng, listening from behind, watched dumbfounded and nearly stumbling. "How is this any different from them? Can you be a little more reliable? You couldn't even keep up the act for 3 minutes?" A halo of power appeared on his hand as he said smugly, "Shang Ba, take a good look at the current situation. This is the territory of my Eight Clouds Hall. Even if your cultivation is profound and you have a supreme-grade spirit tool, you can never withstand the bombardment of the sect protecting Grand Formation." Shang Ba felt something was wrong. He raised his hand, beads of sweat appearing on his face, and advised, "Qi Yuansheng, you should be the one to see the situation clearly. If you kill me, the Qianwang dynasty will surely flatten your Eight Clouds Hall. I advise you to think it over." Power rapidly and continuously enveloped his body. Yuansheng ignored his words, thinking to himself, "HMPH, I've already obtained the good fortune. A 9th-tier spirit talisman, countless immortal treasures, and a contract with a fox demon. What does the foundation of a mere Eight Clouds Hall matter?" Unexpectedly, when he looked at the ring, his face darkened and his eyes widened in surprise. "What?" Suddenly, he seemed to be struck by something. His face contorted, his eyes rolled back, and he convulsed, biting his lip tightly. Tears began to stream down his face as he waved his arms and screamed at Zhang Cheng, scaring him out of his wits. "Zhang Cheng, you damn dog who deserves 1,000 cuts, may you have no asshole when you have a son." He looked surprised, raised his hand to scratch the back of his head with an innocent expression, and asked, "Weren't you two just arguing? Why are you suddenly cursing me?" Shang Ba stood beside Zhang Cheng, arms crossed, and said, "Qi Yuansheng, think clearly. You are bringing disaster upon yourself and the Eight Clouds Hall." Yuansheng's face was ashen. He raised the ring in his hand and shouted, "You want the good fortune? Take it." He threw the ring towards Zhang Cheng without hesitation. Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up when he saw it. Shang Ba, looking displeased, quickly and unhesitatingly pushed him aside. After pushing him away, Shang Ba flew up, leaving the stunned and stammering Zhang Cheng on the ground. "Hey, isn't that?" He quickly reached out and caught the falling ring. Shang Ba's lips curled into a smug smile as he put on the ring and said, "HMPH, Qi Yuansheng, you know what's good for you." But suddenly his brow furrowed again. His eyes widened. Yuansheng pointed at him angrily and said, "We've all been deceived by him." Shang Ba looked at the ring in his hand, bewildered. Zhang Cheng stood up, patting the dust off his clothes, and said, "You're all crazy. Instead of coming to fight me, you're all fighting over that ring." Shang Ba went berserk, pointed his finger at his face, and roared, "Zhang Cheng, hand over the good fortune or I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat and asked back, What good fortune?" Not getting a satisfactory answer, Shang Ba became even more furious. He clenched his fist, his eyes looking like he wanted to eat him alive, and said, "The 9th-tier spirit talisman, the fox demon contract, and all the immortal treasures you've obtained." Being yelled at, he was baffled and subconsciously complied. "The 9th-tier spirit talisman is here." Zhang Cheng had an improper expression, glancing to his right and thinking, "So that's why they keep trying to snatch my ring. Do they all think I defeated those 8 major sects solely with the treasures in my ring?" Suddenly, Shang Ba's entire body was enveloped by a massive force, and he slowly began to levitate. He spread his arms in the air and commanded loudly, "I advise you not to make any rash moves. The moment you take out that spirit talisman, I'll have your head." Zhang Cheng stood below, looking up, unable to hold back any longer. He retorted, "Shang Ba, you were just speaking up for me. I thought the first prince of the Qianwang dynasty was a righteous man, but it turns out you're just another hypocrite," he thought to himself. "HMPH, you can search all you want, you won't find it." In that case, hearing this, his face darkened, his gaze shifted downward, and he threatened, "It seems you're looking to die." Soon, Shang Ba conjured a force, forming a huge rock that enveloped him. Everyone below was dumbfounded, looking up in terror. The 5-colored divine abode, as expected of the first prince of the Qianwang dynasty. This Zhang Cheng is doomed. He, on the other hand, let out a villainous laugh inwardly, completely confident and fearless. "Tisk, tisk, tisk. This guy is indeed quite powerful, but if I can lure everyone here into wanting to attack me, will the system arrange a plan for me to defeat all of them?" On the outside, however, Zhang Cheng feigned a look of fear and begged for mercy. "First Prince, spare my life, I was wrong." He spared no one, turning to the silent crowd, scaring them out of their wits. "Young Master Qi, Sect Master Qi, Elder Lu, am I not your honored guest?" He then mentioned Yuansheng, making him unable to help but sputter. "Save me, plead with the first prince for me. You're at death's door, and you still want to drive a wedge between the ironclad friendship of our Eight Clouds Hall and the Qianwang dynasty?" Zhang Cheng looked at his expression and judged. "Weren't you about to fight just now to snatch my ring?" Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, "Kid Zhang Cheng, hand over your good fortune and I'll spare your life." Hearing this, Zhang Cheng paused, puzzled. Who's sending me a voice transmission?" He turned towards the direction the invisible voice came from and saw Yuansheng, arms crossed, staring daggers at him. "The formation mechanisms of the Eight Clouds Hall are in my hands. Defeating Shang Ba won't be difficult. As long as you give me the good fortune, it's done." He cursed inwardly. annoyed. Shameless scoundrel still wants my good fortune. Yuanqing also threatened him with an invisible voice. Kid Zhang Cheng, you're in a critical situation right now. Your only hope for survival is me. Give me the good fortune and I have a way to save you from their grasp. Zhang Cheng heard the voice, turned around and narrowed his eyes, thinking, damn, you're pulling this crap too. Everyone present seemed to sense it. They surrounded him, vying to entice him with invisible voice transmissions. Zhang Cheng, give me the good fortune and I'll save you. I can save you. Kid Zhang Cheng, if you want to live, trade your good fortune for it. Give me the good fortune. I'll save you, Zhang Cheng. Right now, only I can help you. Seeing himself gradually being surrounded with no way out, Zhang Cheng put his hands together, smiled faintly and cursed in his heart. It's one thing for that old dog Qi Yuanqing to say he can help me, but you useless wastes also have the gall to join in? But he thought of a good idea. He put his hands together, looked at Yuanqing with shining eyes and said in a fawning tone, Ah, Sect Master Qi, you are truly benevolent and righteous, just as you said. Blast them to death with the grand formation and I will hand over the good fortune to you. Hearing this, Yuanqing was so scared he loudly denied it. Damn it, are you insane? Shangba heard this, turned his head sharply, his eyes filled with killing intent, and said, Qi Yuanqing, you dare to plot against me. He then put his hands together, chanted an incantation and conjured a rectangular body of force, divine abode style, defend. Seeing this, he responded in a panic, Ah, your highness, there's no such thing. This kid is clearly trying to sow discord between us. Yuanqing then created a small ball of force and said, I'll use the grand formation to drive them all away right now. He thought with a resentful look, it's over this time. Shangba has activated the full defensive power of the divine abode. It's impossible to eliminate him with the grand formation now. Zhang Cheng didn't let that group off either. He turned to them and shouted, Everyone, weren't you all going to stand up for me just now? Make a move, save the child. Hearing this, they trembled and whispered, Brat Zhang Cheng, don't talk nonsense. If we were to act, we wouldn't leave his body intact. Your highness, don't listen to his nonsense. He seemed to have achieved his goal, a very lewd expression appearing on his face as he snickered to himself. Success. Come on, let's all attack together. Shangba raised his sword and said angrily, HMPH, a bunch of ungrateful dogs. After I kill Zhang Cheng first, I'll settle the score with you. Without rushing, he swung his sword fiercely at the spot where he stood. The sword's chi was not light. Zhang Cheng stood motionless, looking up. The immense power generated by the sword struck down swiftly, blasting the area apart, and he couldn't maintain his balance, falling down. However, Zhang Cheng was completely unharmed. He sat up from the lingering smoke, holding his head. He lowered his hands and muttered to himself in disbelief, How am I not dead yet? Yuanqing and Yuanqing, seeing this scene, were both incredulous, stunned, speechless. How is that possible? Zhang Cheng stood inside, his entire body enveloped in a radiant, seven-colored divine abode force field. He looked bewildered, his hands still clutching his head tightly, and said helplessly, I'm really speechless. A look of clear surprise appeared on Shangba's face. A resplendent divine abode, how is that possible? He pondered. But he's only at the first level of the Heaven's Mandate realm. I can still kill him if I go all out. With that thought, Shangba swung out a powerful sword chi which shone in the sky, carrying immense power. Glorious dragon sword strike. However, Zhang Cheng remained calm, even saying in a provocative tone, This move has some kick, bring it on. He met the attack head-on, gripping his sword tightly, preparing to use the nether spring wind flame sword. As his sword seemed to conjure countless sharp ice balls that shot out rapidly, Shangba's sword chi coiled like two giant dragons. He said with immense confidence, Using such a trashy move against me, are you looking down on me? Yuanqing also interjected. What does this Zhang Cheng mean, using such a low-level move to counter the first prince's full power attack? Hearing these words, Zhang Cheng was about to explode. Then what am I supposed to do? The damn system isn't even as strong as me. My strongest move is still this one. At this moment, as usual, he calmly opened his arms. Although his expression looked like he was accepting his fate, he was actually very happy inside. It's indeed very strong. I really can't beat it. A dazzling light swept out from the sword. Carrying Shangba's fury and majesty, it lunged forward. Zhang Cheng's expression remained unchanged, as if he were enjoying a fine show to accompany his meal. Just as Shangba's sword chi was about to strike, it was blocked by Zhang Cheng's protective shield. He was greatly surprised, his eyes flashing with anger. Just by projecting the spiritual power of the divine abode as a shield, you blocked my full power attack. My realm is several levels higher than yours. Yuanqing was in disbelief. Is this the power of the resplendent divine abode? At this point, Zhang Cheng was dissatisfied. He raised his hand and interjected, I'm really speechless. Then Zhang Cheng delivered a heavy punch to Shangba. Why are you so stingy if you can't win? Don't just shove people around. He was knocked back a few steps, coughing painfully. Shangba was enraged. He let out a hair-raising laugh. Arrogant dog, you will regret this. Everyone present, listen up, surround and attack him. I, Shangba, will forgive and forget what happened before. Whoever helps me kill him will be handsomely rewarded by the Qianwang dynasty. Upon hearing this, everyone present was overjoyed and obediently followed the order. We obey the first prince's command. Brat Zhang Cheng, hurry up and die. They attacked him in unison with various weapons, including fire and swords. Zhang Cheng's face was swollen as if he had just disturbed a hornet's nest. It hurts like hell just for his stupid junk. They're beating the crap out of me. A deep and serious voice rang out. Then let me be the one to end him. Yuansheng created a glittering golden energy ball with astonishing spiritual energy, 8 directions swift thunder formation. Then he mercilessly blasted it down. Everyone present, including Shangba, was blinded by the terrifying light. Zhang Cheng's soul was seen floating up, his voice drifting in the air. It hurts like hell. Shangba looked at Zhang Cheng's corpse and felt a wave of joy and satisfaction. Finally dead. Then he opened his mouth and said, Qi Yuansheng. He immediately knelt to the ground, cupped his hands and said, First Prince, my 8 Clouds Hall will only obey the commands of the Qianwang dynasty. Shangba turned away. For killing this Zhang Cheng you shall have the primary credit. From this day forward the 8 Clouds Hall will be an ally of the Qianwang dynasty, protected by the dynasty. No sect shall dare to invade. A familiar system interface popped up. Host death detected. Cause of death, ganged up on and killed. Killers, Shangba, the members of the 8 Clouds Hall and other sects. Generating survival plan, please wait. Host reward, 1 drop of ancient azure dragon essence blood. Zhang Cheng was puzzled. What the hell is this ancient azure dragon essence blood? It's not another consumable, is it? Back to the group of people, they were in chaos. Shangba asked loudly, What's that sound? Everyone looked up at the thunderclouds gathering in the sky. He asked those around him, What's going on? One person said in surprise. Could it be that we've done too many wicked things and have alarmed the heavens? Another person interjected, Nonsense, who's been more wicked than us over the years? That person said again, Can you do it or not, long face? At this moment Shangba's eyes widened in surprise. He questioned Zhang Cheng, who was slowly walking over enveloped in a dazzling red light. Zhang Cheng, you're not dead? Yuansheng also couldn't hide his shock. What's going on? He was clearly dead. Shangba shouted anxiously. Qi Yuansheng, don't let him come back to life. Quickly activate the grand formation and kill him again, quick. He immediately stepped forward. Yes, yes. Suddenly, the ball of light in Yuansheng's hand flickered and then shattered. He was taken aback, a look of confusion on his face. What? Everyone present was also surprised. What's going on? Why can't we mobilize our cultivation? At this moment, Zhang Cheng's giant red dragon had already emerged from the formation, ready to crush the opponent. The people present were so scared they fell to their knees, kowtowing and saying, Sect Master Zhang, I have no grievances or enmity with you. Please spare my life. An elderly woman from the White Talisman Hall said, Sect Master Zhang, I am the master of the Fleeting Cloud Palace. My daughter is 28 this year and is not yet married. As long as you spare my old life, I will certainly marry her to you as a concubine. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng's face lit up. Wait, leave that old woman who wants to marry her daughter to me. Then the fire dragon shot a powerful beam of light into the crowd, leaving only miserable wails. He looked at the once noisy crowd, now lifeless, their faces ashen. A playful look in his eyes. Zhang Cheng clutched his head and shouted in anger, Damn it, so stupid, I told you to leave that old woman for me. But there was no response, only a ray of light emanating from the red dragon. It flew straight towards him, carrying a small light from its head. Zhang Cheng spread his hand to catch it. He asked himself, Is this that azure dragon essence blood? What's the use of this thing? At this moment the system appeared and answered the host's question. Azure dragon essence blood, blood that hides the essence of talent, the will of the ancient azure dragon. The method of use is fusion. After fusion, the host can obtain a portion of the azure dragon's bloodline and talent. The more azure dragon essence blood obtained and fused, the more the bloodline talent will be greatly enhanced. Value 9.8 billion. Zhang Cheng's eyes nearly popped out. Damn, 10 billion. This thing is actually worth 9 billion. He became more greedy than ever, his eyes shining like stars. Exchange, I want to exchange it for points. But the system was like a slap in Zhang Cheng's face. The target item has been marked as a system reward and cannot be exchanged for points. This made him extremely frustrated. This damn system is too calculating. So that means I can only fuse it, right? Suddenly a strong light hit Zhang Cheng. It created a smoky explosion. He was beyond surprised. What the hell is this? While Zhang Cheng was roaring, Why am I dead again? The system once again displayed the cause of death. Bati exploded from spiritual power overload due to fusing with the azure dragon essence blood. Who killed him? Generating survival plan, please wait. At this point Zhang Cheng fell silent as if preparing for something more terrible. Then he cursed with all his might. Damn it, are you playing with me? You made me die for nothing. Where's my resurrection plan? Where's my azure dragon essence blood? Fuck. The system appeared to answer the host's question. The azure dragon essence blood was successfully fused at the moment the host body exploded. No additional survival plan is needed. 500 points have been successfully deducted. Current points, 166,426. The current information has also been updated. Race, human. Physique, heavenly desolation, indestructible. Bloodline, azure dragon, bloodline level 1. Realm, heaven's mandate, 2nd level. Divine ability, resplendent divine abode. Zhang Cheng read line by line and pondered. My cultivation even went up a level. He checked the details of the bloodline talent. Primary azure dragon's might has the effect of suppressing an enemy's cultivation. Primary step on wind, walk on clouds. Each time the height is increased by 10,000 meters, strength increases by 10 with an upper limit of 100. Overall evaluation, still shameless and without shame. Zhang Cheng was a bit confused. Does this step on wind, walk on clouds mean that at a height of 100,000 meters my strength can double? He thought for a moment. 100,000 meters is basically in the sky. Then Zhang Cheng sighed, I'll deal with it later, there's still a big project to do, I should have asked Ji Lingen and the others to come over, then someone could have helped me pack things up. Looking at the various swords in the storage room, one of each kind, Zhang Cheng felt immense joy. This 8 Clouds Hall is really rich. Just the 8th tier spirit tools alone, there are 3 of them. That damn first prince is even richer. He has 3 8th tier spirit tools himself. He requested to exchange for a 4th tier spirit vein. The system immediately confirmed that a 4th tier spirit vein could be exchanged for 200,000 points. The system continued with a successful exchange. Current points 306,426. Zhang Cheng was pleased, just enough to upgrade the system. The system immediately accepted the command, upgrading system. System level 5, System Express, 500,000, current points 166,426, current skill points, resurrect 3 times a day, random survival plan consumes points to enhance the target, upgrading 1 major realm, cooldown 1 month. The host can consume points to become any target, cooldown 3 days. Note, the transformed target must be something the host has seen with his own eyes except for the target's strength. All other features can be completely simulated. Next level enhances new skills. The host can consume points to improve a target's aptitude, cooldown 1 day. Note, the higher the target's aptitude, the more points consumed. Zhang Cheng's eyes sparkled, improving aptitude. This is basically upgrading the leaks directly. It's so awesome. The system was very sincere, kindly reminding, upgrade reward, 10 discounted lottery draws. Only 99,998 points. Do you want to draw? Zhang Cheng was a bit surprised, so thoughtful. 10 beep sounded. Beep, success. Current points 66,428. Streaks of rainbow-like light crossed the blue sky. They combined and fused on the treasure weapon, the Cyan Luo Saint Breaking Sword X1. Next was the Heavenly Immortal Fortune X1, containing the profound meaning of the Tao of the strange treasure heaven, capable of raising a Tao imprint to the immortal level. Zhang Cheng obtained level 3 artifact refining. Skilled description. Raises the target's artifact refining skill to the Grandmaster level for 1 day, cooldown 1 day. He also got a fragment of the Complete Mechanism Chart X1. The Complete Mechanism Chart is a primordial strange treasure with its own self-contained space and rules. 1 day in the outside world is 1 year inside the fragment. It can be spliced with other fragments. After splicing, the fragment's function will be significantly enhanced. He received a total of 10 items from the system. Zhang Cheng directly put the Tianyuan 9 Saints treasure pills and the Taisu soul-nourishing treasure pills into his mouth. If I can eat them directly, I'll eat them first. After eating, he was surrounded by a huge light blue power. He muttered to himself, Heaven's Mandate 4th level, only went up 2 levels. These treasure pills aren't that great. Saying this, Zhang Cheng picked up the sword. This sword is pretty cool, but I'm afraid if I hold it, my strength will be too high and I won't get a chance to use my resurrection. So he came up with an idea and laughed out loud. I'll keep it in the sect specifically for showing off. When I go out, I'll always pretend to forget to bring it. I'm such a genius. Zhang Cheng received a warm welcome upon his return. Sect Master, you're finally back. We were worried sick. He happily hugged little Shui and Lingen. Ink Tiger was very surprised. This guy was only at the 1st level of Heaven's Mandate when he left. How did he jump directly to the 4th level in just 2 days? How did he do it? Zhang Cheng put his hands on the 2's shoulders. By the way, you 2 broke through to the spirit platform realm before and I haven't rewarded you yet. I'll make up for it today. Lingen stammered, holding the 8 Winds sword. Sect Master, this. Little Shui looked at the flowing cloud sword in her hand in disbelief. 8th tier spirit sword. Everyone present was extremely surprised. An 8th tier spirit sword is something we can't even dream of, that person marveled. In the entire Feiyin prefecture, I'm afraid only the 8 Clouds Hall has an 8th tier spirit sword. Could it be that they gave it to the sect master? Others were puzzled. Giving away 2 at once, is that possible? Zhang Cheng smiled. It's the principle of the Physique sect not to be stingy with rewards. Whoever cultivates the fastest gets rewarded. Everyone cheered excitedly. Work hard, work hard. The scene switches to an early morning in the Qianwang dynasty. Someone speaks. Have you heard? The 8 Clouds Hall has been annihilated. Even our first prince, Shang Ba, and the special envoys from various sects who went to attend the celebration are all dead. People took turns speaking. It wasn't an individual. It was definitely some major power. We still don't know who did it. It's not peaceful lately. Be careful. Emperor Shang Gao of the Qianwang dynasty said angrily. Who did it? Tell me. I want to skin him alive. The Prime Minister of the Qianwang dynasty, Yang Ji, immediately replied, Your Majesty, we just received multiple shadow recordings. There was a treasure-snatching battle at the 8 Clouds Hall at that time. The Grand General of the Qianwang dynasty, Lu Ran, spoke up. Several shadow recordings were all suddenly cut off at the same time, so we speculate that Qi Yuanqing activated the sect protecting Grand Formation and killed everyone present. But Yang Ji said from the side, General Lu, don't forget that Qi Yuanqing himself is also dead. Hearing this, he asked calmly, Then who do you think it could be? The commander of the Imperial Guard, Xiahou Jun, interjected. The 2 of you, stop arguing. In my opinion, Zhang Cheng is the most suspicious. Shang Gao asked about Zhang Cheng and he respectfully reported, Zhang Cheng is the master of a small sect, the Physique sect. Somehow he obtained a great opportunity. His strength increased dramatically and he destroyed several sects in a row. He pondered, I have heard about this. Shang Gao said loudly, General Liu, he ordered, you will immediately head to Kanglin Prefecture, regardless of whether they are related or not. That Physique sect has no need to exist anymore. They immediately responded, yes. Suddenly a voice rang out, hold on. Startling Shang Gao, a woman walked into the crowd. Princess Ning Dai of the Qianwang dynasty reported, Your Majesty, let your child handle this matter. Shang Gao showed displeasure. Instead of concentrating on your cultivation, what are you doing meddling in this? Ning Dai said coquettishly. Being forced to cultivate every day is suffocating. It's rare to find such a fun place. I want to go. If you don't listen to me, I'll run away from home, he advised with concern. It's not that I won't let you. This trip is dangerous. I'm afraid something might happen to you, she retorted. What danger? Isn't it just the legendary 9th level Heaven's Mandate Fox Demon? I'm already at the 1st level of the Dao Palace realm. What's there to be afraid of? Ning Dai persuaded with reason. Besides, when I have my subordinates are much more powerful than your majesties. Several officials on the side thought to themselves, to openly admit to having accomplices in the entire Qianwang dynasty, only Princess Ning Dai would do that. Shang Gao had no choice but to comply. All right then, I'll let you go, but you must take Xiahou Jun and the Imperial Guard with you. In the Physique sect, a voice filled with boredom sounded. Sigh, I gave them some rewards as encouragement, and they all went into seclusion to cultivate. Zhang Cheng sighed deeply. The events outside the Eight Clouds Hall are so lively, but none of the disciples know about it. Days without being able to show off are like years. Suddenly he remembered something. That's right, I haven't tried that transformation skill yet. Saying so, Zhang Cheng transformed into Lin Ning. I'm bored, might as well give it a try. He looked himself up and down and commented, it's really exactly the same. Then Zhang Cheng excitedly flew away on his sword. I'll go tease that girl Ji Lingen first. He peeked into the room sneakily. Were you very lonely when I, the sect master, wasn't around? Seeing Lingen cultivating very seriously in her room, Zhang Cheng sighed and walked away. So boring. Suddenly he heard Lingen shout loudly, Lin Ning. She opened the window and scolded, Lin Ning, aren't you cultivating in the complete mechanism chart? How dare you sneak out on your own? He thought in a panic. Damn, so fast. Zhang Cheng hurriedly fabricated an explanation. Oh well, the sect master had something for me to do, so I came out for a bit. Lingen shouted, what did the sect master want you for? How come I don't know? He had already taken the opportunity to flee. Oh well, the sect master said it was urgent and couldn't be delayed. I'll be going now. Zhang Cheng quickly jumped on his sword and flew away, leaving Lingen fuming. Bastard, don't run. After a while, several people reported. Reporting to Elder Ji, we've searched the treasure pavilion. There's no trace of the sect master. The small lake in the back mountain is also empty. Another person ran over in a panic. Elder Ji, bad news, little tiger is also missing. Lingen was very worried. What happened? Where did the sect master go? Lin Ning's reaction just now was definitely suspicious. Zhang Cheng was hiding nearby, somewhat surprised. Damn, I didn't expect that girl Ji Lingen to make such a big fuss. He clutched his head and cursed inwardly. This damn skill is so troublesome. I can't even cancel it voluntarily. I have to wait a day for it to automatically wear off. Then Zhang Cheng's face darkened. But this way I've discovered that little tiger was slacking off again. I'll have to settle the score with him when I get back. Suddenly little Shui spotted him in the form of Lin Ning, hiding in the shadows. Here, Zhang Cheng was surprised and cursed. Then he quickly flew away. Lingen looked surprised. How is this Lin Ning flying so fast? Switched to the back mountain of Physique and Zhang Cheng showed his dissatisfaction as soon as he landed. Damn it, if I had known this transformation technique was so troublesome, I wouldn't have used it randomly. Caused such a big commotion. He quickly sensed something was wrong and shouted, who's eavesdropping? Zhang Cheng looked at the cave and thought, someone is in the cave. Suddenly, he was attacked by a considerable force. Zhang Cheng fell backward and suddenly a familiar voice sounded. Wait, Lin Ning first. Ink Tiger was in a panic. Damn it, Lin Ning, I'm screwed this time. Ink Tiger said angrily to the black shadow next to him. Damn it, why are you so despicable? I told you to wait for me to handle things. That shadow frowned. You are a demon king after all, and he's just the master of a small sect. Look how scared he's made you, Ink Tiger said angrily. What do you know, that kid is not simple, he said angrily. I promised him I'd be the sect protecting spirit beast for 3 years. If you kill them in front of me, how can I face anyone? I kindly took you in, and this is how you repay me, that black shadow just said perfunctorily. Yeah, all right, I know I was wrong. It was a momentary slip-up at this time. Zhang Cheng was furious. Well, you little tiger. I was wondering why you weren't on duty properly. So you were colluding with demons here. The familiar system appeared. Host death detected 1-3. Cause of death killed. Killer Mo Chen. Generating survival plan, please wait. Host has obtained the main soul seal, Zhang Cheng shouted angrily. Little tiger, you traitor. Then he looked at himself in surprise. I've changed back. Ink Tiger couldn't help but be surprised. Zhang Cheng, why are you here? Mo Chen said in surprise. What's going on? It was clearly a girl just now and I already killed her, Zhang Cheng said coldly. What you killed was just my illusionary clone, daring to cause trouble in my Physique sect. You're in for it. Then he used his observation skill, his eyes shining with golden light. But Zhang Cheng didn't get any information, which made him very confused. What's going on? Why can't I see anything? The system appeared to answer the host's question. With the host's current ability, the observation skill can only observe substances from this world. Substances not from this world cannot be observed. Successfully deducted. Current point 65,926. Zhang Cheng was in disbelief. A substance not from this world? Is this guy's background that big? And he even used big yellow. Ink Tiger explained from the side to Zhang Cheng, this is all a misunderstanding, don't be angry yet. He's not an enemy. But Zhang Cheng cursed, a misunderstanding. If it were really Lin Ning who came, just let him be killed, I'll take care of him first. Then you can explain. Mo Chen just smiled smugly, just a tiny ant at the 4th level of Heaven's mandate. I can kill you with a single thought. Zhang Cheng was not to be outdone. He created a red sphere. Let's see who kills whom with just a single thought. Mo Chen felt dizzy, clutching his head, feeling pain all over his body. He was scared and confused. How did this kid Zhang Cheng do it? Ink Tiger persuaded. Zhang Cheng, listen to me. Stop for a moment. This guy is a high immortal, not a bad person. It's all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Mo Chen begged for mercy and fear while in pain. Sect Master Zhang, I was wrong. Spare my life. Please stop. I am willing to submit. Hearing this, he said, is that so? Then kneel. Ink Tiger was surprised by this suggestion. Give him some face, he's a high immortal. Mo Chen immediately knelt down, his tone respectful. Yes, your subordinate submits. From now on I will only listen to Sect Master Yang's words. May I be so bold as to ask, how did Sect Master Zhang obtain my main soul seal? But in his heart, he had sinister thoughts. I didn't want to expend effort to get it, but heaven delivered the main soul seal to my doorstep. Ink Tiger suddenly came to his senses as if he couldn't believe his ears. Main soul seal. Zhang Cheng keenly sensed. The system didn't give a prompt. This guy isn't sincerely submitting. He clenched his fists, ready to strike at any moment. You think you can escape by pretending to submit? You can't fool me. He immediately bowed his head and knelt down. I submit. This time I really submit. But Zhang Cheng didn't think it was real. Still pretending, Ink Tiger asked in surprise. Zhang Cheng, don't kill him yet. Did you really get his main soul seal? He answered calmly. Yes, so what? He then showed a meaningful smile. Then making him submit is too simple, Ink Tiger explained in detail. Just use your divine soul to carve the contract formation on his main soul seal. This way he won't be able to refuse submission. The laws of the heavenly Tao will make it impossible for him to defy your will. Zhang Cheng found this new thing very interesting. There's such a thing, I'll give it a try. Mo Chen cursed angrily. You dead tiger, you actually betrayed me. If it weren't for my greatly diminished cultivation now I would have refined you. Ink Tiger was not to be outdone. You old fox, don't be ungrateful. If it weren't for me pleading for you, you'd be dead by now. And you dare to curse me? Zhang Cheng finished it in the blink of an eye. And then the system notified him that he had obtained the loyalty of a lower-level immortal, gaining 1,000 points. He was a little surprised and a little disdainful. Isn't he an immortal? Only this many points, Ink Tiger said with satisfaction. Alright Zhang Cheng kid, now he's your slave, whatever you say he'll do. Quick, make him bark like a dog first. Zhang Cheng was surprised. You were just asking me to give him some face, you change your tune too quickly. Then he waved his hand as a signal. After all, he is an immortal. The respect he deserves should be given. Mo Chen, from now on you must not only be loyal to me, but also take on the responsibilities of a disciple of my Physique sect. Can you do it? Although he was unwilling, he reluctantly agreed. Well, do I have any other choice? Zhang Cheng asked with a smile. Alright, what's your background? Tell me the truth. Mo Chen sighed and began to speak. It all started tens of millions of years ago. He continued to talk about the Immortal Realm War. Mo Chen said, the Immortal Realm War was fought until the sky and earth turned dark. Yin and Yang were reversed and there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Zhang Cheng said impatiently. Hey, wait, why are you going so far back? Get to the point. Tell me your name first, he replied. Okay, my name is Mo Chen, nicknamed the Assassination Immortal Sect. I participated in the war back then. The immortals and demons were besieged by the demon race. I fought alone but was no match and my soul was scattered. I fled to the mortal world in a sorry state, Mo Chen continued. After descending to the mortal world I lost my main soul seal, which caused a part of my remnant soul to be insufficient to survive in the mortal world. In order not to have my soul scattered, I had to parasitize the half-life demon. Oh no, the blood-transforming ring of a half-life immortal artifact. Zhang Cheng suddenly asked, did you just slip up? He was sweating profusely. Don't mind these details. Then he pressed, the blood-transforming ring is the thing Dahuang used to assassinate me back then, right? Mo Chen didn't hide it. That blood-transforming ring was originally an immortal artifact I specialized in for assassination. It's a good thing I anticipated this and refined it into a half-life immortal artifact for emergencies. I didn't expect it would really save my life, but to maintain my survival, the immortal power of the blood-transforming ring was gradually consumed year after year, eventually degrading into a spirit tool, he continued. Later it was coincidentally found by the Dahuang family. Their mortal eyes couldn't see the mystery within and only used it as a common spirit tool, but even so it was a great opportunity for them, making the Dahuang family one of the largest forces in Kanglan Prefecture. At this time Zhang Cheng patted Ink Tiger's shoulder and said, so little tiger, you discovered that there was a problem with this blood-transforming ring, right? Good job, he thought smugly. Finally he's praising me. Now you know my importance, right? After a few coughs Mo Chen spoke. Sectmaster Zhang, the contract formation not only restricts the function of the main soul seal but also has a protective effect. Although I am enslaved by you, I don't have to worry about my soul dissipating because the main soul doesn't get nourished by immortal power. He appeared very sincere. Please allow me to formally introduce myself. Then Mo Chen transformed into a human form. I am a high immortal, the assassination immortal, Venerable Mo Chen. Although my current strength is not at its 100% peak, I can kill any cultivator below the Dao Palace realm with just a single thought. Zhang Cheng retorted, just this? Leaving him with a blank expression. Then he turned to leave. With your meager strength, just obediently follow my disciples' arrangements. You're nothing. Little tiger, clear the way back to the residence. Mo Chen immediately flew over and grabbed Zhang Cheng. You're only at the 4th level of Heaven's Mandate. I can easily slay a 9th level Heaven's Mandate expert, and you still look down on my strength, he said confidently. Alright, below the Saint entry realm, no matter the cost, my immortal soul will be damaged, but I can kill them for you to see. How about it? But Zhang Cheng ignored him once again. Alright, you don't need to kill anything, just rest and recuperate. I'll treat it as charity. This struck him like a bolt from the blue. Mo Chen seemed to have lost his patience. Then give me back the main soul seal and I guarantee your sect will be invincible in the mortal world. That timid old tiger, I can destroy it with ease, Ink Tiger said with dissatisfaction. Damn it, you repay kindness with ingratitude. Have you forgotten who took care of you these days? He immediately retorted. What are you pretending for? Don't you just want me to be grateful so that when I recover my cultivation I can take you to ascend? Zhang Cheng replied very calmly. If I give you the main soul seal you'll rebel and destroy my sect. Are you taking me for a fool? Mo Chen coughed a few times and made another request. How about this? You help me find some saint grade or higher spiritual pills and herbs to nourish my remnant soul and I'll make you the #1 sect in the world. Ink Tiger angrily opened his mouth and cursed. Do you think saint grade pills are like cabbages? You can have them whenever you want, he shouted. What's the benefit of that? Feeding me would also make him the #1 sect in the world, Mo Chen retorted, not to be outdone. Bullshit, I'm recovering my cultivation. 1 meal for me is worth 10 for you, and I'm more valuable too. Zhang Cheng thought for a moment. He had accumulated quite a few spiritual pills and herbs from the lottery, so he might as well let him try. Then he spread his hands and said, then have a taste. Mo Chen was shocked when he saw it. He and Ink Tiger couldn't hide their surprise. This jade dew beauty preserving grass. Mo Chen saw the light radiating from Zhang Cheng. Could this kid be the legendary son of Heaven's Dao? He pondered. The son of Heaven's Dao possesses talent, aptitude, and fortune far beyond ordinary people. Some have short-lived fortune, becoming ordinary after reaching the immortal realm, while others have longer fortune, which can help them become a hegemon in the immortal world. It can be said that not every son of Heaven's Dao can cultivate to the peak, but most of the prominent figures in the immortal world are sons of Heaven's Dao. Mo Chen looked at him and thought, this kid managed to subdue this tiger demon with just this bit of cultivation and somehow got my main soul seal. Now he casually pulls out a jade dew beauty preserving grass. He thought about it. He's definitely a son of Heaven's Dao. Mo Chen snatched the spiritual pill, pondering while sizing him up with a scrutinizing gaze. I heard that every son of Heaven's Dao has a wise old mentor with them. So this is Heaven's Dao's intention in bringing me here. He took a deep breath, enjoying its aroma. Then Mo Chen put it in his mouth. As he began to recover his cultivation, he said, Kid, watch carefully. Mo Chen's whole body turned red, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Afterward he changed his appearance, looking like an experienced old cultivator. Ink Tiger was surprised. Just 1 jade dew beauty preserving grass had restored so much of his power. Mo Chen smiled smugly. How about it, young man? From now on I'll have your back. You can do whatever you want and no one can touch you. But Zhang Cheng worriedly stopped him. No, it's fine. I can handle it myself. Mo Chen was puzzled. Is there something wrong with this kid's head? Why is he talking so abnormally? Then he shouted, guiding cultivation, isn't that the basic function of a wise old mentor? Zhang Cheng put his hand on Mo Chen's shoulder. All right, from now on you'll be the chief training instructor for my Physique Sect enterprise. Then the three of them returned together amidst a welcoming crowd. Sect Master, you're finally back. Ji Lingyan hugged Zhang Cheng. She was very worried. Sect Master, where did you go? I was worried sick. He quickly comforted her. Don't worry. Wasn't I just interviewing new employees for our enterprise? Then Zhang Cheng pointed at Mo Chen and introduced him. This is Elder Mo Chen, an immortal who has descended to the mortal world. His cultivation is unfathomably deep. From now on he will be our Physique Sect's professional cultivation training elder. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask him. Everyone present greeted him politely. Hello, Elder Mo Chen. He stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly Mo Chen noticed something. He was surprised to see Ji Lingyan's 7-orifice exquisite body. Mo Chen stood in the middle of the square pondering, this girl with her 7-orifice exquisite body alone is also a son of Heaven's Dao. It would probably only take a few hundred years for her to cultivate to the immortal Dao. Mo Chen's gaze was fixed on the still bewildered Ji Lingyan and his heart was in turmoil. I would have never imagined that a normal small sect could have 2 sons of Heaven's Dao at the same time. Murmurs began to spread. The disciples behind were discussing among themselves. Another immortal. Has an immortal descended to guide us? Just as this person finished speaking, another answered, Did you forget, huh? The sect master is an immortal. Elder Mo Chen must be an old friend of the Sect Master. At this moment Ji Lingyan suddenly said loudly, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. That's right, Sect Master, we can't let Lin Ning off the hook. She deceived us, saying the Sect Master would only be back in 3 days, causing panic among us. Everyone agreed unanimously. Yes, Sect Master, senior sister Ji is right. The situation came a bit suddenly. Zhang Cheng was a little flustered. Damn it, I forgot about this. He calmly coughed a few times, then said seriously, have you all forgotten what I usually teach you? We are all family. We should love and care for each other. How can you tattle behind someone's back? He used his status as Sect Master to lecture and intimidate the disciples. Seeing Ji Lingyan hesitate to speak, Zhang Cheng raised his hand to stop her. I arranged this matter. No one is to mention it again. Ji Lingyan and the other disciples could only agree reluctantly. The tense atmosphere temporarily dissipated. Zhang Cheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that if they discussed this every day, the truth would be exposed sooner or later. He quickly turned the situation around, facing Mo Chen. Zhang Cheng had an idea. That's right, it's time to let Lin Ning and the others come out and meet him. Letting this old man guide their cultivation will have a better effect. He felt it was a suitable plan. 3 figures flew from a distance, landing as lightly as swallows. As soon as Lin Ning saw Zhang Cheng, her eyes welled up with tears and she hugged his sleeve, saying, Sect Master, I thought you had forgotten about us. Ji Lingyan snorted with disdain from behind. HMPH, didn't we just see each other? What's all the excitement about? Zhang Cheng smiled and extended his hand to introduce Mo Chen to Lin Ning. Come Ning Ning, pay your respects to Elder Mo Chen. Mo Chen stood there friendly, waiting. Luo Yuan, Shantae, you two come over as well. At this time Mo Chen was still calmly observing Lin Ning. In an instant his expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, Hidden Emperor bloodline. Mo Chen was shaken internally. A declining sect actually has 3 sons of heaven's Dao? What on earth is going on? Has the world changed? Zhang Cheng saw his strange expression and just asked lightly, Do you know about the Hidden Emperor bloodline? Mo Chen was all too familiar with it. He immediately replied, Of course. The Hidden Emperor bloodline is an excellent bloodline for cultivating dark element techniques. It's extremely rare even in the immortal realm. He paced back and forth and added, It's just a pity this girl hasn't cultivated any dark element techniques, so the power of the Hidden Emperor bloodline hasn't had a chance to manifest. At this moment Lin Ning stood by, listening to the two of them talk nonsense with a clueless expression. Since Mo Chen said so, he nodded in agreement. Tisk, that's right. No one in our Physique sect is skilled in this. What a pity. His voice was a bit low. Mo Chen saw that the time was right. His eyes lit up and he said, Sect Master Zhang may have forgotten my title as the Dark Extreme Immortal Venerable. As he spoke he added proudly, Dark element techniques are my specialty. Why not let this girl become my disciple? I guarantee she will become the strongest dark element cultivator in the mortal world. Although he boasted verbally, his intentions were obvious, but he wasn't very confident it would succeed. Agree, he will definitely agree. He prayed silently. Zhang Cheng didn't object, but he didn't have the final say either. He pointed at Elder Ji and said unhurriedly, I don't mind, but Lin Ning was originally Elder Ji's disciple. We need her to agree. Ji Lingyan was also very direct. She replied coldly, As long as it's not the Sect Master, I have no objections. Suddenly, Lin Ning loudly refused. I don't agree. She was resolute in her opposition. Lin Ning walked forward crying and blaming Zhang Cheng. You clearly promised that if I surpassed Elder Ji you would let me become your disciple. But she only saw Zhang Cheng prevaricate with difficulty. The key is that I don't know this dark element technique either. Wouldn't that delay your future? Besides, when did I agree? It was you two who made the decision on your own. Speaking of which, Zhang Cheng naturally got angry. While the atmosphere was still chaotic, where did Big Yellow pop out from? She lay in the middle of the courtyard crying, her cries loud. Mama, Mama. Zhang Cheng turned around and asked what was wrong. What's wrong, Big Yellow? She jumped onto his shoulder, pointed far ahead and hurriedly reported. Mama, it's the fragment. The fragment is here. Zhang Cheng also tried to see what the situation was in the distance. He asked blankly, How a fragment of the world's center, can that thing grow legs? In the distant sky, flocks of Luan birds flew with outstretched wings, golden light covering the sky. Among the birds was a sedan chair, its curtains as thin as smoke vaguely revealing a noble figure. Zhang Cheng squinted his eyes to look and couldn't help but marvel. He couldn't help but exclaim, Oh, how grand! What is that big bird? His face was full of curiosity and excitement. Mo Chen, who was beside him, pursed his lips as if he had long known it was the wise old mentor's performance time. At this moment he stroked his beard, looked up at the sky and said proudly in a loud voice, Ahem, Sect Master Zhang, this is a Luan, a 6th-tier spirit beast. Because of its gentle nature it is often tamed by others. Ink Tiger was very dissatisfied upon hearing this. Damn it, old dog, bootlicker, acting all high and mighty. Acting high and mighty while bootlicking, so skilled. As expected of an immortal from the celestial realm, you've stolen all my thunder. In the crowd of disciples, Luo Yuan sensed something that seems to be he wasn't sure. It wasn't until the sedan chair drifted closer with the wind and the curtain was blown open, revealing the person inside with an extraordinary air that everyone recognized her and cried out, Princess Ning Dai. Everyone was amazed. Princess Ning Dai of the Qianwang dynasty. Why would she personally come to our Physique sect? Zhang Cheng asked. Zhang Hong, as if seeing his idol, replied with a face full of admiration. She must have come for the title of the most affectionate person in Kanglan Prefecture to propose marriage. Zhang Cheng's eyes were secretly cautious, and he curled his lips confidently. HMPH, the people from the Qianwang dynasty have finally come knocking. Come on, give me a reason to destroy you. He was already prepared to deal with it. The Luan birds stopped flapping their wings, and the jade sedan chair came to a halt in the center of the square. The white jade wheels lightly touched the stone slabs, emitting a noble and cold aura. The Luan bird suddenly let out an earth-shattering cry, screeching shrilly. The princess and her maids were very panicked. Ning Dai cried out in terror. What happened? Why is the Luan so scared? The commander of the Imperial Guard, Xiahou Jun, immediately ordered, "Protect the princess." Ink Tiger suddenly appeared, exuding a murderous aura to suppress the bloodline. Zhang Cheng stood by, unable to hide a trace of annoyance, and glanced at the troublemaker. "Your murderous aura is scaring the guests," he said nonchalantly. "So what? I haven't even moved and he's already this scared." Zhang Cheng couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. He reached out, grabbed Ink Tiger's head and pinched it like he was scolding a naughty child. "Little tiger, tone it down, don't scare them away." Ink Tiger immediately obeyed. Suddenly, his entire body shrank from a physique as strong as a bull demon to just over half a person's height. Just then, the wind blew open the sedan curtain, and Ning Dai stepped down, her skirt hem landing on the ground like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Her face was like frost and snow, her eyes as clear as glazed glass. Xiahou Jun sternly shouted, "Still not coming up?" The birds stopped flapping their wings. Princess Ning Dai's procession and entourage stopped in the center of the Physique Sect square. Commander Xiahou Jun's gaze was like a knife as he sternly shouted, "Still not kneeling?" Zhang Cheng also shouted back loudly, "Kneel your ass, state your business." Xiahou Jun was filled with killing intent, his eyes sharp, ready to draw his sword. Black flames rose from his body, and his aura darkened the heavens and earth. The cultivators behind trembled, and someone shouted, "We're dead." Another voice followed, "Don't panic, isn't there an immortal elder here? I don't want to make things worse." Ning Dai gently ordered, "Commander Xiahou, stop." Xiahou Jun didn't want to stop, saying angrily, "Your Highness, he has disrespected the Qianwang dynasty and you. He must be severely punished." Ning Dai crossed her arms and reminded him, "Before we came, the ancestral emperor made it very clear that I am in charge of this trip. Has Commander Xiahou forgotten?" Xiahou Jun gritted his teeth, sheathed his sword, wishing he could stab that guy to death. This general wouldn't dare, his expression unconvinced. He sneered inwardly, probably mesmerized by this kid's looks, just a flower-crazy fool after all. Ning Dai turned to Zhang Cheng, her voice cold but polite. "You must be Sect Master Zhang, right? Won't you invite me in for a seat?" Zhang Cheng readily agreed. He thought with confusion, not fighting, "This little girl is quite polite. I wonder what her intentions are." Inside the main hall, the two sides sat opposite each other. On one side were the Qianwang princess, the commander, and their entourage. On the other side were Zhang Cheng and his disciples. It was unknown what they were discussing when suddenly Ji Lingen exclaimed in surprise, "A great disaster is upon us, isn't it? The grand ceremony?" Little Shui also showed a surprised expression. Ning Dai was as calm as a deep well, adding unhurriedly, "The Eight Clouds Hall was annihilated during the grand ceremony. Even the guests died tragically, including my brother, Shang Ba." Hearing this, Ji Ling and Little Shui and Luo Yuan's faces turned ashen, almost choking on their water, their faces bloodless. Ning Dai's eyes were as bright as jade. She said gently, "Sect Master Zhang is the only survivor. You must know the inside story, right?" Zhang Cheng looked indifferent. He didn't pay much attention and answered nonchalantly, "Yes, I did it." The three disciples simultaneously felt like collapsing, wishing they could cover Zhang Cheng's mouth. "Don't admit it." Ning Dai found it hard to believe. Her face was serious, with a hint of a warning smile. "Sect Master Zhang, my patience is running out." "Stop joking." Zhang Cheng still answered calmly, "Who's joking with you? I really did it." As he spoke, Zhang Cheng threw a sword onto the center of the table. The moment she saw the sword, Ning Dai jumped up. In a choked voice, "It's the 1,000-year spirit sword, my royal brothers." Commander Xiahou Jun immediately ordered, "Audacious commoner, you dare kill a prince of my dynasty. All generals heed my command, form the array." All the generals drew their swords simultaneously. Commander Xiahou Jun drew a talisman, and a dazzling golden light enveloped the entire hall. The soldiers were in position, and thousands of talisman papers flew up. Golden light enveloped them, and the Jinjiang Wei Sha Grand Formation appeared. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but say, "Damn, what's the meaning of this, trying to redecorate for me?" Mo Chen assessed the situation and hurriedly stopped Zhang Cheng. "Sect Master Zhang, this is the Jinjiang Wei Sha Formation. It's a mobile spirit formation composed of multiple cultivators filling the formation eyes. It's extremely domineering," Mo Chen explained quickly in one breath. "Its strength is only one level higher than the Sect protecting Grand Formation. It's enough to kill an opponent one major realm higher. Due to the formation's immense power, no one dared to act rashly." Mo Chen gritted his teeth and desperately flipped the table to block for a moment. Immediately, Mo Chen proposed to Zhang Cheng, "These people must have been trained since childhood. Their minds are connected, which is why they have such a powerful trump card. Sect Master Zhang, I am willing to risk damage to my remnant soul to break this formation for the Sect." Ink Tiger interjected with contempt, "Damn you bootlicker, you're doing this kind of thing too." Zhang Cheng raised his hand to stop Mo Chen's idea. Hey, it's not that serious. Don't we still have Little Tiger?" Mo Chen refused to give up. "It's better not to rely too much on this tiger demon." After all, it's a beast that hasn't been fully tamed. Ink Tiger flew into a rage. Old bootlicker, are you trying to undermine me? You've only been here for less than a day and you're already picking up bad habits. The two sides silently stared at each other. Ink Tiger flexed his muscles, his body instantly becoming huge. His muscles bulged and his presence was overwhelming. Zhang Cheng, kid, should I wipe them all out or leave a woman? He asked in a low voice. Ink Tiger was smug, showing a victor's smile, trying to step on the old man to get ahead. Dream on, Zhang Cheng laughed happily. Little Tiger really gets me. Just then, with a loud bang, the formation shattered, and everyone was shocked and confused. Where did Ning Dai fall from? It was she who broke the formation. Zhang Cheng said, internal conflict. Xiahou trembled with anger and asked in terror, Your Highness, what are you doing? Ning Dai turned to look at Xiahou, her eyes as cold as frost. You dared to act without my permission. If I kill you, do you think the ancestral emperor will blame me? Xiahou was speechless, silently enduring it. Ink Tiger said with a hint of mockery, pursing his lips, Mo Chen, you had to damage your remnant soul to break the formation. Yet the other party's little girl broke it so easily. Mo Chen coughed a few times, covering up his embarrassment guiltily. Ahem, Sect Master Zhang, she broke the formation from the inside. It's different. His voice lowered as he cautiously revealed, and this is no ordinary little girl. She has the Li Dragon bloodline. Zhang Cheng found it strange. He couldn't tell the difference between the Li Dragon bloodline and the Azure Dragon bloodline. Mo Chen stroked his beard, a somewhat cunning look in his eyes. Sect Master Zhang is joking. The Azure Dragon bloodline is one of the three main bloodlines of the dragon race. Although this Li Dragon bloodline is powerful, it's just a branch of the dragon bloodline. Far from it. He averted his gaze, thinking that Princess Ning Dai's Li Dragon bloodline was not pure, otherwise she would also be a son of Heaven's Dao. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng didn't know what they were surprised about. Mo Chen watched Zhang Cheng ignorantly scratching his nose, sweating profusely but not knowing what to do, and could only say it couldn't compare to the Azure Dragon bloodline. But he was completely unfazed inside. I don't know what secret technique this kid used, but I can't even see her constitution and bloodline clearly. Could he be the Azure Dragon bloodline? Ning Dai let out a long sigh, then straightened her back and announced loudly, Sect Master Zhang is also a victim. The murderer is someone else and needs to be investigated. My brother's spirit sword was probably picked up by Sect Master Zhang by chance afterwards. Ning Dai cupped her hands and respectfully admitted her mistake. Sect Master Zhang, it was my lack of discipline. I was rude. She pointed to the side, feeling it was fate, and wanted to give this 1000-year golden sword to Zhang Cheng. Her decision left the others dumbfounded and astonished. Princess Ning Dai actually showed weakness. How did Sect Master Zhang do it? Zhang Cheng raised his hand and made a rude gesture. He found it really troublesome. Another roundabout person had come. Ning Dai walked up to him, a brilliant smile on her face. It turned out she wanted to stay at Zhang Cheng's place because the journey was too tiring. Zhang Cheng would naturally not treat a distinguished guest poorly, but he would charge for lodging. The group was stunned for a moment. Who could come up with such a move? No matter how angry Ning Dai was, she had to accept. Does Sect Master Zhang want to accept spirit stones or spirit pills? Zhang Cheng pointed at Lan Ti's head. I want her hairpin. In this situation, she didn't know what to do. With his sharp eyes, Zhang Cheng guessed that Lan Ti was hiding a peak 9th level Dao Palace cultivation while acting as a 1st level Dao Palace maid. I wonder what other tricks the Qianwang dynasty has to prevent others from seeing? Ning Dai turned to look at Lan Ti. She forced a smile and agreed. It's not anything valuable. If Sect Master Zhang likes it, just take it. At the same time, Lan Ti took out that golden hairpin. She handed it to Zhang Cheng personally. The moment Big Yellow saw the hairpin in his hand, it was eager to pounce, but he quickly moved his hand away. At the same time, he ordered Luo Yuan to take the guests to check in, switch to the guest rooms of the Phaxian sect. The sun was quietly shining over the roof. Lan Ti gently closed the door, then turned around. Ning Dai pulled a chair for her. Venerable Lan Ti, please sit. Ning Dai was all sweet talk a moment ago, and now she started spilling the beans. That Zhang Cheng is so unreasonable. Why did you stop Xiahou from killing him? Does she know she's already got one foot in the grave? Does she know? This made Ning Dai a little flustered. Of course, Ning Dai didn't believe it. She looked down on Zhang Cheng's cultivation merely at the 4th level of Heaven's mandate. Any guard could easily kill him. Lan Ti's face darkened upon hearing this, and she reminded her sternly, Did you forget he still has a tiger demon by his side? Ning Dai chirped. That tiger demon is only at the 9th level of Heaven's mandate. She wasn't scared at all. Lan Ti cursed Ning Dai for being stupid. The street rumors, Ning Dai believed them too. If that tiger demon went crazy, even this venerable would have to die with you all. Ning Dai only now knew fear. How is that possible? Unless he's at the 9th level of the Dao Palace. So Lan Ti mentioned the matter of the Ziyuan Holy Land and asked if Ning Dai had heard of it. She stammered her reply, I've heard of it. It was destroyed by a great demon. The 4 saint entry experts of the Ziyuan Holy Land couldn't even block a single move from that great demon. Lan Ti asked sternly, Do you know what kind of great demon that was? This question made Ning Dai associate it with an unimaginable tiger demon. Lan Ti's face instantly turned pale. I didn't expect that tiger demon to be here. Ning Dai then proposed a hypothesis to Lan Ti. Is it possible to get Zhang Cheng? And then she dared not say more. So Lan Ti waved her hand, her attitude extremely cautious. This level of great demon is not something you and I can command. Even if Zhang Cheng dies, it won't submit to us. I don't know what kind of opportunity that Zhang Cheng got to be able to deal with it. In a brief moment, Ning Dai was secretly transmitting some information. To make this tiger demon serve us we must, and then revealed no more. Lan Ti suddenly noticed something was wrong. She asked herself, how did the concentration of spiritual energy here suddenly increase so much? On the other side, Zhang Cheng was laughing and joking with his companions. They walked to a protruding rock. Big Yellow was savoring Lan Ti's hairpin with relish. Then it emitted a 7-colored light. It seems the spirit stone has been upgraded to the 5th tier. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen was dumbfounded, cursing in disbelief, changing the grade of a spirit vein. How is this possible? Ink Tiger patted his shoulder, telling him to calm down. This kid pulls off some scientific and technological feats every day. You'll get used to it. He followed Zhang Cheng's back with his gaze. Zhang Cheng was intently watching Big Yellow. Mo Chen felt that Zhang Cheng was a very unusual guy. The major sects fought great wars just to contend for high-grade spirit veins in auspicious lands, yet he could upgrade a spirit vein's grade without any basis. Even for a son of heaven's Dao, this is unbelievable. Could he be the eldest son of heaven's Dao? This matter also caught Ning Dai's attention. She ran out and asked what happened. How did the spiritual energy suddenly increase so much? Zhang Cheng calmly pretended it was no big deal. It's just that he happened to be idle and upgraded the spirit vein's grade. Lan Ti and Ning Dai both had the same expression, not believing he could upgrade a spirit vein's grade. Lan Ti's face turned pale, signaling her to proceed as planned. Ning Dai then enthusiastically struck up a conversation with Zhang Cheng. Sect Master Zhang, the hospitality on this trip has been truly thoughtful. Before long, it will be the heaven-worshipping grand ceremony of our Qianwang dynasty. I wonder if Sect Master Zhang would do me the honor of coming. The answer was already written all over Zhang Cheng's face. He was curious. Ning Dai's acting was a bit too obvious. He had seen this trick before. Ning Dai, seemingly unable to read Zhang Cheng's mind, put on a cute act to persuade him. To be honest, Sect Master Yang's appearance is extraordinary and his style is exceptional. I have long been filled with admiration. She knelt on the ground, extending a hand for him to place his on top of hers. I hope Sect Master Zhang will not refuse. This made Zhang Cheng's face flush. It was incredibly stimulating. Damn, there's such a good deal. The few people watching from the outside also sensed something was off. Meanwhile, Ning Dai revealed a cunning smile. Thinking Zhang Cheng had taken the bait, Zhang Cheng agreed without a second thought, his heart almost leaping with joy. He could use this opportunity to plunder the Qianwang dynasty, and if that failed, he could still win over this princess. Such a good opportunity had to be seized. Ji Lingen rushed out from nowhere to stop him. She cited the danger of the Qianwang dynasty having Dao Palace realm experts as a reason he shouldn't go. Faced with her attitude, Zhang Cheng couldn't stop smiling. She was clearly jealous, afraid he would fall for the princess's charms and never return. The people behind them also started clamoring, all agreeing with Ji Lingen. This made Zhang Cheng so smug his nose was in the air, fantasizing that everyone was jealous over him. Suddenly Mo Chen spoke up, saying he wanted to go along to ensure Zhang Cheng's safety. Upon hearing this, Ji Lingen entrusted everything to him. Then, Elder Mo, you must watch the Sect Master closely. Don't let the Sect Master get involved in any romantic relationships. No, don't let any harm come to the Sect Master. He feigned the cough of a gentleman and smilingly agreed, but behind his back he gave Zhang Cheng a thumbs up. Go ahead and flirt all you want, I'll pretend I didn't see a thing. Zhang Cheng, of course, understood his meaning. His eyes lit up and he silently praised Mo Chen for being so sensible. As expected of an immortal venerable, his thick skin was directly proportional to his cultivation in this world. Then he returned to his serious demeanor, coughing a few times to compose himself. Zhang Cheng raised his hand to stop them. What are you all doing? Our guests are still here. How can we not show face when invited by the Qianwang dynasty? You all just focus on your cultivation within the sect. I'll only be gone for a few days. The few of them had tears in their eyes upon hearing this. But she's so beautiful. Mo Chen's eyes suddenly shone like stars, echoing Zhang Cheng. I'll go pack for the two of us right now. Seeing his excitement, Ink Tiger roared and cursed. This old bootlicker really has no bottom line. You're taking care of this too? Zhang Cheng suddenly stopped Mo Chen, who was about to go as his escort, on the grounds that he still had things to do in the sect. This surprised Mo Chen, who tried hard to convince him that his safety was the top priority. Ink Tiger seized the opportunity, volunteering to accompany Zhang Cheng, blocking Mo Chen's path entirely. Seeing Little Tiger proactively trying to suck up to him, he chuckled to himself. It seems I need to give them a sense of crisis. From a distance, Ning Dai chimed in, praising the arrangement and saying she would have to trouble Ink Tiger. But this went completely against his plan. Hey, I say, little sister, do you know how powerful old Hu is? You don't want to live anymore? Or are you really not planning to scheme against me? He then turned to Ink Tiger, patting his shoulder in refusal, saying he had to stay and guard the sect. He could go on this trip by himself. Before long, the group set off on clouds surrounded by a vast retinue. Zhang Cheng sat in a magnificent sedan chair experiencing a 5-star royal journey, with Ning Dai and Lan Ti staring wide-eyed from behind. Lan Di whispered to her, "This fool doesn't know what's good for him. He refused to bring the tiger demon. When we get to the imperial capital we must keep an eye on him. Don't let him get killed by someone else." Ning Dai understood after hearing this. After traveling for a while, they arrived at the Qianwang guest house. As soon as Zhang Cheng stepped out of the sedan chair, Ning Dai bowed and told him to rest first while she went to report to the ancestral emperor. She then loudly commanded all the ministers and guards present, "Without my permission, no one is to disturb Sect Master Yang's quiet cultivation." The ministers respectfully acknowledged the order. Ning Dai and Lan Ti stood in front, shielding Zhang Cheng as if they were raising a child. After reaching his quarters, he took a stroll around the guest house, carefully observing his surroundings. As expected of a guest house specially prepared for nobles and distinguished guests, it was incredibly luxurious. Suddenly, someone called out Zhang Cheng's name, making him secretly rejoice. "Someone's here to cause trouble," the two shouted harshly. "Are you worthy of Princess Ning Dai? Get out here and explain yourself and maybe we'll spare your life." The Qianwang eunuch was truly sharp, immediately running to Ning Dai to report, Your Highness, this is bad. Several young lords and generals have surrounded the Qianwang guest house. They want to kill Sect Master Zhang." Lan Ti flared up upon hearing this, cursing them as a pack of lust-crazed dogs with nothing but romance on their minds, ruining her grand plan. Seeing this, Ning Dai reached out to stop her. Lan Ti became anxious. "What are you waiting for? If that Zhang Cheng dies, all our efforts will be wasted." Ning Dai smiled and analyzed the situation for Lan Ti. Her cultivation might be far inferior to the venerables, but she was an expert in the art of handling men. That group of young masters had no real skill. They wouldn't be able to kill Zhang Cheng in a short time. "We'll make our move when Zhang Cheng is about to be overwhelmed." She waved her hand, believing that by doing so she would become his savior. It would be twice the result with half the effort. And it would also open Zhang Cheng's eyes. Of noble birth, beautiful and talented, Ning Dai considered herself exceptionally gifted. Being saved by her was Zhang Cheng's good fortune. At the same time, Zhang Cheng was picking his nose, completely unconcerned, and even asked who those people were. "Don't you know you're disturbing the public?" Lu Qing pointed at his face and cursed loudly. "You must be Zhang Cheng, right? Don't you know your own status? Is Princess Ning Dai someone you can aspire to?" Zhang Cheng revealed a meaningful expression, confidently believing in his own charm. Ning Dai must have thrown herself at him. What could he do about it? Lu Qing and Saiyuan and Mi Yun's faces turned ashen, as if they were about to vomit. They cursed him, telling him to look at his own sickly appearance, clearly a result of excessive indulgence. He couldn't give anyone happiness, which was why he had to travel thousands of miles to come here. With that, they all drew their swords, demanding Zhang Cheng die on the spot. An earth-shattering sound of fighting erupted from the Qianwang guest house, audible even to those outside. News quickly reached Ning Dai's side. "Princess, this is bad." This made Lan Di even angrier. "Damn it, Zhang Cheng must have been killed. So much for the art of handling men. Now it's all for nothing. All our efforts are wasted." Ning Dai, standing beside her, looked utterly stunned, unable to believe it. Muttering impossible under her breath, the eunuch stepped forward, his face pale as he reported, "It's bad, Zhang Cheng." Shocking news arrived. Zhang Cheng had sent all the young lords and generals to meet King Yama. An explosion that shook the three realms occurred, with streams of aurora erupting in the sky. Zhang Cheng had already cleaned up that bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. "I told you rookies to practice more, but you just had to come looking for death, getting me all excited for nothing." The owner and waiter tiptoed out from behind. The owner's face was pale and he was too stunned to speak. He's actually that strong? Even the waiter, who had lived to a ripe old age, had never seen a divine mansion of such a high grade. Zhang Cheng even took the opportunity to loot the bodies, a little disappointed that he didn't get to die again. He held the golden fiend bracelet in his left hand and the golden fiend sword in his right. Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up at the sight of these items. As expected of princes and nobles, their possessions were all top tier. He also laughed out loud at the sight of the many spirit stones and pills. The two figures watching from across the way froze. It was Lan Ti and Ning Dai. She asked in astonishment, "You killed them all?" He casually explained that he hadn't even warmed his seat before a group of madmen tried to kill him. Zhang Cheng questioned loudly, "Is this how your Qianwang dynasty treats its guests?" A look of hatred suddenly filled Ning Dai's face. She cursed Zhang Cheng as a bastard who had caused her so much trouble and loss. Yet he had the nerve to complain. Lan Ti communicated with Ning Dai via divine sense. "Things have gotten to this point. You can no longer handle it. Quickly, get him to summon that tiger demon." She nodded repeatedly, indicating she understood. Then Ning Dai softly reprimanded, "Sect Master Zhang, you've caused such a huge commotion, there's no way to clean this up. Quickly, call for Senior Tiger." At this, Zhang Cheng roared in anger. She couldn't stop talking about Senior Tiger. "Senior Tiger, is that all you know?" he shouted at the top of his lungs. "You listen to me, Little Tiger is nothing more than one of my followers. I'll handle the trouble I've caused myself, it's not his place to solve it." Faced with this situation, Ning Dai couldn't reason with Zhang Cheng calmly. "Sect Master Zhang, do you have any idea who you've killed?" She pointed at the bodies one by one. First was Lu Qing, son of the river-guarding great general. Then there were Saiyuan and Mi Yun, one the son of state uncle and Deming, the other the beloved disciple of the nation-protecting elder, Chuhei Sword Venerable. All were people of great power and status. People you couldn't afford to offend. Even Ning Dai, who usually had them wrapped around her finger, had to consider their feelings. After hearing this, Zhang Cheng was completely unfazed, stating bluntly, "Aren't they just a bunch of useless bootlickers?" He feared no one. Tell them to come find him. He was ready anytime. That cavalier attitude made Lan Di want to punch him a few times. Shaking with anger, Lan Ti ordered Ning Dai, "I'll handle things here. You go see Shang Gao and ask him to intervene." Ning Dai felt that something wasn't right. Lan Ti, gritting her teeth in anger, shooed her away. Ning Dai flinched and hurriedly complied. A moment later, Zhang Cheng happily walked out of the guest house. He went to another room. Zhang Cheng suddenly said in a low voice, "All right, just say what you need to say." "Why hide behind the princess?" Lan Ti sat upright in a seat, her arms crossed, her eyes full of vigilance. So this kid knew everything from the start. After all, that tiger demon's cultivation was unfathomably deep. No wonder he directly asked for my hairpin. She revealed a treacherous expression and said loudly, "Sect Master Zhang. A humble person should accept advice to bring practical benefits to themselves. The people you killed all have Dao Palace realm experts behind them. Without Senior Tiger's help," she raised her voice in warning, "you will surely die." Meanwhile, in the palace of the Qianwang dynasty, a hand was gently wielding a brush on paper. "Are you certain this Zhang Cheng is the one who killed Bar?" A minister bowed and reported, "It is absolutely true. He admitted it himself and even produced the prince's spirit sword." He squinted, also believing that Ning Dai was interested in Zhang Cheng. Shang Gao, sitting on his throne, wore a solemn expression. He seemed to know Ning Dai well. She wouldn't be interested in someone just for their looks. This was perhaps an unusual point. Shang Gao immediately ordered his men to observe in secret and report any movements immediately. Suddenly a voice called out to Shang Gao. Ning Dai had apparently just run here. Panting as she reported that things were bad, at the same time Zhang Cheng was talking with Lan Ti, his attitude flippant. "It's useless to say all this. Little Tiger is still far away in Kanglin Prefecture. Even if he flew here now, it would take several incense sticks worth of time. By the time he arrives, the matter will already be resolved." Lan Ti frowned, questioning him about not even having a summoning talisman. He answered nonchalantly that he didn't have one. She looked like she was about to go mad, asking about the Heavenly Dao contract. Zhang Cheng scratched his head and said with a puzzled look, "A Heavenly Dao contract? Why would we from the Physique sect carry something like that around?" Lan Ti was so angry she was about to transform into a beast. She cursed loudly. "Damn it, at a critical moment you could spend a little time to establish a contract and use it for a forced summon to save your life. Are you an idiot?" Faced with Lan Ti's murderous attitude, he remained calm and composed. "It has that function? I really didn't know." Lan Ti was so angry she was on the verge of a heart attack. If this continued, Zhang Cheng would be the death of her. Lan Ti handed him a piece of paper, telling Zhang Cheng to take it. He asked what it was, confused. Lan Ti scowled and said it was her communication talisman. If he tore it, she would arrive immediately. "My cultivation is at the 9th level of the Dao Palace. I'm sure Senior Tiger has already told you. Right now I am the only one who can save you." However, Lan Ti also proposed a condition. In exchange, he had to help her twice. She sneered inwardly. Although she was paying a small price, the outcome would be as she wished. Zhang Cheng put on a pained expression. So they were only getting close to him for that tiger demon, which he considered timid and foolish. Zhang Cheng found it really troublesome. He crossed his hands into an X, indicating his thanks but that he didn't need it. Lan Ti took a deep breath and slapped the paper onto the table. Her mood shifted abruptly. "I'm leaving the communication talisman here. When you're about to die, you can think it over." After speaking, she left, not forgetting to slam the door hard. Shang Gao stood before the grand hall, questioning the two from on high. "You want me to save Zhang Cheng? You should at least tell me why. After all, I can't offend all those ministers and nobles at once." Ning Dai stood before him, stammering, because she didn't know what to do. Venerable Lan Ti had clearly said not to tell the ancestral emperor about the tiger demon. Just as Ning Dai was at a loss for an explanation, a minister ran into the hall in a panic to report urgent news. "Your Majesty, this is bad." He pointed outside, his face pale. "General Lu Ran, State Uncle and Deming, the nation-protecting elder, and many others are gathering outside the palace. I fear they are about to rebel." Ning Dai immediately became serious and pressed. "Are they at the Qianwang guest house?" The official replied fearfully that they were. She turned her face, frantically pleading with Shang Gao to save Zhang Cheng's life. "Zhang Cheng is very important to me." At this moment, Shang Gao's expression secretly changed. He became exceptionally cunning and asked General Shahou, "Summon the Imperial Guard. Let's go see what kind of sacred being this Zhang Cheng is." On the other side, commoners had surrounded the area, forming a tight crowd. Zhang Cheng was practically drooling, overjoyed because the noble scions of the Qianwang dynasty each had a 7th-tier spirit tool. The system displayed the items Zhang Cheng had just obtained. The Golden Fiend Sword, Golden Fiend Bracelet, Summer Grass Insect Silence, Golden Light Sword, 100-Eye Rat Fur Armor and White Willow Needle, one of each rare material. Just then a few shouts of his name came from outside. "Zhang Cheng, you dog bastard, get out here and die." Zhang Cheng's expression sharpened and he said softly, "They're here?" Zhang Cheng leisurely walked out to meet them. The Qianwang dynasty's great General Lu Ran angrily cursed Zhang Cheng as a dog for daring to kill his grandson and cutting off his family line. Therefore Lu Ran was determined to tear Zhang Cheng to pieces today. The Qianwang dynasty's nation-protecting elder Chuhei Sword Venerable and State Uncle and Deming also came for revenge. Gritting their teeth, they wanted to capture Zhang Cheng alive, then chop off his limbs and features and torture him slowly. Only then could they appease the spirits in heaven. After hearing this, Zhang Cheng felt his vitality was about to wither. He cursed under his breath. This wouldn't do. He had to find a way to make them kill him with their full strength. A fire of revenge burned in Lu Ran's heart. He raised a gleaming golden sword, determined to first sever Zhang Cheng's tendons. He held the long sword high, its golden light dazzling. Zhang Cheng pretended to be clumsy, unable to even hold his sword steady, and frantically cursed in a nervous mood. "Damn it, I can't let you succeed," he let out a loud shout. And the seven-colored golden light became even more brilliant. Zhang Cheng's gaze was so sharp it was as if he wanted to swallow Lu Ran whole. Lu Ran's mouth fell open in astonishment, dumbfounded. He immediately recognized it as the brilliant divine mansion. How could the sect master of a small sect achieve this? Zhang Cheng's lips curved upwards as he mocked the group of fools. "With just this much strength you want to capture me alive? If you don't use your full power, be careful or I'll wipe you all out." He immediately raised the 8th-tier spirit tool, the summer grass insect silence sword. He recognized it at a glance as the sword he had given his beloved disciple. To think Zhang Cheng would use it to break his own move, so he called to the other officials who had suffered the same fate, shouting, "Everyone, join me in killing this beast with all our might. Leave no corpse intact." They roared, using all their sword techniques, skills, and spiritual power. Rushing forward to take revenge. As they charged, they screamed, "Zhang Cheng, you little thief, surrender your life and give me back my son." Zhang Cheng grinned. "That's more like it." Zhang Cheng didn't fight back at all, letting them gang up on him so he could ascend to heaven. The moment he died, the system immediately prompted, "Host death has been detected 1-3. Cause of death, ganged up on, perpetrators, cultivators from the Qianwang dynasty. Generating survival plan, please wait." The system was loading the content of the recent battle, which alerted a wisp of a Li Dragon's remnant soul deep beneath the Imperial City. The remnant soul, summoned by the host's Azure Dragon bloodline, proactively fused with the host's nascent soul. Upon hearing the words, Li Dragon remnant soul, Zhang Cheng became somewhat interested. It sounded quite good. He even praised the dog system for becoming more considerate recently. The system's preparations were complete, and it notified Zhang Cheng that he was about to be revived. Lu Ran and his friends had just killed Zhang Cheng and were feeling smug, though they regretted not being able to capture him alive. Something's not right. Lu Ran's face suddenly turned cold. He sensed a strange movement. A huge pillar of purple-black malevolent energy shot into the sky, shrouding it and causing them great panic. A ferocious dragon appeared. They couldn't help but be curious, looking up and asking, "What's going on?" The dragon immediately drilled into Zhang Cheng's corpse. Several people screamed in terror, repeatedly asking, "What's happening?" It made a soulless corpse sit up. Zhang Cheng, controlling the dragon in his hand, was thrilled, praising the system for such cool special effects. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ran's face turned pale, and he stammered, How is he still alive? Judging by his aura, he was clearly dead just now." With a brilliant smile, he ordered the dragon in his hand to deal with those shrimp soldiers and crab generals. They shrieked in fear, repeatedly telling the dragon to get lost. Lu Ran raised his sword, determined to fight to the death. "If I can't kill you once, I'll kill you again." He swung his sword, releasing a powerful spiritual energy. While Zhang Cheng countered forcefully with his divine mansion style, the powerful rainbow light pierced through Lu Ran's golden light. He and his accomplices stared blankly. Zhang Cheng's face suddenly turned pale, the rings around his eyes becoming clear with worry. "This isn't right. This Li Dragon remnant soul will probably only significantly increase my cultivation efficiency. It can't resolve the current crisis. Dog system, you should just stop trying to be considerate. Is this what you call a survival plan?" Then he turned slightly towards the dragon, and Zhang Cheng seemed to have discovered something. He gently touched the dragon, and from the sensation, Zhang Cheng revealed a brilliant smile. "So that's how it is." Zhang Cheng looked at the purple dragon with sharp eyes, almost able to see through to its interior. This Li Dragon's corpse was the very core eye of the Qianwang dynasty's nation-protecting grand formation. He gently held the dragon's head, resting it on his shoulder. Since he could fuse with the Li Dragon's remnant soul, he could control this grand formation at will. Perhaps Zhang Cheng had wrongly blamed the dog system. Zhang Cheng conjured a talisman, and the real show, the performance, was about to enter its next climax. He needed to find someone to bear witness. The flame burned the talisman. Lan Ti suddenly appeared from behind, her arms crossed as she asked, "Have you thought it through?" She held up 5 fingers. "You'll owe Senior Tiger at least that many interventions." Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng immediately retorted, "Damn, a last-minute price hike." Lan Ti began to complain, saying it was all his fault for not agreeing earlier, which led him to this predicament. Even for her, defeating them would come at a cost, so of course the price had to go up. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng directly refused. "I don't need it," Lan Ti asked urgently. "What do you mean?" Zhang Cheng had called her over just to strike a cool fighting pose in front of her. Zhang Cheng wore a smug expression, and even the dragon mirrored it, proud to have an audience for the show. Meanwhile, in the square before the grand hall of the Qianwang dynasty palace, Shang Gao shouted loudly, "All troops hear my command, the Imperial Guard moves out." The words he spat out were clear and powerful, carrying the air of a monarch. "With me." But before he could finish, the entire army and Shang Gao looked up at something. Over here, Lu Ran and his friends felt as if they had been struck by lightning, shocked that the grand formation had activated and they had no idea what was happening. This made Lan Ti furious. She questioned loudly, "What did you do? Why did the Qianwang dynasty's nation-protecting grand formation activate?" Zhang Cheng grinned mysteriously and replied, "Just watching the excitement." Streaks of purple-gold light shot into the sky, dyeing the surroundings purple. The light shot directly through their bodies, making them scream in agony. Only then did Lu Ran realize the conspiracy, roaring and cursing in rage. "Damn it, Shang Gao, you villain, so you were planning to move against us external officials all along." He tried to raise a defensive layer, but their defense failed and the protective shield instantly shattered. The purple gold light pierced through them both before long. The entire capital of Qianwang was left in a pile of ruins. Zhang Cheng clenched his fist and laughed heartily. Wondering what good stuff he had managed to get this time, Shang Gao looked down from on high at the scene. Everything had been severely damaged. A look of anxiety appeared on his face. My nation-protecting grand formation was activated by that Zhang Cheng. How could he possibly do that? Then Shang Gao turned to Ning Dai, questioning her about Zhang Cheng. What else do you know? Tell me quickly. His face darkened as he roared. Speak, however. Ning Dai suddenly brought up a matter. The two holy sons you mentioned would be arriving soon. How certain is that? He was puzzled. They are already on their way. What about it? Ning Dai thought this was excellent news. She cautiously indicated that she would explain in detail once they returned to the palace. On the other side, Lan Ti stood dumbfounded, watching the flushed Zhang Cheng holding a wine gourd. She was lost in thought. What is with this guy? He's clearly only at the Heaven's Mandate realm, yet he can subdue a tiger demon of such high cultivation, and now he has inexplicably controlled the Qianwang dynasty's nation-protecting grand formation. As far as I know, only Shang Gao has the authority to use this formation. Even Ning Dai is not allowed to touch it. At this thought, her expression couldn't help but freeze. And what about Zhang Cheng? He was ecstatic over a huge pile of rewards: autumn-cutting wind, sky cloud robe, loyal martial armor, ladies' twin swords, and a glazed pearl jade ring, one of each. He hugged the wine gourd to his chest, rubbing his cheek against it incessantly. It turned out to be a rare grand medicine pill bottle, perfect for testing the effects of the Li Dragon remnant soul. So without a second thought, he carelessly poured billions of pills into his mouth. Seeing this, Lan Ti was both angry and jealous. Damn it, with so many precious pills in hand, how dare you eat them in front of so many people? Aren't you afraid that someone with malicious intent will take the opportunity to kill you and steal your things? Zhang Cheng mumbled as he chewed, not even hearing the other person clearly. Who thanked me? I'll thank them. Lan Ti gritted her teeth in anger. Right now, just seeing the way he ate made her want to rush over and beat him to death. Suddenly, Lan Ti told him to wait. Zhang Cheng's mouth was still chewing, but his power began to upgrade. Cultivation 1, Heaven's Mandate, 7th level. Lan Ti was dumbfounded. How was this possible? Even if these spirit stones and pills were of good quality, they shouldn't have been able to raise his cultivation so much in an instant, right? Zhang Cheng's stomach was so bloated from eating that he was panting. He couldn't eat anymore. After eating so many pills, breaking through to the 9th level of Heaven's Mandate was still difficult. Then a sweet voice called him Sect Master Zhang. Zhang Cheng acted cool and nonchalant. Right, it's rare that you have the heart to stand by and watch me die. What was your name again? But as soon as he saw the woman's face, Zhang Cheng stammered, unable to speak. You, he asked presumptuously. Who are you, beautiful? Lan Ti gently introduced herself again, taking the opportunity to reacquaint herself. I am Venerable Lan Ti, the current great witch chief of the Sheni clan. Hearing the words Sheni clan, he asked with a blank expression what that was. She wasn't as irritable and impatient as before and said gently, the Sheni clan's identity is mysterious, so it's normal that Sect Master Zhang doesn't know. If I were to explain it in worldly terms, I am. Lan Ti gently stroked her beautiful hair. So Lan Ti is a descendant of immortals. Zhang Cheng had a dazed look on his face, gave a perfunctory "oh," and was done with it. Lan Ti's eyes widened and she asked doubtfully, aren't you surprised? He then told her to continue speaking. What was there to be surprised about? So Lan Ti roared, are you even listening to me? I already said, I am a descendant of immortals. Zhang Cheng picked his nose nonchalantly. He was still listening normally, so she was a descendant of immortals. And then what? She went mad with anger, giving him all sorts of examples to make him understand. If it were anyone else, knowing my identity as a member of the Sheni clan, they would have prostrated themselves long ago. Kid, are you bold or stupid? On the outside, Zhang Cheng pretended to scratch his head, saying that being bold and being stupid weren't mutually exclusive. But in his heart, Zhang Cheng was thinking about something else. If he told her there was a living immortal in the sect, would she believe him? Then Lan Ti concluded that in short, Zhang Cheng just needed to know that her status was very high, higher than the sky. Following Lan Ti, he and the Physique sect would have a bright future. He didn't want to hear Lan Ti show off her noble bloodline anymore. Zhang Cheng directly asked her what she wanted help with after saying so much. She wanted to ask Senior Tiger to help her seize a treasure from the Qianwang dynasty, the Sifang Yuan Ding. As soon as the words Sifang Yuan Ding were mentioned, Zhang Cheng curiously asked about its grade. Lan Ti didn't hide anything and told Zhang Cheng its power in detail. This Sifang Yuan Ding was not of a high grade, but its function was extremely important. When the Qianwang dynasty was established, the ancestral emperor, having learned Buddhist methods from somewhere, forged this cauldron from 4 celestial meteorites from beyond the heavens. He placed it in the imperial court to guard it. By witnessing the joys and hardships of the dynasty's people every day, it gradually became a treasure capable of creating harmony and protecting the long-term existence of the Qianwang dynasty. With Zhang Cheng's brain, of course, he didn't understand, so he pointed at Lan Ti's face and told her to speak in human language. She simply stated its function. It made others a little luckier. Zhang Cheng tilted his head and asked, "That's it?" Lan Ti had a pleading look in her eyes, hoping to obtain it. "Although this cauldron isn't much to others, it is crucial to me. So please, Sectmaster Zhang, you must agree to let Senior Tiger take action." Zhang Cheng also said seriously, "Right now, the core eye of the nation protecting Grand Formation is under my control. If we add Lan Ti's strength, it would be too easy to just go and snatch it. I don't understand why we need to call that Tiger." Lan Ti's eyes immediately lit up. "Are you really willing to help me?" Zhang Cheng could help her, but what was in it for him? Lan Ti told Zhang Cheng to just name his conditions as long as he was willing to help. He pointed at himself with a brilliant smile, wanting Lan Ti to be his woman. She immediately shielded herself, extremely on guard, not knowing what Zhang Cheng meant. He put on a meaningful expression. It was all just literal, but he was blooming with joy inside. This venerable Lan Ti was both beautiful and powerful. If he could recruit her under his command, he wondered how many points she could contribute. Lan Ti's thoughts went in another direction. She screamed shyly, cursing him as shameless and a bastard, blaming him for taking advantage of her predicament. Zhang Cheng had the upper hand now. If she didn't agree, then so be it. So Lan Ti swallowed her anger and reconsidered. This kid was quite a prodigy, and his talent was no less than hers. It didn't seem like a loss to listen to him. She reached out and stopped Zhang Cheng. "Wait, I agree." Zhang Cheng turned around with a smug, wicked expression. He acted like a lecher, lifting Lan Ti's chin. Although she was very uncomfortable, he waved his hand and walked away after hearing that. Lan Ti immediately widened her eyes and questioned him. What do you mean?" Zhang Cheng said bluntly that she wasn't being sincere. He disdained Lan Ti as a hypocritical and pretentious two-faced woman. Her face turned red with anger and she furiously cursed. "You bastard, how dare you play me? Just wait to be killed by Shan Gao." Lan Ti stormed off in a huff. Zhang Cheng sighed as he looked into the distance. "Woman, you're still angry?" Not long after it became quiet, someone called for Sectmaster Zhang again. A eunuch came respectfully and enthusiastically to deliver an imperial decree. "Sectmaster Zhang, this Qianwang guest house is a bit of a mess. I have been commanded by His Majesty to invite you to the palace to rest." Zhang Cheng was a little happy. "The Emperor is inviting me to the palace?" The eunuch indirectly admitted it, saying His Majesty had given special instructions. "Sectmaster Zhang is no ordinary distinguished guest and can make an exception to rest in the palace. I hope you will do me the honor." Zhang Cheng thought this was a great deal. His eyes turning into stars, he immediately agreed and told the eunuch to lead the way. Night fell, and the moon hung high over the rooftops of the imperial palace, the Qianwang dynasty. Zhang Cheng was in his room, preparing to change his clothes. He suddenly noticed a movement, turned his head slightly, and asked sharply, "Who is it?" Ning Dai stood at the door and called out softly, "Sectmaster Zhang." Zhang Cheng didn't understand what she was doing here. Ning Dai knelt on the ground, not daring to look up, and begged Zhang Cheng to save her. When he saw this, he jumped up. "What kind of trick are you playing now?" Ning Dai, with a voice on the verge of tears, put on a pitiful act. Sectmaster Zhang doesn't know. Although Ning Dai was a princess of the Qianwang dynasty, she had lived every day in fear for years. Ning Dai tearfully recounted that it was Lan Ti, the person disguised as her handmaiden. Lan Ti's cultivation was extremely high, even higher than Shan Gao's. Lan Ti coveted the dynasty's foundation and had lain in wait by Ning Dai's side, wanting to assassinate both Ning Dai and Shan Gao. Zhang Cheng still maintained a nonchalant look and asked, "Don't you guys have a grand formation? Just let her have a taste of it." Then Ning Dai broke down in tears, accusing that vixen Lan Ti of placing a curse on her. With just a thought, Lan Ti could kill her, so she didn't dare to act rashly. Zhang Cheng crossed his arms, guessing that Ning Dai wanted to borrow his hand to kill Lan Ti. Ning Dai then revealed the time and place. "Tomorrow is the heaven-worshipping grand ceremony, and the Ancestral Emperor will invite you as a special guest. At that time, the Ancestral Emperor and I will create the conditions for you to kill her." After speaking, Ning Dai paused slightly, her full chest puffing out, indicating that after the matter was settled, Ning Dai would proactively embrace Zhang Cheng, declaring him the prince consort of the Qianwang dynasty, his status second to only one and above 10,000. He gently lifted Ning Dai's chin, feigning a lustful and power-hungry look. "Second to one, is that below your ancestral emperor or below you?" Ning Dai shyly turned her face away. Her cheeks flushed as she pushed Zhang Cheng away, her voice seemingly trying to entice him. "Sectmaster Zhang, you're so naughty. It's not too late to savor me after this is done." She hurried out of Zhang Cheng's room, leaving him before he could even discuss the detailed plan for tomorrow with her. Zhang Cheng was so happy his nose was bleeding, praising Ning Dai for being so sensible. He had been worried about how he would sleep tonight. However, the Ning Dai outside revealed her true colors, thinking to herself, how could she let Zhang Cheng have her body all to himself? Ning Dai had already set the date for the heaven-worshipping grand ceremony. Tomorrow would be the day they both died. The next morning the banquet was held in grand style. Melodious music accompanied by graceful dancing made the atmosphere even more festive. Shan Gao calmly stood up and happily welcomed the distinguished guest Zhang Cheng. "I have long heard that you are a dragon among men. Seeing you today, you are truly extraordinary." Zhang Cheng was visibly pleased by the great emperor's flattery. laughing loudly and saying he had good taste, but in his heart he was already sizing up the large cauldron behind Shang Gao, which was likely the Sifong Yuan Ding that Lan Ti wanted. He had no idea, and even joked that he looked a lot like himself when he was young. Just then a dancer accidentally knelt down and fell. Shang Gao's face immediately turned grim, and he glared fiercely at the handmaiden. He didn't expect someone would dare to embarrass him in front of a distinguished guest, so he ordered her to be beheaded, ignoring her earnest pleas for mercy. Fortunately, Ning Dai stepped in to stop him, using the reason that it was the heaven-worshipping grand ceremony and no killing should be done, so it was best to let them go. Seeing his daughter's face, Shang Gao temporarily quelled his anger and loudly berated the handmaiden to get lost. Immediately after, she cited the poor singing and dancing of these servants, and since her handmaidens were all masters of the sword dance, proposed that her handmaidens perform a dance. Lan Ti was greatly alarmed, not expecting Ning Dai to proactively suggest it and even try to drag her into it. But she completely ignored the warning, single-mindedly asking Zhang Cheng if he wanted to watch. He finally agreed. Since the princess has the heart, how can Zhang Cheng say no? A soft hand skillfully picked up a sword and the two beautiful women danced like cherry blossoms. Every step and every sword movement exuded a charming and lofty aura. Suddenly Lan Ti realized she was in the wrong position. She had actually fallen into an encirclement formed by Ning Dai, Zhang Cheng and Shang Gao. In an instant she was outmaneuvered and placed in a perilous situation. Ning Dai cunningly ordered Zhang Cheng to seize the opportunity and attack her. He was instantly caught in a dilemma, unsure of whose side to take. Both were beautiful, but Lan Ti seemed more straightforward. Zhang Cheng stopped deliberating and directly used his clairvoyance to observe the situation, immediately spotting two assassins ambushing them. More assassins were positioned on the palace roof. He had thought they had turned from foes to friends, but it was merely a cover for an assassination plot. They had even deployed hidden assassins around them, clearly intending to kill them after the deed was done. After understanding the situation, Zhang Cheng decisively drew his sword, his hegemon's aura locking onto the target. And in an instant he broke through the ceiling. The group of assassins appeared, and the other ambushers also quickly appeared and surrounded him. Zhang Cheng radiated hostility, accusing Shang Gao of being shameless. They had already agreed to let him go after capturing Lan Di, but now swords and axes were ambushing him from above. This was an attempt to take everything for himself while they were both injured. He was startled, not expecting him to discover it so quickly, because in the saint entering realm set up by Shang Gao, even the aura of everyone here was hidden. There were absolutely no loopholes. Lan Ti had long known she was being plotted against. On one hand, she cooperated in playing out this drama of repaying kindness with enmity. On the other hand, she turned back with a ferocious face, asking if Ning Dai wasn't afraid of going to hell for daring to betray her. Ning Dai unconsciously shrank back but still defiantly challenged her. "You try it." No sooner said than done. Lan Ti directly tightened the seal connecting her, and the light grew stronger and stronger. However, the person standing in front of Lan Ti was completely unharmed. She looked at her trembling hands and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Seeing her miserable state, Ning Dai knew the plan to remove the curse had succeeded and smugly asked if she was very surprised. Of course, Lan Ti would not yield. She immediately turned to rally an ally, persuading Zhang Cheng to join forces against that group of villains. Shang Gao finally revealed his true colors, arrogantly saying, "Let's see who dies today." As soon as his voice fell, a rush of footsteps was heard. Behind them were hundreds of soldiers ready for battle at any moment. Lan Ti sneered disdainfully because she knew their strength was not worth mentioning. Suddenly a voice sounded that even someone like her had to be wary of. "What about the two of us?" Lan Ti was terrified and couldn't believe her eyes. Weren't these the indestructible twin stars, Han Huayuan and Yu Liang? Zhang Cheng curiously walked over to her side and asked about their names, and only then did Lan Ti inform him. Han Huayuan and Yu Liang. These two are the holy sons of the Wuyu Holy Land, both at the 9th level of the Dao Palace, no weaker than me. Ning Dai hid behind them, and only then did she puff out her chest and show off, saying that the curse could be lifted all thanks to Huayuan and Yu Liang. She clearly didn't believe it, nor did she look down on their strength. She was afraid that lifting her curse wasn't that simple. He didn't directly refute it, only slowly admitting the facts. It was true that the two of them alone weren't enough, but with their master saint's abode to assist, it was more likely. These words successfully angered Lan Ti. She could only blame herself for being too focused on that fox demon and letting her guard down against Ning Dai, that little bitch. With no other choice, she had to turn to Zhang Cheng and ask him to call the fox demon. Who knew it would take 2 hours? Joking around like this before they were even close drove Lan Di to the brink of exploding. She had clearly told him to call long ago, but he didn't. In that little bit of time, they could have all dolled themselves up. Zhang Cheng looked blank, stupidly asking, "So what do we do now? What other way is there?" "Oh." Lan Ti smacked her lips and casually took off her clothes, transforming back into her original form in the blink of an eye. A beautiful little fairy with just one look could make people willingly offer their lives. Immediately after, Lan Ti hastily took on the task of dealing with the two holy sons, while Zhang Cheng quickly held back Shang Gao and the others, as if they were so amazing that everything had to wait for them to act. Zhang Cheng was mesmerized, in no mood to listen to those words. While he was off guard, Shang Gao played a trick behind his back, suddenly flipping over a table, but Zhang Cheng was still standing there, smiling foolishly, completely unaware of the foreign object flying towards him from behind. Lan Ti was driven mad by his childishness, thinking to herself, how long is this fool going to stand there? Just as the table was about to hit its target, luckily Lan Ti intervened in time to save him. Otherwise Zhang Cheng would have definitely been defeated in a more embarrassing way. That moment seemed to open up a new world. Zhang Cheng's face was flushed red. He bowed before the beauty and after a moment agreed to her request. Who knew that in the next second, instead of hitting the enemy in front of him, he hit himself, causing her to clutch her waist in pain, her body emitting a murderous aura. She asked him if he was even capable, or if he was trying to assassinate an ally. Zhang Cheng immediately stood up, decisively spouting the principle of how can a real man say no, then resolutely turned around, his hostile gaze fixed deeply on Shang Gao. He clearly didn't show any weakness. A shining ring of spiritual power the grand formation activated at the same time, but how could it be so easy to succeed? Zhang Cheng simultaneously summoned the Black Divine Dragon, telling him to keep dreaming. Under its terrifying suppressive power, the spiritual arts Shang Gao had carefully prepared were ultimately reduced to mere embers, scaring him so much he couldn't believe his eyes. Zhang Cheng slowly recalled his treasured sword, and countless ancient treasured swords descended from the sky, stabbing straight at the soldiers who were still dazed. Suddenly they no longer obeyed their master's command and flew away directly, causing him to panic completely. Not understanding what was happening, those swords under Yu Liang's control formed a vortex in the air. He looked with an arrogant expression at Zhang Cheng, who was still struggling, not understanding why the treasured swords would obey someone else's control. Lan Ti beside him immediately recognized it as Yan Fa. He asked in amazement what that was, only to learn that it was a move where one's word was law, and it was best to be careful. Yu Liang, with a refined temperament, commanded the swords to fly away. As soon as his voice fell, they swarmed like arrows. Yuan couldn't bear to see a beauty suffer. With the air of a gentleman, he suggested that Lan Ti surrender and obediently become a junior sister, and he would consider sparing her life. Lan Ti quickly dodged the attacks, not forgetting to retort, "Your Wuyu Holy Land is really persistent. Do you still remember how she surpassed your master in less than 20 years? Therefore Lan Ti had even less reason to yield. She insisted that her esteemed master was not worthy of being her master, which probably succeeded in angering him. A flicker of fire flashed in his eyes. It was clear she was choosing the hard way. In that case, let the two of them dote on Lan Ti on behalf of their master. Subsequently, Yuan shouted, "Giant sword, kill yourself." The sword in her hand immediately rebelled, placing itself on her neck, which scared Lan Ti's face pale. She quickly regained her composure, scorning that useless Yan Fa which actually tried to directly control her to commit suicide. Immediately after, Lan Ti violently erupted with powerful spiritual energy, purple light shrouding the entire space, thus breaking the curse. They were greatly shocked, recognizing the treasure on her head, Linglong, as an immortal grade Dao Palace item. But it didn't matter because this was all within Yuan and Yu Liang's expectations. The two had long since brought a mystic-grade Dao Palace item to deal with it. Zhang Cheng calmly witnessed the scene just now, confidently picking his nose with a blank expression, saying, "Actually, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Just stand behind me and get carried to victory." In a flash, he turned into an excited muscular man, summoning a dragon's roar that echoed everywhere. The Black Divine Dragon instantly coiled around him. How dare they underestimate Zhang Cheng's control? Then he would forcibly activate the Grand Formation. Before Shang Gao's terrified gaze, countless spiritual energy cannonballs fell like heavenly thunder, densely covering the sky. They directly penetrated inside, destroying life. Those without the aid of treasures were doomed to die. Only piercing screams echoed in the space. Shang Gao and his son were lucky to have a mystic-grade Dao Palace item form a protective shield and escape. As for Yuan and Yu Liang, they didn't have time to chant spells and could only rely on their strength to dodge the spiritual energy rays. He analyzed the situation. Everything depended on the Grand Formation. Its source must be dealt with first. He meaningfully pointed at Zhang Cheng. His pupils suddenly contracted, followed by the command sleep. Zhang Cheng was caught off guard and was thus controlled by Yuan's Yan Fa. His body began to gradually lose consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he had been transported to another time and space, still wearing a handsome suit, and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Suddenly, a reminder sounded in his ear. "Zhang Cheng, you're spacing out again." The person opposite him was none other than Lan Ti. He couldn't believe the charming beauty before him was the person from his dreams. Zhang Cheng rubbed his eyes several times, trying to calm himself down. This was all a dream. He nervously opened his eyes for a final confirmation, his trembling hands covering his face, full of anticipation. What met Zhang Cheng's eyes was Lan Ti's coquettish and charming appearance. Her cheeks were slightly flushed as she blamed him for not paying attention again, just standing there foolishly, and told him not to think he could get her attention that way. While Zhang Cheng was still confused about the plot's development, the system promptly sounded a notification. The workplace system has been activated. It has been detected that the host is facing workplace bullying. The system has assigned the task, subdue the female superior. In an instant, 7,749 scripts flashed through Zhang Cheng's mind. He drooled like a river, not even bothering to hide his wicked expression. Since the system had said so, he had to seize the opportunity to get close to the beauty. He directly pinned her against the wall, one mischievous hand touching the beauty's thigh, boldly declaring that he was super handsome and could do whatever he wanted, instantly turning her into a shy catgirl. The space was instantly filled with an ambiguous and sweet atmosphere. Just as Zhang Cheng was about to take it a step further, Lan Ti immediately pushed him away, resisting fiercely. "Zhang Cheng, you dare!" Under her astonished gaze, he slowly covered the beauty's mouth, leaned in close and whispered ambiguous words. "Do what? Today I'm going to have you." The subsequent scene gradually blurred, leaving only Lan Ti's sweet moans. The azure sky pulled one back to reality. She hugged herself, repeating that word over and over, still making her want to shout out that name on the spot. His disdainful eyes cursed Zhang Cheng, that bastard, for whatever dream he was having. Lan Ti was completely powerless against his low cultivation. He had no resistance even to Yan Fa. In that case, she could only sneak attack Weiyuan and prioritize rescuing him. Otherwise, when Shang Gao regained control of the Grand Formation, the situation would be at a stalemate. Who knew that Yu Liang beside them was already prepared? Shouting, "Block!" countless ancient treasured swords swarmed over, forcing Lan Ti to dodge. Weiyuan pointed forward triumphantly, saying, "You want to save him? Dream on." As soon as his voice fell, he ordered Zhang Cheng to commit suicide. Although he himself was still confused and didn't understand what was happening, his hand had already uncontrollably risen to his head. A crisp, cracking sound echoed in the space. The feeling of twisting his own neck was excruciatingly painful. Lan Ti's tragic scream sounded, and his body also fell heavily. Immediately after, Zhang Cheng was teleported into the system, his face pale, trying hard to prove that he hadn't committed suicide. "I wasn't willing at all. I was just hit by Yan Fa." The system quickly verified the information. The host was framed by Weiyuan using Yan Fa. At the same time, because his performance was too poor and he lost face for the girl, he will receive a 1-minute advanced version of the Yan Fa experience. And finally, the privilege of revival. Hearing this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, scared the old me to death. He was still curious if he could really say whatever he wanted with that move. On Lan Ti's side, she instantly lost an ally. She felt like she had been tricked by Zhang Cheng again. Shang Gao's expression became even more triumphant. Because Lan Ti now had no backer, the control of the Grand Formation naturally belonged to him. The spirit cauldron behind him immediately lit up. The spirit pearl returned to its master's hand, and the situation seemed to have no room for reversal. As soon as his voice fell, countless brilliant spiritual energies shot straight at the ceiling, then fiercely counterattacked the target, leaving her only able to block powerlessly. Before long, that sword completely shattered under the immense pressure of the formation. She was severely injured and even vomited blood. Countless questions flooded Lan Ti's mind. Was today her last day? It couldn't be this miserable. She was truly unwilling. Witnessing this scene, Ning Dai jumped with joy, acting coquettishly with her father, asking him to spare Lan Ti's life but to cripple her cultivation so she could slowly humiliate her. If living was worse than death, Lan Ti would rather commit suicide. A determined gaze and a broken sword held high showed her resolve that no one could insult this honor. Who knew that a strong light would suddenly erupt, and to everyone's astonishment, a figure slowly walked out from within. Zhang Cheng appeared proudly as if nothing had happened, and calmly rubbed his neck, disdainfully saying that Weiyuan didn't know how to be romantic. Since he was given a beautiful dream, he should have let him finish it before making a move. Shang Gao, beside him, froze in fear. At the same time, the sword in Lan Ti's hand also stopped, a look of joy on her face as she called his name. However, to Shang Gao, this was a huge threat. He looked at Zhang Cheng's flawless body and began to question his own existence. He probably had to speed things up, lest he lose control of the Grand Formation. The Spirit Pearl instantly transformed into a swarm of swords, and then the Great Emperor loudly ordered an attack. "Kill him before his divine mansion appears." Hearing this, Zhang Cheng just grinned unexpectedly and ordered, "Stop." Shang Gao immediately froze. Even his sword-raising motion came to a sudden halt. Zhang Cheng was very satisfied and continued to demand that he strip naked. Shang Gao was completely panicked. Zhang Cheng's eyes revealed a deep, smug expression as he watched him strip, while shamefully wondering why his body was out of control. Could it be, suddenly, Han Weiyuan and Yu Liang, who were leisurely watching the show, were also ordered to strip? They shouted in horror, "How can you also?" But their hands uncontrollably stripped off layer after layer of clothing. Only then did Lan Di realize that Zhang Cheng was using Yan Fa. He still didn't think they were humiliated enough. And with even greater interest, he ordered the three of them, left with only a loincloth, to caress each other. There could only be one outcome. Strange sounds rose and fell, causing Ning Dai to scream loudly for mercy. Where was the dignity of the imperial family? Zhang Cheng satisfyingly admired the result of his creation, ignoring Han Weiyuan's curses, calling him a bastard for daring to insult the holy son of the Wuyu Holy Land, and urging him to stop quickly, or he would be beaten half to death. Who knew he didn't care at all, single-mindedly controlling them for his amusement, even joking about when it would be his turn for such a good thing. Unexpectedly, the next second, two shouts of "Scoundrel, stop!" were heard, followed by a spiritual melody that struck the center, shaking heaven and earth. Blinding light radiated in all directions, forcing Lan Ti to cover her face before she faintly recognized the figure of the elegant old man before her as the true spiritual sense of Venerable Jing Huan. The great elder of the Wuyu Holy Land. You have been in seclusion for decades, yet you were forced to appear by Zhang Cheng's commotion just to stop. Scoundrels, stop! The two immediately retreated to guard themselves. Lan Ti knew full well that Venerable Jing Huan's strength was not to be underestimated. He was already at the Saint entering realm, and it was best to be careful. Immediately, Venerable Jing Huan's spiritual power erupted violently, dust rolling as he revealed his determination to eliminate the little thief before him to wash away the shame. Who knew that Zhang Cheng would completely ignore him and calmly use Yan Fa, forcing the old man to strip his own clothes? A trace of contempt flashed across Venerable Jing Huan's face. How could he be controlled with such little strength? But his hand uncontrollably reached for his collar, and the clothes on his body were gradually stripped off, completely terrifying him. How was this possible? He was clearly only at the Heaven's Mandate realm. Lan Ti stared dumbfounded at the unsightly state of everyone before her, unable to speak. Who would have believed that even a saint entering realms Yan Fa was controlled by Zhang Cheng? Was he hiding his cultivation? Even Lan Di couldn't see through this fool. In an instant a thought flashed through her mind. He was not a mortal cultivator. Just then, Zhang Cheng revealed a lewd smile again, and gave an order to Lan Ti beside him. Her body uncontrollably lunged forward. With a beauty in one arm, Zhang Cheng raised his other hand and called for music, continuing his mischief here, making her want to shout, "You're joking around before we're even close." As soon as her voice fell, Venerable Jing Huan immediately started to dance the Chom dance against his will, thinking of a way to escape this extreme humiliation. In an instant, a vast amount of spiritual power rapidly gathered in his palm. His whole body trembled with anger, and he couldn't help but roar, cursing Zhang Cheng as a bastard and vowing that he would never let him go. Immediately after, he unexpectedly destroyed his own eyes. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the entire space, and his spiritual sense was ultimately bounced back to the Wuyu Holy Land's main body. Venerable Jing Huan curled up, clutching his head tightly, as thick syrup-like liquid flowed from the corners of his eyes. Before he could swallow the humiliation, several junior sisters beside him immediately rushed over to support him. Venerable, what's wrong with you?" His face was grim, his whole body radiating anger as he muttered the name of Physique Sect's Zhang Cheng. Then with a palm of immense power he struck towards the heavenly spirit domain, tearing apart Yanling Mountain, accompanied by his promise to slaughter Zhang Cheng's entire family. Back on Zhang Cheng's side, he was still picking his nose with a foolish look on his face as he gave an order. "All right, you three should wrap it up now." The three who were fighting fiercely were finally let go, collapsing on the ground with swollen faces. Ning Dai took the opportunity while the two were not paying attention to sneak away, but was discovered by Lan Ti, who quickly demanded that he let her go. Zhang Cheng, who was enjoying himself with the beauty, had no choice but to agree. She decisively left him and went after Ning Dai. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhang Cheng finally showed a covetous expression, looking around, wondering how many good things the Qianwang dynasty would drop. He hurriedly called for the dog system to see what he could exchange for. According to the system's updated list, Tier 4 Spirit Stones and Lee Dragon Bones could be exchanged for 2.00 and 500.00 points respectively. Hearing such huge numbers, his eyes immediately sparkled. What reason was there not to exchange? After checking the exchanged points, he decisively decided to upgrade the system. Its current level 6 was too domineering. Not only could it resurrect Zhang Cheng 3 times a day, but it could also transform into any target, and at the same time it could upgrade to a major realm within a specified time or consume root bone aptitude. Zhang Cheng suddenly noticed that the next skill could revive others. Wouldn't that mean he could take Jilingen and the others out to adventure without worry? After speaking, he seriously pondered how to use the remaining 270,000 points. The words "lottery draw" were clearly written on Zhang Cheng's face. You didn't need to look to know what he was going to do next. But the harsh reality was that this lottery draw cost twice as many points as the last one. 1 draw for 10.00, 10 draws for 90.00. Zhang Cheng was so angry his lungs were about to explode. The damn system even followed up the system upgrade by consuming points for lottery draws. It was truly desperate for money. Since that was the case, Zhang Cheng went all out, directly spending 270,000 for 30 draws, and his points dropped from hundreds of thousands to 5,926. After waiting for a moment, a rainbow-colored light quickly gathered. Items appeared one by one. First was the level 1 heroic soul treasure fragment and the level 1 missing page of the complete machine diagram. Then came the level 1 formation diagram of the fierce Earth 7 Absolutes formation, and finally the level 1 heavenly firmament Shuori sword art. Zhang Cheng looked at the list of items before him very satisfied. He proudly declared that this batch was good, and it just so happened that the grand formation diagram could fill the gap. Suddenly, he unconsciously sensed an unusual aura, and a meaningful smile couldn't help but appear on his face. "Are you back?" As soon as he saw Lan Ti return, Zhang Cheng teased with interest. "Beauty, have you dealt with that person already?" Unexpectedly, Lan Ti still had a bit of humanity left and simply locked Ning Dai within her spatial ring. After all, Ning Dai's talent was still useful. More importantly, it was the Sifang Yuan ding that the two had discussed earlier. If Lan Ti hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten about it long ago. Zhang Cheng directly used his Heavenly Spirit Eye to check, and it turned out to be just a 6th-tier item. Its function was to gather the karmic power of all living beings in the 4 directions. Zhang Cheng was a little puzzled why Lan Ti would risk her life for such a piece of junk. In the end, he put on the appearance of a gentleman and generously gave this small gift to the beauty. When you've thought it through and want to be my person, you can come to the Physique sect. Lan Ti was so ashamed by Zhang Cheng's words that she shyly stammered for a long time without making a sound. Zhang Cheng completely ignored her, collapsing directly onto the ground and casually picking up a spirit pearl from the mountain of spirit pills and medicines in front of him. It was the first time Lan Ti had seen someone wolfing down spirit stones and pills in such a dangerous place. She stared blankly, wondering if he wasn't afraid that eating too much would cause his spiritual power to surge like a tide. The more she thought about it, the more flustered she became, her face turning pale with a bad feeling. Is it coming up? As if sensing someone was looking at him, Zhang Cheng immediately turned his head to check, but his hands and mouth were still moving non-stop. What are you doing? I've already given you the cauldron. Are you still coveting my spirit stones and pills? Suddenly, a wave of nausea washed over him. Just as Lan Ti had expected, Zhang Cheng's face turned pale, and he curled up, clutching his stomach, trying to suppress the thing that might erupt at any moment. Zhang Cheng's whole body suddenly swelled up like a taut balloon, and the next second it exploded, leaving behind a blinding light and a tragic cry of, "What kind of death is this?" Before her astonished gaze, his body instantly turned to ash and scattered in the air. His soul was once again pulled back into the system. Even Zhang Cheng didn't expect to die from a spiritual power overload by eating too much. He clutched his hair and blamed the system for not giving him the physique of the 6 gluttonous organs from the moment he fused with the Azure Dragon's essence blood. It cost him another chance at revival. Back in reality, Lan Ti's face was still filled with terror, muttering in horror, "Zhang Cheng, did he just go to hell like that?" It took a long while for her to calm down. She helplessly picked up the small underpants left behind by someone, closed her eyes, and decided to bury him. After all, this person had helped her a lot, so she would consider it a repayment. Just then, the space around Lan Ti suddenly erupted with intense light, frightening her into standing frozen on the spot. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before her, capturing all of Lan Ti's attention. It turned out to be Zhang Cheng, reappearing completely unharmed, not forgetting to give a thumbs up and a wink of praise. "You even wanted to handle my funeral arrangements. You truly are a woman of great sentiment and righteousness. This cauldron wasn't a wasted gift." Seeing this bizarre scene, Lan Ti couldn't help but exclaim, "Wasn't this person just blown to bits a moment ago?" Zhang Cheng calmly sat back down in his original spot and continued his unfinished business. He even comfortingly told the beauty not to worry, that he wouldn't die even if he was blown to ashes. Then he began to feast, and what surprised Lan Ti even more was that Zhang Cheng's body showed no signs of swelling at all. The enveloping spiritual power also showed that his cultivation was improving at an astonishing speed. Glimmering embers danced in the air like dust, unintentionally pulling Lan Ti back to the feeling from before. All the spiritual energy of the Qianwang dynasty's spirit veins had disappeared. A question arose: could it be that he did all of this? Lan Ti's expression turned serious, and a series of questions flooded her mind. The Physique Sect spirit vein was previously upgraded from 4th tier to 5th tier. Could it be that it was achieved by plundering the spirit veins of other sects? At the same time, she had never heard of such a secret method. Just as Lan Ti was still lost in thought, Zhang Cheng on this side had already successfully broken through to the Dao Palace realm. Breaking through directly from the 5th level of Heaven's Mandate to the 1st level of Dao Palace scared Lan Ti so much that she forgot to breathe. Suddenly she had an epiphany. It took her a full 10 years of seclusion to break through to the Dao Palace realm. However, that fool easily achieved it just by crazily eating pills. Now, Zhang Cheng's spiritual energy had also turned from lower gold to golden blue. The more Lan Ti looked at his imposing manner, the more curious she became. The Qianwang dynasty didn't have many rare materials that could be used for breakthroughs, yet Zhang Cheng possessed an unimaginable amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. At this moment, Lan Ti was suddenly jolted awake, realizing that no one's internal organs could withstand Zhang Cheng's way of eating. Suddenly, the notification to go home sounded, unexpectedly interrupting her thoughts. Zhang Cheng didn't forget to ask if she wanted to go with him, and then calmly dropped a "become my person," which directly made Lan Ti's hands and feet go weak, her cheeks turning bright red as she stammered and refused. Lan Ti did have that intention, but she still had things to do right now. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng immediately showed a disdainful expression. This woman was clearly being pretentious. There was no need to waste time arguing with her. Anyway, he had the two beauties, Xiao Shui and Ling Han, waiting for him at home. Since that was the case, Zhang Cheng withdrew. In a flash, he turned into a very righteous-looking street boy, saying, "I'm not forcing you. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just mention my name." Lan Ti thought to herself that she would die faster if she mentioned his name. After speaking, Zhang Cheng decisively summoned the Shangfang sword to pick him up, then threw Lan Ti a farewell glance. "If you miss me, you can come find me at the Physique sect." The azure sky, accompanied by misty clouds, shrouded the heavens. Just then, waves of voices welcoming the Sect Master's return echoed through the Physique sect. In a flash, Zhang Cheng had appeared before them, questioning everyone with the posture of an elder to see if they had been slacking off while he was away. The crowd fanatically worshipped him to the point of madness. Naturally, no one dared to slack off for even a moment. Immediately, a rush of footsteps was heard. Ling Han eagerly searched for Ning Dai's figure from the opposite side. She was afraid that Zhang Cheng had secretly brought another woman home. Fortunately, the junior sister beside her came to the rescue, saying that only the Sect Master had returned. After checking on everyone, Zhang Cheng was very satisfied. It turned out they were very obedient, and almost all of them had made progress. Especially Lin Han, who had broken through from the 9th level of the Spirit Realm to the 1st level of Heaven's Mandate in a short period of time. Even Lin Ning had upgraded from the 1st level of the Soul Division Realm to the 8th level of the Spirit Platform Realm. Zhang Cheng couldn't hide the excitement on his face because she alone had contributed over 100,000 points. And although Lin Ning hadn't had a fateful encounter yet, the speed of her cultivation improvement was advancing by leaps and bounds. In his eyes, she was simply a moving treasure vault. Thinking of this, Zhang Cheng revealed a cunning smile and happily went to collect all the points the disciples had accumulated. Watching the balance constantly jump, he was so happy that he sped up his poking from one side to the other, finally accumulating 197,615 points. The disciples saw his foolish actions and began to question their own existence. Did the Sect Master eat poisonous mushrooms and become stupid? After all, he still had to leave some face for the elder. So Zhang Cheng immediately changed the subject and went to find Elder Mo. Hearing his name, Mo Chen immediately appeared, his eyes shining with light, and then quickly called the roll. Zhang Cheng took out a spirit pill as a reward while praising him with a few words. As soon as you came, the disciples of the Physique sect made such a great breakthrough. This is obviously Elder Mo's contribution. He was so flattered that his nose grew long. He could only modestly deny it, saying it was because the sect's spiritual meridian grade was already high. However, when he saw the 9-colored sacred river pill in Zhang Cheng's hand, Mo Chen was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He had already imagined 7,749 scenarios of possessing this rare pill. But with his current status, it was absolutely impossible to obtain it. Could this be the protagonist's halo? Mo Chen thanked Sect Master Zhang with tears in his eyes, then turned his head to carefully ask how he could repay him. Who knew that the fool just waved his hand, treating that pill like a snack? Then he instructed him to continue teaching everyone to break through their cultivation, and that would be considered repayment. After speaking, Luo Yuan was the next to be called. Zhang Cheng generously took out a sword and gave it to him directly, hoping he could break through to the spirit platform realm soon. Mo Chen observed the whole process from behind and was surprised to find that Zhang Cheng had upgraded to the spirit platform realm after just one trip out. How on earth did he do it? The moment the sword was handed over, a sharp cry suddenly rang out. Wait, this sword! Everyone was shocked and recognized it together. The Purple Sun Raging Dragon Break was the 9th-tier star sword of Shang Gao of the Qianwang dynasty, which completely panicked everyone. Could it be that the Sect Master had destroyed the Qianwang dynasty again? Zhang Cheng helplessly shook his head. If those people hadn't plotted against me, it wouldn't have come to this. Besides, this matter is just a piece of cake for me. As soon as his voice fell, they were so scared they almost fainted on the spot. Since the destruction of the Crimson Sun sect, nothing that followed was a small matter. Zhang Cheng didn't care. Anyway, the things to come were what truly deserved to be called a big deal. Zhang Cheng rested his chin on his hand, carefully considering who to start with. This time's candidates were 3 great beauties, each with their own merits. After looking at everyone's data, Xiaoshui consumed the fewest points. It was a no-brainer who to choose, but he didn't rush to decide, because he remembered there was still one person. What about Mo Chen? He had just turned his head when he saw his information showing that he was stuck at the 3rd level of root bone, consuming 100,000 points. Zhang Cheng's face showed a look of disdain when he saw those numbers. This old fellow Mo Chen boasts so much, but his root bone is not even as good as little G's and Ningning's. That judgmental gaze made him feel uneasy. He boredly chose another more promising underling, Luo Yuan. His root bone had just been upgraded to the 4th level, so it wasn't outstanding, but the most important criterion was that it fit his consumption budget. Zhang Cheng didn't hesitate to empower him, using just a head pat. Current points, 180,815. But after the interaction, Luo Yuan didn't understand why he was being petted like a pet, and he was sweating profusely, worried that this investment would go down the drain. Does this root bone upgrade function not even have any special effects? Fortunately, his worries did not come true because he was suddenly surrounded by purple energy. Something's not right. Sect Master. In just a moment, Luo Yuan successfully absorbed the blessing that descended upon his head. My talent and root bone have been upgraded. The Tiger Demon and Mo Chen witnessed all this, and their worldviews were shattered. How is this possible? Isn't upgrading root bones something that only exists in myths and legends? He hurriedly went over to check and incidentally absorbed some of the luck from this Midas hand. It's real. I'm not dreaming. The tiger demon heard what sounded like the song "O River of My Homeland" in his ears and put on a learned and talented air, but Mo Chen frankly confirmed that they were both kindred spirits. Xiaoshui was very envious and sweetly begged, "Sect Master, we will also work hard to upgrade. Please upgrade us too." Zhang Cheng calmly appeased the crowd, not letting everyone down. "Don't fight. Luo Yuan's root bone was originally poor and he didn't work hard enough. I can't let him fall too far behind you." Obviously, the others didn't think so because they weren't the chosen ones, and everyone knew it was more comfortable to reap the rewards without sowing. The next morning, as dawn was gradually breaking, Zhang Cheng gave a big yawn and started a new day. But as soon as he stepped out, he noticed something strange. The courtyard was empty. Not even the birds were chirping, which made him feel that something was wrong. "It's already this late, why isn't anyone cultivating?" Just then, melodious notes quietly crept into his ears. Zhang Cheng looked around and only saw a few lazy bums wasting their youth under a tree. And Xiaoshui was leading a song and dance troupe as if paving the way for a side business. The 3 wriggling lazy bums in front of him successfully aroused the beast in his heart. "What are you doing? Did I raise you to do nothing?" As soon as he opened his mouth, she used her coquettish tricks to persuade him to take yesterday's shortcut. The disciples beside her also joined in, supporting their fellow disciple. "Yes, Sect Master, please help," who knew that his silence out of anger was exchanged for an endless clamor in his ears. "If the Sect Master doesn't help us, our lives will be ruined." Even senior brother Luo got his turn. "I'm not convinced. The Sect Master is unfair and biased." Zhang Cheng understood that everyone wanted to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, and decided to lead them into a trap. "You want fairness? All right, all the useless disciples in the square, follow me." Those innocent newcomers actually believed him, and happily followed. After a while, everyone gradually became confused. What did the Sect Master bring us here for? Is he planning to let us enter the complete machine diagram to cultivate? Great, it seems our struggle was effective. He didn't answer but suddenly took out a piece of yellow sandpaper. Following the sound of fusion, what appeared before them was a scroll emitting a brilliant golden light. Seeing this, the crowd was deeply moved, and each of them voluntarily shed a tear for it, thinking they had followed the right ideology. A notification appeared. 3 pages of the incomplete scroll of the complete machine diagram have been fused, and its ability has reached a qualitative improvement. The capacity is now 50 people. No one noticed his sly smile of impending success. "All right, everyone, enter the complete machine diagram with me." The sacred light of the scroll covered everyone present, and they were immediately teleported to a place with magnificent mountains and rivers where they could freely become one with nature. Zhang Cheng first gave a simple introduction. Although the spiritual energy concentration was still very low, the environment was much better. This time the qualitative change was very obvious, and the disciples were still immersed in the surprise of what they were about to receive. He listened and revealed a meaningful smile. "Benefits?" Everyone cried louder than when they were just born because they were forced to do manual labor. Hard labor. After teaching this bunch of little guys a lesson, Zhang Cheng couldn't be bothered with them anymore, and turned back to the courtyard. Just then, Luo Yuan, holding a piece of paper, ran towards him, panting. "Sect Master," he was so anxious that dark circles appeared under his eyes. "Sect Master, have you offended the Mingxin Holy Land again?" As soon as he heard this bad news, Zhang Cheng's face lit up with the joy of the new year. "I killed their holy son, they definitely won't let me go." To him, this was just a small matter, so his attention fell on another sentence. "That's not right, I remember they were called the Wuyu Holy Land or something, not the Mingxin Holy Land." Luo Yuan sighed like a nagging mother at the rebellious child before him. "Sect Master, how many people have you offended?" Even if he continued to press, he wouldn't get an answer, so he decided to read the letter first. Zhang Cheng was very surprised. The owner of this letter was Lan Ti. She thanked him for the matter of the Sifang Yuan Ding and informed him that she was cultivating at the Mingxin Holy Land, which was very suitable for improving one's cultivation, so she wanted to invite him over. A very serious letter was turned into 300 romantic drama scripts in his mind. Lan Ti's ambiguous invitation to him seemed to suggest she wanted him to marry into her family. Zhang Cheng suddenly remembered that Lan Ti had revealed her high status, and knowing her would help the Physique sect develop. Therefore he had every reason to speculate. Could it be that this Lan Ti was the sect master of the Mingxin Holy Land? His feet gently stepped on this fertile land. Then he stood under the dusk and looked into the distance, sighing. This Feiyan prefecture is really not that great. If it weren't for the great emperor's contribution, the spiritual veins here would only be second tier. As soon as he thought of the other party, he immediately summoned the great emperor. The little girl quickly appeared from underground. "Ma," Zhang Cheng first decided to respect the other party's opinion. "Dahuang, what do you think of our home?" The little girl was very easygoing and easily satisfied. "Very good, Mama." So he also easily announced the new news. "If I give you a new home, can you still upgrade the spiritual veins for the new home?" Dahuang happily agreed without hesitation. "Yes, Mama, Mama, Mama." The two instantly sealed the deal. "Luo Yuan, call all the disciples to the main hall for a meeting tomorrow night. This sect master has an important announcement to make." He immediately recorded it, playing the role of a secretary very skillfully. After the group of manual laborers finished their work, Zhang Cheng began to preside over the meeting. During this time, our Physique sect has developed rapidly and achieved accomplishments which is inseparable from everyone's hard work. Under the gaze of several uneasy faces mixed with a few dirty ones, he seriously reminded everyone, however, all good things must come to an end. Ling Han spoke on behalf of everyone, stating the worst outcome. Sect Master, what do you mean by this? Are you going to disband the sect? He didn't answer the question above but just explained. The spiritual energy in Qinglan Prefecture and even Feiyan Prefecture is too weak. If this continues, I'm afraid it will delay everyone's cultivation. Zhang Cheng casually dropped a bombshell with a calm expression on his face. So I considered it for a month and finally made a decision that goes against our ancestors. Unexpectedly, the disciples who had just been exploited for their labor were the ones who cried the loudest. Sect Master, we're not afraid of being delayed. Don't drive us away. We are willing to stay with the Sect Master forever. In the endless sentimental atmosphere, Zhang Cheng mercilessly interrupted everyone's emotions and then announced the move. Everyone was dumbfounded because they didn't have time to digest this news. This is my stage to show the generosity of a domineering president. This Sect Master has already found a good place to settle you. Then he suddenly pointed at the first person. Yin Xiaoshui. She immediately stood at attention. With a soldier's posture, he asked how the work of repairing the inner palace of the complete machine diagram was going. The other party answered very honestly. Reporting to the Sect Master, it's almost done. Without another word, Zhang Cheng enthusiastically finalized the plan to temporarily store everyone in the complete machine diagram to cultivate. He would only open the door and let them out when they arrived at the sect's new address. The next day, the sect sign was quickly taken down. He stood with his hands on his hips having a staring contest with the tiger demon for a long time. In the end, the tiger demon became smarter when it was time to state his conditions. Kid, you said it yourself, the mountain range is in the heavenly spirit domain, far from here. You can't just ride me for free. But Zhang Cheng only focused on the main point, saying, so you're saying you'll let me ride you? The tiger demon sweated nervously, wanting to receive the same blessing as Luo Yuan. This time it was Zhang Cheng's turn to freeze. He only accepted after carefully checking the parameters. The tiger demon was only one step away from upgrading his root bone by 1 level, but at the same time the point cost was a staggering 68,000. The tiger demon was unaware of his stingy nature, so he thought he was sure to win this time. As expected with his eloquence, finding an excuse was all too easy. This technique of mine is only for sect members. You, a mere security guard, the tiger demon immediately turned hostile, pointing at him excitedly. Damn it, I agreed to let you ride me. If you don't agree to my terms, then forget about it. It's 108,000 li away. With just your cultivation, you can fly for 10 days to half a month. Who knew that even after laying out all his advantages, he still couldn't overcome Zhang Cheng's punchable face? 10 days to half a month? I have an immortal artifact. I'll be there in the blink of an eye. The tiger demon had an ominous premonition, but he still stubbornly said, are you bluffing? I've never heard of anyone in the mortal world with that kind of ability. But unexpectedly, this time he actually did what he said. Today I'll let you broaden your horizons. Dahuang, let's go. Then a flash of light shot out, so bright that the tiger demon couldn't open his eyes. When he opened them, he found that the two were really gone. His panicked appearance at that moment was just like a screaming hamster. They vanished. And their auras vanished too. Was that really instantaneous teleportation? In just the blink of an eye, Zhang Cheng had brought Dahuang to Miro Mountain in the Mingxin Holy Land. The moment he set foot here, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration and satisfaction. As expected of the Holy Land I chose, it's truly extraordinary. The concentration of this spiritual energy must be at the level of a 5th-tier spirit vein. The little girl flew around cheerfully as if she were in her own backyard. This place Mama chose is really nice. Zhang Cheng was still thinking about the teleportation just now. Although the location was right, the surrounding space didn't look like a sect. Just then, streaks of purple light suddenly appeared under his feet, tightly surrounding him. 2 young women guarding this place suddenly appeared and questioned him. Who goes there? How did you find the location of our Mingxin Holy Land? Even in this predicament, he still maintained his unique, frivolous style. Who goes there? Didn't your sect master tell you I'm her lover? As expected, Zhang Cheng continued to successfully maintain his record of making enemies with outsiders. Insolent madman spouting nonsense, you're asking for a beating. Only then did he hastily recite a defensive incantation and loudly call for the person who had invited him. Hey Lan Ti, come out and solve this. If you don't come out, I'm going to fight back. The two on the other side were greatly surprised. Lan Ti, you're looking for Sister Lan Ti? Because he had given the correct password, Zhang Cheng was led into the inner area by the 2 female guards. Under his gaze, which was as bright as a searchlight, the place surrounded by celestial maidens was the Punglai paradise he had dreamed of, and he couldn't help but praise it profusely. He didn't look for long before he made a decision and told Dahuang, from now on this will be my home. What do you think? The little girl was so mesmerized that she had forgotten the way home, so naturally she couldn't object. Great, Mama is so capable. Living off a woman is a sure thing. However, the surrounding scenery and sounds gradually quieted down, making Zhang Cheng feel uneasy. Something's not right. How come we still haven't arrived after walking for so long? The celestial maiden at the gate was not very enthusiastic, and only revealed a little. It's just ahead. After flying for a long time, the place they finally landed was actually a simple thatched hut and a courtyard. Things were gradually deviating from the track by several hundred kilometers. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? I'm looking for Lan Ti. Isn't her status very high? Why is she living in this shabby latrine? As soon as she appeared, she had to correct Zhang Cheng's language skills. What latrine? Can't you speak properly? This is a thatched hut. When the two celestial maidens saw her, their attitude became much warmer. Sister Lan Ti, after meeting she instructed, you two can go about your business. I will entertain Sect Master Zhang. After the two left, he switched back to his frivolous mode with his new target. When I came in I said I was your lover and they still wanted to hit me. Lan Ti's face flushed red with shame and she didn't defend him. Serves you right. After a few words of warm-up chat, Zhang Cheng frankly commented, you're quite a failure of a leader, actually living in such a remote place. She knew the misunderstanding was already very deep and hurriedly explained, I am not the sect master of the Mingxin Holy Land. I am the matriarch of the Wu clan, a remnant of the Immortal cultivators. And this is the Xin clan's territory. The Wu clan was destroyed long ago by a joint effort of the 8 great holy lands. Now I am the only one left. He had thought he was poor enough, but he didn't expect to be trying to latch onto an even more pitiful girl. Lan Ti was just about to look for him, but he had come looking for her first. Zhang Cheng immediately explained, proving he wasn't shameless. Didn't you say in the letter that you invited me to come? She seriously adjusted her hairpin and replied, but the Wuyu Holy Land came knocking, demanding an explanation from the Mingxin Holy Land, so I had no choice but to leave. He enthusiastically and sincerely advised, this Mingxin Holy Land is a really miserable place. Just take them out, aren't you descendants of immortals? What are you afraid of? Lan Ti also had her own difficulties. The Wuyu Holy Land and the other great holy lands act tyrannically, forming the 9 Holy Lands Alliance. They run rampant in the Xin clan's territory in the Heavenly Spirit domain. Although we can deal with one, we really can't afford to offend all 9. Just then a commotion suddenly came from ahead. Lan Ti, the demoness, the fellow celestial maidens kept trying to stop them. Holy Envoy, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The Holy Envoy cannot go this way. As soon as she knew the identity of the uninvited guests, her expression immediately changed. It was the envoys from the Wuyu Holy Land. She then prepared to draw her longsword to fight. Wuyu Holy Land, you're pushing things too far. I've already hidden here, and you still want to hunt me down to the last? A voice suddenly rang out in the air, freezing the chaotic scene like a spell. Everyone stop. You appear with a noble aura, escorted by numerous celestial maidens. You must be the leader of the Xin clan of the Immortal Remnants, sect master of the Mingxin Holy Land, Venerable Qing Suo. The envoy seized the opportunity, tattling faster than a student to a teacher. Matriarch Qing Suo, you said that demoness Lan Ti wasn't in the Mingxin Holy Land. This time we've caught you red-handed. Let's see how you'll explain yourself. Zhang Cheng's mind began to spin with deep associations again. Caught cheating in bed. Not only did she not believe it, but she also stood up for Lan Ti. Wuyu Holy Land, you're truly too arrogant. Do you really think my Xin clan is afraid of you? With Lan Ti's strength it would be very difficult to kill 2 9th-level Dao Palace holy sons. There must be a misunderstanding about the Qianwang dynasty affair, but this time the other party came prepared. Misunderstanding, our great elder, Venerable Jing Huan's true spiritual sense was also at the scene and saw it with his own eyes. What misunderstanding could there be? Now even Qing Suo was stunned. Jing Huan's true spiritual sense was also there. Then how did Lan Ti survive after gaining the upper hand? The 2 holy envoys immediately summoned their big boss. We request the presence of Venerable Jing Huan's true spiritual sense. As soon as Jing Huan appeared, he immediately called her out by name. Demoness Lan Ti. She had to use all her linguistic skills to control the unfavorable situation. But the old man showed no intention of backing down. Venerable Qing Suo, if this old man didn't come, how would you be willing to hand over the person? Clearly she was no pushover either. For you to come in person, aren't you leaving no way out for either of us? If I don't give you this face, what should I do? Jing Huan's face immediately darkened, having lost all face. What do you mean? Since it had come to this, Qing Suo was not afraid to escalate things. The Wuyu Holy Land's face is face, but our Mingxin Holy Land's face is not? Lan Ti was very moved to be protected by her senior, Venerable Qing Suo. Suddenly, someone who had been staying out of it stole the show. Old pervert, that rooster-like voice rang out, blowing away all her emotional feelings. Jing Huan was also shocked into a stupor. It was the first time in his long life that he had been given such a strange nickname. He repeated it carelessly to draw attention. Old pervert, you want to dance again? This sentence opened up a dark memory he wanted to hide in his coffin. Damn it, it's him. So Jing Huan immediately put his palms together and then temporarily destroyed his own vision. Out of sight, out of mind. Everyone was petrified, not expecting an old man to be so quick on the uptake. The disciples ran over crying, Venerable, Venerable, why are you playing this trick again? His screen time was quickly cut amidst the audience's confusion. What just happened? The holy envoys were furious, but could only use their words. What did you do? Zhang Cheng played dumb with great skill. I didn't do anything. Your old ancestor is a loser at my hands. I glared at him and he got scared and ran away. The two were seething with murderous intent due to their sullied reputation, but they still tried to salvage the situation, firmly insisting on taking Lan Ti away. He easily shielded the person behind him. Just the two of you. On the contrary, she was very worried about the disparity in strength between the two sides. Zhang Cheng, they are the holy envoys of the Wuyu Holy Land, both at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. The key is that they use a dual cultivation secret tantric art and have the power to slay Saint Realm cultivators. The other party's reminder was very on point, but Zhang Cheng only noticed one astonishing piece of news. He didn't expect to have his eyes opened here. 2 men can also dual cultivate, Lan Ti shyly confirmed. Male dual cultivation arts are also very strong. Suddenly the 2 men over there held hands intimately again. Even their bodies clung together tightly like conjoined twins. Nameless Jr. prepared to die. The pink light of love blinded the single dog's eyes enough to make Zhang Cheng quickly give up. I refuse to fight you. The two combined their swords, unleashing the power of a couple. Nameless one, die. The power erupted, striking towards Zhang Cheng with the force of a thunderbolt. Even Lan Di couldn't act in time and could only instinctively call out his name, Zhang Cheng. Fortunately, he was prepared and took out the treasure artifact, the azure silk saint-breaking sword, so he didn't have to continue provoking hatred with his mouth. Thus his aura also appeared more majestic and confident. As expected of a treasure artifact, it can even protect its master on its own. Ching Suo stared at it in disbelief. A treasure artifact, how is that possible? A nameless junior who has just entered the Dao Palace realm, how could he have a treasure artifact? His opponents also had to re-evaluate Zhang Cheng's strength. That last strike was enough to give a Saint Realm cultivator a hard time, yet this kid is completely unscathed. These flustered reactions were merely setting the stage for him. I've always kept it at home and never had a chance to use it. This is a good opportunity to test the sword. Come on, azure silk saint-breaking sword. Time for your maiden voyage. He raised the sword high and charged forward with a move from the heavenly firmament. New moon sword art. Only then did the opponent react in a panic. We can't let him attack. A binding spell immediately took effect, freezing Zhang Cheng in midair. But Lan Ti coordinated with him perfectly, breaking the spell to support him. The seal was instantly broken, and his attack continued with the ferocity of a thunderbolt. A move as fast as a fleeting shadow was all that could be seen. When he truly made his move, these small fries in front of him couldn't match him even if they were reincarnated. The outcome was obvious, as Zhang Cheng's strength completely crushed his opponents. Even Ching Suo had to retract her judgment based on appearances. This Zhang Cheng's talent is innate. He has a 9-orifice Dao Palace. I don't know how he obtained such an opportunity, getting a treasure artifact right after entering the Dao Palace realm. This luck makes him a son of the heavenly Dao without a doubt. However, she didn't think too much of it. It was just a pity that he was arrogant and had offended people he shouldn't have. He probably wouldn't live long. What a shame. Mo Chen popped out from somewhere, praising him enthusiastically like a die-hard fan. With just one move, the Sect Master easily took care of 2 9th-level Dao Palace experts. Truly divine and valiant. Zhang Cheng replied modestly, just a routine operation. At this point, Ching Suo gave her sincere advice. Sect Master Zhang Lan Ti, you have offended Venerable Jing Huan, and now you have killed 2 holy envoys. The Wuyu Holy Land will not let this go. I suggest you flee the Heavenly Spirit Domain tonight, find a remote place to live in seclusion, and perhaps you'll have a chance of survival. But the scene before her made her forget what she was about to say. This was one of the hardest things to explain here. What's going on? How did the Mingxin Holy Land Spirit Vein suddenly become 8th tier? The other celestial maidens cheered enthusiastically. Yes, what on earth is happening? Congratulations to Matriarch Ching Suo. You can now aim for the Saint Realm. Only Zhang Cheng knew who did it. That silly girl. He immediately called for Dahuang, who had long since slipped out to play. The little girl was playful but returned quickly. Mama. Only then did he carefully teach and remind her. You silly girl, why did you needlessly upgrade someone else's spirit vein? The little girl was just very honest and naive in her thoughts. Didn't Mama say this is our new home? Ching Suo had unintentionally learned a heavenly secret and forgot to maintain her image. Upgrading a spirit vein can be done like this. What is the origin of this little girl? Zhang Cheng optimistically announced. The new home plan is off, but don't worry. Papa has found you a better place, even better than here. Dahuang was also happy for him. Really? A place even better than this? Mama found it too. Mama really has a fool's luck. As soon as he showed signs of leaving, she used all sorts of conditions to make them stay. Sect Master Zhang, you can reconsider what I said earlier. I know there is a sealed place in Feiyan Prefecture of Qinglun Province. Because there is no spiritual energy, very few people live there. You can go there and hide for a few years. She even applied time pressure. But Zhang Cheng was completely unmoved. Don't mention that place to me, damn it. Let's just forget about the past. But his pig trotter of a hand casually patted Ching Suo's shoulder as if she were a brother. Big sis, you're a pretty decent person. You saw my good fortune but didn't want to take advantage of it. Not bad, not bad. Lan Ti was stunned. But in the end he already had his own plan. As for that place you mentioned, forget it. How can my Physique sect stay in such a desolate place with no spiritual energy? Zhang Cheng trustingly instructed her. Lan Ti, you and Elder Mo look after Dahuang. I'll be right back. The other party couldn't help but be curious. What are you going to do? He calmly took on the matter, determined to stage a drama of a hero avenging a beauty. Lan Ti was not immediately grateful. She was more worried. No, the Wuyu Holy Land has 3 saints presiding over it. Besides, don't think you can defeat Venerable Jing Huan's true body just because you scared his spiritual sense. Unless, as she spoke, she gradually calmed down. Since you already have a plan, could it be, Lan Ti guessed, the only person who could turn the tide, could it be that Senior Tiger is also here? Zhang Cheng was angry at being underestimated in the eyes of the beauty. Senior Tiger, all you know is Senior Tiger. Did you and that stupid tiger have some past? He casually inquired about the situation through Mo Chen. By the way, where did that stupid tiger go? After casting a spell, he reported. Sect Master, that evil beast is unreliable and has no bottom line, unlike this old man. He just flew out of Feiyin Prefecture. As soon as his voice fell, the tiger demon sneezed, almost blowing his brains out without even hearing it himself. He guessed the mastermind. Damn it, it must be that old scoundrel Mo Chen bad-mouthing me. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng was also reassuring Lan Ti. Don't worry, I'm just going to scout things out. I won't act rashly. Then, without caring who agreed, he immediately flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Cheng had moved to the heavenly spirit domain, to Zhangling Prefecture, Yanling County, at the foot of Yanling Mountain. The common folk were shouting and scattering in all directions. Luggage, who cares about luggage? There's nothing valuable left anyway, let's go. At this critical moment his leg was grabbed. Brother, the question he asked was so naive it was heartbreaking. What are you all running from? The man hurriedly finished explaining. Damn, where did this country bumpkin come from? Don't you know the Wuyu Holy Land is at war with the Mingxin Holy Land? When a saint entering realm expert makes a move, us miscellaneous cultivators at the spirit platform and heaven's mandate realms will all become collateral damage. He even unhesitatingly tried to shake off his pig trotter of a hand. Let go, don't stop me from escaping. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Zhang Cheng was like a still frame in the middle of the people. The Wuyu Holy Land is so big and they have so many experts. If I just charge in rashly, I don't know how many revival chances I'll waste. I need to find a way to make a bold statement and catch them all in one net. Soon his strange brain came up with a new idea. Got it? A dazzling light suddenly emanated from behind a large tree, dispelling the surrounding darkness. At this moment the person who walked out from behind was full of smugness, looking exactly like Jing Huan. Zhang Cheng even praised himself for completing a perfect historic cosplay of an immortal. In the misty Wuyu Holy Land, many disciples were assembling to await orders. All of you show some class. Don't embarrass our ancestor in front of me. Just then, Wurong seemed to have noticed something and turned around. He didn't expect the person who appeared silently without even agreeing to be Zhang Cheng disguised as Jing Huan. After a moment of shock, he quickly corrected the formation's posture. Everyone get down, don't fly in front of the ancestor. Hurry up. Turning to talk to Zhang Cheng, he immediately put on a sycophantic face. This humble one, Elder Wurong, your grand disciple Wurong, pays respects to the ancestor. May the ancestor be well. As soon as he turned to the other side, he was also warmly welcomed. This humble one is Shuiji, a disciple of the Feiyan Pavilion back then. I left my master 30,000 years ago to establish my own sect. These are all our useless disciples and grand disciples. Hurry up and pay respects to the ancestor. Now, Zhang Cheng's level of showing off could soar to the 9th heaven amidst the disciples' chorus of paying respects to the ancestor. Only then did Wurong get to the point. Ancestor, aren't you presiding over a meeting at the Holy Land? Why have you come outside the sect? He immediately released his pressure, pretending to lecture the younger generation. What? Does this seat need to report my whereabouts to you? He was so scared he trembled all over, forgetting those illogical details. I wouldn't dare. This humble one was just curious and offended the ancestor. Please forgive me, ancestor. He didn't pursue the matter further, and leisurely gave an order. You all, follow me. Wurong immediately started herding them like ducks. Quick, keep up with the ancestor. In the square of the Wuyu Holy Land, everyone was still busy preparing for war. Hurry up. All the heavy weapons have been concentrated at the front of the square. Just then they looked up and saw the person in the lead. Ancestor, it's Ancestor Jing Huan. Damn, that's right, the ancestor came out too. Everyone knelt down in unison, extremely devout. Paying respects to the ancestor, may the ancestor be well. Zhang Cheng responded calmly in line with the image he was playing, and Wurong, completely unaware, was as happy as a true fan. I've never been so close to the ancestor. Could it be that I have unknowingly become the ancestor's direct descendant? Suddenly he turned and pointed at those behind him. Wurong Shuiji, you few. He quickly entered a state of awaiting orders. What are your instructions, ancestor? A hint of murderous intent and cunning flashed in his eyes as he ordered. See that group of people below? Attack them with your strongest attack. Strike to kill. The group of juniors were all stunned, thinking they had misheard. What, ancestor, what did you say? Zhang Cheng was not the least bit guilty, and his aura was even stronger. Don't you understand human language? I told you to use all you've learned and strike downwards. This seat wants to see how well you've learned. Jigwei cleverly added to this flawed argument. You fools, the ancestor wants to inspect the results of our years of establishing sects. He wants to see how many fingers it takes for him to block our combined attack. Wurong was quickly convinced. So that's how it is, Ancestor. This humble one was slow-witted and failed to grasp your intention. As soon as the words fell, powerful forces erupted with the command. As per the Ancestor's wish, everyone attacked downwards with full force. The people below couldn't help but be confused. What are they trying to do? But regardless of these questions, they continued to execute their moves without any explanation. Hidden Mist Sword Art, Nether River Sword Art, Yunchang Heavenly Thorn Sword Art. Hurong was still pondering how to slack off on the sly. The Ancestor isn't looking at me. If I sneak in a few hits, maybe I can trick the Ancestor into thinking my one strike is stronger than 6. Then he also made a show of drawing his sword. Metaphor Sword Art. The area below immediately exploded like a marketplace. Damn it, Hidden Mist Sword Art, crap, what grudge do you have against them? That sword strike even nearly swept past his idol. The scene on the ground was already falling apart. They're crazy, why are they attacking us? No, Ancestor, didn't you say? After only a few minutes, this place had turned into a large-scale barbecue site. Just then, a majestic voice rang out, causing the troublemaking disciples to freeze. What are you doing? Why are you making such a huge commotion? Just from the shout, one could tell the newcomer's status was extraordinary. The Great Elder of the Wuyu Holy Land, Venerable Jing Huan, Great Elder of the Wuyu Holy Land. The 3 people in the lead were all prominent figures in the sect. Next to Jing Huan were Sect Master Jing Yuan and Grand Elder Yu Ji. The tragic scene before him greatly surprised him. What happened? Who did this? But the most shocked people here were Wurong's group. Another Ancestor had appeared. At this point his face was greener than a vegetable leaf. Only then did he belatedly realize the frivolous nature in the other's bones. Then who on earth are you? Jing Huan was furious, pointing at the young man who wore his old man's appearance and was still showing off high in the azure clouds. Who are you to dare impersonate this seat? Who else could it be but Zhang Cheng? He said frivolously. Now that it's come to this, I won't hide it from you. When I was young, I used to be your mom's driver. The real one's face turned green upon hearing this. The joke had gone too far. Not only that, but Zhang Cheng also authoritatively ordered the few Taoists, his posture not at all like that of the Great Elder of the Wuyu Holy Land. Comrades, the enemy is right in front of you. Charge! Although the few young Taoists stood behind him, how would they dare to provoke the real Elder below? They immediately waved their hands and said, "Damn, it's a misunderstanding. Ancestor, don't listen to him." Jing Huan was so angry he gathered his spiritual power. "Bastard, I haven't even come looking for you, yet you've come knocking on my door. Today I will kill you, and then go to the Mingxin Holy Land to eradicate them root and stem. If I don't avenge this hatred, I am not worthy of my name." The Taoists, fearing they couldn't stop him and having no way to escape, kept trying to persuade him. "Ancestor, please calm down, we've all been used." How could Jing Huan still listen? He released his full power and ordered in unison, "Die!" This internal power, filled with resentment, was no laughing matter. With one sweep, the group of people were either spitting blood, crippled, or all dead. Even Zhang Cheng was injured, blood flowing from his mouth as he clutched his chest and said, "Damn you, old waste. His cultivation is so much higher than mine, yet he still can't kill me, making me suffer like this." Zhang Cheng was surprised that not only was he not dead, but he still had the energy to curse. "Who the hell are you? You took a full power attack from me and you're still not dead." The bloodstains from the corner of Zhang Cheng's mouth to his chin dried up in an instant. He smiled slightly. Where did he get even more energy than before to summon his weapon? Heavenly Firmament, New Moon Sword Art. Several prominent figures were caught in the sword art's magic, all clutching their heads and falling to the ground. Gray smoke rose from the affected areas. The elders only felt an itch, not pain. This attack only had the cultivation level of the Dao Palace realm. Zhang Cheng grinned smugly at Jing Huan and pointed at the terrified onlookers. "Look at how scared you all are." But Jing Huan wouldn't let him smile for long. Immediately releasing a wave of power stronger than before, aimed straight at Zhang Cheng. Just like that, Zhang Cheng was blasted skyward, but he still wasn't being serious. "That's right, just blast me to ashes, let me suffer a little less." Watching the pile of ash fall to the ground, Jing Huan stroked his beard and deduced, "With only the strength of the Dao Palace realm, it seems this fellow isn't that old hag Ching Suo. Could it be that demoness Lan Ti? We used too much force and blew her to smithereens. Perhaps she's still breathing, we could question her before killing her." Thump thump, a few more people fell down. Yuji quickly noticed the anomaly. How come these demonesses from the Shin Holy Land didn't revert to their original forms after death? Jing Yuan checked their pulses and discovered something astonishing. "Wait, they are all our people." Jing Huan turned pale with fright. "What?" Jing Yuan was furious at the situation. "We didn't kill enemies, they were our own people. We've all been tricked by that guy." Jing Huan was burning with rage, his hands trembling. "This infuriates me. Who was it? Who dares to scheme against us?" Jing Yuan couldn't take it anymore. "What should we do now?" Jing Huan quickly gave an answer. "The Mingxin Holy Land is definitely involved in this. Contact the other major holy lands and deal with him." At this moment, on Zhang Cheng's side, the system chimed in again. Host detected as deceased. Cause of death, killed by the combined forces of Saint Realm Masters. Killers, Venerable Jing Yuan, Venerable Jing Huan, Venerable Yu Ji. Many cultivators of the Wuyu Holy Land died unjustly. The lingering obsessions of the deceased souls are too deep. Unaware that they were victims of the host scheme, they have come to offer their allegiance and seek revenge. Zhang Cheng floated in midair, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. "What kind of damn reward is this? Here we go again," the system unhurriedly notified. "Host is about to be resurrected." As soon as the voice fell, countless will-o'-the-wisps rained down from the sky towards Jing Huan and the others. What's happening? A man's shadow appeared on the ground. The will-o'-the-wisps were converging, making the shadow more solid. They recognized this spell. It's the manifestation of resentful souls. Yuji thought, it must be our unjustly deceased disciples, their hearts unreconciled. Gathering their obsessions to manifest a human form, they want to avenge us. Jing Yuan and Jing Huan found this interesting. There's such a thing. Yuji didn't think she was wrong and said to the shadow, disciples and grand disciples, it was the Mingxin Holy Land that killed you. Follow me to attack and avenge yourselves. The shadow had now revealed its true form and flew into the air. He pointed at the faces of the elders. Cut it out, it was clearly you three old bastards who caused our unjust deaths. How dare you blame others? Yuji was defiant. What did you say? This bastard. Before he could finish, the shadow turned into a wisp of green smoke and drifted away with the wind, revealing a living Zhongcheng. The smoke was actually holy light. Zhongcheng was a bit bewildered. My holy light dissipated so quickly. Seeing him, Jing Huan was furious. It's you again, of course it's you. I knew those people from the Mingxin Holy Land couldn't be this despicable. Jing Yuan, seeing him for the first time, asked, who is he? Jing Huan, recalling old grievances, explained Zhongcheng's origin. He's the guy who cost me my true spiritual sense twice. Help me kill him. But before they could act, the elders were enveloped by rolling spells, the pain like sticking their hands into an electric fly swatter. Zhongcheng smirked. The me of now is not someone you three old bastards can handle. He immediately absorbed the wandering souls outside, and then countless streams of spiritual energy gathered, forming balls of blue light that slowly entered his body. Zhongcheng laughed triumphantly, his whole body glowing with the same blue light as before. His cultivation level rose from the 5th and 8th levels of the Dao Palace realm to the 3rd, 5th, and then 8th levels of the Saint realm. As his cultivation crazily soared, he broke through to the Saint realm. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the group hastily reminded each other to eliminate him. Die. Then a palm strike flew towards Zhongcheng. But with a mere wave of his hand, he swept that disgusting evil art aside. Seeing this, Jing Huan couldn't help but be shocked. The combined attack of the three of us was scattered by his single hand. Before the old man could recover, a blazing killing intent ignited in Zhongcheng's eyes. He used his lightness skill and absorbed the essence of the three old men from above with his internal energy. All three entered a dying state, their eyes rolling back. A moment later, they were all struck down by him. Only Zhongcheng remained, looking smug, his eyes as bright as headlights. Is this the suppression of a superior soul level? After figuring it out, I'm also experiencing the thrill of turning the tables on the little tiger. Just then, the system also popped up a notification. A 5th-tier spirit vein can be exchanged for 800,000 points. Hearing this, Zhongcheng couldn't care about his image and laughed out loud. This place is truly a treasure trove. Just the spirit vein alone is worth 800,000 points. But he suddenly realized something was wrong. No, wait, don't exchange. After coming to his senses, he silently cursed the system. Damn, I got so used to robbing other people's graves that I almost dug up my own ancestral tomb. The system continued to notify. Mission progress reward 1 million points. Current points 1,190,815. Main quest, unify the 3 realms. Have a renowned sect in Feiyin Prefecture, subdue a sect of the same level and raise the sect's level to supreme. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Isn't this the new address for the Physique sect? He then rubbed his hands in anticipation of the mission reward. The reward is so generous, good thing I didn't exchange it. The system notified of an upgrade. Current skill, revive 3 times daily, random survival plan. By consuming points, you can raise a target's cultivation by 1 major realm. Target 1, cooldown 1 month. Host can consume points to transform into any target. Cooldown 3 days. Host can consume points to improve a target's aptitude and root bone. Cooldown 1 day. Revive others. Host can consume points to revive any target. Hearing these delicious rewards, Zhongcheng couldn't help but show a blissful expression. I can revive others. Now I can show off in front of the ladies. The system continued to update. Next level passive commander. If the host resolves a crisis with the help of followers, a considerable point reward will be given. He listened and nodded, stroking his chin. This commander skill means that if I bring the ladies along to show off, I'll get a huge reward. At this time, in the Mingxin Holy Land, a voice rang out. Why isn't he back yet? Inside the Holy Land, Lan Ti was waiting anxiously, while Elder Mo and Dahuang were still playing and fooling around. Could something have happened to him? Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of her, and sand and stones flew, forcing the three to cover their faces with their hands. The tiger demon emerged from the swirling dust, cursing unhappily. Flying all the way here, I'm dead tired. Seeing the tiger demon, Lan Ti's eyes lit up. Senior Tiger, you're finally here, he asked back in confusion. Who are you? Do we know each other? Hearing this, she quickly introduced herself. This humble girl is Lan Ti, a close friend of Sect Master Zhang. He listened as she continued. Sect Master Zhang just went to the Wuyu Holy Land to gather information and hasn't returned yet. I'm afraid something has happened to him. Only you can save him now. Standing on the side, Elder Mo stroked his chin and thought, she's so worried about Zhongcheng and she looks a bit like Ji Lingen. She'll be a member of the Son of Heaven's harem in the future. I'll cozy up to her now. Then the old man secretly moved behind Lan Ti and whispered, Fairy Lan Ti, don't beg that evil beast. A beast is a beast after all. It probably wishes the Sect Master were dead so it could be free. She reacted quickly, turning sharply to retort. Old man, you're so mean. Don't speak ill of Senior Tiger like that. Her words left the old man dumbfounded, letting out an awe as he looked at her. The tiger demon on the side didn't forget to mock him. "Old pervert, still trying to suppress me? Turns out she completely ignored you." This infuriated the old man so much that smoke seemed to come out of his orifices and he could only stutter out a "you." Then the tiger demon spoke again. "The sect master's safety as the sect's guardian spirit beast, how could I not care? Fairy, don't be afraid, this venerable one will go rescue sect master Zhang right now." Elder Mo was not to be outdone, thinking, "If I can't lick his boots, you can't either. You're trying to piss me off, aren't you?" He then suppressed his anger and said to Lan Ti, "You girl who can't recognize a true immortal, look closely." As soon as his voice fell under the old man's spell, the sky filled with lightning and thunder. Mo Chen stood between heaven and earth, gathering all his internal energy and shouted, "Think again, who should you beg?" Matriarch Ching Suo was so shocked by the sight that her jaw dropped. "This aura, it's a high immortal?" Hearing the words, "immortal," Lan Ti also covered her face in surprise. Seeing this, Elder Mo grinned from ear to ear, but the next second he coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood. He stubbornly asked Lan Ti, "Well, now you know who the unfathomable master by the sect master's side is, right?" The tiger demon here was furious, cursing, "Damn it, you bootlicker, you want to start an internal conflict. To show off and suppress me, you'd even harm your own remnant soul. If you had this determination, you should use it on the enemy." It then revealed a sinister expression and said, "Fine, if you're unjust, don't blame me for being unrighteous." Then it announced menacingly, "Come on, who's afraid of whom? I'll outcompete you to death." The female disciples screamed in terror at the sight. This tiger demon's cultivation has reached the level of a demon king in the demon world. Could it be the three-eyed blazing tiger king from the celestial demon realm of the demon domain? Next was the great battle between the former Qian Emperor's prime minister and the 1,000-year-old tiger demon. It sounded impressive, but in reality, Elder Mo just pointed at it and shouted, "Transform!" Instantly, the tiger demon turned into a small, delicate animal. Its eyes were dazed, not yet understanding what had happened. Dahuang looked at these two clowns and helplessly pointed at them, saying, "All right, you two have shown off enough. If you keep this up, the people here are going to suffer internal injuries." The female disciples, who had been shocked just moments before, were now dumbfounded. "What is going on?" Elder Mo triumphantly lifted the tiger demon with one hand, his eyes scornful and arrogant. He paid no mind to this cat bearing the name of a tiger, forcing the tiger demon to struggle and scream desperately. "Old bastard, let go of your father." Ching Suo stood aside like a statue, too scared by the scene to make a sound. "This immortal old man, that tiger demon king, and that little girl of unknown origin who can upgrade the spirit vein. How did Zhang Cheng subdue them? It's too hard to believe it's just luck." Suddenly, a laugh came from behind, making them all turn around warily. Immediately after, Dahuang, Elder Mo, and Lan Ti all shouted Zhang Cheng's name in surprise. Lan Ti, both happy and worried, ran to Zhang Cheng's side and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Zhang Cheng took the opportunity to get some attention from the beauty, quickly pulling her into his arms and comforting her, making her blush. "Don't worry, your big brother is fine, still strong and tough." He appeared concerned on the surface, but inwardly he was constantly confirming, "This woman is clearly showing so much concern for me, but the system still doesn't recognize it. Is there a bug?" Before he could do anything, Lan Ti and Dahuang ran over and separated him and her. "Mama, where's our new home?" He struggled to pick up the little girl and replied with a wry smile, "I found it. The spirit vein of Wuling Mountain is also 5th tier, no worse than here. It's perfect for our Physique sect's new headquarters." Hearing this, Lan Ti quickly interjected with a suggestion, "No, that's too risky. The Wuyu Holy Land has countless Dao Palace Realm experts and 3 Saint Realm masters presiding over it. Trying to seize their Wuling Mountain is as difficult as ascending to heaven." After speaking, she looked at Elder Mo and the tiger demon. "Unless Senior Tiger and the Immortal Elder are willing to help," the tiger demon realized it had been dragged into trouble, its eyes wide. It then kicked at Elder Mo. "Old bootlicker, don't block my path to success." The old man roared back, not to be outdone. "You evil beast, how dare you kick my face?" That kick made the old man let go of the tiger demon. As soon as it landed, it quickly ran to Lan Ti to show off. "Don't worry, girl. The sect master's business is my business. It's just 3 Saint Realm experts, right? It's a piece of cake for me. As long as sect master Zhang agrees to my—" The onlookers who heard its words looked at them in amazement. "Improving root bone, did I hear that right? There's such a thing?" After listening, Lan Ti immediately said to Zhang Cheng excitedly, "Senior Tiger is willing to help, so this matter won't be difficult." Quickly agree to Senior Tiger's request. Under her pure and innocent gaze, Zhang Cheng had no way out. Elder Mo quickly seized the opportunity and slapped the tiger demon. "A beast is indeed short-sighted." Then, squinting at the tiger demon, he asserted, "You want a reward for doing something for the sect. When the sect prospers and the pie gets bigger, do you think the sect master will treat you unfairly?" After speaking, he proudly patted his chest and said, "Sect master, leave this matter to me. I will definitely secure that blessed land." The next second he coughed up a mouthful of blood under the tiger demon's mocking gaze. It taunted, "Still pretending, old thing, didn't you use up all your remaining spiritual power just now showing off?" Hearing this, amidst Zhang Cheng's 3 parts helpless and 7 parts speechless gaze, the old man angrily pulled its cheeks. "You beast, it's none of your business. This immortal has his own brilliant plan. Watch me tear your mouth off." The tiger demon fought back, not to be outdone. Sect Master, don't believe him, he's just a useless waste now, nothing at all. Zhang Cheng could only helplessly wave his hand in the middle. Hey, no fighting. Then, propping up his chin, he said, you don't need to trouble yourselves, I've already dealt with the Wuyu Holy Land, Wuling Mountain is ours now. Hearing this, all three of them stared at him with wide eyes. What about the three Saint Realm experts? Zhang Cheng feigned innocence and answered flatly, they've all been dealt with. The three were once again shocked beyond words. At this moment, Elder Mo seemed to have noticed something. I didn't notice before, but this kid's spiritual sense seems to be much stronger, even on par with mine. Subsequently, the group teleported to Yanling Mountain. Lan Ti was frightened by the corpses strewn across the ground. It's really been dealt with. Those three old bastards were also taken care of. She angrily gritted her teeth, rushed over to the three old men ready to avenge her sisters while Zhang Cheng watched from the side looking bewildered. She screamed as she beat them, bastard, you deserve to die, bastard, give me back the lives of my 300 Wu clan sisters. Watching this scene, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, what a huge grudge this must be. He then stepped forward to try and pull Lan Ti away. Hey, let it go. But she was still struggling, even spitting on the corpse. Old dog, after failing to control her, he panted as he watched the farce before him and Lan Di, sighing, are you done venting? You have such good stamina, it's making me a little insecure. But unexpectedly, she suddenly turned to him and said, Sect Master Zhang, I don't know how to repay such a great kindness. From now on, Lan Ti belongs to you. He stroked his chin, pondering to himself as he looked at the beauty who had made a solemn vow, thinking, she's already like this and the system still doesn't recognize her as mine. How deep is this woman's scheming? It's terrifying. After a moment of contemplation, he put his hands on his hips and replied, all right, for now, you can stay in my sect and cultivate with the elders. Then he turned to Dahuang and said, now it's time for business. The little girl, Dahuang, spread her arms and legs and shouted, go for it, and immediately released her power. Yanling Mountain, Physique Sect. The trees were withered, the springs were dry, and the two divine beasts, the deer and the phoenix, were lifeless. But under the nourishment of Dahuang's magic, the scenery immediately revived, becoming vibrant and radiant. The two divine beasts also mutated, endowed with even more brilliant colors. The phoenix spread its energy-filled wings, and the deer's antlers grew larger and stronger. Lan Ti said in amazement, as expected, this little girl can upgrade the spirit vein of any place. An elder exclaimed exaggeratedly, the Sect Master's daughter is amazing, and the Sect Master is even more amazing. Then Zhang Cheng picked up the scroll and announced happily, all right, the sect's new address is taken care of. Disciples, come on out. The scroll unfurled in the air, pulling everyone present inside. Several Taoists looked at him with eyes full of admiration and love. Sect Master, you finally let us out. We were getting so bored after cultivating inside for so long. Zhang Cheng ignored the crowd, concerned with other matters. His eyes were also sparkling because now was harvest time. System information appeared above the heads of the three beautiful girls. The purple-haired girl standing outside was at the first level of Heaven's Mandate and the 8th level of Dao Palace, with a reward of 1,050,000 points to be claimed. The short-haired petite girl in the middle was at the 8th level of the Spirit Platform and the 5th level of Dao Palace, with a reward of 946,000 points to be claimed. The last one was at the 9th level of the Spirit Platform and the 9th level of Heaven's Mandate, with a reward of 165,000 points to be claimed. Zhang Cheng excitedly kept clicking to claim the rewards, and the system kept chiming with increasing numbers. After completing everything, the system automatically calculated. All rewards successfully claimed, totaling 3,015,000 points. Current points, 3,232,315. Zhang Cheng danced with joy. So many points, this is awesome. Ji Lingyan looked at him with disdain. Did the Sect Master eat poison mushrooms again? The people who had been transferred into the painting kept observing the scenery here, marveling. Is this the sect's new address? Looking up at the abundant spiritual veins, they asked in confusion, wait, what's with these spiritual veins? They're so rich, just standing still feels like cultivating with top-grade spirit stones. Lan Ti also felt it, and a sense of unease welled up in her heart. What's going on? These disciples of his originally only had the cultivation of Soul Division and Spirit Platform. How have they become her equals after just a few days? How is this possible? Ji Lingyan only then noticed Lan Ti and asked Zhang Cheng, Sect Master, who is she? He introduced her. She is Venerable Lan Ti, a descendant of Immortals, and she will be Elder Mo Chen's teaching assistant in our Physique sect. After hearing this, the Taoist immediately came over to build a connection. Fairy Lan Ti, I am an immortal who has fallen to the mortal world, and you are a descendant of immortals. From now on we, the Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, will assist the Sect Master. The Physique sect will surely become the #1 sect in the mortal world. I look to Elder Mo Chen for guidance. He fantasized about latching onto her. In the future, I will be the strongest external force in the Physique sect. How can that stupid tiger compete with me? For some reason, Ji Lingyan burst into tears of pride upon hearing him say such things. The Sect Master is becoming more and more responsible. He's no longer that silly boy hiding in the wind absolute land. Her joy was palpable, and Zhang Cheng decided to share this happiness. All right, I announce that we will hold a housewarming celebration in half a month, Landy reminded him. The Heavenly Spirit Domain still has 8 major holy lands eyeing us covetously, and the Feiyin Holy Land in particular has a Saint Realm expert. If we are so ostentatious and attract a siege from the 8 major holy lands, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist. It's better to make a fortune quietly. He thought it made sense. That's true, I can show off anytime I want. As the saying goes, returning to one's hometown in poverty is like walking at night in brocade clothes. If wealth is not used in the right occasion in a timely manner, it is also a waste. Ji Lingyan now saw him as a teacher. Seeing Zhang Cheng being so wise, she took out a pen and seriously took notes. The sect master has spoken words of gold again. I must write this down. He then turned back to the disciples and said, all members of the Physique sect, listen up. For the sake of the sect's reputation, each disciple must invite at least 10 distinguished guests. Elders must invite 20. Those who fail to meet the quota will lose their spot for the next cultivation session in the complete machine diagram. Because of this, the news spread quickly, and everyone was talking about it, especially the other sects who were paying close attention. Hey, have you heard? The Wuyu Holy Land was destroyed by a small sect from out of town called the Physique sect. The short-haired young master quickly chimed in. You're just hearing about this, it's been all over the Heavenly Spirit Domain since this morning. The red-clothed person next to him was very confused. What's the background of this Physique sect? The Wuyu Holy Land was considered quite strong among the 9 major holy lands, yet it was destroyed overnight, the short-haired young master casually guessed. Could it be the legendary 10th major holy land? Yu Tan of the Mingxin Holy Land fanned himself, looking as if he knew everything. This Physique sect was originally a small sect in Feiyin Prefecture of the 3 cultivation domains. Because their sect master had a fortuitous encounter, the nouveau riche rose to prominence in an instant. The others were surprised. How do you know? He acted mysteriously. Who am I? Naturally, I have my sources. The others immediately started flattering him. Still, it's the wandering cultivator Yu Tan who is well informed. Quickly give us the details of this juicy gossip. Brother Yu Tan, I finally found you, a voice came, making Yu Tan freeze instantly. It was an elder of the Physique sect, a fan of Zhang Cheng, and the #1 muscle man of the Physique sect. Qin Chong. As soon as he saw him, he questioned, Brother Yu Tan, what's going on? You didn't answer my voice transmission, nor did you reply to my letter. I thought something had happened to you. Yu Tan guiltily made up a random excuse. I've been a bit busy lately and didn't see your message. Qin Chong pounced over. Then I'll tell you in person, our Physique sect is holding a housewarming celebration. You have to come. Yu Tan dodged. Well, I have to walk my dog, I can't get away. Qin Chong said generously. Bring it along, our Physique sect isn't some forbidden place, you can bring pets. The outsiders listening in were a bit surprised. He's from the Physique sect? Yu Tan was still looking for excuses. Well, my mom is getting married, I have to attend. I really can't go. He didn't care and continued to invite enthusiastically. What's the hurry? There's still half a month. Bring your new friends along too. Those few friends who hadn't even introduced themselves also refused in unison. Unfortunately, my mom is also getting married in half a month. My dad is getting married, right? My dad is marrying his mom, so I can't go either. I have to arrange my 3rd uncle's funeral in half a month. I can't go either. Qin Chong wasn't stupid. He only invited them because of the sect master's instructions. But why were they all avoiding the Physique sect? Qin Chong was furious. You ungrateful bunch. He grabbed the thankless person in front of him, clutching Yu Tan's collar and cursing. Damn it, when I left home to make a name for myself, we agreed to share the good fortune. Now that I've made it and come to help you, you ignore me. It wasn't enough to just grab Yu Tan by the neck. He bound him with a spell for good measure. The few people around were stunned by the scene. Divine Palace externalization. He's actually at the Heaven's Mandate realm. Frightened, Yu Tan blurted out the truth. Stop hitting me, it's not that I don't cherish our old friendship, it's just that your Physique sect is too dangerous. The 8 major holy lands are coming to destroy you, and if we go, we'll be buried with you. Qin Chong said sternly, I don't care. Come back with me now. Stay at my place for half a month, and after the ceremony, I'll naturally let you go. He carried several people with one hand as easily as if he were holding a few puppies. Let's go. In the Heavenly Spirit Domain, East Multitude Spirit Prefecture, Ziling Prefecture, Fuyun Holy Land. The scenery here was indeed a place for immortals, but it was too noisy to dare hold a banquet right after destroying the Wuyu Holy Land. This Physique sect clearly doesn't respect us, the remaining 8 major holy lands. It turned out the elders of the 8 major holy lands were holding a meeting to badmouth a new sect, the Physique sect. The supreme elder of the Leguang Holy Land, Venerable Kang Mu, was a rigid man. Yes, those who break the rules must be severely punished. The sect master of the Baihong Holy Land, Venerable Zhang Lang, maliciously chimed in. If the Physique sect is not destroyed, the Heavenly Spirit Domain will never know peace. The sect master of the Physique Holy Land, Venerable Thiet Fan, was very displeased. How dare they share the same name as our Physique Holy Land? What kind of background does he have? We must destroy him. The sect master of the Ziyuan Holy Land, Venerable Wu Huan, was the angriest, accusing, they slaughtered half our sect. The Ziyuan Holy Land already had an irreconcilable feud with the Tiger Demon, And now that they had done something so outrageous, when would they destroy such an arrogant bunch if not now? The sect master of the Fuyan Holy Land, Venerable Yinji, waited until he had heard all the opinions before asking a key question. All right then, who will take the lead? Thiet Fan, who was just fuming a moment ago, now posed a difficult question. I wonder if the saint is willing to act, Yinji said. The saint's incarnate body is traveling outside while his true body is still in seclusion. Wu Huan also knew the enemy was not easy to deal with and really wanted the saint to intervene. That tiger demon also has the strength of the saint realm. Without the saint's intervention, I'm afraid the casualties will be heavy. Can we ask the saint for help? Yinji thought to himself. The saint is unfathomable. Even for us it's difficult to see him. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration, stood up from his chair, and everyone, curious about Yinji's sudden action, asked, "What's wrong?" he said confidently. "Everyone please go back for now. The Physique sect is no longer a concern. The saint has sent me a message and has decided to act personally. In the Heavenly Spirit Domain, North Multitude Spirit Prefecture, Yiling Prefecture, Mila Mountain, Mingxin Holy Land, an immortal was descending. He was the supreme elder of the Fuyan Holy Land, Saint Ji Feng, with a cultivation of the 5th level of the saint realm. With a casual move from Ji Feng, the entire massive barrier cracked. The sect master of the Mingxin Holy Land, Chief Ching Suo of the Heart Tribe of the Immortal Remnant Clan, felt the tremor and hurriedly ran out with her maid to check the situation. What happened? Seeing the familiar figure in the distance, Ching Suo immediately bowed in greeting, feeling very uneasy. "Saint, why have you come?" Ji Feng immediately became angry. "Stop pretending. I didn't hide my aura. You don't know what I'm here for?" Ching Suo indeed hadn't quite guessed, but still spoke gently and politely. "Forgive my rudeness for not coming out to greet you. May I ask what business brings the saint here?" He finally used a normal tone. "I heard that only the clan chief Lan Ti is left of the Wu clan, and she is now at the Physique sect. Since you know her well, go to the Physique sect and do something for me." Ji Feng took out a goose egg-sized, suspiciously colored red jade stone. "This is a phase-splitting origin crystal. Go to the Physique sect, find a hidden place to put it. Absolutely do not let them find out. In less than half a year, everyone in the Physique sect will be dead." Ching Suo disagreed immediately. "You want us to do this kind of evil deed for you? If they find out, how will we survive that tiger demon?" Ji Feng threatened. "You're afraid of the tiger demon but not me. If you don't agree, I'll destroy you now." Ching Suo was perhaps more afraid of his temper. She closed her eyes and said sincerely, I wouldn't dare. But what was it that made her so pained, her face ashen, forcing her to open her eyes? The scene switched to another familiar place, and before anything happened, the tiger demon's loud roar was heard. "No way! I, the dignified demon king of the heavenly demon domain in the demon world, am ranked second to last in the demon world. Outdated power rankings, peak saint realm, Physique sect security guard. You want me to stand at the sect's entrance?" Zhang Cheng ignored the excuses, walked up and with a practiced hand directly stroked its face, praising it nonstop. "Look how soft your fur is, perfect for a mascot. You can even save on the hide. Think of the big picture, you'll have to overcome this yourself." The tiger demon's face turned red, and it pushed away this shameless person. "Anything else is fine, but not this. If word of this gets back to the demon world, the dignified demon king forced to become a showpiece, I'll never be able to hold my head up again in my life." Zhang Cheng always knew how to entice it. "It seems improving your root bone and cultivation isn't a big enough attraction." Hearing this, the tiger demon took the bait, its attitude doing a 180. It immediately hugged Zhang Cheng's shoulders and asked again, "Really?" He feigned modesty, crossing his arms. "I really want to go, but I have to save face. Just this once then." Then the tiger demon cast a spell, Dharma Heaven and Earth Manifestation. It transformed into a giant tiger. From this height, everything below looked like insects. Back then, with my hands in my pockets, I didn't know what an opponent was. The few people in the courtyard noticed a strange light and glanced over. A giant majestic tiger demon stood there, capturing everyone's attention. "That's little tiger." Only the old Taoist was not happy to see this, thinking despicably, "I let my guard down for a moment and that beast is sucking up again." The tiger demon remembered its promise, crouched down and asked him how it was, if it was good enough. Zhang Cheng gave a thumbs up and praised, Good, little tiger is amazing. I'm very satisfied." In the Heavenly Spirit Domain, West Multitude Spirit Prefecture, Yanling Prefecture, Yanling Mountain, Physique sect, the tiger demon was standing at the main gate waiting for everyone to arrive. As soon as they arrived, Lu Fang said in a panic, "This concentration of spiritual energy? What tier of spirit vein is this?" Hearing this, he sighed smugly, but someone still boldly guessed, "That's a demon king, so majestic." Seeing Zhang Cheng's grim face and silence, Luo Yuan took the opportunity to tease him. "Sect master, how is it? Everyone has met their quota," Zhang Cheng replied unhappily. "You all are not good enough either. The ones who came are either low-level wandering cultivators with no background or these common folks. Not a single major sect. What a loss of face." Hit where it hurt, his face turned pale and he quickly found an excuse. "Those major sects know we've offended the 8 major holy lands, so no one dares to come." Hearing this, he was already furious and mocked them. "A bunch of cowards. They'll never know what they missed." Just then, the two suddenly heard an announcement. The Zhao family of Juhe Prefecture, Feiyan Prefecture, 3 cultivation domains, congratulates the Physique sect on its housewarming. As soon as he heard the name, Zhang Cheng was delighted. He quickly looked over and said, "The Zhao family of Juhe Prefecture sounds like a big family. Finally, a major sect has come to show their support." Luo Yuan beside him couldn't help but be surprised. Knowing an opportunity had come, he quickly stepped forward, bowed with his hands clasped, and greeted, "I have long heard of the great name of the Zhao family of Juhe Prefecture. Forgive my failure to greet you from afar, my apologies." He also hurriedly followed Zhang Cheng over. Because he was too eager and didn't look closely, he was speechless with disappointment when he got closer. Because it wasn't the head of the family who came but just Hongda. He also politely bowed to Zhang Cheng. "I am Hongda, the gatekeeper steward of the Zhao family of Juhe Prefecture. I am here on behalf of the family head to congratulate the Physique Sect and Sect Master Zhang." The Zhao family sending Hongda was a slight, making Zhang Cheng grit his teeth and curse, "A gatekeeper steward." Before he could finish, Luo Yuan leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Sect Master, although his position is not high, his identity is not ordinary." His words caught Zhang Cheng's attention. "How is it not ordinary?" he began to explain. "He is the son of Lord Zhao's wife's cook and her maid." Zhang Cheng still didn't quite understand and asked again, "How is his identity not ordinary?" Luo Yuan whispered to him again, "Sect Master, you're confused. Lord Zhao thinks he is his own illegitimate son with the maid. The Zhao family is no ordinary household. Things like keeping a brother-in-law as a lover are common. The master fools around with the maids while the first wife has an affair with the cook. The young master is the cook's son, which the old master is well aware of, so he dotes on the maid. He never expected the child born to the maid to also be the cook's. The cook is quite something. The second wife keeps a coachman. The third wife keeps a servant. There are many children and grandchildren. But it's unknown if any are his own blood." Zhang Cheng found it hard to comprehend and stood there in a daze for a moment, seeing the two of them talking and ignoring him. Hongda muttered to himself with a puzzled look, "Sect Master Zhang." After arguing with Luo Yuan for a while, Zhang Cheng figured it out. He then invited the other party inside. "So it's Brother Zhao. With such a legendary background, Brother Zhao is destined to be a dragon among men. Please come in." He looked at him again with a puzzled expression. When it was time for the banquet to begin, Zhang Cheng announced in a loud voice, "Leaders, esteemed guests, thank you all for coming to my Physique Sect's housewarming celebration. In addition, everything served at this banquet is of the highest quality." So when he picked up the profound grade spirit grass, he said in horror, This pair, the spiritual power it contained was equivalent to 100 top grade spirit stones. Profound grade spirit grass, it wasn't just him. Even Duanmu Ling, the head of the Duanmu family, asked in a daze after taking a bite of the pear, "Is this something we can eat for free?" Xiao Shui at the same table answered the old man's question. "These are all wild fruits picked from the back mountain of our sect's Yanling Mountain. They're not worth much, so eat as you please." They immediately laughed and said in unison, "Thank you Physique Sect, thank you Ancestor Zhang, thank you Elder Share." A second later, the system sent Zhang Cheng a notification. "Congratulations host for obtaining 3,000 points. Current points 3,238.15. At the moment, he smiled like a flower and said, "So many more points." Meanwhile, Qing Suo and her disciple were flying here. On the way, Qing Suo was hesitant and fearful. As they approached, her disciple reported loudly, "Sect Master, look, that's the tiger demon by Zhang Cheng's side. To be able to do this under the suppression of the rules of crossing realms and domains, it must be the three-eyed blazing tiger king." Qing Suo was unhappy to see the people. To go or not to go? If they find out our ulterior motives, the tiger demon will be enraged and we will surely die. But if we don't do it, how do we explain it to Saint Jifeng? Soon the tiger demon spotted them. "Sneaking around, what are you trying to do? The ceremony has already started. Hurry up and go inside. After you eat and drink, I still have to get off work." Seeing his fierce attitude, she could only meekly reply, "Yes, yes." Finally, Qing Suo landed, and the first thing she saw was the food and drink Zhang Cheng was serving them, which greatly surprised her. What they're drinking is Moonflower Jade Dew Spring. It takes hundreds of years to brew a lake of Moonflower Jade Dew Spring when the best moonlight shines on a lakebed full of top-grade spirit stones. To casually give such a precious thing to guests. This entire table is filled with profound grade and immortal grade spirit flowers, grasses and fruits. In other major holy lands, these are strategic resources that only inner sect elders can enjoy. And this 8th tier spirit vein. Did that little girl upgrade the spirit veins tier? He was a polite person. As soon as he saw her, he shouted loudly, "Venerable Qing Suo!" He even ran over to the west, his face beaming. "Venerable Qing Suo, I didn't expect you to come. Your presence truly honors my humble abode." Qing Suo replied courteously, "Sect Master Zhang, why be so polite?" Not only that, he also introduced her to the crowd. "This is the Sect Master of the Mingxin Holy Land, chief of the Heart Tribe of the Immortal Remnant clan, a descendant of immortals, and also my dear friend, Venerable Qing Suo." The crowd started buzzing again. As expected of Sect Master Zhang to be friends with the chief of the Immortal Remnant clan. Is Venerable Qing Suo that Venerable Qing Suo, the one at the peak of the Saint Realm whose strength is second only to Saint Jifeng of the Heavenly Spirit Domain? Did I hear that right? Being treated like this by Zhang Cheng, Qing Suo said with shame, I don't dare. In my heart, Sect Master Zhang is both a teacher and a friend. being praised by the other party. His nostrils flared with pleasure and he laughed heartily. Not at all, not at all. But the crowd took Ching Suo's last sentence to heart and whispered among themselves, both a teacher and a friend. On the other hand, after hearing all these words from the crowd, she felt a little nervous and guilty, secretly ashamed. Sect Master Zhang, I really have no choice. Just then, the phase-splitting origin crystal on Ching Suo's chest glowed again, inadvertently attracting the attention of Dahuang, who was sitting on Zhang Cheng's shoulder. Then, the little girl pinched his cheek and pointed at her, saying, Mama, she has a treasure on her chest. Ching Suo knew this was bad. Her eyes became angry. And standing on her tiptoes, Dahuang stood in front of Zhang Cheng, pointed at the other person, and commanded imperiously, Dahuang wants the thing there. Hearing this, she subconsciously blurted out guiltily, How did you know? As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized something was wrong. Ching Suo quickly tried to explain, No, there's nothing, don't talk nonsense. He couldn't help but bend down and scold, Dahuang, what does it matter if she has a treasure? Don't be rude. Dahuang retorted aggrievely, She can't use it anyway and it's harmful to the soul. She shouldn't have it, why not give it to Dahuang? Hearing this, Ching Suo's face darkened. Before she could react, a golden light suddenly swirled in Dahuang's hand, spinning violently. It all happened too fast. The light shot straight towards Ching Suo's abdomen, pulling out a spherical object. She was stunned and blurted out, Ah! Dahuang got what she wanted. Her face was full of pride as she held the object high. Zhang Cheng cursed in anger, while Ching Suo, pale with fright, stammered, trying to explain, Sect Master Zhang, please let me explain this. But Zhang Cheng had already lifted Dahuang up, snatched the thing from her hand, and angrily scolded, How rude, snatching things from a guest. The little girl tried to snatch it back, shouting, Once Dahuang eats it, no one can take it away. Ching Suo breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest to comfort herself. Sect Master Zhang, he doesn't know what this thing is. Just as Zhang Cheng was busy holding the little girl, Dahuang suddenly ducked her head and bit him hard. Her little hand took the opportunity to snatch the thing back. Zhang Cheng yelped in pain, waving his hand everywhere. You bit my hand again, let go. Are you a dog? Taking this chance, the little girl leapt into the air, opened her mouth wide, and swallowed the orange stone. After landing lightly, she calmly patted her belly with a satisfied look. Zhang Cheng looked around in a panic and shouted, Where's that stone? Dahuang didn't speak, just spat in his face. Zhang Cheng's face was covered in saliva, with a few strange talismans stuck to it. He shouted in anger, My mouth! Wiping his face and pulling off the talismans, he turned to Ching Suo, trying to remain calm, and said, I'm so sorry, Venerable Ching Suo. The child is ignorant and ate your top-grade spirit stone, but don't worry, the Physique Sect's treasury has many treasures. I will compensate you for its value. She waved her hand, no need. That was originally intended as a congratulatory gift for Sect Master Zhang. Suddenly, a Mo Chen appeared from nowhere and asked, Sect Master, what happened? Is something troubling you? Do you need me, the dark extreme immortal venerable, to share your burden? Zhang Cheng held up Dahuang, looking exasperated. This Dahuang snatched the guest's treasure and bit me. I'm so angry. The little girl even let out a long breath at Mo Chen. He narrowed his eyes, seeming to have noticed something. This aura is... Seeing that expression, Ching Suo's face turned pale again. Mo Chen spoke. His eyes kept darting towards her. Sect Master Zhang, Dahuang may have eaten something quite extraordinary. Zhang Cheng asked in surprise. Is it very valuable? He emphasized again. Valuable? Ching Suo waved her hands to clarify, Not valuable, not valuable. It was a congratulatory gift. I was afraid it was a bit meager. Mo Chen sneered, his tone laced with sarcasm. Sect Master, Venerable Ching Suo and the Mingxin Holy Land have come to congratulate us this time with, I must say, the utmost sincerity. She went along with it. Indeed, Zhang Cheng didn't catch the sarcasm in his words and just happily commanded, Venerable is too kind, Elder Mo Chen, please show them to the honored guest seats. He extended his hand in welcome, his face still grim as he invited them. Ching Suo hesitated before replying, I'll trouble the Immortal. Immortal, please. The atmosphere between the few of them gradually grew heavy. Halfway there, Mo Chen suddenly stopped. He turned back and confirmed again, If I didn't smell wrong, that was a face-splitting origin crystal, right? Ching Suo's face turned livid. Immortal Elder, please let me explain. But he just placed a finger on her face, signaling for silence. Mo Chen said coldly, I don't care what your motives were before. From now on, you are not to have any disloyal thoughts towards our Physique Sect. She quickly agreed, yes, yes. At this moment, Zhang Cheng looked up and before him was a system notification. Successfully subdued Venerable Ching Suo in the Mingxin Holy Land. Reward points 2,576,000. Current points 51415, he exclaimed in surprise. Subduing the Mingxin Holy Land gives so many points. Zhang Cheng spread his arms and shouted happily. Upgrade. The notifications continued to sound. System upgraded to level 8. Current skills. Revive 3 times daily. Random survival plan. Consume points to raise a target's cultivation by 1 major realm. Target 1 cooldown 1 month. Host can consume points to transform into any target. Cooldown 3 days. Host can consume points to improve aptitude and root bone. Cooldown 1 day. Revive others. Host can consume points to revive any target. Passive commander. If the host relies on followers to resolve a crisis, a considerable point reward will be given. Over with Elder Mo Chen, he said sternly, Alright, now tell me, who wants to harm our Physique Sect? Ching Suo lowered her head and stammered, It's Saint Ji Feng. She added, Saint Ji Feng is from the Fuyan Holy Land, the head of the 9 major holy lands. He is the only Saint Realm Master in the Heavenly Spirit domain. He once single-handedly wiped out the Wu clan of the Immortal Remnant clan except for their chief Lan Ti and also stole her treasure, the bone-refining banner. Ching Suo clasped her hands together with an apologetic look. She sincerely confessed everything. I originally intended to rely on our Heart Tribe's treasure, the heart-piercing cone, and my strength to fight him, but he has the bone-refining banner, so I had no chance. Forced me to come and harm you. We were also forced. After speaking, Ching Suo placed her hand on her chest and promised, Immortal Elder, that Saint Ji Feng is vicious. You and Sect Master Zhang must save us. We are willing to be absolutely loyal. But he just sneered. Saint Ji Feng, HMPH. Elder Mo Chen stroked his beard and said proudly, a mere Saint Realmant is not even worthy of carrying the shoes of me, the dark extreme immortal venerable. After speaking, he waved his hand and commanded, lend me your ear. Mo Chen leaned in and whispered in Ching Suo's ear, do as I say later. Zhang Cheng shouted and handed over the fruit. Immediately, 4 strong men carried a tray filled with shining cubes. The guests asked each other in surprise, what is this for? When they received the items, they exclaimed in disbelief, a gift for us. Some were so shocked they were speechless. The crowd grew more and more restless. Spirit stones and pills, treasures, 100-grade items, and also 5th-tier spirit tools, spirit grasses, and fruits. Suddenly a loud bang startled everyone. What happened? Who exploded? It was Zhao Hongda, the illegitimate son of the Zhao family of Juhe Prefecture. Smoke was still coming out of his mouth as he muttered blankly, ah, he suddenly shouted, and a dazzling golden light appeared around him, instantly raising his cultivation by a major realm. Hongda was moved to tears. He held up a water pot and a ripe peach, praising them effusively, as expected of the 100-grade spirit fruit, the Pinto peach, as expected of the Moonflower Jade Dew Spring. My cultivation broke through directly from the 6th level of Soul Division to the 6th level of the Spirit Platform. After speaking, he cried and announced, now my cultivation is second only to our Zhao family's head. You looked down on me, made me do this dirty work. Didn't expect this, did you? This isn't a bad thing, but a great opportunity. Another loud bang, and a brilliant blue light erupted from behind Hongda. The crowd was startled once again. Who exploded this time? The next one was the head of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Ling, he said with a mix of surprise and joy. My cultivation has broken through to the 1st level of Heaven's Mandate. The disciples behind him all said, congratulations, family head. Mu Ling said excitedly, thank you, Elder Cher, thank you, Ancestor Zhang. Subsequently, a series of explosions followed, one after another, accompanied by thunderous cheers. I broke through too. I'm in the Soul Division realm. Those who didn't come will regret it, missing such a huge opportunity. At this moment, the system kept popping up notifications. Points obtained. Current points, 821,615. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. I can show off and earn points at the same time. This is awesome. Suddenly, Elder Mo Chen walked over and said in a low voice, Sect Master Wang, this old man has something to report. He asked curiously with a blank expression. Elder Mo Chen, what is it? Stroking his beard, he announced proudly. This old man observed the celestial phenomena last night. A major sect in this heavenly spirit domain harbors ill intentions and wants to destroy our Physique sect. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up. Such good news again? Who is it? Mo Chen then calculated with his fingers and continued, let this old man calculate. Ji Feng, it must be this evil person. Zhang Cheng immediately lost interest and asked disappointedly, what's wrong? Just then, Ching Suo walked over, her tone resolute. Saint Ji Feng, it must be Saint Ji Feng. Seeing his ally approach, he turned back and asked seriously, does Venerable Ching Suo know something? She hurriedly raised her voice, her eyes determined as she affirmed, in Xiling Prefecture, East Multitude Spirit Prefecture, there is a Fuyan Holy Land, the head of the 9 major holy lands. The Supreme Elder, Saint Ji Feng, is the #1 master in the Heavenly Spirit domain. His cultivation is at the Saint Realm. After speaking, Ching Suo continued, her tone filled with unwillingness. Ever since the Wuyu Holy Land was destroyed, he has been teaming up with the remaining 8 major holy lands. It seems now they want to surround our Physique sect. Sect Master Zhang, you should make plans early. Mo Chen added, in that case it matches my prediction. This sect master of the Fuyan Holy Land, Saint Ji Feng, must be eliminated soon. Zhang Cheng laughed heartily, patting Mo Chen's shoulders with both hands. Just as I was getting sleepy, someone brought me a pillow. Elder Mo Chen, you truly understand me, Mo Chen said smugly. Not at all, not at all. It is my mission to solve problems for the sect master. Saying this, he clenched his fists full of fighting spirit. All right, this sect master has decided. We will strike first, Ling Han enthusiastically encouraged from the side. Damn it, let's go destroy the Fuyan Holy Land. The crowd immediately responded with enthusiasm. The sect master is mighty. My blood sugar is spiking. Mu Ling stood by, feeling his hair stand on end. But he realized something and immediately joined the crowd in shouting, the ancestor is mighty. My blood sugar is spiking. Lan Ti stood by in a daze, thinking, attack the Fuyan Holy Land, destroy Saint Ji Feng. She raised her head to the sky, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. If they could really succeed, a revenge for the annihilation of the Wu clan of the Immortal Remnant clan. The cheers and praise around them grew louder. Lan Ti just thought silently and aggrievedly, I can finally get my revenge completely. In the Heavenly Spirit Domain, East Multitude Spirit Prefecture, Xiling Prefecture, Fuyan Holy Land, people came and went in a bustling scene above the clouds. Zhang Cheng and his group observed in secret. Ling Han pondered to herself, The Sect Master is acting unusually this time, bringing everyone along. Does he want to test everyone's cultivation progress during this period? Below, 3 fierce-looking men appeared. They were Sect Master Yin Ji and Elders Yin Li and Yin La, all elders of the Fuyan Holy Land. Yin Ji began with a threat. Damn it, Zhang Cheng, we didn't come for you. And yet you delivered yourself to our doorstep. You overestimate yourself. He immediately shouted. Hear my command? His subordinates responded yes. He roared. Activate the Great Formation. The crowd shouted in unison. 8 winds swift thunder formation. Bolts of lightning streaked across the sky. A terrifying great formation erupted, dense with lightning, its momentum capable of destroying heaven and earth. Lan Ti grew worried. With a formation of this intensity, if they charged head-on, not a single disciple of the Physique sect would likely survive. Unlike her worry, Zhang Cheng and Ling Han were already prepared for battle. He ordered coldly. Little Tiger, the tiger demon, immediately bowed to receive its orders. Minimize our casualties. It immediately roared in anger. You're all redundant. In an instant the tiger demon activated Dharma Heaven and Earth manifestation. Golden light shone brilliantly as its body swelled, transforming into a giant beast, its figure blotting out the sun. The people below looked like a swarm of ants. Yinji screamed in panic. It's that tiger demon. Blast it with the great formation. The sky was pitch black. A dazzling purple lightning bolt tore through the clouds, striking straight down as if to destroy the heavens and the earth. The crowd watched the lightning bolt in terror, becoming chaotic. Someone said fearfully, such a powerful offensive formation, I'm afraid even a Saint Realm Master couldn't withstand it, right? Just then, the tiger demon flew up using its massive body to shield the space between heaven and earth, followed by a chorus of grateful cheers. Tiger Lord is mighty, Tiger Lord, you are truly amazing. But unlike that excitement, the tiger demon frowned at the lightning bolt and muttered to itself, it's already starting to hurt. He gritted his teeth, turned around and roared. Old dog Mo Chen, are you just going to stand there and watch? Hurry up and break the formation. Mo Chen pursed his lips and arrogantly raised a purple sphere surrounded by intertwining black lightning. You idiot, this formation is enough to injure a cultivator in the early Saint Realm. You're about at your limit, aren't you? Next is my moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Chen threw the sphere in his hand. The sphere flew straight towards the people casting the spell. They had just looked up, not yet understanding what was happening. A dazzling light erupted. They cried out in pain, hastily shielding their faces with their sleeves. In just a second the sphere exploded, sending everyone flying. Mo Chen waved his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, then ordered, You beast, I've broken the formation for you. Go clean up. Hearing this, the tiger demon clenched its fists in anger and returned to its original size. As soon as it landed, it directly accused Mo Chen. Old dog, you're all talk. You try cleaning this up. As if you were the only one who did something difficult. If you were asked to block the formation's attack, could you do it? Don't think I can't see the blood in your mouth just because you're covering it with your hand. Saying this, it bit down on Mo Chen's head without hesitation, to the point that Zhang Cheng had to intervene. All right, you both contributed. Stop arguing. Then he announced happily, the formation is broken. All members of the Physique sect, listen up, equip yourselves with good gear and charge. At the same time, many items were brought from somewhere. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. They took them in surprise. This is an 8th tier spirit sword. A 9th tier spirit sword. Damn, am I dreaming? Zhang Cheng said with a smile. Pick whatever you want, pick the good ones. Seeing this, Lan Ti asked in a low voice, are 8th and 9th tier spirit swords just being distributed to disciples like this? Zhang Cheng called out, and she turned her head in a daze. He handed Lan Ti a pair of frost twin swords, saying with a hint of pride, weren't your weapons broken in the Qingqing Imperial Dynasty? Use these for now. Lan Ti took them, her mouth agape. 8th tier spirit swords to use for now. Ling Han led the charge with her sword, commanding with great momentum. For the sect charge, the people below responded in unison. Charge! Lin Ning was also eager. I'm going too. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her arm. Wait. Mo Chen solemnly drew a talisman on her forehead, instructing, I have temporarily placed a 3 communications curse on you. When the fight starts, do as I say. She replied, yes, master. The battle erupted on Zhang Cheng's side, everyone working together. 100 people as one, shouting in unison, charge. The other side did not back down. And someone even sneered, a bunch of cannon fodder who don't know their place, coming here to die? One person on the opposing side gasped, the wind severing heart, instantly creating a huge tornado. It blew fiercely towards the crowd in front, but they remained calm. Lin Ning remembered her master's instructions. The sky light ritual I taught you, use it to protect your comrades. She took her stance. Understood. Instantly, a shield of light enveloped the entire team, and the storm blew harmlessly against it. They exclaimed in surprise, it doesn't hurt at all when it hits. System notification, commander skill activated. Follower Lin Ning performed exceptionally well, earning the host 300,000 points. Current points 1,210,615. Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up. He praised effusively. Ning Ning, well done. Behind them, Mo Chen proudly stroked his beard. Sect Master, this is the Skylight Ritual, a dark-type spell, one of my specialties. Zhang Cheng turned to him and praised happily. Amazing, Elder Mo Chen. Mo Chen replied modestly. Not at all, not at all. It's all thanks to the Sect Master's good fortune and Lin Ning's talent. A fierce-looking fellow dragging a large saber walked over. He kicked one person flying with a single blow, leaving Xiao Shui behind him at a loss with her sword. Ling Han was also quickly struck down by someone. Seeing the situation worsen, Zhang Cheng clutched his head and lamented. "Damn it, what are you guys doing?" Mo Chen grew increasingly anxious. He looked at the few people fumbling in front and hurriedly reported, "This is not right, Sect Master. Everyone's cultivation has improved too quickly. They haven't adapted to actual combat yet." A guy ran over, pointed at Ling Han on the ground and shouted, "That's the great elder of the Physique sect, hurry up and kill her." Ling Han, not yet fully conscious, rubbed her head and looked around in a daze. Just then, Yin Li treacherously raised his sword from behind to strike. Someone shouted a warning, "Senior Sister Ji, watch out," but it was too late. Elder Ji, Zhang Cheng was stunned, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Lin Ning and Lan Ti turned their heads, speechless with surprise. Xiao Shui covered her mouth, her face pale with fright, and whispered, "No," a scream rang out, "Senior Sister Ji." But unexpectedly, Zhang Hong swiftly blocked the fatal blow, saving Ling Han's life, but was heavily injured himself. Ling Han turned her head and saw the tragic scene. She could only cry out loud. "Junior brother Zhang." Zhang Hong collapsed, his strength exhausted. Cries of grief rang out all around. "Senior brother Zhang, elder Zhang, junior brother Zhang." Another tragic cry rang out, startling everyone who was at this time. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, Yinla struck Wei Miao, leaving her no time to defend. A person beside her exclaimed, "Wei Miao." Although Xiao Shui was afraid, she still held her sword with determination. "No one is allowed to die." Mo Chen looked at Zhang Cheng with a pale face, too nervous to speak. He thought anxiously to himself, "It's over. I'm afraid I'll have to take the blame for this disaster. No, I must save myself." Saying this, he formed a strange seal with his hands. Heart communication. Lin Ning's eyes widened as if controlled by something. Her whole body was enveloped in a purple ethereal light. A man with a sword rushed towards her. Someone shouted, "Lin Ning, be careful." She just turned her head, her gaze turning fierce. Fins popped out on her beautiful face and her voice was as cold as frost. "A bunch of bastards, you actually want me to take such a huge blame?" The guy was stunned by her gaze, sweat dripping down. Suddenly an invisible force twisted his hands and feet and he screamed in pain. Mo Chen, controlling Lin Ning, commanded, "Kneel for me." Instantly, the opposing people were bound by a black halo. Yin Li observed everything and shouted in confusion, "This girl is clearly only at the 5th level of the Divine Palace. How can she use this level of dark magic so smoothly? Also, what cultivation method does the Physique sect even practice?" Ling Han watched from the side with a pained heart, saying softly, "Lin Ning." Then her fighting spirit reignited and she said with determination, "Junior brother Zhang, I will avenge you." After speaking, she swung her sword, preparing her move. Several pink rays of light shot out from Ling Han's sword, flying swiftly towards the enemy in front of her. Witnessing this, Lan Ti exclaimed in amazement, as expected of the great elder under Zhang Cheng. Just her sword chi alone is enough to slay an opponent with a higher cultivation. Divine Palace Immortal grade, this physique is the 7-orifice exquisite body. Ling Han was surrounded by a cherry blossom-like pink glow, both gentle and powerful. Lan Ti continued to comment, "It seems her talent and root bone are likely not inferior to my own. Although many on our side had fallen, everyone's will remained unchanged. To avenge our tragically killed fellow disciples, charge, I'll fight you to the death." Luo Yuan and Shan Tai, though afraid, were determined to fight to the end with everyone. Xiao Shui wiped her already wet eyes and said with resolve, "If I die, I die. Let's fight, charge." With that, everyone charged forward at the same time. The other side whispered in fear, "No, we can't beat them." A few fled in terror when Yinji saw this. He cursed in anger, "Bastards, no retreat. They're just a bunch of Heaven's Mandate and Divine Palace realm trash. What are you running for? Bastards." Zhang Cheng just silently observed the battle before him. Long had already calmed down. The system kept notifying him of increased points and he slowly walked forward. At this time Ling Han wiped her tears, trying to control her emotions. "Sect Master, we won." But at this point she could no longer hold back and burst into tears. "Everyone is dead." Zhang Cheng looked at them silently without a word. Mo Chen beside him secretly sized him up. Suddenly the tiger demon rushed over from behind. Seeing the scene before him, a flash of panic crossed his face and he asked worriedly, "How are the casualties so heavy?" Mo Chen turned around abruptly and roared at the tiger demon, "You beast, where have you been for so long?" It didn't hold back and retorted immediately, "Damn it, wasn't I drawing the lightning in the sky, the aftershocks of the 8 winds swift thunder formation? If I don't take it, who will? And what about you? What were you doing?" Seeing the two getting more and more agitated, Zhang Cheng immediately shouted, "Enough!" Mo Chen and the tiger demon immediately cowered upon hearing him. He said in a loud, angry voice, "This was a complete mess. I sent you to cultivate in the myriad mechanisms diagram and this is what you've become." Ling Han lowered her head in embarrassment and said softly, "We only focused on raising our cultivation levels. Sword techniques, spells, and practical combat skills, we didn't practice any of them." Mo Chen clasped his hands together and continued, "It is my fault. There was a problem with my teaching syllabus." At this time Zhang Cheng gave a stern order, "All who died in battle after being revived will stand for a day and a night, no sleeping. Elder Mo Chen will personally supervise." Mo Chen immediately bowed and replied, Yes, leave it to me. I will definitely make amends." But then he suddenly froze, muttering to himself, But what did the sect master just say?" Mo Chen's face was filled with shock, his voice trembling. "Did you just say revive? Did I hear that right?" The tiger demon, hearing this, replied with little interest, I knew this kid was bragging, but resurrecting the dead is a bit too much. The two were still arguing, while Zhang Cheng had already directed his power towards Xiao Shui, thinking to himself, I thought only a few people died. I wonder if I have enough points. Saying this, he opened the system, and when he saw the cheap price, he was stunned on the spot. Zhang Cheng's eyes shone as he accelerated the revival of the other party. As soon as the system notified him of the successful revival, Xiao Shui's body was slowly lifted up, her skin becoming rosy. In a short while she opened her eyes. Xiao Shui looked gently at Zhang Cheng, her face full of confusion. Wasn't I already killed? Before she could come to her senses, a white-haired girl excitedly hugged her, calling her name. Behind them, the tiger demon and Mo Chen stood dumbstruck, shouting, She's really alive. Lan Ti watched this phenomenon with eyes full of doubt. Even immortal Mo Chen was shocked. This meant that even in the immortal world, resurrecting someone without a breath was nearly impossible. What on earth was Zhang Cheng's background? At this time, people were being revived one after another, accompanied by the system's notification of point consumption. The people who had been dazed just a moment ago said excitedly, What happened? I haven't even seen my ancestors, and you're alive. That's great. I thought I'd never be able to hit you again. The tiger demon's eyes lit up. He pushed the old man aside, got close to Zhang Cheng, and said with a look of adoration, Sect Master, you are truly amazing. Sect Master, I was so shallow before. I want to be the guardian spirit beast of the Physique sect for a lifetime. Where's the labor contract? Bring the labor contract. No, the deed of sale. I want to sign the deed of sale. Suddenly, 2 fingers descended from the sky and poked into the tiger demon's nostrils, interrupting him. At this moment, Mo Chen rushed over, his attitude completely different. The Sect Master is truly amazing. Don't mind this beast. The job of a guardian spirit beast, I'll do it. I'll be your mount first. From now on you'll ride me when you go out. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng's face froze for a few seconds. A moment later, on the vast ground, he stood before the crowd and said, All members of the Physique sect, listen up, empty the Fuyan Holy Land. He pointed excitedly, his eyes firm as he shouted, Get it for me. At this moment, a system notification popped up. A 5th-tier spirit vein could be exchanged for 800,000 points. After the successful exchange, his current points increased. 2 days later, in the Heavenly Spirit Domain, East Multitude Spirit Prefecture, Ziling Prefecture, at the ruins of the Fuyan Holy Land, Jifeng's figure appeared quietly, his face full of anger as he muttered the names Physique Sect and Mingxin Holy Land. A moment later, he roared in fury, I will definitely destroy you all. The scene switched to the mortal world, Tungming Domain, Busu Prefecture. In the Juyu Manor on Wushang Mountain in Yixian Valley, a wisp of black smoke spoke faintly. It's Jifeng. What wind brought you here? Jifeng coldly cupped his hands, but his tone was arrogant. I have a favor to ask. I request the 3 great kings to come out of the mountain. From within the smoke a hoarse voice came. Is there a sect in the Heavenly Spirit Domain that you can't handle? At the mention of this, he couldn't help but frown. Somewhat displeased, an outside sect has come to the Heavenly Spirit Domain, called the Physique Sect. I don't know how they obtained such great fortune. That day, with the help of the 3-eyed blazing tiger king from the Heavenly Demon Domain, they destroyed my sect. I must seek revenge on them. Smelling the fragrance, the ghoul corpse quickly revealed its true form. There's such a thing. He was the Ghoul Corpse King, 6th level of the Saint Realm. Beside him, the Ghoul Rot King, also at the 6th level of the Saint Realm, appeared and said, Although that beast has Saint Realm strength, when it reaches your Heavenly Demon Domain, its power will be weakened by the suppression of the Heavenly Tao. Logically, you shouldn't be afraid of it. Hearing these words, Jifeng couldn't help but feel contempt. I never fight a battle unprepared. With the help of the 3 great kings, victory is guaranteed. At this time, the Ghoul Bone King, 6th level of the Saint Realm, thin as a stick, appeared. He agreed to the other party's request, but with a condition. The demon core of that tiger demon must be given to us. Jifeng agreed without hesitation. The 3 great kings quickly took their stance. The Ghoul Bone King said meaningfully, In that case, we, the 3 saints of Wushang, will accompany you down the mountain. The scene switched to the Mingxin Holy Land. Qing Suo sat high up, shocked. Is it true the Fuyan Holy Land was destroyed by the Physique sect? Are you sure? The palace maid's tone was certain. I'm sure. The news has spread throughout the Heavenly Spirit Domain. Everyone knows. After hearing this, Qing Suo was so happy she was about to jump. Excellent. She leaned closer to the other person, wanting to hear more clearly. Wait. No, what about that old dog Jifeng? Did he go to meet his maker? The palace maid replied. Jifeng's whereabouts are temporarily unknown. It is said that when the Physique sect attacked the Fuyan Holy Land, Jifeng was no longer there. Just as the conversation reached its peak, a loud shout came from outside. Qing Suo, you witch, get your ass out here. Qing Suo immediately walked out to face Jifeng. She shouted angrily, Saint Jifeng, what do you want? With his backers, Jifeng said, You witch have a lot of nerve. You didn't do the task I gave you, but instead followed the orders of the Physique sect and destroyed my Fuyan Holy Land. Hearing this, Qing Suo pointed at him, not to be outdone. You old beast, you didn't show up yourself and made us do your dirty work, almost getting us buried by the tiger demon's claws. Now that your sect has been destroyed, you deserve it. And you still have the nerve to be angry with us? The other's provocation infuriated Jifeng, who immediately drew his 9th-tier spirit sword. Ling Yin, witch, enough nonsense. Then die, you demonesses of the Heart Tribe. Ching Suo, also furious, drew her sword in response. Old dog, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Now that your Dharma body hasn't returned and your strength is greatly reduced, my Mingxin Holy Land has the advantage of time, place and people. I will take your beastly life. Form the array. Instantly, a group of demonesses appeared, writhing like snakes. They were the heart array of Desire's concealment, their power making even the onlookers retreat a few steps. A group of scantily clad demonesses entangled him. The demonesses were elusive. One said in a sweet voice, "Come on, we are here to please you, Ji-Feng, you should be happy." A melodious laugh rang out. "Anyway, there's plenty of time." Ji-Feng formed a seal. "The methods of the Heart Tribe of the Immortal Remnant clan are indeed extraordinary. Luckily, my cultivation is high and I can avoid being seduced, otherwise they would really have their way with me." As soon as he finished speaking, a hand reached out to block. The green-haired demoness gently pressed his head against her body. This action made Ji-Feng blush, and he immediately sank into the group of demonesses. His face was full of enjoyment. He didn't care anymore. A soft voice came from the illusion. "How annoying." Ji-Feng giggled foolishly to himself like he was possessed. "I'm full." Here, Ching Suo and her personal palace maid celebrated happily. "Success," Ching Suo said excitedly. As expected of the strongest heart-controlling formation in the heavenly spirit domain, the array of Desire's concealment, even Saint Ji-Feng is lost in it. Saying this, she drew her treasure, the heart-piercing cone. "It seems we have always overestimated him and underestimated ourselves. Saint Ji-Feng is nothing special." She threw the weapon at the other party, commanding, "Go kill him." Just then, some skeletons appeared from nowhere, making Ji-Feng vigilant. "What's happening?" The skeleton's hand reached out and grabbed the weapon. Here, Ching Suo witnessed this and panicked. "That's the bone-refining banner." She immediately commanded the heart-piercing cone to return, and the weapon quickly flew back into her hand. Ji-Feng's face was grim amidst the demonesses of Desire. "This heart array is indeed as rumored. I almost died at the hands of these demonesses." Ji-Feng formed a seal again and shouted, "Sword edge art." His eyes were full of murderous intent as he looked down. The next second, thousands of sword blades flew out, continuously attacking Ching Suo and the palace maid. The two quickly formed a shield to block them. Seeing her heart array broken, Ching Suo thought worriedly, "Damn it, if this continues, my heart tribe will follow in the footsteps of Lan Ti and her Wu tribe." Over here, Ji-Feng overexerted himself and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest and thought, "Damn it, I'm too old. That much activity with so many people just now consumed too much of my essence. Forcing my cultivation almost made me rush fire into my heart." Then he said loudly, "Old witch Ching Suo, I'm not afraid to tell you. I have invited the 3 saints of Wushang to help me. Killing that tiger demon will be as easy as flipping my hand." He turned into a red dot and disappeared in an instant, leaving only one sentence behind: "You just wait to be destroyed along with the Physique sect." After hearing this, Ching Suo's face turned pale. The 3 saints of Wushang. The scene switched to Yanling Mountain. Physique sect. Zhang Cheng stood in the distance looking at the crowd and said loudly, "All disciples, any weapon below the 7th tier, all are to be replaced with 7th tier weapons. Choose according to your own attributes and preferences." Mo Chen stretched and added, "The sect master's grace is vast. The sect master is wholeheartedly for the public good." The person carrying the item said happily, "The sect master is mighty. My blood pressure is rising." Just as the atmosphere was pleasant, someone suddenly appeared to report, "Sect Master, Venerable Ching Suo of the Mingxin Holy Land requests an audience." Zhang Cheng replied, "Oh, old sister Ching Suo is one of us, please let her in." She appeared immediately, calling his name breathlessly. "Sect Master Zhang, something bad has happened." Zhang Cheng, puzzled, comforted her. "Old sister, don't panic, what is it?" Ching Suo immediately replied, "Sect Master Zhang, it's not good. The 3 saints of Wushang are coming to deal with us." After hearing this, he was full of doubt. "The 3 saints of Wushang, what the hell is that?" Ching Suo said in a panic. "In Wushang Mountain's Wanxian Valley, there are 3 great kings, all top-tier Saint Realm masters of the Tungming domain. They specialize in necromancy, and their spells are extremely vicious. Any one of them is no weaker than Saint Ji-Feng in cultivation." After hearing this, even Mo Chen beside him couldn't help but panic. After Ching Suo finished speaking, her mood was not good either. "Now we are in a critical situation. We can only rely on the Immortal Elder for protection." After hearing this, the old man became even more panicked. A moment later, he pushed Zhang Cheng's back and said, "That Ching Suo, you wait a moment, this Immortal has something to discuss with Sect Master Zhang." Then he leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Hello Sect Master, how about we hide in the myriad mechanisms diagram for a bit first?" Zhang Cheng was stunned. This coward was joking, right? Little Tiger was still here. Mo Chen quickly tried to stop him. "No, Sect Master, the enemy has 4 Saint Realm experts, and each one's cultivation is no less than that beast's." Zhang Cheng asked faintly, "What about you? Can't you handle it either?" The old man shrunk his neck and stammered, "Well, my remnant soul was never complete to begin with. After manifesting as a saint a few times before, it has been somewhat depleted. In terms of strength, I'm not even as good as that beast." Then the old man changed his tune. "But Sect Master, don't be afraid. listen to me first. The myriad mechanisms diagram is no ordinary item. As long as we hide well, not even a saint can discover us. Zhang Cheng looked at him coldly. Even with all of you combined, you can't handle it. In the end, I still have to rely on myself. All right, this is none of your business anymore. I'll help them. In the next second, he appeared in front of Ching Suo. All right, old sister, don't be afraid. Big brother Cheng has got you covered, the white-haired old man said in a panic. Sect master, no. Before he could stop him, Zhang Cheng shouted, all members of the Physique sect, listen up, a strong enemy is approaching. Everyone practice the first lesson. Close the mountain gate and all masters and disciples take refuge in the main hall. Mo Chen looked at him speechlessly, thinking, no, this is a great opportunity for me to turn things around. I can't let it slip by. Mo Chen, oh Mo Chen, think of a way, you must think of a way. Then he turned to the tiger demon. There's no other way. I'll have to use you, Zhang Cheng was shouting through a loudspeaker. Don't crowd, don't trample, be orderly. The tiger demon yawned and said, what are you going crazy about? Wouldn't it be better to spend this time cultivating my internal energy? Suddenly, Mo Chen appeared coldly behind him, calling his name. The tiger demon turned around. Yo, old dog, why are you being so nice to me for no reason? He asked without hesitation. How's the quality of your demon core? Hearing this, the tiger demon was startled. I knew you were up to no good. What are you trying to do? The tiger demon stood with his hands on his hips and said loudly, old dog, you've gone too far. If I give you my demon core, what will happen to my life? Although Mo Chen was old, his presence was undiminished. He pointed at the other's face. Beast, listen up. The sect is in grave danger right now. The sect master has treated you well. When it's time for you to be of use, why are you dawdling? Only if I eat your demon core and temporarily recover my immortal strength can I withstand those 4 Saint Realm experts and save the entire sect and the sect master, the tiger demon argued fiercely. Damn it, if I die, I die. Whether you live or die is none of my business. Mo Chen raised his head and lectured. Have you forgotten the sect master has the means to resurrect people? At worst, he can just bring you back to life. The tiger demon shouted angrily. Who the hell knows if his resurrection spell will still work after my demon core is gone? With that, he turned around, his voice filled with worry. And even if I am resurrected without my demon core, I'll have to start cultivating from scratch. If those young ladies from the Silver Moon Frost Wolf tribe find out I've become a little fox demon, just thinking about that scene, he couldn't help but scream. Absolutely not, Mo Chen said angrily. What time is it to be thinking about these useless things? Hand over the demon core now. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into the tiger demon's head. I know you're anxious, but don't be. Don't forget, we still have a trump card. Hearing this, the other looked confused. What trump card? The tiger demon put his hand on the other's shoulder and continued. Old Mo, don't panic. Watch how I turn the tide. A few days later, a red and black figure appeared before the sect gate. The ghoul corpse gathered the crowd and stood on high, saying coldly, the spirit vein here is 8th tier. The ghoul corpse continued coldly. No wonder the property prices in your heavenly spirit domain are so high, Ji Feng replied. No, this Yanling mountain originally only had a 5th tier spirit vein. I don't know how it was upgraded to an 8th tier. That's fine too. My Fuyan Holy Land has been destroyed. Now that this Physique sect is wiped out, the treasured land of Yanling Mountain can be mine. The ghoul rot looked over and replied, you've gained a blessing in disguise by getting this treasured land. You can't go back on your promise of the 3-eyed blazing tiger's demon core. Ji Feng smiled contemptuously and replied, of course, why would I do something as stupid as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs just to offend the 3 of you? He stood confidently on high, pointed down, and shouted loudly, Zhang Cheng, you little mutt, Ching Suo, you witch, get the hell out here and die. Hearing someone call his name, Zhang Cheng immediately turned his head. The tiger demon said coldly, they're here. Ching Suo stood behind, worrying constantly. Sect Master Zhang, it's Saint Ji Feng attacking. How should we deal with this? Zhang Cheng waved his hand coldly and ordered, everyone take refuge in the main hall. No one is to come out without my permission. The crowd quickly poured in. Ling Han anxiously shouted, quick, follow the drill. Take refuge in the main hall. Hurry up, no crowding. Then Zhang Cheng and the others released their spiritual energy and said, Mo Chen, little tiger, watch over everyone for me until I've dealt with the enemy. Don't let a single person out. Hearing this, the two were stunned for a few seconds. No, Sect Master, you should stay here and hold the fort. We'll go fight to the death. Without waiting for a reaction, he shot up into the sky. Watch carefully. If you let Ji Lingen and the others see me get beaten to death, I won't spare you. The tiger demon watched him with his mouth agape. What did he just say? Mo Chen replied. Is it possible? The sect master has been driven mad, the tiger demon retorted. He has been in a similar state before, but he always managed to turn the tables. Do you think he can do it again this time? Mo Chen angrily patted the other's shoulder. Damn it, can we gamble on this? We could handle the enemies before. This time there are 4 Saint Realm experts. How can we deal with that? The old man then continued. Where's your trump card? What are you waiting for? What if the sect master really gets killed? The tiger demon replied in a panic. Well, I'll go get the trump card. Listen for my signal. When the time is right, you let little Ji Ningning and the others out to help. Mo Chen shouted loudly. That trump card of yours better be useful. Over here, Zhang Cheng appeared before Ji Feng and the others. He pointed and said, what do you think you are? Ji Feng pointed back and replied, so you're Zhang Cheng, a mere little mutt at the Divine Palace realm, dares to oppose me? Call out that 3-eyed blazing tiger beast. Zhang Cheng sighed deeply, then spat in the other's face. Ji Feng said angrily, bastard, how dare you insult me? Sword edge art. Zhang Cheng snorted coldly upon hearing this and puffed out his chest to meet the attack. Suddenly a force pushed the weapon away, much to his disappointment. The tiger demon flew over from behind. Zhang Cheng was startled and shouted, "Damn it, little tiger, what are you doing? Who told you to come up here?" He held up Dai Shin in his hands and said, "No need to thank me." Dai Shin quickly turned everyone's cultivation to 0. Dai Shin asked innocently. "Everyone?" The tiger demon replied, "Yes, everyone." In the next second, Dai Shin revealed her power. "All of you turn into pigs." The tiger demon above kept giving orders. "Old dog Mo Chen, the trump card is deployed. Quick, let everyone out." Before he could finish, his body suddenly froze. The immortals also rushed out, with Mo Chen shouting from behind, "Take off, charge." Suddenly, everyone stopped. Ling Han said blankly, "Huh, wait, where's our cultivation?" Seeing this, the tiger demon helplessly shouted, "Why did you turn our side's cultivation to 0 too?" Dai Shin replied, "Didn't you say everyone?" Zhang Cheng held his head and shouted, "What the hell are you guys doing?" Ji Feng and the others were also in a panic. "What's going on? Our cultivation has turned to 0. Zhang Cheng quickly descended, saying angrily, "What the hell are you doing, acting on your own?" The tiger demon replied leisurely, "No need to thank me." Everyone fell from the sky. Only his angry voice remained, "Thank you, my ass." Everyone fell from the sky, looking at each other in dismay. The next second their faces changed drastically. Before them was a group of demonesses armed with sticks and chairs, shouting as they charged forward. Zhang Hong quickly rushed forward to attack the other party. The fight between the two sides continued. A muscular man appeared, showing off and shouting, "Make way, the #1 muscle man of the Physique sect is here." He quickly rushed forward, continuously pounding Ji Feng. Immortal kick, evil strike fist, well trained. Ji Feng was beaten and said, "You're just flailing wildly." He said angrily, "I'm not flailing wildly, I came prepared." Zhang Cheng stood up holding his waist and said, "Ah, it hurts so much. I felt cut on my face, that damn little tiger." Just then the system notification sounded. Zhang Cheng said, "What's going on? How does that guy Qin Chong have so many points?" Ji Feng was screaming in pain from the beating. Zhang Cheng watched, thinking, "Damn it." He grabbed an old man's hair and looked at the ghoul corpse, shouting, What are you doing, bullying the elderly? If you have the guts, don't seal my cultivation." He grabbed the ghoul corpse's legs and the ghoul corpse screamed in terror. He glanced over, his eyes cold. Ji Feng and the others were terrified. Ji Feng shouted, "Don't you come over here." Lan Ti walked over and said, "Saint Ji Feng, Saint Ji Feng." Lan Ti looked at Ji Feng with cold eyes. Zhang Cheng was startled and said, "Wait, this state she's in." Zhang Cheng shouted from a distance. Seeing Lan Ti jump up, little Ji Share quickly stopped her. Lan Ti stomped on Ji Feng and shouted, "Bastard, it's good that you're dead, bastard. Give me back the lives of over 300 sisters of the Wu clan." Yun Zan supported Lan Ti and said, Hey, let it go, let it go." Lan Ti still stubbornly cursed one last time, "Old dog, damn it." Little Ji and Xiao Shui were sweating profusely and sighed deeply. Xiao Shui said, "Such great strength." Just then Lan Ti suddenly became gentle, turned to Zhang Cheng and said, "Sect Master Zhang." Zhang Cheng immediately asked, "What is it?" The next second she knelt down and said, "Today Lan Ti's great revenge has finally been avenged, Sect Master Zhang. Lan Ti is willing to become the Sect Master's person, to go through fire and water without any hesitation." The next second the system popped up a notification about Lan Ti's identity. Seeing such high values shocked Zhang Cheng. He happily shook her shoulder gently. "I know, girl, you finally know. 1.4 million points. This is awesome." Then Zhang Cheng turned to the crowd and said loudly, "Listen up, you remnants of the 7 great holy lands. The old dog Ji Feng and his helpers from the Tungming domain have been defeated by us. If you don't want to be buried with them, scram now." After hearing this, the remaining remnants lowered their heads and replied, "We submit. We only recognize the Physique sect and Sect Master Zhang as our leaders. Sect Master Zhang, we are willing to hail you as the head of all the Holy Lands. From now on, the Physique Holy Land will be renamed the Earthly Immortal Holy Land, and we will never go back on our word." The crowd quickly chanted in unison, "Zayuan Holy Land, Liguang Holy Land, Baihong Holy Land, Earthly Immortal Holy Land, Shangguang Holy Land, Zuhei Holy Land, Qingshao Holy Land." Zhang Cheng looked down coldly, listening quietly. "We pledge allegiance to the Physique sect as the ruler of the Heavenly Spirit domain. From now on we will offer tribute annually and pay homage every year." Suddenly, the system popped up a notification about the mission progress. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Damn, it went up so much again this time." Zhang Cheng cheered like a child. "I leveled up." The system announced all the information for this level and deployed the next one. Zhang Cheng boldly ordered the immortals, "All right, search the area. If there's anything good, exchange it directly. Exchange the rest directly and put it all in the warehouse. Over here." Mo Chen was intently looking at the corpse of the ghoul corpse. Mo Chen happily extended his hand and absorbed the spiritual energy. This guy actually cultivated a human flower pill. Zhang Cheng saw the commotion and went over. "What's this?" Mo Chen held up the pill and said, "Your Majesty, Sect Master, when a cultivator trains for a long time, they gather the chi of the mountains, rivers, wind and moon in their internal organs, condensing it into a spiritual human flower pill. It is often found in the liver and kidneys and can be called a treasure among treasures." Zhang Cheng took a step back, looked at the smoking pill and said, "Oh, kidney stones and gallstones, this smell is so pungent it seems they are stones indeed." Suddenly, Mo Chen knelt down and offered it to him. "Sect Master, this item is extremely precious. It can reshape the spirit embryo and recreate the physical body. Among 1,000 Saint Realm cultivators, perhaps not even one can cultivate it. Maybe the Sect Master should." Zhang Cheng was startled and quickly dodged. Take it away, take it away." Elder Mo Chen should use it. Hearing this, Mo Chen was so happy he shed tears. Sect Master, you obtained this treasure, yet you are not stingy and let me eat it. Your generosity is greater than heaven and earth. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but want to vomit watching the other swallow it directly. Suddenly Mo Chen became quiet, his whole body trembling slightly. The next second, as if he had a great epiphany, he laughed loudly. Feel the terror of the dark extreme venerable. At this moment the sky was covered with dark clouds with lightning and thunder. A person below said loudly, "This aura is that of an immortal." "Elder Immortal, please withdraw your divine powers." Mo Chen laughed loudly. "Feel the terror of the dark extreme venerable," Zhang Cheng said from a distance. "Elder Mo Chen, how was the experience?" Mo Chen put his hands together and said happily, "The experience was very good. Thank you, Sect Master." Mo Chen walked towards Zhang Cheng, bowed with his hands clasped and said, "Reporting to the Sect Master, this old man now has a complete initial stage divine soul. Although its grade is a bit low compared to a remnant soul, it's like heaven and earth. Now I don't have to worry about my remnant soul being overly consumed and my spirit form being destroyed. With the current grade of my divine soul, manifesting as a saint 10 times is a small matter. I can even handle a saint realm expert." Zhang Cheng crossed his arms and said, "It sounds like the human flower pill is just so-so. It can only let you manifest as a saint 10 times. Mo Chen pointed at the tiger demon and said, "Mainly the grade of this human flower pill is not too high, but even so, my current strength is not much weaker than that old beast's. If I eat one more, I guarantee I'll surpass it." The tiger demon roared, "Bah, old dog, if you want to brag, brag. Don't drag me into this, okay? Can a supreme treasure like the human flower pill be eaten so casually? If I didn't know the Sect Master had the ability to revive me, I wouldn't have agreed to give you that one just now." Zhang Cheng waved his hand and smiled. Hey, look, you're arguing again. Isn't it just a top-grade pill? If it's so useful to Elder Mo Chen, he should eat more." Mo Chen happily pushed the tiger demon away and said, yes, the Sect Master is wise." At this moment, from Zhang Cheng's hand, yellow rays of light gathered in his palm and a yellow pill appeared in his hand. Mo Chen exclaimed in surprise. "Creating something from nothing." The tiger demon's 3 eyes widened. "What kind of trick is this again?" Zhang Cheng said, "It's quite expensive, but it's worth it for Elder Mo Chen." Mo Chen was so happy he cried. Sect Master, you did this for me," he cried as he ate the pill. After swallowing it, a burst of purple power erupted from his body. Mo Chen kicked the tiger demon while laughing. "This old man is now at the peak of the saint realm. You beast, I can kick you as I please." The tiger demon was kicked away and shouted, "Damn it, old dog, what are you so proud of? Just you wait." A few days later, Zhang Cheng was slouched in his chair complaining nonstop. "So boring," he said expressionlessly. "Hey system, show me the mission panel. I want to see what's next." The system immediately displayed a series of upcoming missions. After reading them, he immediately shouted, "Elder Mo Chen." The other immediately appeared. Yes, I'm here. What are the Sect Master's orders?" Zhang Cheng sat in his chair, gently stroking his chin, and replied, "Elder Mo Chen, you see, we've now become the ruler of the heavenly spirit domain. You used to say we would become the #1 sect in the mortal world. What should we do now?" Mo Chen pondered and replied, "Let this old man think." Mo Chen said excitedly, "The most direct way is to go door to door and challenge them until they submit." Zhang Cheng said with annoyance, "Let's skip that, it's too tiring. Is there a less troublesome way?" Mo Chen spoke up. Mo Chen suddenly said, "I've got it, a martial arts tournament." He explained the plan he had just come up with. "We'll hold a disciple martial arts tournament and invite disciples from all sects in the mortal world to participate. When we win the championship, we will naturally be recognized as the #1 sect in the mortal world." Zhang Cheng nodded in agreement. "Elder Mo Chen, your idea is quite clever. Let's have rogue cultivators participate as well. We might even be able to recruit a batch of new disciples." Then he took out a book. "It just so happens that everyone has been cultivating in the myriad mechanisms diagram for the past few days. The results should be good. Just in time for the tournament." In the next second, a group of people in black robes appeared from the book. Lin Ning, Ling Han, and Lan Ti were also present. With numerical values floating above their heads, the system prompted that all had been successfully received, and his points increased accordingly. At this moment, Ling Han spoke up. "Does the Sect Master have any orders?" Zhang Cheng sat in his chair and said coldly, "To make our Physique sect famous in the mortal world, Elder Mo Chen came up with an idea to hold a martial arts tournament. What about you? You're knowledgeable. Evaluate if it's possible." Hearing her name mentioned, she slowly said, "There are 6 major domains and 36 prefectures in the mortal world, among which the Shanghua domain and the heavenly spirit domain have the most prosperous spirit veins. If we now host a martial arts tournament with the intention of becoming the #1 sect in the mortal world, the myriad flowers immortal sect of the Shanghua domain will surely be dissatisfied." Hearing these words, Zhang Cheng smiled and rested his chin on his hand, replying, "That's not important. I have my own arrangements for the martial arts tournament in the Shanghua domain. The rest of you listen to my orders." A few days later, in the Changtian domain, Pingai Prefecture, Donglan Prefecture, a group of people appeared on the rogue cultivator street of Donglan Prefecture, making a lot of noise. Duan Shishi stood in the crowd and said, "Is there any new news?" "What is it?" A notice for a martial arts tournament appeared before her. She said excitedly, "Rogue cultivators can also participate. This is my chance." Suddenly a hand slapped her on the shoulder. The bald man pushed her forward forcefully and Shishi, unable to react, fell to the ground. Out, what are you doing? The tall bald monk looked at her fiercely. Shishi quickly apologized. He fiercely pushed the crowd aside. Make way, all of you, make way, his voice rang out. Young Master Yun has arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun K appeared in the crowd, dazzling. Donglan Prefecture. Yunbo Sect. Yun K. That guy's face was impossibly handsome. Donglan Prefecture. Yunbo Sect. Yun K glanced around and snorted coldly. He read the notice in front of him and said a few disparaging words. What small sect is this Physique sect? How dare they extend their reach to our Pingai Prefecture? Pingai Prefecture is the territory of our Yunbo Sect. They don't know the rules. Shishi stood there and heard everything, but only dared to whisper in her throat, what are you so proud of? Without the backing of the Exeation sect, you're nothing. The next second she saw Yun K grit his teeth and say angrily, what did you say? Shishi was truly scared pale. No way he could hear that. Yun K approached, intending to hit Shishi, scaring her into shouting, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Suddenly he looked at her with a very abnormal gaze. Not a bad figure. Then he commanded loudly, the old rule. Clear the area. I need to take care of business here. Yun K kept shooing people away, making everyone run in a hurry. Get lost, clear the area, everyone go home. No one is allowed out. Only then did Shishi cover her body, wary and afraid. What are you trying to do? Yun K started to get restless. Come on. Shishi was so scared she was about to cry. No, the next second her face suddenly froze. Seeing Yun K on top of her, Shishi was dumbfounded. That's it. Just then, Dahuang appeared from nowhere and shouted to stop. Stop. Yun K was disturbed and furiously angry. Which bastard dares to ruin my fun? Seize him for me. As soon as he turned around, he saw that several of his subordinates had been beaten to the ground. Dahuang proudly cracked his knuckles and criticized with dissatisfaction, forcing a common girl in front of so many people. The public security in this Donglan Prefecture is truly terrible. Yun K immediately put on a face like he wanted to eat the other person alive. Where did you come from? Do you know who I am? Dahuang, far from being afraid, introduced himself calmly. Inner Sect Elder of the Physique Sect, the most affectionate man in Qinglan Prefecture. Dahuang is my name. Shishi was somewhat surprised to hear this title. Physique Sect. The next second she jumped up excitedly. Physique Sect, big shot, I want to sign up, I want to participate in the martial arts tournament. Yun K immediately drew his sword and took a fighting stance. So you're from the Physique Sect, right? I haven't even gone looking for you, and you've come to me. It's just as well. Today I'll let you know who calls the shots in this Pingai Prefecture. Dahuang had also drawn his weapon. You want to fight? Seeing the sword in his hand, Yun K smiled with interest. Another 8th tier spirit sword. It seems being close to the Mingxin holy land of the heavenly spirit domain has really benefited you guys a lot. He actually started showing off arrogantly again. But let me remind you, if you want to show off but your cultivation is not enough, just having a high-grade spirit sword is useless. At my feet, do you know this? However, Dahuang brazenly picked his nose as if mocking the other, genuine spirit platform. Yun K was so conceited. Thank you, old friend, for delivering an 8th tier spirit weapon. I'll leave you a whole corpse as a sword technique of gratitude. Then he prepared to use his move, Yunbo Crossing. Shishi could recognize it at a glance. It was the unique skill of the Yunbo sect, a killing technique that could defeat opponents of a higher level. The power of the sword technique Yunbo Crossing. The spiritual energy it emitted was so powerful that even the ground cracked. Even so, Dahuang on the other side just smiled calmly. Dahuang just unleashed his spiritual energy and Yun K was already scared out of his wits. Divine Palace, you an elder of a small sect from Qinglan Prefecture. How can you possibly have a Divine Palace realm cultivation? This time it was Dahuang's turn to mock his opponent, a small sect from Qinglan Prefecture. Your information is outdated. He then launched an attack at Yun K, Heavenly Firmament Sun Piercer. At this point he could only flee with his head in his hands. Yun Q's mouth was always full of boasts. Bastard, don't you run, just you wait. With that he took to his heels. Just wait. After finishing, Dahuang turned his attention to Shishi. Miss, I'm sorry to have frightened you. She tilted her head and asked in a low voice, Senior, are you injured internally? Being asked this, Dahuang's face turned red. Ah, how embarrassing, let me take care of it. After tidying up he could confidently introduce himself. Hello, young lady. I am an inner sect elder of the Physique sect. My name is Dahuang. I have come here under the orders of Sect Master Zhang to hold a martial arts tournament. I wonder if the young lady is a local. Could you lend me a hand? Then Dahuang took out a gold ring. Of course, there's a reward. Holding the sword in front of her, Shishi felt like she was dreaming. A 6th-tier spirit sword and so many mid-grade pills and spirit stones. Dahuang immediately explained to her that this 6th-tier spirit sword was just a low-grade item to the Physique sect, gathering dust in the warehouse. Even the lowest-ranking disciples used 7th-tier spirit weapons. Shishi was once again amazed. Even the lowest-ranking disciples used spirit weapons of sect master level. Knowing that she was tempted, Dahuang spoke again. So about helping me organize the selection tournament, do you agree? At this moment, Shishi didn't even need to think. Of course she would. In Chongtian Domain, Pingai Prefecture, Donglan Prefecture, Shishi stood on high overlooking the scene below and gave a brief introduction to Dahuang beside her. Pingai Prefecture is the most remote prefecture in the Chongtian Domain. bordering Feiyan Prefecture of the 3 Cultivator domain. It governs the 4 prefectures of Donglan, Kanglan, Tanglan, and Yuanzi. Among them, the Yunbo sect of Donglan Prefecture is the largest sect in Pingai Prefecture. The sect master, Yun Fuzzy, has a cultivation of the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm, and many elders in the sect are also in the Dao Palace realm. Most inner sect disciples are also in the Heavenly Fate realm. Other sects cannot compare to them, so they are usually domineering, and everyone dares not speak out despite their anger. She then introduced that the guy you just beat away, named Yun K, is the grandson of the first Grand Elder of the Yunbo sect, and his status is prominent. Dahuang thought about it and felt it was indeed true. Not bad. Because of this, she really wanted to know, can your Physique sect really interfere in this Pingai prefecture? Dahuang boasted very proudly. The level of this Yunbo sect in our former 3 Cultivator domain would be at least at the level of the Qinqing dynasty. If it were in the past, our Physique sect wouldn't even dare to look at it, but things are different now. He then listed the formidable figures on his side. My sect master Zhang Cheng has now reached the Saint realm in cultivation. He holds great opportunities and there is no difficulty he cannot solve, Dahuang continued. Leading us to greater heights, we have now moved from the 3 Cultivator domain to the Heavenly Spirit domain, where property prices are the highest. The 3-eyed blazing Tiger King is one of the 12 demon kings of the demon world and is our security captain. He then introduced the descended dark extreme immortal venerable, Elder Mo Chen is also our dean of education. The next person Dahuang mentioned was the former chief of the immortal remnant witch tribe, Venerable Lan Ti, who is also our teaching assistant. After that, there is another person with supreme talent, the inner sect Grand Elder Ji Lingen, who possesses the 7-aperture exquisite body and a cultivation of the 8th level of the Saint realm, Dahuang introduced with great pride. Even the outer sect Grand Elder Lin Ning has a cultivation of the 4th level of the Saint realm and has practiced a series of high-level dark system techniques. With one hand he can guarantee that the entire sect will be unharmed even if sneak attacked by a dense group of Dao Palace realm experts. The last one was someone he was very proud of, my senior brother Qin Chang, who with only his strong physical body, fought 1 against 4 and with his iron fist beat Saint Ji Feng and 3 absolute spear saints to death. Dahuang was so proud his nose was practically in the air. You tell me, this tiny Pingai prefecture, can we interfere or not? After hearing this, she was sweating profusely, and her eyes glazed over. Are you bragging? Humiliated like this, Dahuang was furious. Bragging? Look at my cultivation. Among the elders of the Physique sect, my strength is only at the bottom. He remembered something and used it as proof. Didn't you say you wanted to participate in the tournament? Work hard to advance to the finals and you'll know when you get to the Physique sect. Just then a gruff voice came from behind. It's him, Donglan Prefecture Yunbo sect. Yun Lin was walking over and beside him was Yun K of the Donglan Prefecture Yunbo sect, who was loudly venting his dissatisfaction. She recognized the person in front of her and her soul nearly scattered. Only Dahuang was still stunned, asking, who's this now? She said warily. He is the nephew of the first Grand Elder of the Yunbo sect, even more formidable than the first great-grandson. Be careful, but Dahuang was not afraid at all, and even pointed at the other's face. What, can't beat me yourself, so you go find your daddy for revenge, a coward's behavior. Yun K had just taken a palm strike and was still shaken. 57th uncle, be careful, he has a Dao Palace realm cultivation. Yun Lin stepped forward looking imposing. Nothing to be afraid of, our unique skill, Yunbo Crossing, is specialized in defeating enemies of a higher level. Looking at his talent and foundation, they're not that great. I'm somewhat confident in taking him down. He immediately executed a move. His divine mansion externalized, his divine mansion consciousness crossed. Then he directly unleashed a stream of magical power at his opponent, Yunbo Crossing. Dahuang on the other side simultaneously raised a shield. In the end he was still hit by that force. He couldn't hold on and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Dahuang clutched his stomach, coughing nonstop. Seeing this, Shishi's face turned pale with worry. Hey, are you alright? Dahuang was very confused at this moment. What's with this sword technique? I manifested my Dao Palace for defense, yet I couldn't block it, Shishi explained to him. The Yunbo Crossing sword technique is the foundation of the Yunbo sect. It can be used to kill enemies of a higher level, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to become the #1 sect in Pingai Prefecture. After one successful move, Yun Lin was smug. Instead of staying in Feiyan Prefecture, you come to our Chongtian domain's Pingai Prefecture to hold a tournament and even injure our people. He raised his hand again, preparing for another move. Today I'll take your head to warn that ignorant sectmaster. This time Dahuang was scared. He could only shout for help. Sectmaster, save me! Instantly, a surge of magical power appeared before Yun Lin. The voice startled him. A divine sense, true spirit of the Saint Realm. The sectmaster of this Physique sect actually has a Saint Realm cultivation. Zhang Cheng appeared dashingly. What's wrong, Dahuang? Did you call for this sectmaster for something? As soon as he saw him, Dahuang heard to complain. Boss, they're bullying me, not letting us set up the arena. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng walked closer and asked, Did you cause trouble again? But Dahuang put on an unprecedentedly aggrieved look. No, they're the local bullies here. They were bullying a young lady and I couldn't stand it, so I stepped in. Zhang Cheng was very pleased with him and gave him a thumbs up. Good, well done. You truly are a good disciple of this master, remember. For people of my Physique sect, protecting the ladies is the #1 priority. On the other side, Yun Lin was already preparing a sneak attack, Yunbo crossing. Not only was Zhang Cheng not afraid, but he also said contemptuously, "The mere heavenly fate realm dares to." Before he could finish, he was swept away by the opponent's attack. Shishi and Dahuang were both stunned. On the contrary, Yun Kei was cheering proudly. 57th uncle, your Yunbo crossing is truly divine. It can actually kill an enemy across 2 major realms. Yun Lin was extremely nervous inside, but he still had to maintain his composure. Although he's in the Saint realm, it's just a divine sense true spirit, nothing to be afraid of. In the main hall of the Physique sect, Zhang Cheng was concentrating on meditating and cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes and the next second he stood up, roaring furiously. Bastard, to have my divine sense true spirit destroyed by a piece of trash at the heavenly fate realm. Do you take me for the same kind of trash as old dog Jing Huan? He couldn't swallow this insult, so he decided to teleport over for revenge at this moment. Yun Lin was smug. A small sect is a small sect after all. The sect master only has a Saint realm cultivation. Can't even block a full power strike from my heavenly fate realm. Do you two have any last words? Say them now. Shishi's legs were already weak with fear. What should I do? I don't want to die yet. Dahuang held firm to his belief, walked closer and comforted her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Our sect master has immortal techniques that can resurrect the dead. Hearing these words, Yun Lin found it utterly ridiculous. Resurrect the dead? Ha, you can even say such dream talk? Die. As his voice fell, he launched an attack at the 2 Yunbo crossing. At this moment, Shishi and Dahuang could only huddle together, trembling. But after waiting for a long time without feeling anything, the two opened their eyes. Zhang Cheng appeared in time and dispersed the attack. He said in a deep voice, "Just now, who was it that dispersed my divine sense true spirit?" Zhang Cheng was burning with rage, firmly remembering the earlier grudge. Who was it that dispersed my divine sense true spirit? Seeing him, Yun Lin was full of confusion. Another divine sense true spirit? He actually used 2 divine sense true spirits for the same disciple? It seems this disciple in front of me is very important to him. Shishi stood behind, her eyes sparkling with huge hearts. It was only then that Yun Kei discovered in a panic. 57th uncle, he easily dispersed your attack just now. This one in front of us is not a divine sense true spirit. It's his main body. Yun Lin also shouted in confirmation. Indeed, because of this, Yun Kei screamed nonstop. What should we do? He has a Saint realm cultivation. Yun Lin, not shedding a tear until he saw the coffin, remained arrogant. So what if he's in the Saint realm with my Yunbo crossing? I might still be able to kill him. Immediately, he poured all his internal energy into his next sword technique, using all his strength to execute Yunbo crossing. The attack was extremely fierce, yet when the smoke cleared, Zhang Cheng was seen standing there unharmed. Yun Lin really hadn't expected this. It had no effect at all. Now it was Zhang Cheng's turn to counterattack Green Bean Person. This time, Yun Lin had no strength to fight back. He took a heavy blow and spat out blood. After finishing, Zhang Cheng calmly sheathed his sword. Greedy people will be harmed by their own desires. Not satisfied with defeating one of my divine sense true spirits across realms, you even wanted to destroy my main body? Only Yun Kei was left, his face pale with fear, standing there alone. Seeing him show signs of fleeing, Shishi shouted loudly, "Big shot, he's about to run." Dahuang shouted menacingly, "Stop!" But Zhang Cheng spoke up to stop him. "Hey, don't chase him. Don't pursue a desperate foe. We're here to hold an event today, not to cause destruction. We can't let things get too big. Let him go." Zhang Cheng thought silently, but that guy just now was quite strong. To actually disperse my divine sense true spirit with a heavenly fate realm cultivation, Dahuang noticed something unusual. I don't know why. Their Yunbo crossing is ridiculously strong. It can kill enemies across major realms. If it weren't for my Autumn Wind Farewell being an 8th tier spirit sword, I'm afraid both of us would have died back then. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng threw him a new sword. An 8th tier spirit sword is not enough. Use mine. Dahuang's eyes widened as he looked at the treasure in his hands. Ah, his hands trembled, for he knew very well. This green Luo soul-shattering sword is our sect's guardian treasure. This won't do, Sect Master. Shishi was so surprised her jaw almost dropped. A treasure-grade weapon is just lent out so casually. This Physique sect is too inhumane. Just then, a notification panel popped up. Congratulations, host, for subjugating a follower. The system then provided a brief introduction. Duan Shishi, race, human, constitution, bright-eyed and wide V-zoned realm, cultivator, overall evaluation, quick-witted, agile. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng turned around and asked gently, "Duan Shishi, right?" Being called by her name, her face turned redder. It's me, but how do you know my name?" Zhang Cheng even patted her head and suggested, "Since it has come to this, you might as well join our Physique sect." Shishi subconsciously asked back, "Really?" Then Zhang Cheng assigned another task. "Dahuang, when you go back, arrange for a 2nd-generation disciple to be her master. You'll be her Grand Master." Shishi joyfully knelt down to pay her respects. Disciple Duan Shishi pays respects to Grand Master, pays respects to Ancestor. Zhang Cheng then announced another matter. "Just in time for this Pingai Prefecture selection tournament, you will represent our Physique sect." Hearing this, she was somewhat terrified. This disciple's cultivation is too weak. Representing the sect in the competition, I'm afraid I will disgrace the sect's name. Zhang Cheng smiled and encouraged. It's fine, if you take first place it will seem like our Physique sect is bullying others too much. Just do your best. Then he stuffed a ring into Shishi's hand. This is the entry gift. Inside are spirit weapons and top-grade pills and spirit stones. Eat them quickly to cram for the test. Don't lose too badly. Shishi still didn't understand what was going on. The ring suddenly turned into a 7th-tier dual-edged spirit sword. A 7th-tier 100-eyed special velvet armor spirit armor, which startled Shishi. Then Zhang Cheng bid them farewell. Alright, I have to go back and continue with the arrangements. Teleport. Shishi's eyes were open once again. The ancestor teleported. Dahuang was very proud because of this. How about it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Now you tell me, this Changtian domain, can our Physique sect interfere? The girl held the paper in her hand and read aloud. Honorable leaders, esteemed guests, the conference venue was filled with humanoid pillows. She happily announced the Physique sect's first cultivator martial arts tournament, Pingai Prefecture selection, officially begins, the girl announced loudly. First event, a 12,000-meter long distance race. As soon as she finished speaking, a man there scoffed. Such a short distance, it'll be over in a blink of an eye. You call this a long run? The person next to him thought otherwise. You don't get it, do you? This competition is actually testing reaction speed. Immediately after, the girl read out the key rule, no use of spiritual power. Hearing this, the crowd immediately started discussing. The man was so angry he wanted to curse. No spiritual power allowed. What kind of competition is this? The person next to him strongly agreed. Yeah, we cultivators all rely on spiritual power. What's the meaning of not allowing us to use it? Dahuang then explained it to them clearly. Our competition's main purpose is to select well-rounded youths who are developed in morality, intelligence, physical education, aesthetics, and labor. This round is to see how your physical stamina is. The people below shouted unfairly. I protest, we of the Spirit Control Sect are all magic cultivators. If you compete in this, we'll be at a great disadvantage. They strongly objected. Yes, the contestants from our Night Joy Pill Sect also protest. Dahuang then loudly suppressed the crowd. What are you shouting about? The first few rounds are scored independently. As long as you meet the standard, it's fine. The ranking order won't affect the rankings in the arena stage. Then he emphasized angrily, cut the crap. These are the rules. Those who don't want to participate can leave now. Those people could only curse, bastard. Then Dahuang raised his sword and announced, alright everyone, please get ready. Seeing the sword in his hand, one person was startled. That's a treasure-grade weapon. An external personnel of the Physique sect here to organize the competition actually has a treasure-grade weapon. The person next to him was so surprised his eyes nearly popped out. Just how wealthy is this Physique sect? Dahuang swung his sword down and shouted, run! After hearing clearly, those people charged out like a herd of wild horses. In the Changtian domain, Pingai Prefecture, Donglan Prefecture, Yunbo sect, a panicked voice sounded. Ancestor, ancestor. At this time those present were the third elder of the inner sect of the Sha Tian sect, Feng Mingshu, the grand elder of the Yunbo sect, Yun Lingxi, and the sect master of the Yunbo sect, Yun Fuzzy. Lingxi angrily rebuked, no manners, can't you see we're still entertaining a distinguished guest? Yun K knelt on the ground and confessed his guilt. Ancestor, please calm your anger. Yun was reckless. Ancestor, please calm your anger. Mingshu behind him said softly, it's all right. Let's first ask what's so urgent. But Lingxi still flew into a rage for no reason. If it weren't for Elder Feng pleading for you, I would have expelled you from the sect today. What is it? Spit it out. Thinking of the scene just now, Yun Q's face turned pale. He reported in terror. There's a Physique sect that without approval came to our Donglan Prefecture to hold a competition. I went to reason with them, but they beat me instead. And they also killed 57th Uncle Yun Lin. After understanding the problem, Lingxi ordered, all right, I know, you may leave. As soon as the messenger left, someone's wine cup suddenly fell to the ground. Fuzzy couldn't accept the reality before him. For hundreds of years, no sect has dared to ride on the head of our Yunbo sect in Pingai Prefecture. His words made Mingshu and Lingxi both lean in to observe. In the next sentence, Fuzzy quickly corrected himself. My mistake. For hundreds of years, apart from the Sha Tian sect, no other sect has dared to ride on the head of our Yunbo sect in Pingai Prefecture. Mingshu immediately said, Sectmaster Yun, don't be too agitated regarding this Physique sect. The Myriad Flowers Immortal sect has already devised a countermeasure. Lingxi was also surprised. Even the Myriad Flowers Immortal sect is alerted. Does this Physique sect have such a big reputation? So Mingshu explained to them. You may not know, but this Physique sect is a newly risen force. Its momentum is very strong, comparable to the Myriad Flowers Immortal sect that rose tens of thousands of years ago. The sect master might also be a son of heaven's mandate with extremely prosperous fortune. Therefore, he specifically reminded, you must not act rashly. Listen to my arrangements. You must not ruin Sect Master Tang's grand plan. Back at the competition venue, when those people reached the finish line, they were about to faint. I'm exhausted. Seeing that Shishi was still full of energy, Dahuang praised, not bad, unlike the others. She only panted a few times. Luckily, I usually exercise. I didn't expect it to be useful like this, the female host said. Nearly 30% of the contestants have passed the skill test. Please rest here for a moment and participate in the upcoming moral and ideological written test. Everyone began to sit at their desks picking up pens to write. Xian Yangji, the 16th generation successor of the Donglin Dao flower-picking hand, looked at the words on the paper, his face full of shock. Basic morality. The young master of the Juma Mountain Bandits also found it tricky. Social public morality. Yao Zidanjicheng Shaoli, the young master of the Hukayin, read it and couldn't understand what it was. Professional ethics. Donglin Prefecture's #1 black sword. Donglin Prefecture's #1 domestic abuser, Zhu Senji, had to pick his nose to relieve his tension. Family virtues. After a while, Dahuang announced, candidates with scores below 20, please surrender yourselves to the local authorities as soon as possible. Candidates with scores above 60, prepare for the next round, the talent show segment. In the talent show segment, a man was singing with all his might, love you for walking alone in the dark alley, love you for your unyielding appearance. Another person seemed to be up to some trick. Brothers, there's nothing you can't imagine, nothing that Old Eighth can't do. Same old saying, today Old Eighth will challenge once. There were also contestants dancing with great enthusiasm. Then Dahuang continued to announce, all right, whether it's athletic ability, morality, talent, or thick-skinnedness, everyone has shown the qualities that a cultivator should have. Next up is, he shouted loudly, arena time. Just then a voice interrupted from somewhere, wait, Yunbo Sect. Yun Yao barged into the competition arrogantly. Without our Yunbo Sect participating, can it still be called the Pingai Prefecture Martial Arts Tournament? There were two other people next to him, Yun Hai and Yun Qing of the Yunbo Sect. Dahuang argued reasonably, we told you to come earlier but you didn't. The competition is already halfway through. The rules can't be broken. We can't let you participate midway. Otherwise, how can we explain it to the previously eliminated contestants? Yun Qing retorted arrogantly. Rules HMPH in Pingai Prefecture, we, the Yunbo Sect, are the rules. The one named Yun Yao was even more unreasonable. If you don't let us participate, I'd like to see who dares to participate. The people behind all showed a hurt effect. Then I won't participate either. Another person also said, I give up. The people behind all echoed, I give up too. Shishi observed the current situation and felt it was a bit unworkable. Dahuang's face turned red with anger. You guys, because of this, the Yunbo Sect group became even more smug. In the end, Dahuang had no choice but to reluctantly agree. All right, the sect master said that the martial arts world should value harmony. We'll listen to you for now, but this is the only exception. I announce, he read aloud, the Physique Sect's first martial arts tournament. Pingai Prefecture Division. Top 16 arena battles officially begin. At this moment on the stage were Shishi and a strong man named Yang Wu. He looked arrogant, his chin almost pointing to the sky. The outer sect's top disciple of the Fei Ba Sha sect, Zhang Yang Wu. On the other side, Shishi also greeted her opponent, Donglin Prefecture Rogue Cultivator. Ah no. Physique Sect, Heavenly Spirit Domain, 3rd generation disciple, Ming Shou Duan Shishi. Seeing this disparity, the crowd outside started discussing. She joined the Physique Sect, the woman next to her added. This Physique Sect is really something. You're up against the Fei Ba Sha sect. You can only blame your bad luck. Another person really felt sorry for the little girl. The Fei Ba Sha sect is known for being ruthless. She might lose her life participating in the competition. What a pity, Yang Wu said viciously and arrogantly. I will swallow you alive. He raised his giant blade. Seeing that thing, Shishi's face changed. The people below also became scared. Sure enough, he's going for the kill on the first strike. That person covered his eyes. I can't bear to watch. Immediately the blade touched Shishi's shoulder. The people below were so surprised their eyes almost popped out. She's fine, how is that possible? An old man discovered something. Wait, what she's wearing is... The old man recognized a treasure. A 7th tier spirit armor. It was because of this 7th tier spirit armor, the 100-eyed special velvet armor, that Shishi was unharmed. Yang Wu's hand holding the blade trembled non-stop. What? He would not give up, then continued to attack fiercely. If one slash can't kill you, then I'll do a few more. As his voice fell, that Yang Wu attacked continuously, making Shishi cry out, it hurts so much. She looked at her body very surprised. How, I'm not injured. Everyone around was amazed. Is this the power of a 7th tier spirit armor? The person in the middle said. I heard that the 100-eyed special velvet armor is woven from the extremely tough and sharp silk of the sect annihilating ghost spider. Without a peak Dao Palace cultivation, one can't be injured by a sword. The man admitted with his mouth wide open. The brute body cultivator from the Fei Ba Sha sect has really met his match this time. Yang Wu stood there stunned, unable to break her defense. Luckily, his cultivation and foundation are not as good as mine. With only a 7th tier spirit armor, she can defend for a while, but there will always be a flaw. I'll find a chance to go for her neck. Thinking this, he launched another attack. It's not that I don't know how to be gentle with a lady. It's just that you're standing in my way, sorry. A person in the stands exclaimed again. Look, what's that? In Shishi's hand was the 7th tier two-edged spirit sword. Seeing this made them unimaginably shocked. A 7th tier spirit sword. Seeing this treasure, Yang Wu couldn't help but be stunned. On the other side, Shishi swung her sword at her opponent. At this moment, Yang Wu no longer dared to be arrogant and could only stand there and take the beating. Before long, he fell to the ground defeated. At the same time, the announcement was made, Zhang Yang Wu has lost consciousness. Duan Shishi of the Physique Sect wins. Through this match, the other contestants' eyes were opened. So strong. Where did she get a 7th-tier spirit sword and armor? The person guessed. I heard it was a meeting gift from the Physique sect. The loud-mouthed person revealed the truth. Wait, I know her. She's the rogue cultivator who scams food and drinks all over Donglan Prefecture. I saw her 5 days ago, and she was only at the Parting Soul Realm then. Hearing this, those people followed suit and started attacking. She reached the 3rd level of the Heavenly Fate Realm in 5 days. Is that also because she joined the Physique sect? In the back mountains of the Physique sect, a notification panel displayed. Commander's follower Dahuang Shishi performed outstandingly. Points increased by 18,000, current points 11,421,485. Zhang Cheng was leisurely fishing and became very interested upon hearing this. The disciple I just accepted is already starting to pay off so quickly. The notification panel kept ringing with good news, making Zhang Cheng bloom with joy. It even produced essence. Dahuang Shishi is amazing, Zhang Hong is amazing. Meanwhile, at the competition venue, Zhang Hong was very satisfied with Shishi. Not bad. She happily danced on the stage to celebrate. The commotion behind them caught Zhang Hong's attention. Bastard, give me back my spinach money. They were in a chaotic mess. Zhang Hong hurriedly asked, what happened? The next second he shouted to suppress them. Stop, what are you doing? A man complained unfairly. He threw the match he lost on purpose. That person repeatedly denied, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. They insisted on a confrontation. You didn't defend or dodge, you took the skill with your face and you're still arguing? The young man angrily exposed him. Damn it, a 5th level Heavenly Fate lost to a 1st level Heavenly Fate. Have you no shame? Are you worthy of us? Do's son, give back the money. Yun Hai couldn't bear it anymore. Everyone shut up, I'd like to see who's so bold as to doubt my results. The noisy crowd was immediately silenced. After the reprimand, the noisy crowd began to change their attitude. Young Master Yun, you've misunderstood. We're not doubting you, we're just doubting him. They said in unison, yes, yes. Yun Hai turned to the person being attacked. They are doubting you. He raised 3 fingers and made a solemn vow. I ate too many sea cucumbers last night, so my brain isn't getting enough blood today, which led to repeated mistakes. I swear on my stepfather's life I definitely did not lose to him on purpose. Then Yun Hai turned to warn the crowd. He has made a solemn vow, it's definitely not fake. I'd like to see who dares to say more. Remember this, in this Pingai prefecture you are never allowed to bet against our Yunbo sect. As a result, everyone could only express their agreement. Yes, yes, Zhang Hong watched this scene unfold, furious. It was just too arrogant. Just then, Zhang Cheng suddenly called out to Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong. As soon as he heard his voice, Zhang Hong immediately became happy. What are the sect master's orders? Zhang Cheng seemed to have seen through everything. Did Dahuang Shishi use some trick just now? Zhang Hong happily confirmed. Sect master, how did you know? Sect master, you are truly omniscient. Zhang Cheng praised her non-stop. She's performing very well, which is very beneficial to our sect. We have to find a way to help her. You can lend her the green Luo soul-shattering sword and anything else, just ask anytime. The sect will fully support you. Zhang Hong was so moved he was about to cry. Sect master, you are too selfless, he boldly promised. Please rest assured, Sect master, Zhang Hong will not fail his mission. The way he looked at Yun Hai was different now. That fellow from the Yunbo sect, you brought this on yourself. Then Zhang Hong called Dahuang Shishi's name, and she happily responded, Grandmaster, what are your orders? Zhang Hong brought good news. After tomorrow's tournament, come to my residence. I, your Grandmaster, will transfer my cultivation to you. Hearing this, Shishi's face was filled with happiness. Is it progressing so quickly? She thought to herself, so this Physique sect is also like this. But they are generous, giving resources to their disciples anyway. It's an old industry rule, so it's not a loss to give it to Grandmaster Zhang Hong. Zhang Cheng crossed his arms and praised, I didn't expect this kid Zhang Hong to be so reliable. Just then Luo Yuan hurriedly ran in to report, Sect master, Elder Lan Ti has returned from Shanghua domain. Zhang Cheng immediately greeted her warmly. Oh, please come in, Lan Ti loudly confirmed a piece of news. As the sect master expected, the people from the Myriad Flowers Immortal sect have continued their actions. Zhang Cheng immediately formulated a plan. I thought so. They are the #1 sect in the mortal world. How could they tolerate another sect being in charge on their territory? The 2 spots in Shanghua domain must belong to the Myriad Flowers Immortal sect when the time comes. We just need to defeat them, and we will successfully reach the top. The more he thought, the more excited he became. I am truly a genius. Zhang Hong was sitting inside when a knock on the door startled her. She asked sternly, Who is it? The person outside said, Ancestor Zhang, it's me. Zhang Hong thought it was Shishi and let her in. Is that you, Shishi? Come in. The girl's slender arm touched the door. Zhang Hong's face turned completely red upon seeing her. Shishi's appearance now was hotter than ever. This really flustered him. What are you trying to do? Shishi stood at the door, her face a little red from shyness. She asked, Aren't we going to transfer cultivation? As she spoke without waiting for Zhang Hong's reaction, she pounced on him and pressed him down, saying forcefully, Grandmaster, I understand the industry's old rules. Zhang Hong was pinned down. He wanted to push Shishi away, but his hands dared not touch her. Zhang Hong hurriedly shouted, Wait. He hastily sat up and shyly explained to her, Well, actually, Grandmaster, that's not what I meant. But since you insist on offering, of course, I won't refuse. From the sect master down, everyone in our Physique sect is a person of integrity. Our sect's conduct is upright, and we don't allow the under-the-table rules of other sects. being lightly touched. Zhang Cheng on the other side let out a big sneeze. Over here, Dahuang took out a cultivation manual and said, "To help you achieve a good result, the sect has decided to fully support you. This is a fragment of the complete mechanism diagram. 1 day outside is equivalent to 1 year inside this fragment." Shishi couldn't believe it. She asked again, "The Physique sect has such a secret treasure?" Zhang Hong opened the manual and explained, "The complete mechanism diagram also contains a large number of the sect's pills and secret treasures. The arena competition continues tomorrow. Come in with me and you can still cram at the last minute and improve your cultivation by half a year." Shishi nodded in agreement. Then the light from the manual enveloped them, and the two quickly entered a state of cultivation. The scene switches to Chang County, Qila Prefecture. Lin Miao was currently putting up a notice here. She looked around the small town and thought, as expected of the 9 Lives domain, so close to the demon world. More than half of the people on the road are demons. As soon as a notice was posted, it immediately attracted the attention of passers-by and demon beasts. Someone shouted, "Look, there's a notice. Is the government finally taking action?" A person read it carefully, his face full of confusion. "The prefect is being replaced? Why haven't I heard about it?" Others also stopped out of curiosity and gathered around to ask, "What is it? Let's see." Suddenly a demon beast walked over, pushed Wei Miao aside and roared angrily. Physique sect, even the myriad flowers Immortal sect from Shanghua domain was kicked back when they tried to take advantage. Another sect dares to try their luck here, but then everyone suddenly scattered and fled, leaving her bewildered and at a loss. It turned out that in the distance, King Pan's subordinate Bo Lai Hu was approaching, roaring angrily, "Get out of the way, all of you, get out of the way. Let me see which blind fool dares to cause trouble in my 9 Lives domain." After reading the notice, Lai Hu turned to look at Wei Miao and muttered, "Physique sect, where did this third-rate sect pop out from?" He walked forward unreasonably, grabbing Wei Miao by the neck and threatening, "Don't you know that the 9 Lives domain is already King Pan's territory?" She was being choked and couldn't breathe, struggling to push Lai Hu's hand away, saying, "Let me go." Lai Hu became even angrier. His eyes glinted and he let out a terrifying roar. Wei Miao's face turned pale. She had already recognized that this guy had a peak Dao Palace cultivation. Lai Hu wickedly slammed Wei Miao to the ground. He threatened loudly, "Tear down your notice and scram. Tell your sect that from now on the 9 Lives domain is the demon world's territory. Any human sect that dares to step into the mortal world will die." After speaking, he left menacingly, and she could only watch helplessly. Afterwards, Wei Miao turned and asked the people around, "What's the situation with you all?" They could only sigh helplessly. "It's a long story. You're from out of town, so you don't know some things." Back in Donglan Prefecture, the Physique sect's first Pingai Prefecture regional arena competition was still ongoing. The host announced loudly, "Duan Shishi of the Physique sect wins and advances to the top 4. Yan Ya sneered below and called his subordinate to the stage. "Yan Cheng, it's your turn." Yan Cheng chuckled lightly and replied, "Senior brother, I must defeat you in the finals." Yan Ya snorted coldly and said, "Deal with that girl on the stage first." Yan Cheng glanced contemptuously and asked back, "Isn't that easy?" He said confidently, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Just kill her." The host stood between the two and said, "Semi-finals, Yan Cheng of the Yunbo sect versus Duan Shishi of the Physique sect." Yan Cheng raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you ready?" Shishi scratched her head and replied with a friendly smile, "Ready." Before the last word was finished, Yan Cheng had already rushed forward and swung his sword. Zhang Hong, watching from outside, saw this and shouted a worried reminder, "Be careful." But it was too late. Shishi had already been struck in the neck by his sword. Yan Cheng snorted coldly, the corners of his mouth curling up smugly. "Got her." But when he looked again, the figure of Shishi in front of him had completely disappeared, which greatly surprised him. She had somehow appeared behind him, saying unhappily, "You're so despicable, using a question to distract me and taking the opportunity to kill me," she shouted sternly. "Luckily I'm tough, or I would have been killed by you." Yan Cheng's face turned grim and he gritted his teeth. "Missed." Wait, he noticed a change in Shishi. Below the stage, Yan Hai also noticed and shouted, "Her cultivation is already close to the peak of the heavenly fate realm." Yan Ya asked again in disbelief, "How is that possible?" seeing his agitated expression. Zhang Hong snorted disdainfully. On Zhang Cheng's side, he received a notification. Duan Shishi's performance was outstanding, increasing points by 22,000. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but laugh happily. "Well done, Zhang Hong." Over here, Yan Cheng's brows were tightly knitted. What's with this Physique sect? How can they raise a person with a heavenly fate realm cultivation by 4 or 5 small realms overnight? But he still smiled confidently. "But it doesn't matter. Even if your cultivation is a few realms higher than mine, you can't block my full power strike." As he spoke, he swung his sword, unleashing the Yunbo crossing slash. From the sky, the attack slammed directly into Shishi with a boom. Yan Ya sneered smugly, "In the end, it's just a newly risen small sect with an unstable foundation. Even if they pour all their resources into cultivating one disciple in front of a major sect like our Yunbo sect, it's just like a praying mantis trying to stop a chariot." But when the attack dispersed, Shishi was completely unharmed. The powerful aura emanated from her entire body. This made him exclaim in surprise, "What? At this moment Shishi's entire body was enveloped in an unparalleled power. Yunya recognized it at a glance and shouted excitedly, "The small wind-calming pearl!" It turned out that a 9th-tier spirit weapon, the small wind-calming pearl, was already equipped on Shishi's chest. Upon seeing this move, Yunya's face darkened. He couldn't believe his eyes and cried out in panic, "The small wind-calming pearl, isn't that Saint Jifeng's small wind-calming pearl?" Hearing this, Yun Qing took a few steps back in excitement and asked cautiously, "How do you have such a treasure?" Dahuang behind them said proudly, "How does your Yunbo sect compare to the Fuyan sacred land? Shishi, win this match quickly." Shishi accepted the order, immediately raised her treasured sword high and shouted, "Heavenly firmament, sun-illuminating sword art!" A beam of light with immense power shot straight down. The arena shook and shattered into pieces. Yun Qing took the blow head-on. Immediately he fell to the ground, his eyes rolled back and blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. The host hurriedly shouted, "Yun Qing of the Yunbo sect has lost consciousness. Duan Shishi of the Physique sect wins." The people below were all amazed and began to discuss a 7th-tier spirit sword, a 7th-tier spirit armor, and now a 9th-tier spirit weapon, the small wind-calming pearl. This Physique sect is too good to a newly joined outer sect disciple, right? The person next to him also couldn't believe it and said with envy, "I want to join the Physique sect too." Just as Shishi won here, Zhang Chang on the other side continuously received system notifications. Commander's follower Duan Shishi performed outstandingly. Points increased by 19,500. This was followed by a series of notifications. Host gained 3,200, 2,100, 4,800, 3,600 points. Looking at the notifications, Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up. "It's generating more essence. So satisfying. No need to go out myself. Dahuang is amazing." Back at the arena, Yun Hai whispered to Yun Ya, "Senior brother, what do we do now?" He was sweating profusely but still braced himself and said, "What are you afraid of? Isn't there still me?" He took a few steps and then instructed, "Stall for some time for me. I'll be right back." After saying that, Yun Ya quickly flew away. Watching him leave, Shishi provoked, "What's wrong? Fleeing before the battle? Scared off by this lady's strength?" Yun Hai was enraged and retorted loudly, "Nonsense, my senior brother forgot his magic weapon. Just you wait. When my senior brother comes back, he'll make you lose badly." Yun Ya quickly returned to the Yunbo sect to find his master. She was leisurely watering flowers at the moment. Upon seeing him, she turned her head and asked, "How's the competition going? Did you win?" Yun Ya eagerly reported, "Reporting to master, this disciple has come for this very matter. The Physique sect is sparing no expense for the competition. They even gave a third-rate disciple a small wind-calming pearl to participate in the competition." Upon hearing the name of the treasure, she frowned and said in a low voice, "The small wind-calming pearl, there is only one in the mortal world, belonging to Saint Jifeng of the Fuyan sacred land. I heard before that the place was destroyed by the Mingxin sacred land using a poisonous plot." She guessed coldly, "It seems that matter is related to the Physique sect, otherwise how could a treasure of this level fall into their hands?" The more Yun Ya listened, the more anxious he became. He lowered his head and earnestly pleaded, "Master, you are the sect master's most favored disciple. Among the outer sect elders, only you possess a 9th-tier spirit sword. This disciple boldly requests to borrow it once." A hint of viciousness flashed in her eyes, and her cold voice sounded, "If you kill that contestant, the small wind-calming pearl will naturally belong to us." As she spoke, she suddenly took off her outer robe and said bluntly, "There's no time to lose." This caused Yun Ya's nose to bleed, and he shyly covered his face in a hurry. "Master, what are you trying to do?" She snorted and exposed him. "You little brat, still pretending. Don't you usually peek at me when I'm bathing?" Yun Ya laughed awkwardly. "So you knew all along." She then threw the clothes to Yun Ya and reminded him, "Quickly put on this dewy rainbow skirt." As she spoke, she threw him a set of 8th-tier spirit weapons, the purple cloud needles, and then a 9th-tier spirit sword, not forgetting to remind him as she spoke, "You must get the small wind-calming pearl back." Yun Ya accepted the order, full of determination. "I will follow master's orders. Yun Ya will not fail the mission." Back at the arena, Dahuang was getting impatient. He shouted angrily, "Are you coming or not? We've been waiting for an hour." "Announce it. Duan Shishi of the Physique sect wins." Yun Hai below jumped up in defiance. "On what grounds? This is the final. Winning without a fight is hard to convince the public." Dahuang retorted, "You gave up on your own. Who can you blame?" Just as his voice fell, Yun Ya's voice sounded. "Who said I gave up?" Following that, a beam of light descended from the sky, charging straight towards the arena with immense power. Several onlookers also exclaimed in surprise, "This aura, his whole body is covered in top-grade spirit energy." The light gradually dissipated, revealing Yun Ya in a woman's dress, his sturdy chest muscles and firm arms exposed, looking a bit unsightly. Dahuang couldn't bear to watch and poked his own eyes. "My eyes," Shishi didn't know how to react either. The people below started to jeer. "I'm blind, the organizers have to compensate me for my eyes." Yun Ya was shamed into anger, pointing at the crowd and cursing, "Bastards, what's so surprising, what's so new about cultivators wearing strange clothes? There are even a few old men in your sect who wear women's clothes." Those people retorted without showing weakness. "They wear it secretly underneath, and even if they wore it on the outside, they'd shave their chest hair first." Yun Ya was humiliated and couldn't do anything, cursing inwardly. "Where would I have time to shave, a bunch of bastards? I'll deal with you after I'm done with that woman from the Physique sect. He immediately pointed his sword to the sky and shouted, Yunbo crossing. Instantly dark clouds rolled in, blotting out the sun. The people below widened their eyes and exclaimed in surprise. The spiritual power fluctuation is so strong, will it affect us? The person next to him added. This is the peak of the heavenly fate realm, and he's wearing all 8th and 9th tier top-grade spirit weapons. Yunbo crossing at full power, Yunya shouted fiercely. Die? Then he shot the move towards Shishi. However, when the smoke cleared, Shishi was still standing there completely unharmed. Yunya was heavily struck. He opened his mouth wide, unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? Below, Yunhai's entire body began to tremble with fear. He stammered, Senior brother Yunya is wearing Master's full set of top-grade spirit weapons and his full power strike was blocked by her. How is this possible? Suddenly someone recognized it and shouted, that's a treasure-grade weapon. It turned out that the twin swords Shishi used to block the attack were the green Lua soul-shattering sword and a 7th tier dual-edged spirit weapon. Not only that, her right hand was also adorned with the Chongqing Jade Ring, Mozu, Flowing Pearl, Wank Star, and Fuyan Cloudheart, all of which were spirit weapons above the 6th tier. Furthermore, there were the Minkai Bracelet, Fuyan Cloudheart, Yi Qinglu Flowing Mark, Baiwei Charm, and 9 Patterned Mark Silk, each emitting a faint spiritual light, clearly not ordinary items. And that's not all. Around Shishi's neck were the Kui Mang Necklace, Fuyan Cloudheart Necklace, and the Yuji Yulao Jia 3 relic earrings, Mingxin Necklace, all extraordinary treasures. Shishi smiled smugly. Not enough cultivation make up for it with equipment, right? As she spoke, she gathered all her strength into one strike, fully unleashing the heavenly firmament radiant sun sword art. The attack swept away Yunya like a torrential rain. He shouted in disbelief, how could this be? As he spoke, he fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. The host immediately shouted, Yunya of the Yunbo sect has lost consciousness. Duan Shishi of the Physique sect wins. The people below, upon seeing this, began to discuss, this Physique sect is really something else. You can play like this in a martial arts tournament. I want to join the Physique sect too. On Zhang Cheng's side, a series of point increase notifications sounded, making his eyes light up with excitement. The total points increased to 11,498,835. The scene switches to Kaxiang County, Shangchuan Prefecture, 9 Lives Domain. Dan Tai was walking when he suddenly heard Wei Miao's shout from behind, Uncle Dan, Uncle Dan. She ran over panting and said, wait, don't go any further. Dan Tai asked in confusion, what's wrong? Wei Miao wiped the sweat from her face and explained, Uncle, you don't know how formidable this 9 Lives Domain is. She then recounted how the 9 Lives Domain was close to the demon world, and not long ago, the Demon King crossed over and became the overlord of this area. Countless powerful demons from the Celestial Demon Domain also infiltrated this place. Now, although this 9 Lives Domain is a mortal realm, it is in deep trouble, comparable to the demon world. Dan Tai listened and replied with a bright smile, what's there to be afraid of? They're just from the demon world. The rule suppression isn't enough to overcome. No matter how strong they are, can they be stronger than Saint Ji Feng and the 3 Absolute Spear Saints? He continued to post notices everywhere, saying happily, with the old man sect master backing us and the Hu family and the Immortal elders, there's nothing to fear. Dan Tai even set up a stall and announced to the whole town with a loudspeaker, the Physique sect's first Mortal Cultivator martial arts tournament officially begins. Come and sign up quickly. You can even get a gift for consulting. The people on the street heard this and gathered around. What's all the commotion? Wei Miao behind him couldn't stop him and could only pray silently, hoping that group of monsters wouldn't pass by here. But as luck would have it, her fears came true. A majestic voice sounded. Where did these minions come from so bold? Wei Miao was startled and screamed, Do Sun, my jinxed mouth. The one who came was Shi Hu, a subordinate of King Pan. He shouted loudly, let me see which blind fool dares to cause trouble in my 9 Lives Domain. Don't you know that the 9 Lives Domain is already my King Pan's territory? Dan Tai heard this and sneered disdainfully. He provoked, King Pan, what kind of thing is that? Do you know who this young master is? Wei Miao hurriedly ran forward and whispered in his ear, Uncle Dan, you may not know, but this King Pan is the Demon King I was just telling you about. She explained in a panic. It was originally an alligator-snapping turtle spirit from the river with the ability to overturn rivers and seas, swallow sand and spit stones. It's one of the 36 cave demon kings of the demon world. Shi Hu snorted coldly and said arrogantly, since you know how formidable our King Pan is, hurry up and pack your things and go back where you came from. Wei Miao hurriedly forced a smile, and with her other hand she quickly took out a bag of fruit, fawning, yes, my lord, please take a bag of fruit. But Dan Tai disagreed angrily. Wei Miao, why are you so timid? You're losing the prestige of the Physique sect. He drew his dragon-slaying saber and said angrily, listen up, my Physique sect is the #1 sect in the mortal world, and our sect master Zhang is the #1 expert in this mortal world. I don't care if you're King Pan or King Yuan, if you dare to oppose our Physique sect, we'll make sure you can't even find your ancestral graves. On Zhang Cheng's side, a system notification immediately sounded. Follower Dan Tai has spoken arrogantly. Points increased by 189,000. Zhang Cheng, who was fishing, his eyes lit up. My little brothers are showing their talents one after another. Amazing. Fat Shi Hu was provoked. He licked his paws and snorted coldly. A bunch of newbies don't even look at what cultivation your opponent has. You dare to show off in front of a Dao Palace realm expert." As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful force. Dan Tai was a little scared when he saw it. "This aura, I'm afraid it's the peak of the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm." When Wei Miao heard this, she hurriedly turned around and asked, "Then what about Uncle Dan?" Dan Tai replied blankly, "I'm only at the 5th level of the Dao Palace realm." Upon hearing this, Wei Miao almost broke down. She squatted on the ground and cried loudly, "Uncle Dan, you're clearly not strong enough. Why do you have to act cool like the Sect Master?" Dan Tai was looked down upon and snorted angrily. "The Sect Master said that you can act cool whenever you want as a member of the Physique sect. How can we stop acting cool just because our cultivation is not as good as others?" Wei Miao was moved by these words. She stood up full of determination. "Uncle Dan, you're so cool, I get it now." She immediately opened a barrier and provoked Shihu. "Listen up, don't think you can scare us from the Physique sect just because your cultivation is high. Our Physique sect is the #1 sect in the mortal world. Our Sect Master Zhang is the #1 expert in the mortal world. I don't care if you're King Pan or King Yuan, if you dare to oppose the Physique sect, I'll make sure you can't even find your ancestral graves." Shihu looked at this group and had another thought. The guy was puzzled. Could this Physique sect be a mental asylum? But these words made Zhang Cheng's points on the other side increase continuously. Zhang Cheng praised with great joy, "Well done, everyone in my Physique sect has opened their minds. Points are getting easier and easier to earn." However, while he was still happy about the continuous increase in points, from Dan Tai's 239,000 points to Wei Miao's 123,000 points, the two of them just kept adding points, raising the total to 13,763,835 as Zhang Cheng was immersed in this wonderland. Two cold notification sounds suddenly rang out. "Follower Dan Tai has been killed. Follower Wei Miao has been killed." This news was like a bolt from the blue, stunning Zhang Cheng. At this moment in Kaxiang County, 9 Lives domain, Dan Tai and Wei Miao were already lying motionless in a pool of blood on the cold ground. Zhang Cheng had just teleported here. Looking at the scene before him, his face immediately darkened. He then used the system to revive Dan Tai and Wei Miao, who had been dead for a day, consuming 3,400 points in the process. A ray of light gradually enveloped the two's bodies, and after a while they slowly opened their eyes and woke up. Upon seeing Zhang Cheng, both of them gratefully knelt on the ground, kowtowing and thanking him repeatedly. "Sect Master, I knew you wouldn't abandon us," Wei Miao said guiltily. "Sect Master, I'm sorry we've disgraced you." But Zhang Cheng did not blame them. Instead, he praised them. "Your performance was heroic enough, worthy of the reputation of our Physique sect's elders. Who killed you?" Wei Miao quickly reported the situation to Zhang Cheng. "You may not know, Sect Master, but this 9 Lives domain has been occupied by a demon king from the demon world. The one who killed us was a great demon under the demon king. The people of the 9 Lives domain are now living in deep suffering." Zhang Cheng was a little surprised after hearing this. "A great demon, a demon king?" He quickly turned around and waved his hand at them. "You two come back with me first. As for the matter of the 9 Lives domain, this Sect Master will make his own decision." Back at the Physique sect, after hearing Wei Miao recount the whole story, the three-eyed tiger asked with great confusion, "King Pan, I've never heard of him. You say he's a turtle?" Wei Miao nodded and replied, Yes, the locals say he's a turtle that became a spirit. I heard he's one of the 36 cave demon kings of the demon world." Zhang Cheng remembered something upon hearing this and asked, "Little Tiger, I remember you were also something like the second to last of the 36 cave demon kings, right?" This angered the three-eyed tiger. He pointed at himself and shouted unhappily at Zhang Cheng, "What second to last of the 36 cave demon kings?" "That was the second to last of the great 12 cave demon kings. Although I might be the last one now, it's not so bad that I'd fall to the level of the 36 cave demon kings," Zhang Cheng asked puzzledly. "All right, you have the 12 caves and the 36 caves, it's a mess. How are they divided?" The three-eyed tiger patted his chest and replied proudly, "Those who are officially recognized are the great 12 cave demon kings. As for their so-called 36 caves, it's just 24 more besides us 12 trying to ride on our coattails. Their self-proclaimed titles don't count." After hearing this, Zhang Cheng spread his hands, did some calculation, and then said, "Oh, by my calculation you're the dumbest one of those 12, right?" The three-eyed tiger was furious upon hearing this. He cursed angrily, "Damn it, your wording is terrible." The three-eyed tiger thought for a moment and continued, "If I'm not mistaken, that King Pan probably has no other skills, he just likes to bully fishermen." Zhang Cheng heard this and then asked, "How does he compare to you?" The three-eyed tiger pointed at himself, stuck out his nose and said proudly, "Compared to me, he's just a little brother. What does he have to compare with me? In the demon world, there are great demons and demon kings who want to get close to me. Someone like him would have to make an appointment 3 to 5 days in advance just to see me." Hearing this, Zhang Cheng said happily, "In that case, you go with Dan Tai and the others and take care of that bastard." The three-eyed tiger cursed inwardly, "Giving me work again. Fine, it's no loss, and if I don't, I'm afraid that old sycophant will take the opportunity to show off." Thinking this, the three-eyed tiger waved his hand. "Forget it, it's not a difficult task." Dan Tai led the way, and Dan Tai eagerly followed the tiger out. Returning to Kashiang County in the Nine Lives domain, Dan Tai and the others continued to set up their stall using a loudspeaker to announce the Physique Sect's first martial arts tournament for mortal cultivators. It officially begins. Come and sign up, you can get a gift bag before you come. The hawking attracted people on the street, including Shihu. Upon hearing Physique Sect, Shihu angrily pushed aside the people in front of him and walked in. These people from the Physique Sect really don't want to live. They dare to come back, but when he saw Dan Tai and Wei Miao, he was stunned, his face full of surprise. It's them again, how is that possible? I clearly killed them before. Shihu pointed at the two and shouted, hey, you two got your lives back, but you don't cherish them. You dare to come back and die? With the three-eyed tiger backing her, Wei Miao was no longer afraid. She snorted and replied, this time we've brought our great security captain. We're not afraid of you. The three-eyed tiger recognized Shihu as a tiger demon at a glance. Shihu looked at the three-eyed tiger, the corners of his mouth curling up contemptuously. He said dismissively, I thought it was some formidable character, but it's just a little tiger demon. The three-eyed tiger pointed at him angrily and said in the tone of an elder, hey you beast, instead of cultivating properly on Tiger Head Mountain, what are you doing here? Hearing this, Shihu extended his claws, wanting to grab the three-eyed tiger. Where did this little tiger demon come from, daring to speak to this old man like that? This speed made even Dan Tai and Wei Miao behind him cautious. So fast, Shihu grabbed the three-eyed tiger's small face and threatened, Tiger Lord, I am a great demon. I can go wherever I want. A piece of trash who has become a human's pet is worthy of talking to me. The three-eyed tiger just sneered and said, open your dog eyes wide and see who I am. Just a few seconds after his tough talk, the powerful demonic energy emanating from the three-eyed tiger made Shihu scream from the blinding light. Such strong demonic energy. When he looked again, the three-eyed tiger had already returned to his imposing form. Seeing that power, Shihu's body trembled involuntarily. Demon King you are? Then he cried out with teary eyes. Grandfather, three-eyed fierce tiger king, grandfather, am I not dreaming? Is it really you? He disregarded his image and knelt down to hug the three-eyed tiger's leg. Grandfather, three-eyed fierce tiger king, where have you been? Without you, our Tiger Head Mountain has suffered greatly. Upon hearing this, the three-eyed tiger asked with great worry, what did you say? Shihu then recounted the situation on Tiger Head Mountain. Ever since you and Lord Changwei were captured by the Jade Rabbit Spirit and became slave prisoners, our Tiger Head Mountain has become the largest slave trading hub in the demon world. All sorts of demon kings, big and small, came to capture us. At this point, Shihu was crying his eyes out. Our lives have been incredibly hard. Hearing this, the three-eyed tiger's face darkened. He raised his hand in a stopping gesture. Hey, what did you just say? Ever since I was what? Shihu immediately stopped his tears and reminded him, captured and became a slave prisoner. That's what everyone says. The three-eyed tiger's blood boiled upon hearing this, and he shouted, the dignified three-eyed fierce tiger king, a demon king of the great 12 caves, how could I possibly be a slave prisoner for someone? Shihu became more and more confused and asked, King, where have you been all this time then? The three-eyed tiger found it hard to say. He turned his face away and stammered, well, he thought to himself, but guarding the gate for a mortal sect doesn't seem any less shameful than being a slave prisoner. The three-eyed tiger cleared his throat and proudly replied, during this time I have befriended an immortal and have been living a life you cannot imagine. Then he returned to the main topic and asked, let's talk business. Since I've run into this, I can't just stand by. I'll take care of this turtle, take me to him. When Shihu heard this, he couldn't hold back his tears. His eyes lit up. The king is mighty, king grandfather, no need to look for him. As long as this tournament continues, we can lure him here. The scene switches to the Pubu sect. Early in the morning, the anxious cries of the sect's disciples rang out. Sectmaster, something big has happened. The old sectmaster saw this and asked fearfully, has King Pan come to collect protection fees again? That disciple reported with shining eyes. A sect called the Physique Sect has come here and subdued Jia Shihu. The old sectmaster asked in disbelief, really? What's the background of that sect? That disciple excitedly told him what he knew. I've never heard of them before, but they seem to be very strong. They weren't scared at all even after knowing King Pan's name. He leaned closer to the old sectmaster's ear and whispered, Sectmaster, do you think we should pledge allegiance to them? But the suspicious old sectmaster was in no hurry. He stroked his beard and pondered, wait, let's observe first. If they turn out to be a paper tiger with insufficient strength and we end up offending King Pan because of this, wouldn't we be finished? Back at Dan Tai's place, no one had come to sign up for a long time, and the initial morale had dropped significantly. Dan Tai let out a long yawn, completely bored. Half a day has passed and not a single person has even asked, Shihu speculated. They were probably forced by that lecherous King Pan to the point that no one dares to come. But is your sect really as magical as Lord Three-Eyed Tiger says? It feels like the sects around here are all very ordinary. Dan Tai snorted and replied contemptuously, a remote place, never heard of it, serves you right to be enslaved. Suddenly, there was a commotion on the other side at the registration booth. A group of people came over, chattering. Physique Sect, yes, that's them. One person couldn't help but walk forward excitedly, tightly gripping Dan Tai's hand, and asked, Your Excellency must be the legendary intersect elder of the Physique Sect, Dan Tai, right? Our savior has come. Dan Tai was stunned for a moment, then replied, You're too kind. May I ask who you are? Who knew that the man would turn around and command loudly, Quick, kneel to our savior. Immediately, a group of people knelt down in unison and said piously, The entire Yiting Dao sect pays respects to the inner sect elder of the Physique sect, Dan Tai. On Zhang Cheng's side, the commander's panel sounded. Follower Dan Tai accepted the kowtow, points increased by over 600,000. Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up and he praised. This fatty is indeed the most perceptive. He's starting to grasp my secret to acting cool again. Dan Tai walked forward with difficulty to help the group up. Please rise, speak freely of any grievances you have. My Physique sect will surely eradicate the bullies and uphold justice for heaven, the leader tearfully explained his plight. Elder Dan, you may not know, but we small sects are on the verge of being tortured to death by King Pan. As soon as his voice fell, a cold roar made their faces turn pale. It was Lei Hu walking over in a rage. Where did that bastard Jia Shi Hu go to cause trouble again instead of properly managing his own territory? Upon seeing Lei Hu, that person immediately hid behind Dan Tai and badmouthed him. Elder Dan, that's him. He is Bo Lei Hu, one of the 8 wicked demons under King Pan. Along with the other 2 tiger demons, Jia Shi Hu and Zhang Chen Hu, they are known as the 3 wastes of Changshan. Shi Hu, who was on the side, coughed to give a reminder. The moment he saw Shi Hu, that person's soul nearly flew out of his body. He screamed in panic, "When did Jia Shi Hu get here too?" Shi Hu was not to be outdone and roared back, "I've been here the whole time, you blind fool." The man turned around fearfully and said, 2 of the 8 wicked demons are here. Elder Dan, Dan Tai reassured him. Don't be afraid, this Jia Shi Hu has already been subdued by our sect. He's one of us. This news was like a bolt from the blue, leaving him in disbelief over there. Shi Hu walked forward to persuade Lei Hu. Bo Lei Hu, don't go crazy, listen to me first. Who knew that Lei Hu would laugh angrily? So that's why your Physique sect can operate so rampantly here. It turns out you didn't come to cause trouble, you came to surrender to the enemy. No wonder I'm called one of the 3 wastes of Changshan. It's all because of you, you good for nothing, he roared, his power suddenly erupting. I've been wanting to deal with you for a long time. Shi Hu also roared back, unwilling to show weakness, his fangs bared, his eyes red, filled with killing intent. What, you want to fight? As they spoke, the 2 rushed towards each other like moths to a flame, the powerful force sending Dan Tai and the others flying. The person who came for help was also startled. Is this a battle between Peak Dao Palace great demons? Hiding behind a wall, he watched the 2 rush towards each other menacingly. The clash of thunder and lightning terrified him. He thought to himself, it's actually this terrifying. Heavens, will my sect be destroyed by this Physique sect today? Shi Hu roared angrily, opening his mouth to spew a torrent of water carrying a murderous aura. Lei Hu reacted quickly, his figure flashing like lightning. He leaped up lightly, narrowly dodging the attack. As soon as he landed, Lei Hu immediately raised his hand and activated his thunder control. A bolt of lightning crashed down, striking Shi Hu directly. He howled in pain, his body trembling violently, then fell heavily to the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of churning water. Lei Hu laughed smugly, still as easy to deal with as before. Hearing this, Shi Hu shouted angrily, "Nonsense, you just have an elemental advantage over me. What are you so proud of?" Lei Hu walked up to him. Shi Hu sneered, "For the sake of our many years of acquaintance, give me half of your cultivation in a demon core yourself. As for your defection, I can help you cover it up." Seeing the oppressive aura emanating from Lei Hu, the man cried out helplessly. "Help!" He fearfully grabbed Dan Tai and begged, "Elder Dan, please think of a way to save us." Shi Hu anxiously raised his hand to persuade him. "Wait, don't do it, you'll regret it." Lei Hu sneered back, "Regret? I, Bo Lei Hu, never regret anything." However, as soon as his voice fell, a demonic pressure suppressed Lei Hu, frightening him. He was drenched in sweat, slowly turned his head and stammered, "This level of demonic power is behind him." The 3-eyed tiger walked over menacingly. He shouted angrily, "I just went to take a piss and you guys almost killed someone." Upon seeing the 3-eyed tiger, Lei Hu was like he had seen his savior, crying his eyes out, "King Grandfather!" He immediately rushed over and hugged the 3-eyed tiger's leg, wailing, "King Grandfather, where have you been? We've suffered so much while you were away." The 3-eyed tiger's eyes were sharp. He grabbed Lei Hu's head without a word. "I was attending to important matters. Whoever caused trouble for Tiger Head Mountain, I will make them pay tenfold." After speaking, his 3 glowing eyes stared straight at Lei Hu, his voice growing even colder. "On the contrary, it's you," he said, enunciating each word, "who knew I was backing them, and still dared to make a move." Lei Hu answered in a panic, "I didn't know." In a fit of rage, Lei Hu had no choice but to turn and blame Shi Hu. He shrieked angrily, "Damn you, you deliberately didn't give a signal earlier. You wanted King Grandfather to deal with me, didn't you?" Shi Hu smiled smugly and replied with schadenfreude, "You can't blame me for this one, I kept telling you to stop." Lei Hu's face turned red with anger and he cursed, "You petty man, you bastard." Then he quickly turned to beg for mercy. "King, please let me explain." Afterwards the 3-eyed tiger ordered solemnly, "You 2 clean up this mess. I'm going back to the inn to sleep. If they lose a single hair, I'll pluck all of yours, you hear me?" The 2 heard this and happily agreed. Watching the 3-eyed tiger's retreating figure, the person who came to plead for help turned pale with fright. "Isn't that the 3-eyed fierce tiger king of the great 12 cave demon kings?" The person next to him exclaimed in disbelief. "Then he works for the Physique sect. What kind of profound background does this Physique sect have?" This incident also earned Zhang Cheng and the Physique sect 827,500 points. His face was calm and composed as he had already grown accustomed to it. Just then Luo Yuan came forward to report, "Sect Master, the head of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Shang, requests an audience." Zhang Cheng heard this and nodded in reply. One of us, let him in. At this moment, Weakling respectfully entered to pay his respects to the ancestor. Ancestor, I wish you good health. Zhang Cheng asked, is there something you need? Weakling reported with a beaming smile. Reporting to the ancestor under the enthusiastic guidance of Elder Ji and Elder Shui, the competition area in the Sancho domain has been properly arranged. This humble one has come specifically to invite the ancestor to attend. Afterwards he went with Weakling to the Duanmu family in Qinglan Prefecture, Feiyin State, Sancho domain. As soon as they arrived, Ling Han and Xiao Shui ran out happily to greet them. Sect Master. You're here. Zhang Cheng looked around and praised nonstop. It's been a while since I've been back. The Duanmu family and the entire Feiyin State are doing well. Weakling bloomed with joy from the praise and replied, thanks to the ancestor's blessing, everything is well. Our Duanmu family is now one of the 2 pillars of the Sancho domain. In the past this was unthinkable. He rambled on in comfort. Back then, because of the Qiri sect's existence, the Duanmu family was not even as good as Qinglan Prefecture. Now, not only have we become the largest sect in Feiyin State, but we are also one of the largest sects in the Sancho domain. This is all thanks to the prestige of the Physique sect and you, our ancestor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng's expression turned serious and he asked, one of? Ling Han immediately spoke up to explain, it's like this, Sect Master. In Dingan State of the Sancho domain, there's a Yanhe sect. They used to be the second largest sect in the Sancho domain, second only to the Qinqing dynasty. Now that the Qinqing dynasty has been destroyed, they naturally became the largest sect. Weakling nodded in agreement from behind. Yes, speaking of this. Weakling's face turned grim. He sighed and said, although our Duanmu family's disciples have improved their cultivation and leveled up quickly under your care, our foundation is not deep. And our family's inherited Yukon flame-proof sword is not considered exquisite, so we are suppressed by them everywhere. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng's brows furrowed and he became a little angry. What? They're bullying you? Weakling tearfully recounted. Seeing our rapid progress, they have tried to cause trouble for us many times. They don't dare to cause trouble in Feiyin State, but if we encounter them in other states we get beaten. Several of our disciples have already been beaten to death by them. The more Zhang Cheng listened, the angrier he got. He shouted, Ha, how dare they? Don't these people know you're under my protection? Weakling cried as he said. How could they not know? But they rely on the Myriad Flowers Immortal Sect and don't take our Physique sect seriously at all. Hearing this name, he snorted coldly. The Myriad Flowers Immortal Sect, it's the Myriad Flowers Immortal Sect again. He immediately shouted for Lan Ti to question her. When Lan Ti appeared, he asked urgently, tell me in detail, what is the background of this Myriad Flowers Immortal Sect? The scene switches to Panjiang Prefecture, Shiatai State, 9 Lives domain. The news of Lei Hu and Shi Hu had reached King Pan's ears. He shouted angrily, what, they all defected? The subordinate nodded fearfully. It's absolutely true. King Pan went mad with anger and cursed, bastards, I knew it, those not of my kind. First capture Zhang Chenhu and beat him to death. Zhang Chenhu was caught in the crossfire. He looked at the king and scratched his head in confusion. Once the order was given, the subordinates did not hesitate and immediately rushed up to restrain Zhang Chenhu. He struggled frantically, while begging for mercy in a low voice, repeatedly affirming his absolute loyalty, and hastily shifting the blame to his 2 comrades. He said they might have other hidden reasons and even guaranteed that if allowed he would personally go back to investigate. If it was truly as Tengao said, he would personally finish off those 2 traitors. But Lord Pan had no more patience to listen to his excuses. His voice thundered like lightning, drowning out all explanations. My spies are all over the waterways of the 9 Lives domain. If you dare to betray me, all 3 of you will die. One sentence cut off all paths of retreat, causing Zhang Chenhu to fall to his knees in terror. He could only rush out to take the mission himself, constantly making guarantees and swearing never to fail and tarnish his master's name. Casting aside his fear, Zhang Chenhu set out to hunt down his 2 fellow sect members as planned. However, the result was a miserable defeat. He roared unwillingly, 2 against 1, that's no skill, let me go. Let's fight one-on-one. Lei Hu, who was already hot-tempered, almost coughed up blood from anger. He directly cursed Zhang Chenhu for being stupid, for not listening after being advised so many times. Shi Hu, behind them, laughed coldly, mocking someone like Zhang Chenhu for having the nerve to criticize others. Not only that, but Shi Hu also stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Chenhu's head, almost roaring in his ear. You listen to me, Lord Three-Eyed Tiger has been found. This news was like a bolt from the blue, causing Lan Chenhu's eyes to widen. He asked blankly, what did you say? This news was quickly reported to Lord Pan. After hearing it, he just let out a soft, cold snort, his eyes narrowing as if a murderous glint flashed through them. As expected, not a single one of the Tiger clan is honest. Without hesitation, he immediately led his subordinates and ordered them to advance and eliminate the 3 traitors. In another location, at the Three-Eyed Tiger's camp, in the early morning the tranquility was mixed with the lively sound of flattery. The 3 wastes of Changshan were already famous for their eloquence, and now they were vying to serve this new grandfather. The Three-Eyed Tiger's reputation also spread far and wide because of this. With him as a great tree for shelter, more and more people came to seek refuge. The sect master of the Pubu sect, Mu Wai, personally led his entire sect to pay a visit. bowing as soon as they met. Greetings to Elder Dan, the head of the Xing Biao escort agency. Zhe Shenging also brought his whole family to sign up. Dan Tai received them happily, clasping his hands politely. Please, it's wonderful that all the sect masters have personally led their sects to come. Zhe Shenging's people immediately came forward to flatter him. The Physique sect represents justice, we must come. The people next to him also chimed in. Whether the 9 Lives domain can return to its former peace all depends on the Physique sect, on Elder Dan. Hearing this, Dan Tai replied humbly. You praise me too much. This Dan is not worth mentioning. It is all thanks to our sect master Yang's divine foresight. Suddenly a fierce spiritual power swept over like a tsunami. In just an instant the entire square was washed over by a surging current. Someone with sharp eyes recognized a familiar figure in the rushing water and shouted, "It's King Pan." In the distance, the towering figure of King Pan and his subordinates were clearly visible. His aura was overwhelming, and his voice was like thunder in early winter. Where are the 3 trash tiger demons? When the 3 tiger demons saw him, they gritted their teeth in anger. Shi Hu immediately turned to the 3-eyed tiger and loudly complained, "King Grandfather, that's King Pan. When the demon kings came to our Tiger Head Mountain to conscript laborers, he was the one who plundered the most. Not only did he plunder for himself, but he also sold them." Hearing this, the killing intent in the 3-eyed tiger's eyes immediately erupted. He cracked his knuckles to warm up. I was worried about how to find him, and now he has delivered himself to my doorstep. You 3 step back and watch me teach that turtle a lesson. Upon seeing the 3-eyed tiger, King Pan immediately recognized him as the 3-eyed tiger. The 3-eyed tiger's eyes were icy cold as he enunciated each word. "Since you know it's your grandfather, why haven't you scrammed yet?" But not only was King Pan unafraid, he laughed arrogantly. "Leave those 3 wastes for me and leave the 3-eyed tiger as well." Seeing this, Shi Hu hurriedly warned, "Grandfather, be careful. King Pan is a local turtle from the torrential domain. Although his constitution and cultivation are much weaker than yours, he majors in the arts of water and earth, which naturally counter you." The 3-eyed tiger just snorted. "I know." On the other side, King Pan laughed arrogantly, swaying his long neck, and announced smugly, "If I defeat you, does that mean the title of a great 12-cave demon king falls to me?" Without waiting for an answer, he immediately spat out a powerful jet of water, striking straight at the 3-eyed tiger's face. In response, the 3-eyed tiger simply raised a fist, not forgetting to mock, "What kind of delusion are you under?" In an instant the 2 forces collided, the tremor shaking the entire town, the pressure suffocating. The scene switches to the Sha Tianmen in Tuiba Prefecture, Dagu State, Longtian Domain. A report echoed through the main hall. Sect Master, Elders Yun Lingza of the Yunbo sect requests an audience. Upon hearing this name, a cold smile tugged at the corner of the 3rd inner sect elder of Sha Tianmen, Feng Mingbi's mouth. It seemed there was progress on the matter in Pingmei State. Without keeping the elders waiting long, Yun Lingza was quickly ushered into the hall. He bowed his head and reported respectfully, "Elder Feng, our Yunbo sect lost the competition in the Pingmei State division." The words were like a bolt from the blue, stunning Mingbi for a moment, his expression changing drastically. Back at the Duanmu family, Lan Ti held nothing back, telling Zhang Cheng the entire story of the Myriad Flowers Immortal sect. That sect was once a small sect in the Shanghua domain with considerable strength. It changed its name to the Shanghua sect and was not particularly outstanding in the mortal world. But its time had come, and the rise of an expert can happen in the blink of an eye. Recalling the Myriad Flowers Immortal sect of the past, an outer sect disciple named Tang Wei was expelled from the Shanghua sect due to his poor aptitude. He lost both his career and his love. That old saying still echoed in his ears. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't bully a young man for being poor. Who would have thought that this inconspicuous Tang Wei would be the greatest son of heaven's mandate in nearly a century? It's unknown what great opportunity he chanced upon, but he mastered a set of lost skills. His strength soared, and he fought his way back to the Shanghua sect, defeating numerous masters from the true disciples of the inner sect to the elders and the sect master. Afterwards, Tang Wei took over as the sect master of the Shanghua sect and renamed it the Myriad Flowers Immortal sect. From then on, the Myriad Flowers Immortal sect soared, becoming the #1 sect in the mortal world. After hearing the story, Zhang Cheng gave only a brief exasperated comment. "This guy's story is so cliché." With that, he turned and patted Mu Ling on the shoulder, his smile full of provocation. "This is the perfect opportunity to knock them down a peg and let trash like the Yanhe sect know who the real boss of the Sancho domain is." Hearing this, Mu Ling's eyes immediately lit up. "Ancestor, you mean?" Zhang Cheng then ordered. "Who are you planning to send to this competition?" Not daring to miss the opportunity, Mu Ling hastily reported the name he had long prepared. "Duanmu Zisho." He then turned and ordered, "Someone summon Zisho here to pay his respects to the ancestor." At the command, a servant immediately complied. Not long after Zisho was brought in, his demeanor was dignified, the model of a young master from a noble family. He bowed in "Greetings, ancestor." He gently raised his head and his gaze met Ling Han's on the other side, his entire face instantly flushed red with shyness. Seeing this, Mu Ling immediately raised his hand and slapped the back of his grandson's head, cursing, "Playing dead, that's Elder Ji. Did you mistake her for a blind date?" Zhang Cheng raised a hand to stop him, then asked, "Duanmu Zisho, right? Come forward." Zisho understood and respectfully walked under Zhang Cheng's arm, lowering his head. Instantly, a system notification sound rang out. Target improved constitution. Duanmu Zisho's has been upgraded from 5th grade to 4th grade, his cultivation from the 2nd level of the spirit platform to the 2nd level of heavenly fate. Total cost, 11,500 points. Upgrade successful, 1,203,935 points remaining. The entire Duanmu clan immediately fell to their knees, shouting in unison, "Thank you, Ancestor, the Ancestor is mighty." Zhang Cheng didn't stop there. He took out a treasure and held it high for all to see. "Do you remember this thing?" The moment he saw it, Weakling almost cried out in shock. "Isn't that the Duanmu family's heirloom, the blood transformation ring?" Realizing his slip of the tongue, he hastily corrected himself. "No, it's the Physique Sect's treasure, the blood transformation ring." However, Zhang Cheng just smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "This blood transformation ring is the heirloom of the Duanmu family. Now it is being returned to its rightful owner. Take it." Mu Shang exclaimed excitedly, "Ancestor, you?" But a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. No, this must be a test, so he pounded his chest heavily and said loudly, "Duanmu Hong was ignorant and audaciously tried to use it to assassinate you. He got what he deserved. It is only right that you, Ancestor, obtained this blood transformation ring." Zhang Cheng did not blame him, but instead explained, "Don't be nervous. To be honest with you, this blood transformation ring actually belongs to Elder Mo Chen. When he descended from the immortal world, he nearly lost his life and only managed to survive thanks to this ring. It was also thanks to your ancestor Duanmu Hong who saved him that he came to serve under me. So this destiny involves you." Weakling remained prostrate on the ground, constantly refusing, I dare not, this is heaven's arrangement. It turns out we were born to be cannon fodder for Immortal Mo and you, Ancestor." Zhang Cheng began to get impatient. "All right, it's not for you, it's for the younger generation." Weakling still insisted. "There's no need." He then handed the ring to Zisho. "Kid, take it." Only then did Weakling temporarily accept it. "If that's the case, then you take it. Hurry and thank the Ancestor." Zisho accepted with a face full of joy. "Thank you, Ancestor." After handing over the blood transformation ring, Zhang Cheng patted his shoulder and added another instruction. "Duanmu Zisho, the blood transformation ring is your magic treasure from now on. Take it and win the competition. Teach the Yanhi sect a lesson." Zisho immediately knelt and kowtowed, full of vigor. "Thank you for your immense grace, Ancestor. This disciple will certainly not fail to live up to your expectations." At the same time, in Kashiang County, the battle between King Pan and the Three-Eyed Tiger continued in a tense atmosphere. Although King Pan's power over water and earth was formidable, the tide of battle had now completely turned in the Three-Eyed Tiger's favor. At this moment, King Pan was panting heavily, regulating his breath. As expected of a great 12-cave demon king, on the other side the Three-Eyed Tiger was full of confidence, snorting coldly, "You bastard, since you know the gap between us, hurry up and get your ass over here." He cursed inwardly. "I was worried I couldn't beat him, but it turns out this is all he's got. Made me nervous for nothing." But King Pan was not ready to give up. He roared arrogantly, "I'm not stupid enough to think I could win with just an elemental advantage. I still have a trick up my sleeve." As his voice fell, he took out a treasured artifact, the Jin Wan Tai Yu Ring Pearl, which shone with a divine light and surged with spiritual energy. The Three-Eyed Tiger's expression changed drastically upon seeing it. He exclaimed in shock, "Isn't that the Golden Dragon King's treasured artifact?" Burning with rage, he roared, "That bastard is truly capable of any evil. Not only does he traffic people, he also steals things." When King Pan placed the treasured artifact on his head, his aura immediately skyrocketed. The pressure bore down like a mountain, forcing even the Three-Eyed Tiger to become vigilant. "Such strong pressure, this is bad." The Three-Eyed Tiger immediately turned and shouted to Dan Tai, "Quick, go back to the sect and report to the sect master. Ask him to come and save me. I can't take this blow." Dan Tai didn't have time to think. He just nodded fiercely and fled, stumbling over his own feet. But it was all too late. The Three-Eyed Tiger could only grit his teeth and curse. "Damn it, there's no time." In the distance, King Pan roared triumphantly, "Die, I'm taking the title of the second to last of the great 12-cave demon kings." However, at this decisive moment a strange event occurred. The treasured ring on King Pan's head suddenly vibrated, and then, under the bewildered gazes of both sides, it flew straight towards the Three-Eyed Tiger. Holding the treasured artifact in his hand, the Three-Eyed Tiger was stunned. "Why is this thing attracted to me?" The Three-Eyed Tiger dangled the treasured ring he had just obtained from King Pan, his taunting demeanor that of a cat toying with a mouse. "What's the principle behind this?" On the other side, King Pan's jaw dropped. As if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes, he roared in panic, "What did you do?" Before he could get an answer, a faint scent of orchid drifted past the Three-Eyed Tiger's nose. He brought the treasured ring closer and took a gentle sniff, for the scent was very familiar. Something seemed to awaken in his bloodline. The Three-Eyed Tiger no longer hesitated and immediately placed the treasured ring on his head. Spiritual power instantly erupted, surging like a waterfall, filling every inch of his muscles and bones with power, making his entire body brim with vitality. Immediately his gaze turned to King Pan, and he roared with murderous intent, "You bastard, you still want to be a demon king of the great 12 caves? Prepare to die." King Pan had been talking tough, but now he was truly afraid. He pulled his neck into his shell and begged for mercy, trembling. "Wait, Tiger Lord. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be your beast of burden, just please spare my wretched life." The Three-Eyed Tiger stroked his chin, a calculating arc forming at the corner of his mouth. If I give this to the Sect Master, I can successfully suck up to him, and I won't have to be a mount myself. 2 birds with 1 stone. His mind made up, he moved to channel his power. But King Pan thought his life was over and screamed desperately, "Tiger Lord, stop, spare me!" But then a wave of nausea rose in his throat. He felt a cold emptiness as if he were being hollowed out from the inside. His demonic core was being stripped from his body. He could only roll around and howl in agony. Holding the other's demonic core, the three-eyed tiger sneered. "I only refined 80% of your cultivation and left you 20. You won't die. What are you so worked up about?" Having lost most of his cultivation, King Pan was forced back into his original form, a massive pan turtle, looking for all the world like a mount and nothing more. The people around watched the scene dumbfounded and in disbelief. They said blankly, "King Pan was beaten back to his original form just like that, a complete rout. This is a complete and utter rout." Everywhere people knelt in submission to the Physique sect. The crowd shouted in unison, "Only Tiger Lord is the strongest, only the Physique sect is the strongest, only Elder Dan is the strongest." The scene switches back to Feiyan State. At the Duanmu family, Zhang Cheng was seen casually giving instructions. "And you were saying your family's inherited techniques are too weak." Suddenly, a system notification sounded. "Follower Three-Eyed Tiger has achieved a desperate reversal, gaining over 2 million points. Side quest Revitalize the Tiger Clan triggered. The Three-Eyed Fierce Tiger King's fame spreads through the 9 Lives domain. Quest successful, 12 million points awarded." After reading it, Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up. Sweet little tiger is really something. Immediately he began to level up, successfully promoting to level 19 in the blink of an eye. A series of skills were added, such as Revive 3 times daily, Forced Upgrade, Designated Target, Improve Aptitude, Revive Others, Commander Passive, Creation, Shop, and the next level skill, Time Reversal. However, it should be noted that the number of points consumed would be determined by the amount of time reversed. Zhang Cheng looked at the series of new skills and chuckled with mischievous interest. "Let's see what goodies there are." The shop newly added the Cold Sky Sword Manual. The moment he saw it, Zhang Cheng immediately clicked to purchase it. At this moment he noticed the new Manual Refresh and Shop Upgrade functions. The system immediately popped up an explanation. Manual Refresh means you can spend points to force the discounted shop to update and stock new items. Shop Upgrade requires a fixed number of points, and each upgrade adds a slot, deducting a total of 1,000 points. Understanding everything, Zhang Cheng turned back and asked, "You were just saying your family's inherited skills are not exquisite and you are suppressed everywhere, right?" At the mention of old matters, it was as if a deep pain had been touched. Weakling said with tears in his eyes, "The Yanhe sect has the Lantern Fire Sword technique, which is incredibly domineering. With our Yukon Flame-proof sword, even if our user is 3 minor realms higher than them, they still get completely thrashed." At this point he cried even harder. "Back when you destroyed the 8 Clouds Palace and the Qingqing Dynasty, Elder Ji and Elder Shui also let us try the 8 Cloud Sword technique and the Dragon Return Sword technique. But we are slow-witted and accustomed to ice-type arts. Cultivating other techniques was like starting from scratch. Several disciples and elders were too eager for success and nearly suffered from cultivation deviation." After listening, Zhang Cheng said nothing more and directly bought the manual, handing it to them. "Here, take this and practice." Weakling took one look and was stunned. It was one of the strongest ice-type sword techniques in the mortal world, the Cold Sky Sword Manual. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng looked back at the sword manual, slightly taken aback. "The strongest ice-type sword technique in the mortal world? Is this thing that good?" Though he said that, he still handed it to Zisho and reminded him, "That's perfect. You all take it and practice. Especially you, every time you enter the all-machine diagram, seize the time to practice. Strive to master this skill by the time you face an opponent from the Myriad Flowers Immortal sect. Don't bring shame upon our Duanmu family and the Physique sect." Zisho took it and answered firmly, "Yes, thank you, Ancestor, I will follow your teachings." The scene switches to the Tungming Domain, Buzhou State, Wemo Prefecture. Here a sinister aura permeated the air, obscuring the path ahead. Lin Ning looked around, feeling as if she had walked into a land of death, and asked warily, "Is this the Tungming Domain? It's so oppressive." Mo Chen stood to the side, his eyes seemingly lost in memory. "Things have changed, but people remain. It truly brings back memories." He stroked his beard, his gaze distant. "Back in the day, it was in this very Buzhou State that I entered the Xuanmen and learned a set of yin-type arts. Thinking back now, it feels like only yesterday." Before his voice fell, a sudden attack struck. Mo Chen had no time to react and only felt all his clothes being burned away. His once flowing long hair was now curled like a half-burnt bird's nest. Lin Ning's face flushed with anger, and she shouted, "Who is it?" From behind a cliff wall, 2 people who were locked in a fierce battle burst out. One shouted, "You rat, all you know is how to run. A coward like you wants to compete for the top spot in Wemo Prefecture?" The other was not to be outdone and immediately retorted, "What? You can't even hit me after all this time, so how about you shut up? You, Baluo, call people by their names directly. It's a royal complaint." The 2 men fighting in the thick fog were both famous rogue cultivators in the Tungming Domain. He made his move. The one named Ma Changwai sent waves of cold sword energy toward his opponent, causing him to roar, "Bastard, if you have the guts, stop dodging." The other was the Fire Sea King Wang Lufei, who struck back with a counterattack. "You really think I'm afraid of you?" and the other was Coolie Sha Du Feng. The two's techniques collided, causing a series of explosions. Lu Fei gritted his teeth and roared, "You blocked my Ghostfire head-on again with that kind of strength. Why do you keep dodging?" Du Feng just sneered, his face cold. "I'm waiting. What are you waiting for? Feel the despair in this fog." His voice was as cold as ice, and then he laughed contemptuously. But before he could continue his technique, a terrifying magical power struck from outside, directly crushing all the spells in Du Feng's hands. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Such a domineering dark-type spell, he roared in utter disbelief. "Who is it?" In the distance, Mo Chen strode over, his clothes burned away, his face filled with rage, cursing. "Damn you, pay for my clothes," that person shouted back. "Are you blind? What does this have to do with me?" As soon as his voice fell, a bolt of lightning struck from behind, hitting Mo Chen directly. Panicking Lin Ning at his side had just managed to say the word master, when she saw Kundi Tuo Long Zhu Saifei in the air, laughing smugly. "This is what happens when you covet a small gain and forget the danger behind you. Strength is only part of it. Scheming is just as important," he landed triumphantly, wanting to watch the show, but to his surprise, the Mo Chen on the other side, apart from his only pair of pants being burned off, was completely unharmed. From a distance, Lin Ning saw this and quickly covered her face. At this moment, a murderous glint flashed through her eyes. In contrast, Zhu Si himself froze in place, terrified. "How is this possible? He took a direct hit from my nether-calling thunder and is completely unscathed. Who are you?" In a blink of an eye, Mo Chen had silently appeared in front of Zhu Si. He instantly raised his fist and took care of the guy. A punch as heavy as a mountain came straight down, sending Zhu Si tumbling to the ground, unable to get up. The distant Lu Fei was dumbfounded. He subdued Zhu Si with just a single light punch. This person's cultivation is probably no less than that of the three saints of Wushang. Forget the Tungming domain, even in the entire mortal world such a master had never been heard of. Mo Chen's gaze now swept over to Lu Fei, his killing intent seeming to solidify. Lu Fei was so scared his whole body trembled. He quickly took a few steps back and begged in a low voice, "Wait, if you have the guts, wait until I land on the ground." Mo Chen said nothing and just waited patiently. The moment he landed, Lu Fei immediately fell to his knees, clutching his head with both hands and crying out, "Greetings, great master, spare my wretched life." In less than 15 minutes, the three rogue cultivators, Dufeng, Lu Fei, and Zhu Si, were all captured by Mo Chen and dragged aside for interrogation. By now he had changed into new clothes. His voice was as deep as thunder as he asked them, "Tell me, what's the situation in the Tungming domain now? Why were the three of you fighting?" Lu Fei cautiously began his report. "Great master, you may not know. Our Tungming domain borders one of the three realms, the demon world and the nether world. The security was already poor. And before, the three masters from Panchin Valley on Wushang Mountain were keeping things in check. Everyone knew they were no match for those three, so they restrained themselves." Lu Fei sighed at this point. "But not long ago, those three masters heard that a friend had passed away, and as a result they were beaten to death with fists and feet by a brutish body cultivator from the Tinling domain. Since then, the Tungming domain has been without a top expert, and all sorts of minor demons have started to compete for the title of the #1 expert in the Tungming domain." Mo Chen snorted coldly and continued to ask, "Instead of cultivating properly, you fight for these empty titles. If your cultivation is insufficient, what's the use of getting the #1 title?" Du Feng dared not be slow and quickly replied, "The Tungming domain is a deep and chaotic place. Whether you can get cultivation resources largely depends on your reputation. With offerings from others, one's reputation can create a gap with others." With that, he pointed to Lu Fei as an example. "Take him for example. His original name was Wang Wei, to ride on the coattails of the top expert in the Tungming domain, the Fire Sea King. Lu Fei gave himself the title Flower Sea and even changed his name to Wang Lu Fei." Lu Fei, having been exposed, shouted in anger, "You're lying. Who told you that?" "Who told you my secret?" Dufeng replied smugly. "Who told me? Of course it was." Halfway through his sentence, Dufeng suddenly froze as if he understood something. "No, wait." He abruptly turned to Zhu Si, pointing at him frantically. "I was wondering why you'd be so kind as to give me intelligence. So you wanted to take advantage of us when he and I were both injured?" Without waiting for a reply, Dufeng had already lunged forward and the two were wrestling on the ground again. Mo Chen looked at this group, his head aching. "What kind of people are these? No wonder they say your Tungming domain is the #1 cesspit in the mortal world." He walked forward and separated Dufeng and Zhu Si. "Stop it, no more fighting." After a while, the three bruised and swollen rogue cultivators quieted down. He clapped his hands and threatened impatiently, "I'll see who dares to make a move on their own again. That would be disrespecting this venerable one. Speak, who calls the shots in this Tungming domain now?" Lu Fei shrank his neck and answered after trying hard to recall. "The three saints of Wushang are dead. Right now, there are two strongest people in the Tungming domain. One is the Fire Sea King, Lu Fei of 30 Li now, who has early saint rank cultivation. The other is Jia Tianang Yanchang of the Diamond Palace, who is at the peak of the saint entry stage and has a very high constitution." After listening, Mo Chen turned to Lin Ning and asked, "Ning, what are your chances against them?" She answered firmly, 70%. Hearing this, Mo Chen was extremely satisfied. He raised his hand to introduce her. "Listen up, she is the outer sect elder of the Physique sect from Zhongling State in the Tinling domain, Lin Ning. From now on she will replace your Tungming domain's #1 expert, whatever 3 saints of Wushang. The 3 of them heard this, and their eyes widened in unison. What? She's just a little girl. Mo Chen's eyes sharpened. He said coldly, Ning Ning, show them a thing or two. Within just a few moves, Lin Ning had all 3 of them kneeling on the ground, their foreheads touching the floor. Greetings, Elder Lin, he continued. All right, now you 3 will follow my arrangements. Take us to find someone. Meanwhile, in the Mo family's mansion in Chaoyan State, Tongling domain at 30 Li now, Tang Wei had personally come to their door. He observed his surroundings. Indeed, the cultivation suppression here was unbelievably strong behind him. An old grandfather-like attendant, visible only to him, said softly, I was right, wasn't I? Here your cultivation is suppressed to the quasi-saint rank. You must be careful. Suddenly, an angry shout came from the distance. Who is it? Who dares to trespass in my 30 Li now? The owner of the voice was none other than the Fire Sea King, Lu Fei, who slowly emerged from the water's surface. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei's lips curved into a smile. I'm Tang Wei, the sect master of the Myriad Flowers Immortal Sect from the Shanghua domain. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei immediately recognized him. You're that Tang Wei from the Myriad Flowers Immortal Sect, right? Tang Wei just smiled contemptuously and replied, Since you know of my great name, you should surrender at once. Lu Fei sneered. His figure flashed, leaving the water's surface, and with overwhelming pressure he instantly appeared in front of Tang Wei, immediately striking with his fist. Tang Wei was caught off guard and knocked back a few steps. Seeing this, Lu Fei laughed smugly. I bet you've noticed, my Tungming domain intersects with the 3 realms, creating a cross-domain suppression that is close to a cross-realm suppression level. On my turf, no matter how strong you are, you have to bow your head to me. Tang Wei exhaled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, but he still maintained a cold expression and replied, That's right. The cross-domain rule suppression has left my cultivation at only the peak of the Saint entry stage, but don't forget, the resources my Myriad Flowers Immortal Sect can mobilize are not something you alone can compare to, not even your entire Tungming domain. Suddenly, Tang Wei's eyes turned sinister. He lowered his voice and said, Submit to me and it's a win-win for both of us, otherwise I'll make you live in constant fear for the rest of your days. After hearing this, Lu Fei burst out laughing, his face full of contempt. Stop bragging. If you really had that kind of power, the Tungming domain would have been taken over by you long ago. I also heard that you even lost the 9 lives domain to a turtle that crossed over from another realm. Looks like your heavenly mandate and luck are about to run out. At this point, Lu Fei's face turned cold, and he barked with murderous intent. Scram any more nonsense and don't blame me for being ruthless. Tang Wei gritted his teeth so hard they audibly ground together, and he cursed under his breath. The old grandfather behind him then softly reminded him, Don't be rash. In your current state it won't be easy to defeat him. Let's retreat for now. I need to prepare more. Before Tang Wei could leave, a lazy voice came from behind him. Have some decency. He frowned and asked, Who is it? Mo Chen waved his hand dismissively, a trace of contempt on his face, and immediately replied, Trying to cozy up to someone who's giving you the cold shoulder and you still don't have the sense to get lost. I'm embarrassed for you. Being mocked repeatedly, Tang Wei's face darkened and he said angrily, Who is this nobody? How dare you be so disrespectful to me? The moment he saw Mo Chen, the old grandfather's face turned pale with fear and he hurriedly whispered, Wait, he's Mo Chen of the Dark Extremity Immortal Sect. Hearing this, Tang Wei looked bewildered. What's that? The old grandfather pondered, then told Tang Wei everything he knew. A demonic immortal who cultivates dark-type immortal arts and was once my enemy. During the Immortal World War I used my position for personal gain, gathered a group of immortal Dao masters to besiege him, beat him to a pulp and sent him falling into the mortal world. At this point the old grandfather gritted his teeth and continued. I originally wanted to kill him, but the bastard was extremely cunning. He used a burst of half his demonic energy to save his own life, and because of his sneak attack I was struck down to the lower realm. Having lost his main soul, he shouldn't have been able to survive for long in the mortal world. Perhaps it was the price of sacrificing half his demonic artifacts and immortal-level soul that allowed him to cling to life. On the other side, Mo Chen looked at Tang Wei's expression and was already laughing smugly. After hearing the story, Tang Wei flexed his wrists, preparing to act. In that case, I'll finish him off right here and avenge your sneak attack. The old grandfather was horrified and quickly stopped him. No, looking at his current recovery state, he must have eaten more than one spirit embryo human flower pill. The spirit embryo human flower pill is a treasure among treasures, extremely precious even in the immortal world. As he spoke, the old grandfather turned his gaze to Lin Ning. See the girl next to that old fellow? She has the bloodline of the hidden emperor, and managed to get him 2 human flower pills at such a young age. This girl must also be a once-in-a-century son of heaven's mandate, and her luck is probably no less than yours. Tang Wei stared at her, his eyes gradually turning cold. He said sternly, Then we can't let her live. At this moment the old grandfather, after careful consideration, said, As a dark-type demonic cultivator, she is in tune with the attributes of this place, possessing both timing and geographical advantages. We can't defeat her. Hearing this, Tang Wei murmured in a low voice, Letting the tiger return to the mountain will lead to endless trouble. Just then, the old grandfather flicked his finger, sending out a small insect, and said, Don't worry, watch my immortal art. It flew silently towards Lin Ning. Mo Chen impatiently shouted, What are you mumbling about over there? Are you having a schizophrenic episode? The small insect had already landed quietly on Lin Ning's back. Tang Wei replied arrogantly, Fire Sea King, since you won't give me face and reject such a prime opportunity, I won't insist. With that he turned and disappeared. Lu Fei watched his retreating back and said with a sneer, He's gone. Now tell me, what are the intentions of you few for coming here? You want to challenge me too? Mo Chen pointed at him frankly and replied coldly, Submit? Lu Fei, questioning his own existence, was stunned for a moment, then burst into a fit of laughter. Do you know who that guy who just left was? But Mo Chen couldn't care less and continued nonchalantly, Whoever wants to submit can submit. Lu Fei immediately pointed in the direction Tang Wei had left and shouted, He is Tang Wei, the sect master of the Myriad Flowers Immortal Sect, a renowned figure, but so what? Wasn't he still driven away by me? You few rogue cultivators from who knows where dare to put on airs in front of me. Mo Chen laughed loudly, then glanced at Lin Ning and gave a nod. Lin Ning immediately understood, unleashed her power, and charged forward to attack. Lu Fei was furious and also began to move, enunciating each word sternly, Dark-type arts, who gave you the confidence to think you can defeat me? In the next second Lu Fei immediately cast a nether fire spell. Ghostly flames burned fiercely, pressing down on the space as they rushed towards Lin Ning. The force made her a little uncomfortable and she waved her hand to cover her eyes, but she quickly and easily dispelled the spell, channeling her power without hesitation. Seeing this, Zhu Si and the other two were scared out of their wits, shouting in disbelief, That's… Lu Fei's expression also changed drastically. He recognized the circumheavenly light ritual, and his gaze was fixed on Lin Ning as he questioned her warily. Who are you? Why do you know the long-lost ultimate dark-type defensive art of the Tungming domain, the circumheavenly light ritual? Lin Ning gently raised her hand and a void-like black hole suddenly appeared in her palm, sucking up all of Lu Fei's nether fire. At this moment he looked at himself in terror, his killing intent immediately showing on his face. On the other side Zhu Si and the others stood frozen, horrified. She actually suppressed the Fire Sea King's ghostly nether fire. Fei was extremely vigilant at this moment, saying coldly, Attacking me by surprise, you've got some skills, little girl. But he roared and once again unleashed his full flames. Don't think you're invincible just because you found a lost manual. In an instant Lu Fei's aura surged and ghostly flames blotted out the sky. He roared again. It's appeared, the Fire Sea King's ultimate move, the ultimate form, Kui-faced Yama. From a distance Wang Lu Fei saw this and blurted out in fear, This is bad. There's a major realm gap after all. She's no match on this side. Mo Chen's lips curled up into a sinister smile. His hand hidden behind his back was already secretly making a move. In the blink of an eye the Fire Sea King's flames dissipated by more than half. Lu Fei's eyes widened in fear as he screamed, What happened? Immediately after, the pressure around him climbed crazily. The ground shook and the gravity seemed to have increased 100-fold. The terrifying force gripped Lu Fei's body tightly, causing his pained screams to echo through the valley. Spare me, spare my wretched life. Mo Chen stood leisurely behind Lin Ning and laughed coldly. How about it? Do you submit? He quickly shouted, I submit, I submit, I submit. Hearing this, Mo Chen turned to her and said, All right, Ning Ning, let him go. But Lin Ning had lost control at this point, her body filled with an evil aura, and she wanted to attack him. Mo Chen immediately stepped forward, waving his hand in front of her, trying to wake her up. Hey Ning Ning, that's enough. Lin Ning turned her head, her gaze as cold as a blade, sweeping straight towards him. But after just a moment she suddenly came to her senses and said sheepishly, I lost control for a moment just now, I'm sorry master. On the other side however, Lu Fei was already scared to the point of foaming at the mouth, collapsed on the ground and trembling. Zhu Si and the other two ran over, helping him up while sighing. If you had just said you submitted earlier, you wouldn't have had to take this beating. Mo Chen glanced at Lin Ning, a flash of admiration in his eyes, thinking, This girl Ning Ning has high aptitude and a ruthless mentality. She's truly good material for a demonic cultivator. Lu Fei sat up in a sorry state, his tone full of resentment. It's not enough to just defeat me, you also have to take down that Yan Chong to be considered number one in the Tungming domain. Mo Chen then asked, Is he even stronger than you? Hearing this he replied, Although my cultivation is only slightly weaker than the 3 saints of Wushang, if I really fought Yan Chong to the death I would be no match. Don't be fooled by his cultivation being only at the peak of the saint entry stage. His constitution and aptitude are extremely high. Let alone me, even if any one of the 3 saints of Wushang fought him one-on-one, they couldn't guarantee a win. As soon as his voice fell, a loud voice came from a distance calling for Lu Fei. Yan Chong had appeared. He ran over, shouting, I regret it. I must fight for this title of number 1 in the Tungming domain. Giving it to you would be very detrimental to my future growth. Did someone from the Myriad Flowers Immortal Sect come looking for you just now, wanting to cooperate? Lu Fei couldn't be bothered with him and answered casually, The people from the Myriad Flowers Immortal Sect just left. But you don't need to chase them because you can forget about the title of number 1 in the Tungming domain. He was stunned and asked in confusion, What did you say? Lu Fei pointed to Lin Ning in the distance and introduced, The title of number 1 in the Tungming domain is hers now, you can't beat her. Yan Chang's eyes widened. He secretly channeled his aura to investigate, his heart filled with vigilance. This woman's constitution is no worse than mine. If I let her live she will be a great threat in the future. Not knowing what was good for him, he immediately rushed forward, wanting to take the opportunity to eliminate her. he roared, "No need to hold back." Then he charged forward to grab her, but just as he lifted his foot, the entire space around Yan Chong suddenly froze and the gravity pressed down on him, rendering his whole body immobile. At this he turned pale with fright. "My cultivation has been suppressed again," Mo Chen sneered and gave the order. "Ning Ning, finish him." Lin Ning's killing intent was now at its peak. A cruel smile appeared on her face as she struck ruthlessly. With just one move, Yan Chong was utterly defeated. Lu Fei, Zhu Si and the others went to help him up, sighing, "You fool, still dare to be arrogant?" Mo Chen looked at the crowd calmly and smiled faintly. "All right, is there anyone else who doesn't submit?" The crowd kowtowed in unison, shouting, "We submit, we submit. From now on, Miss Lin Ning is our big sister in the Tongming domain. Whoever doesn't submit, I'll be the first to deal with them. We will only listen to Miss Lin Ning." On Zhang Cheng's side, a report sounded. Follower Lin Ning has made a name for herself in the Tongming domain, gaining over 2 million points. He grinned from ear to ear. Ning Ning is open for business too. Down below, the host's announcement rang out, "Let's welcome the contestant." Yanni Sect's Ran Fei take the stage. Below the stage, Ran Fei appeared, her demeanor truly extraordinary. Just then, a cold system notification sounded. "A new item has been updated in the point shop. Please check it." Zhang Cheng's face was full of excitement. "It's finally updated." He immediately opened the shop, and the moment he saw the new item list, his eyes lit up like car headlights. Observation skill, automatically acquired, not yet upgraded. Buy. The system immediately popped up a prompt. Observation level 2, the host can use the observation skill to probe the target's mental activities. Zhang Cheng was secretly pleased. "Isn't this just mind reading?" Beside him, Mu Ling pointed excitedly at the arena. "Ancestor, look, that's the strongest outer sect disciple sent by the Yanhe sect to compete at the 3rd level of the Dao Palace." Hearing this, he became serious and asked, "What's Zisho's cultivation level now?" Mu Ling immediately smiled fawningly and replied, "Thanks to your great fortune, Ancestor, by cultivating in the all-machine diagram every day, Zisho is now at the peak of the 9th level of Heavenly Fate. However, compared to her, he's still a little bit behind." Fearing Zhang Cheng's displeasure, he quickly added, "But with the blood transformation ring, this battle is a sure win." Zhang Cheng gave a wicked smile and thought, "This is a perfect chance to test this mind-reading skill and see what this old guy is really thinking." With that, he used the newly acquired observation skill, mind-reading. Instantly, the thoughts in Mu Ling's mind became clear. "No, Zisho is definitely no match. What should I do? Should I shamelessly ask the Ancestor for more resources? Will the Ancestor think we're completely useless?" These thoughts flashed through his mind repeatedly. "What if I ask and still lose? If we can't even handle the tasks the Ancestor assigns, won't it make us seem incompetent? Or maybe I should secretly ask Elder Ji for more resources behind the Ancestor's back." Zhang Cheng was a bit speechless, thinking, "I didn't expect this Duanmu Mu Ling to be someone who cares so much about face. In a world where everyone is shameless, he's truly a rare find." With that thought, he turned and called for Ling Han. She immediately came forward and asked, "What are your orders, Sect Master?" Zhang Cheng then instructed, "Look, the Yanhe Sect's contestant has a 3rd level Dao Palace cultivation. With Zisho's ability, do you think he has a chance?" As soon as he asked, Zisho on the other side had already patted his chest heroically and said confidently, "Ancestor, Zisho will definitely not bring shame to the sect and your name. Please rest assured, Ancestor." Hearing this, Mu Ling rushed over and gave him a resounding slap. "The Ancestor and Elder Ji are speaking. Is it your place to interrupt?" Ling Han thought for a moment, then gave a blunt assessment. "Zisho's constitution is mediocre and his cultivation is low. He's the most useless type of cultivator, even with the aid of the blood transformation ring. I'm afraid he's still no match." Hearing this, Zisho's heart was pierced. "Am I really that pathetic in your eyes?" But Ling Han added another sentence, "But thankfully the opponent is not invincible. If we give Zisho a few more good spiritual artifacts, there's still a chance of winning." He held his head, growing more desperate with every word. At this point she smiled gently. "If there's not enough rice, there's still soup." She paused, then added, "But we came in a hurry this time and didn't bring our inventory. The best spiritual artifact I have on hand is probably this blue jade light immortal robe." Suddenly his face flushed and he started dreaming again. "Elder Ji, is she going to give me her clothes to wear? She cares about me so much. I'm so happy." Zisho fantasized about the scene in his mind, feeling content. Zhang Cheng read his thoughts and his face turned green. He quickly stopped Zisho's wild imagination. "The Phaxian sect forbids the trade of second-hand goods." Helpless, he frowned slightly and took out a ring, saying, "It's just spiritual artifacts, right? Let me see." Zhang Cheng looked at the ring in his hand, lost in thought for a long time. Ling Han hurried over and asked, "What's wrong, Sect Master?" He sighed and answered her, "It's my damn OCD. The last time I organized the storage ring, I sorted everything. This ring only has hats, but it's fine, I have my ways." As he spoke, his face was already written with the word scheming. At this moment in the arena, the commentator's voice rang out excitedly. "It's clear that the Yanhe sect disciples' fundamental skills are quite solid. I believe the vast majority of cultivators would be unable to dodge this surprise attack." Ran Fei brandished her fire sword, and the fierce killing move set the entire stage ablaze with raging fire. The commentator excitedly chimed in, "Betting everything on such a powerful move with all her strength. This is what you call a bao hu he ma sound. The heat has even reached the stands. The audience has to dodge." The opponent was instantly defeated with just one move. The commentator shouted again, "A one-hit kill, truly the strength of the #1 sect in the Sancho domain." At this moment Ran Fei's eyes were filled with hatred, staring intently at Zhang Cheng and the others. Seeing this, he was puzzled again. Why is this girl glaring over here with so much resentment and killing intent? I don't remember provoking anyone from the Yanhe sect. At this point she gritted her teeth so hard they audibly ground together, and she enunciated each word. Duanmu Zisho, I will absolutely not let you go, the commentator continued to announce loudly. Next we invite the contestant from the Duanmu family, Duanmu Zisho, to face Zhu Ding of the Daifeng Tower. Zhang Cheng turned his head and asked, Are you confident about this match? He said confidently. Rest assured, Ancestor. Apart from Ran Fei of the Yanhe sect, the other opponents are no pressure at all. Hearing this, he was satisfied and instructed, Good, then save your trump card for last. Don't reveal your strength too early. Zisho walked onto the stage. He brushed past Ran Fei, but in the next second he turned to look back only to be met by her resentful gaze. However, his face turned slightly red. Zisho rubbed the back of his neck and thought, Why does this girl from the Yanhe sect look a little familiar? Just then, the commentator shouted, Both contestants to the stage, please prepare. The match begins. His opponent was Zhu Ding from the Daifeng Tower. As the bell rang, that guy immediately burrowed into the ground. It's appeared, the rare Earth Cultivation secret art Earth Wall Travel. An Earth Cultivator who has mastered Earth Wall Travel can appear and disappear like a ghost, making it impossible for the enemy to predict where they will emerge. However, breaking this move is also very easy. Just flying into the sky will allow one to easily dodge it. This is also why there are fewer and fewer Earth Cultivators. A few disciples from the Daifeng Tower became angry and started cursing, Damn it, is this host also providing commentary that slanders us? No, this is slandering Earth Cultivators. I protest this discrimination, this is blatant discrimination. From the stands, Weakling loudly instructed, Zisho, quick, try the new move the Ancestor just taught you. Zisho nodded blankly, indicating he understood. He then drew his sword and shouted, Cold Sky Sword Manual. In an instant the entire arena was covered in ice and snow, the ground frozen into a thick layer of ice. Suddenly Zhu Ding burst out from underground, charging straight at Zisho to attack. Seizing the opportunity, Zisho locked his gaze on the target. He slashed with his sword, turning Zhu Ding into an ice sculpture, unable to move again. Seeing this, the host shouted loudly, Zhu Ding of the Daifeng Tower has lost the ability to fight. Duanmu Zisho of the Duanmu family wins. Well then, the contestants for the finals have been decided. On this side, Zisho sheathed his sword, then heard the host say, Duanmu Zisho of the Duanmu family versus Ran Fei of the Yanhe sect. Hearing the call, Ran Fei quickly walked onto the stage. During this time, the host also took the opportunity to advertise, Players who want to bet, please place your bets quickly. The finals are about to begin. Once the two were in position, the host stood in the middle and announced loudly, The first Mortal World Martial Arts Tournament of the Physique Sect, the Sancho Domain Division finals now begin. The command was just given, and Zisho was still casually greeting her. Miss, for the face of a major sect, I, Zisho, will be offending you. However, as soon as his voice fell, he saw Ran Fei on the other side rushing over aggressively. Her eyes were filled with resentment and she ruthlessly kicked Zisho into the air. Weakling was about to go crazy with anger. He roared, That spawn of evil, that's our enemy. Why the hell are you being polite to her? Zisho was kicked into the air and crashed heavily onto the stage, sliding a long distance, causing both Zhang Cheng and Weakling to feel pained. He lay there without getting up, which made Ran Fei suspicious. Her hateful gaze was fixed on him as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Even Zhang Cheng was frightened by that look. Wow, what kind of grudge is this? He leaned closer to Weakling and asked, Tell me the truth, did your grandson do something to wrong that little girl? This is definitely a grudge. Weakling also answered with suspicion, I've never heard of it. Seeing Zisho not getting up, the host shouted, Contestant Duanmu Zisho seems to have lost the ability to fight. Meanwhile, on Dahuang's side, the first Mortal World Martial Arts Tournament of the Physique Sect, the Longtian Domain Division quarterfinals are about to begin. Organizer, Physique Sect. Contractor, Sha Tianmen. The host on the stage briefly introduced Sha Tianmen. The contractor, Sha Tianmen, has a history of over 600,000 years, specializing in wind and earth dual systems and is the #1 sect in the Longtian domain. The entry benefits are generous, and the sect has a long-term strategic partnership with the #1 sect in the mortal world, the Myriad Flowers Immortal sect. They occupy and can mobilize a large amount of resources from the Shanghua domain, the Sancho domain, and the Longtian domain. Those interested in joining, please go to the sect's recruitment area after the tournament to register for the test. Dahuang's face turned red with anger after hearing this. At this moment, someone in the team said with a smile, Elder Zhang, don't you think it would have been fine to just let us local sects handle this competition? Look how much trouble and cost it has saved you now. Dahuang was choked with anger. He thought, Shan Qin of the Evil Finger Thunder Sect in Guangping Prefecture, this old fellow has ill intentions, stealing all the limelight from our Physique Sect. The host on stage continued, Next I will introduce the contestants for this competition. Shan Qin of the Evil Finger Thunder Sect from Guangping Prefecture, Niu Ben of the Golden Cauldron Sect from Changping Prefecture, Lu Ji of the Mo Yin Sect from Shaohei Prefecture, and Duan Qianqin, who was once a rogue cultivator in the Longtian domain. She has now joined the Physique Sect of the Tinling domain. As soon as her name was mentioned, the entire stand fell almost silent, with everyone looking at her with murderous intent. Qianqin was annoyed by the stares and snorted coldly. "Dare to scare me, I'll make all you betters lose later." The competition began quickly, and one opponent after another was defeated by Qianqin. She proudly raised her fist, which was equipped with countless treasured artifacts. Dahuang. Qianqin wins and enters the finals, the host excitedly continued to introduce. "Finally, it's time for the finals. Please welcome the challenger and inner sect disciple of Sha Tianmen, the #1 genius of constitution in the Longtian domain, Feng Zuosai." On the other side, Dahuang said angrily, "Just one match. The winner becomes the champion, the loser becomes the runner-up. Damn shameless bastards, what kind of bullshit competition rule is this? Isn't this just blatant backdoor dealing?" Unfortunately, the sect master of Sha Tianmen overheard this. He sneered, "That's because we can't afford to lose." Dahuang was startled, thinking, "Damn it, he heard me." He gritted his teeth and snorted contemptuously. "So confident, just wait to be slapped in the face." Back to the battle between Zisho and Ran Fei. The host said excitedly, "It seems the winner has been decided." She even rushed over to count to 3 to determine the winner. Suddenly Ling Han's voice rang out, "Duanmu Zisho, stand up, continue to fight for the honor of the sect." She stood there shouting, stunning her own family. However, unexpectedly, her words worked. Zisho, who was paralyzed on the ground a second ago, stood up the next, his whole body filled with determination. Impossible. Ran Fei looked at that power, her face turning ashen, full of vigilance. Zisho was like a madman at this moment. He shouted loudly, "I can't let Elder Ji down." Hearing Zisho say this, Ran Fei seemed to be triggered. She shouted loudly, "You bastard!" Tears uncontrollably slid from the corners of her eyes. She rushed up and punched Zisho, sending him flying out of the arena. Weakling couldn't accept it and quickly chased after him, urging, "Use the ultimate move the ancestor taught you." These words seemed to wake Zisho up. From a distance it looked like a pine tree had grown on his figure. The audience in the stands was dumbfounded, not understanding what it was. Ran Fei was also startled. On the other side, Zisho was wearing dozens of hats on his head. He seemed to have lost consciousness, constantly shouting, "I absolutely cannot let Ji Lingen down, absolutely not." At this point, Zisho's head was already equipped with the purple cloud scholar's cap, the green headscarf, the crane west crown, and the pagoda square scarf, all of which were treasured artifacts. Zhang Cheng watched, feeling very uncomfortable, as if he had been cuckolded. He roared angrily, "Kid, you dare to covet our little Ji!" One would think Zhang Cheng's anger was enough, but Ran Fei on the stage was even angrier than him. She was surrounded by fiery anger, constantly roaring, "Ji Lingen, all you know is Ji Lingen." However, when her attack came, the power of the treasured artifacts helped Zisho block it. Ran Fei was sent flying by a counterpunch. She collapsed on the ground as if she had broken down, covering her face. "You hit me again?" Ran Fei picked up her sword again, tears streaming down her face, and shouted, "I'll fight you to the death." Then she rushed up and attacked frantically. Zhang Cheng watched with a bewildered expression, thinking, what on earth is going on? Why is that girl even more furious than I am? He used his eye of observation to look at Ran Fei and immediately saw her from decades ago, back at the Duanmu family in Qinglan Prefecture. At that time, Ran Fei was still a naive young girl who came to sign up. From the other side, a report was heard. "The mini-test for the Qinglan Prefecture disciples has concluded successfully. Everyone should continue to cultivate diligently after returning and not slack off." While listening, Ran Fei suddenly saw Zisho in the distance. Her face immediately blushed with shyness, full of joy. At that time, Duanmu Huang, the head of the Duanmu family, was talking with Taoist Master Gui Yan, the sect master of the Qiri sect. He laughed and said, "Family head Duanmu, about the matter of the marriage alliance between our two sects, shouldn't it be about time to settle it?" Mu Huang nodded with a smile and replied, "Yes, Zisho is indeed at the age where he should marry. The alliance between our two families turning enemies into friends is a great blessing for the cultivators of Qinglan Prefecture." At this moment, Zisho and Ran Fei walked in. Mu Huang turned his head and called out, "Zisho, come here." Gui Yan also called out, "Ran Fei, you're here too." Subsequently, the matter of the marriage alliance was brought up. The two, meeting for the first time, had a rather good impression of each other. Seeing this, the two old family heads laughed heartily. "It's settled then. We'll pick a date for the wedding." Just then, a disciple came in to report, "The people from the Physique sect have arrived." Upon hearing this, Elder Fei Tongzu of the Qiri sect let out a cold snort and commented, "This junior of yours really knows how to put on airs. Always arriving last." Mu Huang could only smile awkwardly and explain, "Their location is remote and it's in a sealed land, please forgive them." Soon after, Ling Han walked in and was unfortunately noticed by Zisho. Seeing her beautiful face and otherworldly temperament, Zisho was deeply captivated, his gaze firmly fixed on Ling Han from then on. A few days later, bad news reached the Qiri sect. Gui Yan roared in anger, "What did you say? Those bastards from the Duanmu family?" Ran Fei, who was cultivating, heard the commotion and was quickly summoned. Ran Fei bowed her head in salute. "Sect Master, Great Elder, is there something you need from me?" Gui Yan sighed and delivered the bad news. "Duanmu Zisho already has someone in his heart and does not agree to this marriage. Therefore, the Duanmu family has arranged for Duanmu Zijing to marry you. What do you think?" An image of Duanmu Zijing was then projected. But what was the difference between him and a water monster? Of course, Ran Fei didn't believe it. She patted her chest and said confidently, "Zisho clearly likes me, I can feel it. Can you tell me who his beloved is? Is it that female disciple from the Physique sect?" As if she had guessed their thoughts, the two exchanged a look and didn't answer. However, this silence was an admission in itself. Ran Fei was thunderstruck. She lowered her head and said, "I understand." Gui Yan could only console her. "Don't be angry. The matter is settled. Go and prepare. We'll proceed on the auspicious day." That night, Ran Fei planned to climb the wall and escape. She glanced back at the cheery Sect angrily. "I don't want to be a sacrifice for your alliance." With those words, she turned and left. All of this was seen by Zhang Cheng. As if he were fighting for Ran Fei's justice, he roared in anger, "HMPH, I never thought you'd be such an ungrateful scumbag. Little girl, go up and beat him. That pretty boy deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Who does he think he is, daring to be a bigger scumbag than me?" These words left Mu Huang and the others utterly confused, and they looked back in astonishment. Zisho, competing on the other side, heard this and turned back, asking in confusion, "Ancestor, why are you cheering for her?" Zhang Cheng's face darkened. He pointed at Ran Fei and reminded him, "Look who the girl opposite you is. Have you completely forgotten?" Hearing this, Zisho looked back at Ran Fei, puzzled and bewildered. Instantly, from that murderous face, Zisho remembered the young girl from the cheery Sect all those years ago. He couldn't believe his eyes and cried out, "You are?" The memory returned to that year when Zisho mustered the courage to see Mu Huang and said, "Family head, Zisho already has someone else in his heart." Mu Huang was fuming with rage and reprimanded him loudly. "You bastard, I have already promised Taoist Master Gui Yan. How can we go back on our word just like that? Tell me, who do you like? Who could be better than Miss Ran Fei of the cheery Sect?" Zisho blushed and answered in a small voice, "Miss Ji from the Physique Sect." At the mention of this name, Mu Huang paused for a moment and asked, "Ji Lingen," he calculated in his heart. "That Ji Lingen has excellent aptitude. She's truly a good prospect. The people of the Physique Sect have low cultivation and haven't noticed yet. I'll take this opportunity to have Zisho marry her and become a daughter-in-law of our Duanmu family. In the future, she'll give birth to a few descendants with top-tier aptitude. In less than 100 years, my Duanmu family will surely surpass the cheery Sect and become the #1 sect in Qinglan Prefecture." Thinking this, Mu Huang sighed and replied, "Forget it. You can't force a melon to be sweet. In that case, I will arrange for Zijing and Ran Fei to be a pair. From now on, you must be wholeheartedly devoted to Ji Lingen. You must absolutely not make her angry. Do you hear me?" Having received permission, Zisho was ecstatic. "Thank you, family head, for making this happen. Zisho will never dare to disobey the family head's command." The awakened memories came flooding back. He said blankly, "Ran Fei, I was wondering why that name sounded so familiar." Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng's lungs were about to explode with anger. He cursed, "Damn it, you can even forget the name of your first love. You're truly a hopeless scumbag." A trace of heartache in his eyes, Zisho looked at Ran Fei and asked, "Did you go to the Yanhe sect afterward?" Ran Fei replied angrily, "What else? If I didn't leave, was I supposed to marry a short, ugly and useless younger brother?" Hearing Ran Fei insult his appearance so harshly, Duanmu Zijing in the distance felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Ran Fei pointed her sword at Zisho and said with grievance, "I cultivated diligently to become one of the strongest disciples of the Yanhe sect, just so that one day I could humiliate you and make you regret it." At this moment, the crimson tide began to recede. Zisho shielded his eyes with his hand, feeling uncomfortable. "This sunset is so harsh." Just then, Taoist Master Qian laughed loudly. "The auspicious time has come, Ran Fei. The heavens are on my side. Quickly kill that kid from the Duanmu family." Hearing this, Zhang Cheng shouted angrily, "Hey, what do you mean? Are you inciting your own disciple to kill her opponent?" Qian laughed loudly and pointed at Zhang Cheng. "Not just him. All of you will die here today. Ran Fei, do it." Suddenly, as if remembering something, Mu Huang clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Wait, the crimson tide, this is bad, ancestor, something terrible has happened." Mu Huang pointed at the sun and said, "I was wondering why they insisted on finishing the competition today. It turns out they calculated that there would be a crimson tide today." Zhang Cheng was still puzzled and asked, "What's wrong with the crimson tide? It's quite beautiful." Mu Huang explained anxiously, "You don't know, ancestor. The guardian formation of the Yanhe sect is called the Circumheavenly Flame River Formation. This formation has a special characteristic. Wherever there is a crimson tide, it can be remotely summoned to attack." As soon as his voice fell in the distance, dozens of Yanhe sect members rushed up from below, and pillars of fire shot out from their bodies, completely surrounding the entire arena. Mu Huang said angrily, "Damn it, I was right." On the other side, the old man Qian smiled smugly and ordered, "I'll form the head. Circumheavenly Flame River Formation, activate." The light from the formation was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes, and its power made everyone hold their breath. Ran Fei covered her eyes and shouted to stop them. "Taoist Master, wait, Ran Fei can win. Please, Taoist Master, for my sake, spare Zisho's life, will you?" But to her surprise, Qian sternly condemned her. "Wicked disciple, get out of the way. Not a single person from the Duanmu family or the Physique sect can be left alive." Ran Fei did not back down, instead shielding Zisho. "I won't. If you don't agree, I am willing to die with Zisho." These words greatly shocked Zisho while Qian was enraged. He attacked without mercy. "Then you can die together." Zisho hurriedly rushed forward, shielding Ran Fei. "Get behind me." He drew his sword and unleashed the Cold Sky Sword Manual. Trying to resist the formation, however, how could Zisho's power possibly contend with an entire sect? He was knocked back, suffering serious injuries. Qian sneered, a smug look in his eyes. A mere heavenly fate realm cultivation, and you dare to take my grand formation head-on? This strike will take your dog life. Ran Fei anxiously helped Zisho up and the two embraced to face the blow, but just then, Zhang Cheng made his move. He rushed forward to block the attack. You old dog, what kind of skill is it to bully your juniors? Let this venerable one play with you. Qian was quite surprised to see this. He taunted. What? I thought you'd hide behind the Duanmu family to escape. You came looking for it yourself? Kill him. He immediately launched an attack. Mu Huang warned loudly. Ancestor, dodge quickly. A strike from the circumheavenly flame river formation with the advantage of the heavens. Even a peak saint stage expert can't block it. But Zhang Cheng didn't dodge. He was engulfed by the attack from the flame river formation. A moment later the attack gradually dissipated, and the crowd looked on anxiously. Mu Huang asked worriedly, Ancestor, is he alright? Ling Han comforted him. It's fine, the sect master has been through this many times. But when they looked at where Zhang Cheng had been standing, only a patch of scorched black remained. Zhang Cheng had been blasted into nothingness. Mu Huang was stunned, shouting in disbelief, the ancestor has been burned to ashes. Just then the system appeared again, its mechanical voice ringing out, Host death detected 1N. Cher and Ling Han couldn't believe their eyes. They screamed in shock. Sect master, only Lan Ti remained firm in her belief in Zhang Cheng. The sect master will be fine. I once saw him explode and die with my own eyes, only to revive a moment later completely unharmed. Mu Huang angrily roared at the Yanhe sect group. Qian, we have no grudge against you. Do you really have to be so ruthless? Qian glanced at him with utter contempt and said, If you want to die, blame yourselves for not having eyes and picking the wrong side. After dealing with you, I can go to Sect Master Tang to collect my reward. With that, he burst into smug laughter. On this side, Zhang Cheng was brought into the system space. A prompt appeared. Host death detected 1-3. Cause of death, killed by grand formation. Killers, Taoist Master Qian, various Yanhe sect cultivators. Generating survival plan, please wait. A moment later a bright red prompt appeared. Host cultivation has been raised to Saint Stage level 9 to ensure the host can survive the circumheavenly flame river formation next time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up and he asked, What? A direct cultivation boost? It's been a long time since I got an upgrade upon revival. System, you're growing a conscience, huh? The system simply gave a cold notification. Host is about to revive. A flash of light passed and Zhang Cheng stood proudly in the arena, completely unscathed. He pointed angrily at the Yanhe sect crowd and shouted, Old dog pulling dirty tricks in a competition. You have even less martial virtue than me. Seeing Zhang Cheng, Qian shouted in disbelief. How is this possible? Wait, something's not right. He quickly noticed the change in Zhang Cheng. He has the cultivation of a peak saint stage expert. He's been hiding his strength. On this side, Zhang Cheng drew his sword and charged forward menacingly. Old dog, I didn't want to target your Yanhe sect, but since you're so ruthless, that suits me just fine. He swung his sword and shouted, Heaven-melting morning sun. Seeing this, Qian shouted in terror, Damn it, circumheavenly flame river formation, activate again. Searing attacks rained down directly on Zhang Cheng. Thanks to the heaven-melting morning sun, the attack didn't harm him. He even snorted coldly and said contemptuously, I'm at the peak of the saint stage now. Dealing with you should be a piece of cake, right? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Cheng's eyes widened. The flame river formation had actually defeated the heaven-melting morning sun. Zhang Cheng cried out in panic. Holy crap, I can't beat it. Zhang Cheng's power was burned away by the scorching heat of the blazing sun. He clutched his chest, gasping for breath. What the hell, why can't I still win, you stupid system? What kind of crappy plan did you give me? Above, Qian had also consumed a lot of energy with that attack, but seeing Zhang Cheng below had exhausted his spiritual power, he seized the opportunity. This boy must not be allowed to live. Quick, the Yanhe sect members continuously cast the lamplight sword manual at Zhang Cheng, sending him straight back to his maker. Zhang Cheng's soul returned to the system space once again. A prompt appeared. Host death detected 2-3. Cause of death, killed. Killers, Taoist Master Qian, Taoist Master Qisho. Generating survival plan, please wait. Having died for the same reason twice, Zhang Cheng was furious and began to curse. Stupid system, what kind of crappy plan did you give me? Why did I die twice? This is so embarrassing. The system replied coldly, answering the host's question. After revival, the host's strength was sufficient to defeat the opponent. Being defeated was purely because the host is used to being arrogant, lacks real combat experience and has no fighting spirit. The host does not reflect on himself, but instead complains about the system. What a useless piece of trash. Deduction successful. Current points, 6,951,395. Zhang Cheng looked on, feeling unable to refute. The system continued to complain, dissatisfied. Because the host is too stupid, for the sake of caution, arranging for the host to obtain one indestructible golden body talisman. Upon use, it grants an indestructible golden body for 5 minutes. The system kept on complaining. Having a host like Brother Cheng family who gets it, I'm so done. The host is just a naive simpleton. I mean, he's clearly the one who sucks. But he needs this system to spoon-feed him everything, and then he complains he can't chew, can't take the slightest grievance. I'm so done. Save me, I really want to just let him fend for himself. After reading the system's frantic rant, Zhang Cheng roared in anger, What the hell, you stupid system, you're ad-libbing again, can't you learn something good for once? Having complained enough, the system finally revived Zhang Cheng. Outside, Zhang Cheng's body suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Qian shouted in confusion, No matter what tricks you pull in the face of the absolute power of the circumheavenly flame river formation, it's all futile. The moment his voice fell, Zhang Cheng suddenly appeared behind him. He took out the talisman and said irritably, "Old dog, you made me lose face twice in front of so many people." Qian was startled. He turned around and cried out in disbelief. "How is this possible?" Seeing him safe and sound, Lan Di and the others were overjoyed. "Sect Master, that's great." The Sect Master really did have another trick up his sleeve. Qian ordered the Sect elders and disciples to activate the circumheavenly flame river formation again. On the other side, Zhang Cheng quickly burned the talisman. A treasured light protected his entire body, and none of the attacks could harm him in the slightest. This time, Qian could no longer be confident. He stared wide-eyed. "How is this possible?" Zhang Cheng turned to Ran Fei and said, "Miss Ran Fei, if I were to make you the Sect Master of the Yanhe Sect, would you be interested?" Ran Fei was a bit dazed by this sudden question. "What?" Meanwhile, Qian on the other side had reached the peak of his anger. His eyes were red and bloodshot as he roared, "Stop talking big. Who do you think you are? You think you can interfere in our sect's affairs? Prepare to die." Zhang Cheng coldly used the fierce dragon's remnant soul, and black shadows swiftly entangled the disciples of the Yanhe sect. They screamed in terror, "What is this thing? Get away from me." Their power was gradually being severed. An elder recognized it and warned loudly, "Damn it, what is that thing? It's interfering with the formation's eyes, breaking our grand formation." Without giving the Yanhe sect members time to react, Zhang Cheng continued to suppress them with Azure Dragon's might, instantly suppressing the cultivation of everyone present. Lan Di said uncomfortably, "What strong pressure? Everyone's cultivation has been greatly suppressed." Then Zhang Cheng continued to use treading the wind and walking the clouds, flying up into the heavens. He laughed smugly. "I've never used this self-created move before. Today is the first time. You're lucky to witness it, old dog." Bloodline talent, treading the wind and walking the clouds, beginner level activated. For every 10,000 meters ascended, strength increases by 10 with a cap of 100. Current altitude 40,000 meters. Strength increased by 40. Qian and the others looked up at Zhang Cheng. Where did that guy go? Immediately after, a beam of light pierced through the clouds, accompanied by a deafening shout. "True heaven melting morning sun sword Ju!" In just an instant the entire arena was blown apart. Zhang Cheng's attack, like a thunderbolt, sent all the Yanhe sect members flying. They rained down onto the arena. Seeing this, Ran Fei's compassion was stirred, and she called out anxiously, "Sect Master, elders." Zhang Cheng descended from the sky. He said seriously, "Miss Ran Fei, this group of people didn't care about your life or death at all. They even wanted you to die with them. Their deaths are not to be pitied. By the way, about becoming the Sect Master of the Yanhe sect, have you thought it over?" Ran Fei stammered, not knowing what to choose. Suddenly Zhang Cheng shouted loudly, "Zisho!" He was startled and quickly yelled, "Ancestor, I'm here." Zhang Cheng questioned Zisho angrily. "That girl was deeply in love with you, yet you scumbag failed her. I'll arrange your marriage right now. You will assist Ran Fei in managing the Yanhe sect in the future. From now on you must act with prudence, not rashly, and don't you dare think about our little G anymore." Zisho was terrified by the scolding and kowtowed repeatedly. "I wouldn't dare to have improper thoughts about Elder G." Then Zhang Cheng turned to the Yanhe sect members and shouted, "Listen up, people of the Yanhe sect. Taoist Master Chisho and other despicable scoundrels used dirty tricks during the competition and have now been punished by me. How can such people who have no martial virtue lead the Yanhe sect to glory? Therefore from now on Ran Fei will be the Sect Master of the Yanhe sect. Does anyone object?" The remaining disciples, some kneeling, some kowtowing, said repeatedly, "We submit, we definitely submit." Then they turned to Ran Fei and kowtowed, "We pay our respects to Sect Master Ran. We pay our respects to Ancestor Zhang." Zhang Cheng was very satisfied with this attitude. Good, from now on the Duanmu family and the Yanhe sect are joined by marriage. There will be no more great sect disputes in the Sancho domain. All cultivators from all sects must cultivate diligently and work together to create a bright future for the Sancho domain. After settling matters, a notification suddenly came from the system. Zhang Cheng perked up his ears in anticipation. "Let's see who's sending me points this time." But when he heard the news from the system, Zhang Cheng's expression immediately turned serious. A cold glint mixed with anger flashed in his eyes. How outrageous! The scene switched to the arena of the Physique sect's first martial arts tournament in the Longtian Domain Division, Tuiba Prefecture, Dahe Province. Qianqin's match was underway. The host announced loudly. "On this side is the young master of Sha Tianmen, Feng Zuosai, publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius of the Longtian domain. With good aptitude and the resource support of the #1 sect in the Longtian domain, he has gone through countless minor competitions and has never been defeated." Then she pointed to Qianqin and introduced, "But today's opponent is also no ordinary person. Although her strength is very ordinary, she carries the high-grade spiritual artifacts of the Physique sect. Physique sect outer disciple, Duan Qianqin." The host was also full of anticipation for this match. Her voice was filled with excitement. Faced with the opponent's shameless fighting style, can our genius youth win? Let's wait and see. The match begins. As soon as the command was given, Qianqin immediately rushed forward, slashing with a fully armed heaven-melting new moon sword Ju. Zuosai raised his hand to block the attack, and the blow left him panting from the exertion. Seeing the power of this strike, Dahuang looked provocatively at the Sha Tianmen group and asked, "How about it, how about it? Still think you can afford to lose?" Ming Si snorted coldly in reply, "Cheating. As if anyone doesn't know." At this moment Ming Bai shouted, "Zuosai, use the ultimate move." Upon hearing this, Dahuang sensed that something was wrong. On the other side, Zuosai took out 3 talismans. Dahuang recognized them at a glance and was stunned. It was a summoning talisman. The talismans were quickly ignited. Dahuang immediately turned and questioned the Sha Tianmen members. What is he trying to summon? A summoned beast? But the only response he got was the confident and smug smiles of Ming Bai and Ming Si. Suddenly, the 2 people sitting next to Dahuang both disappeared. Dahuang looked around blankly. Where did they go? Where are you guys? However, just a second later, Dahuang's face turned ashen. On the arena, the Sect Master and elders of Sha Tianmen were already standing behind Zuosai to support him. Dahuang was furious and cursed. "What's going on? What are you doing on the stage? Are you disrupting the competition?" Ming Bai stroked his beard and smiled smugly. "We are not disrupting the competition. We have signed a temporary Heavenly Dao contract with contestant Feng Zuosai. We are now the contestants summon spirit beasts." Then he turned his head and enunciated each word. "Feng Zuosai, spirit beast summon." As soon as his voice fell, they all rushed towards Qianqin. She was stunned for a moment, then cursed angrily, "You guys are so shameless." Qianqin waved her sword around in a panic. Heaven-melting new moon sword Ju. Fully armed, however, a young girl like Qianqin was no match for those old foxes. In an instant she was surrounded from behind. They attacked directly with the 8 winds shattering kill formation, trapping Qianqin. Dahuang shouted anxiously, "Foul, foul, the match is over." Qianqin was in agony from the formation's torment. She cried out, "Martial ancestor, save me." Hearing this, Ming Bai sneered in reply, "Tave you, he can't even save himself right now." On the other side, Dahuang was also surrounded by elders. He roared angrily, "Old dog, you're good. You had an ambush set up long ago." They also surrounded Dahuang with the 8 winds shattering kill formation. He could only protect himself, shouting in disbelief, "What are you doing? How dare you?" The power of the formation was too great. And Dahuang was beaten until he spat blood. Qianqin anxiously wanted to rush over to save him, but she herself was beaten black and blue by the formation on her side. Ming Si looked at the spectating crowd with murderous eyes and threatened, "Everyone here, listen up." Dahuang of the Physique sect disrupted the competition midway and refused to listen to reason. "So he has been killed by our sect's guardian formation. The result of this competition is fair, reasonable, and compliant with the rules. Anyone who objects can stand up now." How could those spectators dare to offend a major sect? They could only remain silent, not daring to look anymore. Qianqin was soon beaten unconscious. Ming Si looked at her, smiled contemptuously, and then ordered, "Men, take all the spiritual artifacts on her and put them in the treasure pavilion." Then he turned around and said smugly and loudly, "This way we have not only helped Sect Master Tang eradicate all of Physique Sect's businesses but also obtained so many high-grade spiritual artifacts. It's truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Men, go quickly and invite Sect Master Tang of the Myriad Flowers Immortal Sect, and tell him the good news." Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng, on the Duanmu family's side, received a notification from the system. Everyone has made progress. Reward 1,800 points. Current points 24,951,385. Main quest, unify the 3 realms. Already possess 1 sect, became the alliance leader of Feiyan Prefecture, became famous in Feiyan Prefecture, subdued 1 sect. Sect level has been raised to Sect Master level, became the alliance leader of the Tinling domain, became the alliance leader of the Jusheng domain, became the alliance leader of the Tungming domain. However, before he could enjoy the good news, bad news followed one after another. The system popped up 2 cold notifications. Follower Dahuang has died. Follower Duan Qianqin has died. Zhang Cheng's eyes instantly darkened. How outrageous! He immediately used a teleportation formation to go to their side. At this moment on the arena, only Dahuang and Qianqin were left lying on the ground exposed to the scorching sun and the elements. Looking at them, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. He quickly used his resurrection skill to revive Dahuang and Duan Qianqin. In less than a day he had consumed 3,600 points. The system displayed a notification of successful resurrection, and the current points were 23,947,795. After a while, Qianqin also woke up. She looked at her body and said in disbelief, "Wasn't I already killed by the guardian formation of Sha Tianmen?" Hearing this, Dahuang chuckled to himself. "Didn't I already tell you, our sect master has immortal arts that can bring the dead back to life?" However, when she looked at herself carefully, Qianqin blushed with shame. She screamed, "My clothes are gone and all my spiritual artifacts are gone too." Zhang Cheng frowned and asked for the full story. "What happened? The arena match was going fine. How did even you get killed?" With Zhang Cheng backing him up, Dahuang tearfully recounted the whole story. Those 8 bastards from Sha Tianmen must have seen that Qianqin had so many high-grade spiritual artifacts and became greedy. Not only did they cheat in the competition, but they also wanted to kill her for her wealth. "They are so vicious we must not spare them." The scene switched to Sha Tianmen. Dahuang quickly led Zhang Cheng to their doorstep. He stood at the entrance and cursed angrily, "You bunch of bastards, you stole my money and killed people from my sect. Get out here and face your death." Zhang Cheng, however, had lost his patience. He drew his sword and stepped forward, saying no need to waste words with him. I'm here to dig up their ancestral graves. With that, Zhang Cheng used the heaven-melting new moon sword Ju to strike Sha Tianmen directly. This attack shook the entire Sha Tianmen. Ming Bai rushed out furiously and shouted, "What's going on? Who dares to attack our sect?" A subordinate ran over in a panic to report. Reporting to the sect master, "It's those two from the Physique sect." Ming Bai turned his head and asked, "Which two?" The young disciple said fearfully. "The two who were killed by our grand formation in the arena." Ming Bai couldn't believe it. He asked in confusion, "Weren't they already killed?" The young disciple shook his head and said, "Somehow they came back to life and they brought a very strong helper." Hearing this, Ming Bai snorted coldly. He and Ming Si quickly rushed out, asking menacingly who the newcomers were. Zhang Cheng stood at the gate with his sword on his shoulder and said loudly, "You have a lot of nerve. My Physique sect kindly held an arena competition, yet not only did you cheat, you also dared to kill our people. Would it be too much for me to annihilate your sect?" As soon as Ming Si saw Zhang Cheng, he recognized him. His face turned ashen, and he said to Ming Bai, "He is the sect master of the Physique sect, Zhang Cheng." Ming Bai was surprised and asked, "The Tinling domain is tens of thousands of miles away from here. How could he have arrived so quickly?" At this moment, Ming Zi suddenly shouted, "Wait, I have something to say." Zhang Cheng, filled with murderous intent, retorted, "Something to say?" Immediately, several people from Sha Tianmen gathered together and shouted, "We respectfully request the presence of Sect Master Tang's manifestation." In the sky, a dazzling light appeared. Zhang Cheng impatiently blocked it with his hand, thinking, "What kind of trick is this?" Amidst the light, Tang Wei appeared. He reprimanded them with displeasure. "Didn't I tell you? Do not activate my manifestation unless absolutely necessary." What happened? The people from Sha Tianmen immediately showed expressions of fear and apologized. "It is already absolutely necessary, Sect Master Tang. The people from the Physique sect have come to our doorstep. We beg Sect Master Tang to help us." As soon as Tang Wei saw Zhang Cheng, he asked, "Are you that impressive figure, the sect master of the Physique sect, Zhang Cheng?" Wanhua behind Tang Wei spoke, "This kid has excellent aptitude, no worse than that young girl cultivating the dark element we met in the Tungming domain. What's been happening these past few years? Why are there so many children of the heavenly Tao?" Tang Wei asked in a low voice, "So what about this time? Can we fight?" Wanhua replied grimly, "In the Tungming domain we were at a disadvantage and dared not fight. But this is our home ground, we might as well kill him here to eliminate future trouble." Tang Wei said with some worry, "But I am only a manifestation now. My strength is less than half of my real body. Does Immortal Venerable have any immortal arts to assist me?" Wanhua chuckled and replied, "Rest assured, leave it to me." Then with a flick of his finger he cast an immortal art. The dazzling light made it impossible for Zhang Cheng to open his eyes. He hurriedly shielded his eyes and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" At this moment Tang Wei's image became clearer. Ming Si was stunned for a moment and shouted, "Sect Master Tang's manifestation has become solid. Is there such an immortal art in this world?" Ming Bai also shouted in disbelief. "This is equivalent to teleportation." The Sha Tianmen disciples behind them were in chaos, shouting, "Long live Sect Master Tang. With Sect Master Tang backing us, what's there to fear from the Physique sect?" Someone else shouted contemptuously, "Zhang Cheng, with Sect Master Tang here, let's see if you still dare to be presumptuous." Tang Wei became very arrogant from the praise. He half closed his eyes and even pretended to be humble, advising, "Don't underestimate the enemy. The opponent's aptitude and cultivation are comparable to mine. To eliminate him, I need you to cooperate with your grand formation." The disciples of Sha Tianmen immediately agreed in unison, "We will follow Sect Master Tang's arrangements." Someone pointed at Zhang Cheng and said, "Damn you, Zhang Cheng, die." Behind them, Wanhua snorted smugly, "Such a large piece of fat meat, the heavenly Tao is truly helping me." He pinched his fingers to calculate, thinking, "Once I help Tang Wei absorb this kid's fortune, returning to the celestial realm will only be a matter of time." But suddenly his eyes widened. Wanhua looked at the scene before him in disbelief. Tang Wei and the Sha Tianmen group had all been killed by Zhang Cheng. He broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes filled with vigilance as he looked at Zhang Cheng, saying in disbelief, "No, how is this possible?" Wanhua hurriedly rushed up to stop Tang Wei. "Wait, don't make a move," Tang Wei asked puzzled. "What's wrong?" Wanhua said urgently. "Something's not right. I just performed a divination, and it was a great misfortune. We cannot fight this battle." When Tang Wei heard this, his face immediately turned pale, his eyes widened in terror. "I have never seen Immortal Venerable so afraid. What is the background of this?" Zhang Cheng. On the other side, Zhang Cheng struck first. Before they could make a move, he swung his sword and shouted, "Heaven-melting new moon sword, Ju!" The sharp attack went straight for Tang Wei. He could only use his immortal art, myriad color-flowing splendor and terror, to form a barrier to protect himself. Zhang Cheng was a little surprised to see this, thinking, "He blocked my attack so easily. This Tang Wei is indeed formidable." Just then, a sandstorm swirled around Zhang Cheng, trapping him. When Tang Wei saw this, he was startled. He shouted in terror, "Damn it, wait, don't attack yet." But it was too late. The people from Sha Tianmen had already attacked Zhang Cheng with the 8 wind-shattering kill formation. Facing Sha Tianmen's guardian formation, Zhang Cheng just smiled contemptuously. Not only did he not fight back, but he prepared to take it head-on with another plan in mind. "Come on, let me see what plan the system gives me this time." But unexpectedly, Tang Wei's voice rang out at that moment, "Immortal art, myriad color-flowing splendor." Immediately, countless colorful lights shot out. dissipating all of Sha Tianmen's storms. Zhang Cheng couldn't believe it. He looked at Tang Wei with a puzzled expression. What the hell are you doing? Ming Bai didn't expect this either. He asked blankly, Sect Master Tang, what are you doing? Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Tang Wei could only breathe a sigh of relief and say, I was almost killed by you bunch of fools. And he looked at Zhang Cheng and spoke politely to make peace. Sect Master Zhang, your Physique sect is now considered a major power. You can't do something so disgraceful, can you? Hearing this, Zhang Cheng was furious and retorted, What the hell are you trying to guilt-trip me? And what do you mean disgraceful? At most I'm just shameless. Tang Wei defended Sha Tianmen. I know Sha Tianmen, although they are not virtuous sages, they are by no means flatterers. What did they do to make you attack their sect like a shrew without any regard for your dignity? Being called a shrew made Zhang Cheng even angrier. He retorted to Tang Wei, So what if I'm a shrew, compared to them cheating and killing people from my sect? If it were you, could you tolerate it? Dahuang chimed in from behind. That's right, they killed 2 of our people. But Tang Wei didn't believe it. He pointed at Dahuang and questioned, Forget it, aren't you two still standing here alive and kicking? Who killed you? Dahuang was fuming with rage. He gritted his teeth and beat his chest, saying, That's because our sect master has immortal arts that can bring people back from the dead. He revived both of us. What the hell do you know? These words stunned Tang Wei. He stammered, Resurrection. Ming Bai stepped forward from behind and whispered to Tang Wei, Sect Master Tang, they're not wrong. We killed them with our own hands, but for some reason they came back to life. Manhua also found it hard to believe. He said in shock, Resurrection? How is that possible? Even in the celestial realm, resurrecting someone is no easy feat. Even if he has an immortal guiding him from behind, it's impossible to revive 2 people of average aptitude in such a short time. He looked at Zhang Cheng warily and offered his own guess. It seems I was right to make you see reason. We don't know what other great opportunities he has. Let's not get entangled with him for now. Try to save the most basic face. It's not too late to find a better opportunity to seize his opportunities in the future. Tang Wei nodded in response. Understood. He turned around, looked at Ming Bai with sharp eyes, and questioned, If that's the case, why did you 2 kill those 2 disciples? Why did you cheat in the arena? Being questioned, Ming Bai was startled and hurriedly explained, Sect Master Tang, you've wronged me. How did we cheat? We followed the rules. As for killing the 2 from their sect, we had no choice. He also pointed at Dahuang and Qianqin and accused them, Swords have no eyes. Isn't it normal for there to be deaths and injuries in the arena? Life and death waivers were signed before the match. As for the elder of the Physique sect, he disrupted order and refused to listen to reason. We could only use the grand formation to subdue him. It was an accident that we used too much force and killed him. Hearing these sophistries, Dahuang was fuming with anger. He retorted, You're full of crap. You say I was disrupting order? You cheated and I can't even protest. Ming Bai was not to be outdone and retorted loudly, When did we cheat? Dahuang also joined the argument, accusing, All the elders of your entire sect got on the stage. A group of old men ganging up on a young girl. What is that if not cheating? Not only that, you also stole the good spiritual artifacts from our disciple. Hearing this, Ming Bai shrugged his shoulders and said with a matter-of-fact look, Our contestant used a summoning talisman. We were all his summoned beasts. The competition rules didn't say summoned beasts couldn't be used. This statement was indeed reasonable, leaving Dahuang speechless. He could only shout indignantly, You? He gritted his teeth in anger, but knew he was in the wrong, thinking, That seems to have some truth to it. Seeing the situation was not good, Zhang Cheng immediately rushed up and accused, You're just muddying the waters. Aren't you the ones who violated the rules? Ming Bai still refused to admit fault. He cupped his ear and said provocatively, Aren't you the ones who started muddying the waters first? Your contestant was dressed in a full set of top-grade spiritual artifacts, wearing spiritual rings like they were ordinary rings, with necklaces and jewelry hanging all over her neck. Which disciple can be so arrogant? You've lost all face just to win, haven't you? This was also a fact, leaving Zhang Cheng speechless. You seem to have a point too. On the other side, Dahuang, feeling he was in the wrong, flared up in anger again and said, Then you can't just blast me with your grand formation. I was just protesting. If there's a dispute, we can sit down and talk. Why did you have to go for the kill? This directly made Ming Bai feel guilty. He couldn't say anything more and could only think. You also seem to have a point. Seeing the stalemate where no one would back down but everyone was in the wrong, Tang Wei could only step forward with a headache to mediate. He shouted, But I understand, it's all a misunderstanding. Everyone is at fault. Why don't you give me some face and each take a step back? How about that? Tang Wei turned to point at Ming Bai and the others to pass judgment. Your enforcement was brutal and very unprofessional. Quickly return the spiritual artifacts you stole and compensate them for their emotional distress. Ming Bai asked fearfully, stammering, Compensation? How do we compensate? Tang Wei said sternly. Doesn't your Sha Tianmen still have a treasure, the 3 Rivers Jade? Compensate them with that. At the mention of this, Ming Bai's heart ached. He retorted defiantly, How can we do that? That's the treasured cornerstone of our Sha Tianmen. But Tang Wei just grabbed Ming Bai's collar with a murderous look and threatened, You greedy old man, just do as I say or everyone will be killed by you. After saying that, he whispered to comfort him, Rest assured, I will definitely have it returned to its original owner in the future. If I can't, I'll compensate you with my Tianhua sword. With this guarantee, Ming Bai's eyes lit up. How could I dare ask you to compensate? I'll do it. With a heart bleeding, he took out the treasured artifact 3 Rivers Jade and handed it to Zhang Cheng, saying, Sectmaster Zhang, here are all the spoils we obtained from your sect's disciple along with our sect's treasured cornerstone, the 3 Rivers Jade, all for you. I hope you, a great man, will forgive our petty transgressions and our disrespect. Zhang Cheng took the 3 Rivers Jade, his eyes lit up, and he replied with great satisfaction, the treasured artifact 3 Rivers Jade. Since that's the case, I won't press the matter. Since the result of the competition is disputed, let's both advance to the top 8 and settle it then. These words made Ming Bai tremble with anger, but he didn't dare say anything more. Zhang Cheng patted Tang Wei's shoulder in praise. You've exceeded my expectations. You're a pretty sensible kid. After speaking, he left with Zhang Hong and Qianqin, leaving behind the words, then we'll see each other on the competition field. After Zhang Cheng left, Tang Wei's face turned ashen, filled with anger, but he could only endure it. The few people from Sha Tianmen behind him also noticed, and they whispered among themselves, to dare speak to Sectmaster Tang like that, is this Zhang Cheng a fool? The person next to him replied, Sectmaster Tang actually endured it. Is this the Sectmaster Tang we know? However, as soon as the words were spoken, Tang Wei glanced at Ming Bai with murderous eyes, scaring him out of his wits. He turned to ask Wanhua, Immortal Venerable, what is the background of this kid that makes you so uneasy? Wanhua replied with suspicion and vigilance. I used the minor interchange art to see into the future. If we really fought that Zhang Cheng, you would all die here. Before we figure out his background, we'd better not act rashly. At this moment a sly calculation flashed in his eyes. Didn't he want to meet before the competition? Perfect. Zhang Cheng and the others returned to the Physique sect. The people in the sect were all very happy to see Zhang Cheng return. The Sectmaster is back. Greetings, Sectmaster. Greetings, Elder Ji. Greetings, Venerable Lan Ti. Greetings, Elder Zhang. As soon as Zhang Cheng returned, he called for Luo Yuan, who jumped out excitedly. Yes, Sectmaster, I'm here. Zhang Cheng asked, have all the disciples sent to the various prefectures returned? Luo Yuan replied, they're back. Many of them are back. At this moment, Mo Chen called out, Sectmaster. He excitedly showed off his results. Through my unremitting efforts, the Tungming domain is now the territory of our Physique sect. After speaking, he turned his head and coughed lightly, signaling Lu Fan and the others. Seeing this, they fearfully bowed their heads in salute. Lu Fan, Yan Chang, Tu Feng, Wang Lu, and Zhu Ji pay our respects to Sectmaster Zhang. We will only obey the commands of Elder Lin Ning, Elder Mo Chen, and Sectmaster Zhang. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng praised him with great satisfaction. Well done, Elder Mo Chen. You work faster than if I went myself, Mo Chen replied modestly. Not at all. We workers must be more specialized in these small matters than the Sectmaster, otherwise what would you need us for? As soon as his voice fell, a majestic voice came from above. Old bootlicker, you feel uncomfortable if you don't lick for a day, don't you? Zhang Cheng looked up, his eyes lit up. Above were Yan Hu and the others who had returned with the plate tortoise. Zhang Cheng couldn't hide his curiosity. Oh, he asked, what is this? Under the astonished and curious gazes of the crowd, the great king plate descended, and a prompt sounded from above. Please note transfer. A moment later, a group of people jumped down one after another. Yan Hu led the way and announced confidently, the Jusheng domain has been dealt with and has become the territory of the Physique sect. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng couldn't hide his excitement. He waved his hands and praised him continuously. He didn't even notice Mo Chen's annoyance. On this side, Yan Hu became even more smug and mocked him. Trembling with anger, Mo Chen shouted, what are you so proud of? Anyone can handle a domain. Yan Hu remained calm and pointed out, your Tungming domain was the easiest. The 3 old leaders were already beaten down by Qin Chang. Weren't you just picking up a bargain? On the other side, Lu Fan and the others were stunned. Their faces changed and their eyes showed shock. I can't believe the 3 Saints of Despair were defeated by them here. Yan Hu calmly gave a thumbs up and continued to mock Mo Chen smugly. I dealt with the Jusheng domain, which was occupied by the demon world. Even the Myriad Flowers Immortal sect was helpless. Hearing this, Mo Chen angrily pointed at Lu Fan and hurriedly retorted, as if everyone was forced back by the Myriad Flowers Immortal sect. When we arrived, didn't we also run into Sectmaster Tang Wei? Seeing that Lu Fan was still silent, Mo Chen nudged him with his elbow. He immediately bent down in a panic, cupped his hands in flattery, and his words were full of praise. How is such a small matter worthy of being mentioned to an excellent big shot like you? In contrast, Yan Hu appeared very happy, eagerly showing off his merits. Still no match for me. Sectmaster, look quickly. Saying so, he pointed at the great king plate and proudly announced, from now on he will be Zhang Cheng's mount. Gazing at its huge and majestic body, he couldn't help but marvel in his heart, his eyes suddenly lighting up as if he had discovered gold. Seeing him motionless, Yan Hu impatiently kicked him, signaling him to show off his talent in front of the Sectmaster. He obediently listened and quickly lowered his body, his voice respectful. Reporting to the Sectmaster, this is the transportation mode. If you command, I can also transform into a mount mode. As he spoke, he slowly shrank, his huge body gradually shrinking to the size of an ordinary turtle. Seeing this scene, Zhang Cheng showed an interested expression. Under his expectant gaze, the great king plate continuously changed forms. At first he lowered his body, his tail held high, looking like he was preparing to sprint. Next was the off-road mode. He raised his head proudly, his 4 long legs looking like ancient beasts born for crossing mountains and ridges. This mode was both energy-saving and could release energy. In his excitement, he pictured himself wearing sunglasses, looking handsome and suddenly leaping. When he landed, a soft cushion had already appeared on his shell. He pointed proudly and said, "The speed is comparable to a patrol spirit boat with all-time 4-leg drive." Faced with this unexpected convenience, Zhang Cheng laughed happily and patted Yanhu's shoulder in praise. On the surface he was calm, but inside his nose was already in the air with delight. Suddenly a familiar, crisp voice sounded, making all 3 turn their heads. Dahuang appeared with an excited look, her eyes shining, pointing directly at what she wanted. It turned out the little girl had taken a fancy to the gilded pearl and jade treasure worn on Yanhu's head. Hearing this, his face stiffened, his eyes bulged, and he broke out in a sweat. When he saw Dahuang rushing over to snatch it, he immediately panicked and dodged, frantically protecting the treasure. Dahuang still refused to give up, instead appearing even more excited. The little girl shrieked with excitement, her 2 small hands grabbing at him. And so the two fought for a while, neither giving way. Yanhu had a wronged look on his face, glaring and shouting, turning to Zhang Cheng for help, while he and Mo Chen could only stand aside and watch helplessly. Finally, Dahuang lost patience. She became serious, her expression determined, and she pointed at him and commanded, "Shrink." As soon as the words fell, Yanhu instantly shrank. He stared with wide round eyes, his face full of confusion and shock, and the treasure fell with him. Seizing the opportunity, the little girl immediately rushed over, opening her mouth wide, ready to swallow it in one gulp. Seeing this scene, Lanti paused slightly, feeling that this was very similar to her previous hairpin. On the other side, seeing Dahuang chewing with relish, Yanhu's heart was bleeding, his face full of grievance. After a while, the little girl nonchalantly spat the treasure onto his head, causing Yanhu to cry out in pain and curse. Picking it up to look, he painfully discovered that the largest pearl was already gone. Now this treasure was only at the level of a 7th-grade spiritual artifact. At this time, Dahuang was already suspended in the air, her whole body radiating a 7-colored light, making the crowd involuntarily shield their eyes. Under the dazzling light, even Zhang Cheng had to cover his face, wondering in his heart, could Dahuang have swallowed a fragment of the world heart? Only after absorbing all the spiritual power from the treasure did the little girl cunningly give a thumbs up, her face filled with satisfaction. Immediately, the entire Physique Sect area became a gathering place for spiritual power, and spiritual energy continuously surged in. Feeling the unusual spiritual veins, the great King Plate, Shihu and the others were all stunned, their mouths agape in astonishment. Zhu Ji and Lu Fan also couldn't help but cry out because they discovered it was a 9th-grade spiritual vein. On the other side, Shihu was already slumped on the ground, his expression a mix of surprise and confusion. Unable to understand what kind of monstrous sect Yanhu had followed that possessed a 9th-grade spiritual vein. The Chenhu next to him also nodded in agreement. Neither in the mortal world nor the demon world has there ever been such a thing. Even the Spirit Dragon King's bathing light pond is only an 8th-grade spiritual vein. Yanhu seemed to be used to such things, still remaining calm, and told the two to stay calm because his life was not something ordinary people could imagine. Suddenly remembering Tang Wei of the Myriad Flowers Immortal Sect, Zhang Cheng became excited, holding the magic weapon 3 Rivers Jade, not forgetting to praise him as a rather sensible person. Then he called Luo Yuan and ordered him to put it in the treasure vault. Seeing this, Lanti hurriedly spoke up to stop him, her expression resolute. She stated that this was the 3 Rivers Jade, one of the 10 immortal fierce treasures. Because he had vaguely recognized it before, he was only slightly surprised, curious as to why Lanti knew so much about this magic weapon. After listening, Lanti explained that originally cultivators who reached the peak of the saint stage could undergo tribulation and ascend to immortality. However, about 8,000 years ago, for some unknown reason, the path to immortality was sealed, and since then no one has been able to successfully pass the tribulation. It is said that the gate to the immortal world has been locked. 10 magic weapons, the 10 immortal fierce treasures, float in the void. They are Tianhua Sword, Dun Cauldron, Zhuxin Marrow, Bashan Record, Liangwu Banner, Yingwang Bell, Tanqiang Ruler, 3 Rivers Jade, Yanyang Crown, and Wanjun Flower. These are the inherited treasures of my immortal clan from the celestial realm, and the only hope to reopen the path of ascension to immortality. Furthermore, the ancestral teachings of the immortal remnant clan state, when the 10 treasures become one, ascend to the clouds once more. Therefore, to open the path to immortality, all 10 immortal fierce treasures must be gathered. At this point, Mo Chen stroked his chin, a look of disbelief on his face, having never heard of the path to immortality being sealed. Yanhu crossed his arms helplessly. Can't you count, this hadn't happened yet when you were banished to the mortal realm. As for Lanti, she mentioned having previously asked him to hand over the Sifong Ding, as it was originally a downgraded Dun Cauldron. Therefore, to retrieve the 10 immortal fierce treasures, the terrestrial chi of the central plains must be gathered. Suddenly, Lanti's eyes lit up and she gasped in surprise. She immediately looked around excitedly, delighted to find that Yanling Mountain actually had a 9th-grade spiritual vein. Doesn't that mean the terrestrial chi of the central plains is already here? Immediately after, the Sifong Ding fell from the sky, slamming heavily onto the ground with a deafening crash that startled the sect disciples. In the blink of an eye, the ninth-grade spiritual energy was absorbed by the cauldron. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Only Dahuang, perched on Zhang Cheng's shoulder, watched intently without the slightest surprise. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed from the cauldron. A moment later, it took on a new appearance. Seeing this, Lan Ti was overjoyed. It worked. It is now the Dun cauldron. She then clasped her hands and said, "Congratulations, Zhang Cheng. The Zhuxin Marrow, Liangu Banner, Dun Cauldron, and 3 Rivers Jade. 4 of the 10 immortal fierce treasures have been returned to the Physique Sect." A cheer erupted, and the Sect disciples offered their enthusiastic congratulations. Seeing him happy, Yanhu seized the opportunity with an excited expression. "Sect Master, with all these benefits, isn't it because the treasure I found made Dahuang stronger? At the very least, you should give me some reward and compensation, right?" Hearing this, he patted his head and reassured him. "Don't worry, the Sect will not treat you unfairly." With that, he picked him up and had Luo Yuan take him to the treasure pavilion to choose a piece of jade inlaid with a treasure embryo. Hearing this, Yanhu looked helpless and sighed to himself. "Is that all?" But in the end, he followed Luo Yuan to the treasure pavilion to get his item. As for Zhang Cheng, he looked at the great king plate and fell into deep thought, considering the Sect's future mode of transportation. Seeing its expectant gaze and the prompt, "Mount Great King Plate, upgrading from Bone Rank 5 to Bone Rank 4 requires 11,000 points," he couldn't help but get a headache, concluding that its bone rank seemed a bit lacking. Hearing his evaluation, its expression stiffened, and it quickly tried to persuade him. "Sect Master, although my bone rank isn't strong, I have been working hard to improve my cultivation. Rest assured, I will not be a burden to the Sect." A short while later, with a resolute expression, he decisively chose to upgrade. The system panel immediately popped up, showing a successful upgrade and the current points at 24,936,795. At the same time, the Great King Plate also realized, in a daze, "My bone rank actually upgraded." In the distance, Yanhu seemed to have heard something earth-shattering. His ears twitched and his face instantly darkened. Then a notification sounded, congratulating the host for subjugating a follower, along with the Great King Plate's basic information. At this moment, it was already crying uncontrollably, kowtowing and continuously exclaiming, "Sect Master Yang's divine power is unparalleled, covering the heavens and the sun. I am willing to follow you." The Sect Master's power was so overwhelming it made one's blood pressure rise. From somewhere, Yanhu quickly ran to Zhang Cheng's side. Upon arriving, he grabbed the corner of his clothes with one hand and pointed at the Great King Plate's joyful face with the other, wailing aggrievedly, "What is this? I made such a huge contribution and my reward is just a piece of jade. It just joined the Sect and you've already upgraded its bone rank." Seeing this, Zhang Cheng squatted down, gently stroking his head, and explained, "It's not that I don't want to upgrade you, but your bone rank is too strong. Upgrading it further would consume too much immortal power, which I can't handle. You don't need to compete. I've noted all your contributions and I'll give you a big gift in a few days." A moment later, holding the gold-inlaid blood-red pure essence pearl, Yanhu looked indignant, thinking just empty promises. "What big gift?" He started to cry sadly again. "I brought back treasured artifacts and all I got as compensation was a 9th-grade spiritual artifact." Seeing that the matter was resolved, Zhang Cheng waved his hand and announced, "All right, the arenas in all competition zones are ready. The Physique Sect's first Cultivator Grand Tournament officially begins." Everyone was filled with anticipation except for Yanhu, who was still sulking. A moment later, at the competition grounds, in the audience, Zisho and Ranfei looked astonished. "This spiritual energy concentration, what grade of spiritual vein must this be?" Beside them, Duanmuling raised a hand and cautiously instructed, "Calm down, don't embarrass us." Before long, a group of people approached them, holding treasures and introducing themselves with smiles. Grand Elder Zhao Hongda of the Zhao family, Juhe Prefecture, Feiyan Continent, has come to pay his respects. "A small gift, please accept it," one of them bowed respectfully. "The Sect Master of Shuangbo Sect has come to pay his respects. I hope clan head Duanmu will look after us in the future." He coughed smugly a few times, then nodded in agreement. "Of course, it's all thanks to Sect Master Yang's great fortune." Above the audience, the 4 Sect Masters of Dingyang Dao Sect, Puya Sect, Huxing Sect, and Hengxing Escort Agency were all filled with doubt. One of them spoke up, "This spiritual energy concentration is definitely higher than 7th grade. Opposite them, Tang Wei also recognized it as a 9th-grade spiritual vein. In a panic, Immortal Venerable Wanhua, hiding behind him, believed that since the path to immortality was blocked, there were no longer any 9th-grade spiritual veins beneath the celestial realm. After hearing this, Tang Wei felt a little more at ease. He called Yi Feng, who was beside him, and asked, "Tell me, how confident are you in this competition?" He still had a nonchalant expression. "If we compete fairly based on my saint stage cultivation and extraordinary bone rank, winning would be as easy as turning my hand. However, given the rules of this competition," seeing his rare hesitation, Tang Wei confidently encouraged him, "Don't worry, the 4 Sect Masters have already figured out a way for you. Just seize the opportunity with your strength." He suddenly lowered his voice. "Remember, don't reveal your trump cards too early. Your real enemy is not the contestants from the Physique Sect but the one from the Tungming domain." Yi Feng was slightly taken aback. He patiently explained, "She, like me and you, is a supreme child of the heavenly Tao, specializing in dark elemental arts and has a master guiding her. She will definitely participate in this competition. When you encounter her, you must not be careless, understand? Considering Lin Ning's abilities, Yi Feng quickly understood. Wait, one was panicked voice startled Tang Wei, who turned and asked, "What's wrong? Look over there." Following the direction he pointed, he immediately froze. A hint of bewilderment on his face. Over at the Physique sect side, Lin Ning, Landi and the others were sitting and watching the competition. Looking at her calm face, he was shocked to discover that the girl from the Tungming domain was actually a member of the Physique sect. Tang Wei pondered. The Physique sect actually has 2 children of the heavenly Tao. This fortune is indeed comparable to the Myriad Flowers Immortal sect. Hearing this, he hastily refuted, startling him for a moment. Turning to look at Manhua, he spoke with a serious expression and a deep voice. It's 3 people, no, 4. The one sitting next to Zhang Cheng, one has the 7 orifice exquisite body, and the other has the spirit embryo heavenly flower body. Both are children of the heavenly Tao. Was he evaluating Ling Han and Lan Ti? Seeing this, Tang Wei asked worriedly, "Should we still proceed with the original plan?" He considered it cautiously but decided to stick to it. The time had come. On the arena stage, the 2 hosts excitedly waved their hands and announced loudly, "We respectfully ask all elders, honored guests, and fellow Taoists to listen to today's competition rules. All contestants are allowed to use summoning talismans, but to prevent the arena from turning into a free-for-all, each person can only use 1 summoning talisman per match, and it must be a special talisman from our sect. The duration is limited to the time it takes for 1 stick of incense to burn." After speaking, they both held up a summoning talisman and an incense burner as a symbol. 8 contestants would participate in the competition. The 3-phase tiger team from the Jusheng domain, Liu Xinggu from the Ling domain, Mingxin from the Holy Land and Miao Yi from the Physique sect. Additionally, there was the contestant Feng Zuosai from the Changtian domain, Sha Tianmen, and Duan Qian from the Physique sect. Yi Feng from the Myriad Flowers Immortal sect represented the Shanghua domain, and the contestant Duanmu Zisho from the 3 domains represented the Duanmu family. Lastly, there was the rogue cultivator Zhu Sizi from the Tungming domain. After the introductions, the host announced thunderously, "The first Physique Sect Cup Top 8 tournament officially begins. The opening match is between the Jusheng domain contestant, the 3-phase Cub team, and the Tinling domain contestant, Mu Xinggu." Xinggu's expression showed her determination, while the Cub team in contrast appeared very calm. Seeing the unfamiliar figures, Zhang Cheng was surprised. He had never seen this 3-phase Cub team in the contestants in before, which made him mistakenly think they had already withdrawn. Flashing back to the day before the competition in Yanhu's guest room plotting something, the corner of his mouth curved up in a confident smile. In front of him, Chen Hu carried Lei Hu on his back, and Shi Hu sat on Lei Hu's shoulder. They all looked bewildered, feeling that something was wrong. Chen Hu hurriedly reminded, "Is this going to work, Great King? It's too obvious." Yan Hu was still focused on adjusting their formation. "Stay steady, don't move." Satisfied, he admitted that their current appearance would definitely be seen through. "But after I cast my spell, no one will be able to recognize you." With that, he confidently cast his spell. A few faint golden lights swirled in his hands. With the secret technique One Body, One Life, they immediately merged in extreme panic. Lei Hu was the quickest to react, his face pale as he cursed, "Damn it, I'm about to puke. I feel like a part of me has entered someone else's body." Chen Hu panicked, feeling as if there was a foreign object inside him, while Shi Hu couldn't help but vomit, feeling as if a part of someone else had entered his body. Yan Hu was completely indifferent to their suffering. He pointed and commanded, "You must make it to the finals for me. I'll intentionally go easy on you then to ensure you become the champion." Hearing this, they all broke out in a worried sweat. It turned out Yan Hu was still holding a grudge about the compensation and reward from that day, so he was determined to claim victory himself today. Back in reality, the 3-phase Cub team had already stumbled onto the arena stage. Lei Hu still maintained a bit of an imposing manner, while the other 2 were extremely flustered. Chen Hu didn't even know which leg to move first. Opposite them, Xinggu had already drawn her sword and unleashed the heart-slaying strike. A purple light emanated from the blade, exuding a heaven-piercing killing intent. A tremendous force surged forward as if to devour the opponent. In this critical moment, the Cub team became even more flustered, their steps chaotic with no time to defend. Just as the attack was about to land in their haste, their left foot tripped over their right. They took the full force of the blow, falling to the ground. Shi Hu angrily cursed the 2 idiots for giving up without a fight. Seeing this tragic scene, the hot-tempered Yan Hu was even more furious. He roared, "What the hell are you guys doing?" Zhang Cheng was a bit puzzled by his reaction but said nothing. Over here, Xinggu's eyes were wide with panic, not knowing what had just happened. Seeing her stunned, the 3-phase Cub team quickly recovered their spirits, their presence menacing, ready to attack their opponent. Wasting no time, they acted with firm resolve, simultaneously casting Wave Drive and Thunder Control. The 2 techniques were unleashed together, purple lightning entwining with blue light surging like a tidal wave. They had expected to stun their opponent, but instead the attack struck themselves directly, their entire bodies feeling as if they were electrocuted. Lei Hu angrily cursed Shi Hu, "Are you an idiot? I cast thunder and you cast water." Not to be outdone, he cursed back, "You're the idiot. I cast water and you cast thunder." Although Chen Hu was in pain, he still cursed the 2 fools. Subsequently, the One Body, One Life technique also failed, revealing the 3 of them. The 5 of them lay motionless on the stage. Seeing this, Xinggu was even more confused, her face filled with bewilderment. With his plan a miserable failure, Yanhu was speechless with anger, wanting to punch them a few times. As for Zhang Cheng, seeing the truth revealed, he finally understood and recognized the three of them. No wonder he had never seen this three-phase cub team. The result was already clear. Both hosts announced simultaneously. But one believed the Jusheng domain contestant, a three-phase cub team, had lost the match and was eliminated, while the other believed they were disqualified for cheating. They looked bewildered, not knowing whether to count it as a loss and elimination or disqualification for cheating. But they quickly recovered their smiles and unanimously confirmed that the Tinling domain contestant, Mu Xinggu, had successfully advanced to the top 4. Seeing this, Yanhu couldn't help but lose his temper, again scolding the three of them for not being in sync. Before long, Yi Feng, the contestant from the Shanghua domain and the Myriad Flowers Immortal Sect, and Feng Zuosai, the contestant from the Changqian domain and Sha Dianmen, would meet in the second match. But Feng Zuosai raised his hand to signal his withdrawal, surprising the male host. After hearing this, Dahuang frowned and cursed. This bastard didn't even come here to compete, he just wanted to take our spiritual artifacts. Beside him, Qianqin also gritted her teeth in anger. Senior sister is right, Yi Feng won. And next was the third match featuring Miao Yi, a contestant from the Physique sect in the Tinling domain. Seeing his innocent face, Ling Han and the others were excited, cheering for him enthusiastically. Mom loves you, go for it my good son. Unlike them, Zhang Cheng stroked his chin, his face full of confusion. Miao Yi, Ling Han answered from the side. Cher picked him up from the roadside, his aptitude was good, so she took him as a disciple. To prove it, she gently gestured to Cher. Although she was a bit dazed, she nodded. After listening, Zhang Cheng used his observation technique on Miao Yi. Seeing that he only had a bone rank of 5, he was helpless. Seeing the two girls' infatuated expressions, he propped up his hand and questioned. It's because he's handsome, right? Ling Han hurriedly denied it, insisting it was because of his bone rank. In that case, he angrily reprimanded. I let you handle it yourselves and this is the result. Luckily, Dahuang found Qianqin as a backup, otherwise it would have been truly embarrassing. Miao Yi's opponent was Zhu Si from the Tungming domain, but he also requested to withdraw. This once again confused the male host, but the fourth match would proceed, which angered the audience below. One of them shouted, I traveled 1,000 miles and bought a ticket from a scalper to see this. Is it worth it? Refund. Seeing this, the two hosts were at a loss for a moment. Fortunately, Zhang Cheng stepped in just in time, demanding silence. Their mouths were directly covered and they turned to look at him in panic. Zhang Cheng announced without hesitation, from now on, no one is allowed to withdraw. Violators will not be rewarded with an 8th grade item. With that, he placed his hand on his chest and guaranteed that everyone who bought a ticket to watch the competition would receive a bag of spirit stones as compensation. After the competition, they could go to the treasure pavilion to collect it. Faced with this sudden big gift, everyone was excited and expressed their thanks. Someone even flattered, the Physique sect truly lives up to its name as the #1 sect in the mortal realm. They are so generous. The more enthusiastically the crowd cheered, the more points Zhang Cheng gained, reaching a total of 127,500 points, and the morale of the Physique sect disciples also improved significantly. Seeing the points continuously ticking up on the system panel, he was smug and enjoying himself. He now had 64,295 points. Seeing that the matter had been satisfactorily resolved, the male host shouted loudly, let's move on to the next match. It was the match between Duanmu Zisho and the contestant from the Sancho domain. At this, everyone turned their gazes to where the host was pointing. On the arena stage, Zisho was slowly walking up, looking cautious. Opposite him, Qianqin walked onto the stage with an excited face, filled with anticipation, thinking, don't worry, with your big sister here, I guarantee it will be exciting. Seeing her, his cheeks flushed, and it seemed he had already fallen for her. Over here, Qianqin had already drawn her sword, ready for battle. Her confident appearance further captivated Zisho, and his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Seeing this, Ranfei was filled with rage, his eyes fierce and full of killing intent, even scaring Mu Changeling. He raised his fist and shouted, what are you blushing for? The little bastard's nature hasn't changed, has it? He's already paying attention to people from the Physique sect. He even threatened to beat him up. After hearing that, he sobered up. The host announced the start of the match. Qianqin twung her sword and unleashed her full martial arts, the heaven-melting new moon sword Ju. The sword's body emitted an intense red light aimed straight at Zisho. He panicked and cast the cold heaven sword Ju. As soon as the words were spoken, a hat appeared on his head and the sword in his hand emitted a cold blue light. When the two forces collided, like ice and fire, the violent clash shook the entire audience and spiritual power poured down, panicking the people below. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng smiled smugly. Now do you feel you got your money's worth? Several people, still not recovered from their shock, answered awkwardly. Worth it, worth it. It was worth it from the moment there were freebies. On the arena stage, Qianqin charged forward aggressively, continuing her all-out attack. Zisho also retaliated with his full martial cultivation. Ironically, Zisho's hat was blown off, making his face pale and break out in a cold sweat. Seizing this golden opportunity, Qianqin decisively used the heaven-melting new moon sword Ju. Zisho was immediately sent flying into the air with only his screams of "ah" remaining. A moment later, seeing him lying on a stretcher being carried away by two people, the female host pointed and announced, "The winner is Duan Qianqin of the Physique sect. The contestants advancing to the top 4 are Qianqin and Miao Yi of the Physique sect, Yi Feng of the Myriad Flowers Immortal sect, and Xinggu of the Holy Land Mingxin." Everyone was curious to see who would represent their sect and ascend to the throne of the number 1 sect in the mortal realm. Without keeping everyone waiting, the two hosts excitedly announced, "Let's begin the first match." The opening was a duel between Yi Feng and Xinggu. Seeing Yi Feng's nonchalant demeanor, everyone started to discuss. "His bearing is truly extraordinary," the rogue cultivators from the Shanghua domain were discussing. A person with a brown bun thought it was a matter of course, as he was hailed as the second most talented prodigy in terms of bone rank in the mortal realm's history. The person next to him was surprised and more curious about who the first person was. As expected, that person was Sect Master Tang Wei. Over here, Zhang Cheng also heard a lot of gossip. When he learned that Yi Feng was considered the second most talented prodigy in history in terms of bone rank, his tone was laced with a hint of sarcasm. Is he that amazing? Landy, with his aptitude, is also about the same as her and Ling Han. Could it be that the people of the Hua domain self-proclaimed it? Mo Chen still maintained his smile calmly, and at the same time he clarified, Yi Feng's bone rank is only 3rd grade, a bit worse than Lin Ning's and far worse than Lan Ti's and Ling Han's. The two who were named looked bewildered, but Zhang Cheng was not at ease because neither Qianqin nor Miao Yi were his match. After thinking for a moment, he turned to scold Ling Han and Cher. "Look what a good job you've done. Not only have you lost face, but you've also become someone else's dowry." Then he crossed his arms in anger, feeling as if he had been cuckolded. Back to the competition. As soon as the host announced the start, Xinggu rushed forward, casting the heart-slaying strike, directly attacking Yi Feng. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng shouted his support. "Defeat him. Don't let him reach the finals." Faced with a familiar move, Yi Feng just smiled disdainfully, gently pushing aside the sword, revealing a magnificent 7-colored light. Then he decisively drew his sword, his expression confident and arrogant. As soon as she saw the weapon in Yi Feng's hand, Xinggu immediately recognized it as the treasured artifact Tianhua sword. She gritted her teeth, becoming cautious. No wonder he was so composed, but she wasn't without treasures either. With that thought, Xinggu shot out the treasured artifact Zhuxin Cone. The arrow seemed to tear through space, flying rapidly towards her opponent. Seeing this, the audience below was excited. Someone even started to cry, feeling they had wronged Sect Master Zhang because the ticket price was too worth it and no compensation was needed anymore. The guy next to him was happy, and after hearing that, he roared as if his tail had been stepped on. "Shameless Sect Master Zhang, ignore him." Faced with this move, Yi Feng clumsily blocked with his sword. The violent purple and the brilliant 7-colored light intertwined with no clear winner. Holy Land Mingxin had given the Zhuxin Cone to Xinggu to use, which surprised and worried Tang Wei. Wanhua behind him calmly reassured him. Yi Feng's bone rank is better than his opponent's, and the Tianhua sword is stronger than the Zhuxin Cone. Nothing will happen, unless he makes a mistake he shouldn't. Seeing the tense situation, Zhang Cheng hurriedly turned to Mo Chen and asked, "Can that girl win?" He judged that she would lose, because the Zhuxin Cone and his washway blade were the same type of weapon, both assassination weapons. If the first strike missed, they would be drawn into a fierce battle. After speaking, Mo Chen's expression changed. He slowly stroked his beard, his eyes filled with far-reaching calculations. For him, making the Myriad Flowers Immortal sect lose was as easy as turning his hand. Then he pinched his fingers and cast a spell. Purple light dots roamed in the air. Wanhua quickly noticed and reported to Tang Wei in a panic, "Not good." The person next to him hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" He told me Mo Chen wanted to cheat. He didn't hesitate to cast a spell to stop him, determined not to let Mo Chen succeed. Feeling the spiritual power he had just released disappear, Mo Chen was very confused. Zhang Cheng asked curiously, "What's wrong?" He knew that an immortal had just made a move, and his wary gaze swept around, very cautious. Seeing Mo Chen searching around, he was puzzled and asked again. He confirmed, "There's another immortal who has descended to the mortal realm just like me and is competing with me." With that, he cast a spell to find that person. Knowing he had been discovered, Wanhua was startled, a panicked expression on his face. He then turned to Tang Wei, instructing him to be careful, and quickly hid. Tang Wei nodded in acknowledgement. He was seen using the immortal technique 3-part phantom evasion, and immediately, golden light split into multiple locations and then disappeared. Over here, Zhang Cheng believed that if it was to help Yi Feng, it must be Tang Wei's person. After hearing that, Mo Chen agreed and flattered again. The Sect Master is indeed brilliant. After speaking, he cast his eye technique. Contrary to expectations, there was no immortal next to Tang Wei, and he was also very confused. Seeing Mo Chen's dumbfounded look, Yan Hu opened his mouth to mock him. "Embarrassed yourself again? Watch me." This time he also cast his eye technique. His third eye opened, emitting a golden light. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng hurriedly asked, "How is it?" Mo Chen patted Yan Hu's shoulder again, his tone full of ridicule. Still no result after so long. After finishing, he turned away warily, not answering. Seeing that neither of them could find anything, Zhang Cheng flexed his wrists, his expression resolute. "Leave it to me." With that, he also cast his eye technique. His left eye shone with golden light, but this time it was the same. He only saw Tang Wei's proud and smug look, not giving up. Zhang Cheng secretly calculated. Then he just needed to see what Tang Wei was thinking. Under that confident smile he must believe he could win the championship because he had the protection of an immortal venerable. After hearing that, although Zhang Cheng had anticipated it, he still showed a surprised and stunned expression. He immediately scanned the arena with his eye technique, but still found nothing. Fortunately, immediately after, he discovered 3 golden clones suspended in the air. This matter was quickly revealed by Zhang Cheng, who believed there were 3 immortals. On the other hand, Mo Chen was slightly surprised, recognizing it as the 3-part phantom evasion. Knowing he didn't understand, he explained, an immortal technique that can disperse one's main soul into 3 interconnected parts. Furthermore, with the obscuring immortal art, it's almost impossible to detect. Even an immortal at the Immortal Emperor realm would have a hard time noticing, he then concluded. The one who can cast this art must be at least at the high immortal realm. At this moment on the arena stage, Xinggu was already severely injured, while her opponent Yi Feng was completely unscathed. He advised her to surrender early. Faced with his contempt, Xinggu flashed a dangerous smile, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. In an instant, the Zuxin cone shot toward Yi Feng from behind. He detected it just in time. A flash of panic on his face, but he then swung his sword to block it. Even more surprisingly, a blurry figure appeared behind him, exuding a terrifying spiritual power. It turned out Xinggu had used a summoning talisman, which thrilled the male host, as she was the first contestant to use the special summoning talisman. With an extra person on the stage, Venerable Qingsha was already prepared, pointing his sword at Yi Feng and charging forward. The 2 forces clashed violently, their power immense. As they clashed, Venerable Qingsha was slightly surprised. He said smugly, "I just broke through to the peak of the Saint stage. I am now a Saint stage cultivator." Hearing this, Lan Ti believed that even a prodigy couldn't possibly reach the Saint stage in less than 100 years of cultivation. She was filled with doubt. Mo Chen chimed in. Could it be that an immortal venerable damaged his own cultivation to transfer his power to him? At the same time, Mo Chen also speculated. For this person to still be able to use the 3-part phantom evasion after expending his cultivation, his strength is by no means inferior to mine. Before descending to the mortal realm, he was likely an immortal venerable. As for the battle, Yi Feng had already unleashed a fatal blow. A flash of sword light, a tyrannical green radiance, struck down both Venerable Qingsha and Xinggu. With such strength, Yi Feng earned the continuous praise of both hosts, who believed that in any other domain he would likely be a leader of an alliance or a sect master. At the same time, the result was announced. The winner is Yi Feng of the Shanghua domain. Hearing this, he smiled with satisfaction, taking the opportunity to rest and prepare for the next match. Zhang Cheng discussed countermeasures with everyone. He believed that the immortal would personally enter the fray, and the next match was an internal battle within their sect. With that, he had Mo Chen predict who would win between Qianqin and Miao Yi with his help. Mo Chen knew well that neither of their cultivation levels had reached the Dao Palace realm, making it difficult to win, so he hesitated, not daring to make a definitive statement. Seeing this, Yan Hu said confidently, "When it comes to intelligence, I am still superior." Zhang Cheng happily asked what his idea was. Yan Hu, holding Dahuang, proposed, "Let this little guy suppress all of their cultivation." He expected praise, but instead, Zhang Cheng patted his head a few times and scolded, "Between Qianqin and Miao Yi, one is a little girl who loves a challenge and gives it her all. Who can defeat Yi Feng?" Yan Hu, a lump on his head, thought he could have Dahuang suppress the opponent's cultivation. However, Zhang Cheng still waved his hand in opposition. "We are now the #1 sect in the mortal realm. Cheating so blatantly would damage our reputation." Hearing this, Yan Hu grumbled to himself, "I never thought you'd have a day where you cared about face." After a moment of thought, he made a decision. "Let me handle it. Isn't it just an immortal who descended to the mortal realm? At most, he's at Mo Chen's level. Watch me teach him a good lesson." Seeing Yan Hu's arrogance and how he looked down on him, Mo Chen was so angry he pointed at him. "Ever since he ate 2 Renhua pills, teaching him a lesson would be as easy as turning my hand." Hearing this, Yan Hu retorted defiantly, "Don't think I've been lazing around. I've been training day and night in the Quanji diagram, constantly consuming spirit stones and pills," he challenged. "Let's see who teaches whom a lesson now." Only then did Zhang Cheng understand why the spirit stones and pills in the treasure pavilion were dwindling. The 2, furious, pressed their faces together, their eyes filled with contempt. Neither willing to back down, in the end, they decided to have a match to determine who was superior. Luo Yuan's voice rang out, "The next match is an internal battle of our Physique sect. Who will advance to the finals?" Yan Hu gritted his teeth, his presence menacing. Opposite him, Mo Chen was equally hostile. The 2 contestants also broke from the norm, both choosing to directly summon their support. However, it was important to note that the special summoning talisman was only effective for the time it took for 1 stick of incense to burn. Mo Chen rolled up his sleeves and said resentfully, "1 stick of incense is more than enough to take care of this vile creature." Yan Hu pointed at him and roared, "Keep boasting, old dog, we'll see who takes care of whom." With that, he launched the first attack, pouncing on his opponent with sharp claws. "Old dog, who told you to bully me all the time? Today I'll settle old scores anew." A fierce blow shook the very ground. Mo Chen and Qianqin retreated together to dodge, the shockwave making her cry out in pain. The people in the audience were also stunned and began to murmur. "Such powerful demonic energy, that tiger demon is a 3-eyed fierce tiger king. He really is the gateguard of the Physique sect." The rumors were true. Mo Chen formed a hand seal and channeled his spiritual energy, sneering, "Vile creature, you can't defeat an immortal with brute force alone." Hearing this, Yanhu roared in anger. "What kind of immortal are you? Dharma Bati in heaven and earth." His body glowed and grew to an immense size. Yanhu swiped a claw at Mo Chen, who nimbly dodged. Mo Chen stuck out his tongue and taunted, "Blia, what are you doing, vile creature, trying to catch air?" Yanhu suddenly appeared behind him, his fists clasped together, and smashed them down on Mo Chen's head, making him spit blood. His body flew through the air, crashing headfirst onto the arena stage. Yanhu's giant body gradually became blurry. He laughed loudly. "How was that old dog enjoyed being played by me?" Mo Chen roared in fury. "Vile creature!" Yanhu gathered spiritual energy in his mouth. "It's not over yet," he roared, firing an energy wave from his mouth. "Old dog, I'm going to beat you into submission today. From now on, when you see me, your Tiger Lord, you'd better tuck your tail between your legs and behave." Mo Chen quickly erected a shield to block the attack. He gritted his teeth. "To think you vile creature leveled up so much by sneakily eating pills, but with just this little bit of skill," Mo Chen erupted with power. "You can't defeat me." His attack struck Yanhu, making him roar in pain. Suddenly dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed. Immortal art, Black Heaven's descent. Mo Chen's entire body turned purple. Seeing this, Yanhu's face turned green. Damn, this old dog was holding back this trick. A blurry black shadow of Mo Chen appeared behind him, grabbing Yanhu's head with all its might, horrifying him. Holding the now shrunken Yanhu in his hand, Mo Chen smirked. On the other side, Miao Yi and Qianqing were sitting and enjoying the show while chatting. "Who do you think will advance between us?" Miao Yi judged. "A moment ago it looked like it would be me, but now it seems your chances are better." Mo Chen smugly pressed down on Yanhu. "How's that? Still trying to act tough?" Yanhu struggled and cursed endlessly. "Old dog, you just wait until I steal and eat for another 2 months, I'll beat you to death." Tired of his incessant chatter, Mo Chen kicked him away, spitting out a single word, "Scram." Lin Miao immediately announced, "The three-eyed tiger has been kicked off the stage. Elder Mo Chen, ah no, Duan Qianqing is the winner." Miao Yi called out to remind her, "You've advanced." Qianqing was startled and stood up. "Ah, oh right." The audience below was in an uproar. Even the three-eyed fierce Tiger King was defeated. What is going on with this Physique sect? Is this the comprehensive strength of the #1 sect in the mortal realm? Wei Miao grabbed Qianqing's hand and raised it high, announcing loudly, "Duan Qianqing is the winner and advances to the finals. The contestant from the Changtian domain, Duan Qianqing of the Physique sect, will face the contestant from the Shanghua domain, Yi Feng of the Myriad Flowers Immortal sect." Hearing his name announced, he snorted, feigning composure. Tang Wei crossed his arms and said, "Immortal Venerable, this Mo Chen," the light of the Dharma body behind him spoke. "To recover to this extent he must have eaten 2 Renhua pills, but don't worry, in my current state, suppressing him is not a problem." Luo Yuan and Wei Miao joyfully announced, "The long-awaited finals of the first Physique Sect Cup Cultivator Tournament now begin." Yi Feng gripped his longsword, thinking, "As long as I can get close, I can defeat her before she summons help. That way, Sect Master Tang will surely see me in a new light. That's the plan," he said with a smile. "If I lose control of my strength and kill you, then that would be." Qianqing's face turned pale with fear. "A saint stage expert, I'm no match for him at all." Yi Feng charged forward to attack without hesitation. "Just your bad luck." Qianqing lit a talisman and shouted, "Immortal Elder, save me!" Seeing Mo Chen appear, he cursed inwardly. "Damn it, this girl is such a coward. She won't even try. She has no self-respect." Yi Feng roared in anger. "So what if you're an immortal? I'll beat you all the same for everyone to see." He easily blocked Yi Feng's sword and sneered, "You're quite the arrogant brat. If it weren't for Sect Master Yang's sake, I might really consider taking you as a personal old servant." Yi Feng was knocked back, crying out in pain. He did a flip and landed steadily. Yi Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "As expected, he's not on a level one can contend with. I have no choice." He took out a talisman and lit it. Seeing this, he leisurely stroked his beard. "Come on, let me see who it is." A massive pillar of light appeared. "What's happening so beautiful?" Immortal Qi, such dense immortal Qi. In the center of the light pillar, Immortal Venerable Wanhua appeared majestically. He raised the corner of his mouth. "Mo Chen, it's been a long time. I trust you've been well?" Seeing Wanhua, Mo Chen was dumbfounded. "Damn it," he pointed at the other man in fury. "It's you, Wanhua, you old dog." Zhang Cheng was surprised. An old acquaintance. Hearing him say that, Mo Chen became even more enraged and shouted, "Acquaintance my ass, he's an enemy. During the Great War in the Celestial Realm, that bunch of dogs ganged up on me, and he was the one leading them." Zhang Cheng stroked his chin, recalling, "I am a high immortal Venerable Anji. Back then Mo Chen participated in the Immortal Demon War and was besieged by a horde of demons. He fought alone but was ultimately defeated, his soul scattered, and he fled in a sorry state down to the mortal realm." A moment later, a look of realization dawned on him. "Oh, I remember now. You said you were beaten down to the mortal realm after being ganged up on by a horde of demons. This guy was the leader of that horde?" Hearing this, Wanhua chuckled lightly. "A horde of demons? He lied to you," he announced loudly. "I am Immortal Venerable Wanhua, a righteous cultivator through and through." He, on the other hand, is an out-and-out demonic cultivator. If you don't believe me, listen to his title, Darkthorn Xuanjun. Have you ever heard a proper person called Darkthorn Xuanjun? Mo Chen was furious and cursed. Bullshit, you're the Zon's son, you old bastard. You led a group to ambush me, ganging up on me with superior numbers. Is that something a righteous cultivator should do? Zhang Cheng replied with a sweaty face. Well, it does sound like something that would happen in the cultivation world. At this point, even Wanhua couldn't maintain his composure. Don't you slander me, beating you was letting you off easy. Who told you to spread rumors all over the celestial realm that I was cheating, causing my immortal partner to ignore me? Do you have any idea how much effort it took for me to win her back? Mo Chen looked bewildered. When did I ever spread rumors about you cheating? He shouted. A true man dares to act, but not to take responsibility. You won't even admit what you've done. I asked many people who spread the rumor and they all said it was you, he retorted. Who did you ask? Wanhua unhesitatingly named them. Fairy Minj, King Jinsha, True Immortal Mozu. Mo Chen looked baffled. Impossible, I never said that. I only told them you were a foreigner. YG, he was suddenly startled, realization dawning. Ah, my accent. Wanhua was also stunned, at a loss for words. He said indignantly, even if I did spread rumors about you, you didn't have to gather a group of people to kill me, did you? Wanhua said frankly. Immortals and demons have always been irreconcilable. Settling a private grudge under the guise of public duty is also a common occurrence. Hearing this, Mo Chen was furious. Bullshit, when you were secretly colluding and collecting protection fees, I saw you cooperating with us quite happily. He narrowed his eyes. Vile creature, stop leaking industry secrets and die. Manhua pointed his sword to the sky and unleashed his ultimate move, Immortal Art, myriad-colored flowing splendor. Zhang Cheng shouted worriedly. Elder Mo Chen, be careful. Mo Chen immediately channeled his power to counter Immortal Art. Black Heaven's Descent, boundless dark night, a vortex formed behind him with him at the center, transforming into a shield that blocked all of Wanhua's attacks. The two moves collided, causing a world-shaking explosion. The shockwave reached Lan Ti, making her feel unwell. Lan Ti frowned. Elder Mo Chen's aura has weakened. High above, Wanhua snorted coldly. HMPH, it's been a long time, but you're still a loser. Mo Chen wiped the blood from his mouth and roared. Nonsense, you were only lightly injured when you descended. While I lost my main soul, I've only just begun to recover. If you have the guts, let's fight again when I'm fully recovered. He descended in front of Mo Chen and said contemptuously, seeing as you spread the rumor unintentionally, I'll spare your life, but from now on when you see me you must submit. Mo Chen immediately replied angrily. Submit to you? Impossible. Wanhua immediately slapped him across the face. Submit or not? Mo Chen's mouth was crooked, but he was still stubborn. I won't submit. Zhang Cheng watched from the side, speechless. Submit or not, I won't submit. Submit or not. Suddenly, Yan Hu flew to his side from out of nowhere and snorted. After being so smug for so long, you still end up being held down and slapped by the enemy? Serves you right in the end, don't you still need my help? Zhang Cheng suddenly reached out to stop him, making Yan Hu ask in confusion, what's wrong? He smiled and said, wait, you going won't solve the problem. The opponent is too strong and this matter concerns. A sly expression appeared on Zhang Cheng's face. Elder Mo Chen's pride and glory. Over here, Wanhua was still hitting him. Still won't submit. Mo Chen's cheeks were red and swollen, but he still refused to give in, mumbling with a crooked mouth. Won't submit? I just won't submit. He looked at Zhang Cheng with teary eyes. Sect Master, are you just going to watch him hit me? Zhang Cheng clasped his hands, a look of apology on his face. I thought you were going to lose control and turn the tables on him. Yan Hu pointed and shouted, old dog, the gap between you and your opponent needs at least one Renhua pill to be bridged. What can the Sect Master do? You've completely disgraced our sect this time. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng clapped his hands. Oh, a Renhua pill, that's easy to handle. Zhang Cheng took out 3 pills from his system and under Yan Hu's shocked gaze shouted, Elder Mo Chen. He forcefully threw the 3 pills toward Mo Chen. Catch! Mo Chen was overjoyed and reached out to catch them, simultaneously kicking at Wanhua and cursing. Damn it, he opened his mouth and flew over to catch them with extraordinary skill. Yan Hu glanced at him sideways and said, the old dog is really skilled. I didn't think you had it in you, even faster than Dahuang. Mo Chen chewed them up in his mouth, and after digesting the 3 pills he erupted with immense energy. Mo Chen sneered. Wanhua, you old dog, you had fun hitting me, didn't you? Wanhua's face turned pale with fright, unable to believe it. How is this possible? Can Renhua pills be eaten like candy? He thought to himself. This old dog has now recovered to the peak of the loose immortal cultivation level. I am no match for him. Mo Chen waved his hand and Wanhua was pulled over by his power. This is bad, Tang Wei shouted in panic. Immortal Venerable. Mo Chen raised his hand and smiled smugly. Now it's my turn to ask you. He immediately slapped Wanhua. Submit or not? Wanhua didn't hesitate. I submit. His mouth crooked. He glared at Mo Chen and cursed. Damn! Before Wanhua could finish, Mo Chen slapped him again. Submit or not? Spitting blood, he said with difficulty. I submit. Mo Chen pressed him to the ground and delivered a series of slaps. Submit or not? Submit or not? Wanhua screamed in anger. I submit. I submitted after the first time you hit me. Damn it, are you deaf? Zhang Cheng crossed his arms and said proudly. This is pride and glory, the very foundation of our Physique sect. For a while Mo Chen was panting. Ha, who told you to be so stubborn? Wanhua raised his middle finger and cursed. Damn it, when was I being stubborn? If you want to hit me, just hit me. Can't you skip all the formalism? He narrowed his eyes. You hit me so hard just now, am I not allowed to fight back? He immediately cursed. Who told you not to submit? If you had submitted, you wouldn't have been beaten, right? Now I've submitted and you're still hitting me? Mo Chen laughed up at the sky. Seeing as you intentionally spared my life back then, I'll spare yours too, but from now on when you see me you must submit. Wanhua quickly replied, I submit. I submitted long ago. He turned to leave, calling for Tang Wei. Being called out by Wanhua, Tang Wei frowned. He loudly proposed submitting to Sect Master Zhang. Wanhua immediately sent a voice transmission. Listen to me quick. This group of people is not someone we can afford to provoke. That Mo Chen ate 3 Renhua pills in one go. I'm no longer his match. He stammered this, he continued. Besides, that kid can produce 3 Renhua pills at once. His fortune is far greater than yours. Tang Wei clenched his fists, his body trembling. A fortune greater than mine, I can't accept this. He erupted with power and roared. I will never accept this. Seeing this scene, Zhang Cheng's lips curved into a smile. Wanhua hurriedly ran over, slapped Tang Wei on the head and said angrily, Are you playing dead? Wanhua leaned in close and hissed. Kid, know your place. I am merely the avatar of your entire fortune, while Mo Chen is the avatar of only half of that kid's fortune. He pressed down on Tang Wei's head and announced loudly. The entire Myriad Flowers Immortal Sect will follow the Physique Sect's lead and obey only Sect Master Yang's commands. Tang Wei also spoke up, we submit. Seeing this, Ming Si's eyes widened. Sect Master Tang Ming Si was overjoyed and shouted, me too, us too. They all clasped their hands and said, The entire Sha Tianmen will follow the Physique Sect's lead and obey only Sect Master Yang's commands. He thought to himself, Damn it, that guy Tang Wei screwed us over. I've offended him so many times before. I don't know if I'll survive. Luckily I reacted quickly. All hail Sect Master Zhang, Yan Hu said angrily. This bunch of bastards is clearly faking their submission. I'll take care of them for you. Zhang Cheng spoke up to stop him. Wait, now is the time for me to show my magnanimity, he announced loudly. I, Zhang Cheng, have never been one to hold a grudge. Since you have sincerely submitted, let's forget about what happened before. Hearing this, Ming Si was overjoyed. It worked again, he responded loudly. Thank you, Sect Master Zhang, for sparing our lives. For Sect Master Yang's great kindness, we wish to name you the Alliance Leader of the Mortal Realm. Please do not refuse. The system panel popped up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 46,611,300 points. Current points, 26,725,595. Main quest, Unify the 3 domains. All the Mortal Realm has been completed. Become the Alliance Leader of the 3 domains. Completed. Become the Alliance Leader of the Ling domain. Completed. Become the Alliance Leader of the Sheng domain. Completed. Become the Alliance Leader of the Ming domain. Completed. Become the Alliance Leader of the Changtian domain. Completed. Zhang Cheng looked at the system panel a little surprised. It actually gave so many points as a reward, he happily announced. Very good. From now on, the cultivators of the mortal realm must be united and friendly. Whoever dares to disrupt this, don't blame me for serving you up to my little tiger. Yan Hu sighed and cursed. Damn, what does this have to do with me? You're giving me more work again? Zhang Cheng turned to him and teased. Look at your listless appearance. Yan Hu looked at him with tired eyes and replied. I made such a huge contribution, got no reward, and even had to turn over the treasure I found to the public treasury. It's a miracle I haven't resigned and jumped ship, Zhang Cheng said frankly. You have no sense of the bigger picture. I already said the sect would not treat you unfairly, he roared angrily. All you do is make empty promises. You're the Alliance Leader of the Mortal Realm now. But I still haven't seen the big gift you promised. I fight with that old dog Mo Chen every day. And in the end I get nothing. Zhang Cheng raised his hand and used his ability. Isn't the big gift right here? Yan Hu felt a surge of power and was instantly stunned. Three-eyed fierce Tiger King, upgrading from Bone Rank 2 to Bone Rank 1. Points consumed, 6,800,000. Upgrade successful. Current points, 20,725,595. Yan Hu felt the change in himself and said in disbelief, My bone rank upgraded to rank 1. His eyes lit up and he shouted, I finally have a rank 1 bone rank? Yan Hu roared at Mo Chen. Mo Chen, you old dog. He charged forward to attack. Let's see who teaches whom a lesson this time, Mo Chen cursed. Damn it, you vile creature, mind your conduct. After a while, everyone had gathered to hear Zhang Cheng announce, this tournament was a great success. We have become the Alliance Leader of the Mortal Realm. Next I will announce our next goal. He looked at Yan Hu and asked curiously, Don't you have anything you want to ask? He covered his face and replied blissfully, What could I possibly want to ask? Sect Master, you've already upgraded my bone rank. Zhang Cheng sighed. No need to be so polite. To be honest, upgrading your bone rank was just a temporary measure. I haven't given you the real big gift yet. Hearing this, the people beside them gasped in surprise. Yan Hu asked curiously, Then what is the big gift? Suddenly, the other 3 tigers walked over and surrounded him. Great King, have you forgotten that our fellow tiger clansmen are still living in misery? Quick, take this opportunity to ask Sect Master Zhang to do something for us. Yan Hu suddenly remembered. Oh right, I almost forgot about that. He knelt and pleaded. Reporting to the Sect Master, the descendants of my Tigerhead Mountain clan are being bullied because I am not there. I request a few months of leave. I will go back to deal with those invaders and return immediately. Mo Chen sneered from behind. A few months? Tisk tisk tisk, he turned back and cursed. Old dog, don't be so smug, I'm not afraid of you now. Yan Hu turned to Zhang Cheng again and pleaded, Sect Master, 1 month is enough. I have a rank 1 bone rank now and my strength has greatly increased. Give me 1 month, I promise I'll be back. He smiled gently. Little tiger, your imagination is too poor. The big gift I'm talking about isn't giving you a vacation, he asked curiously. Could it be that you're going to take action personally? Hearing this, he stroked his chin. What did you say you were before? The last place among the 12 cave demon kings, right? Yanhu immediately replied. Ha, not anymore. Thanks to the Sect Master's blessing, with my current strength I'm at least in the top 6, he pondered. Tisk, tisk, still not enough. Yanhu couldn't hide his anticipation, and asked, Then what do you mean? Zhang Cheng said calmly. The number 1 in the demon realm must also be someone from our Physique sect. Hearing this, everyone was astonished. What? Tinling Domain, Nanzongling Prefecture, Boling Prefecture, Zayuan Holy Land. A person ran in panic. Sect Master, the people from the Physique sect are here. The Sect Master of Zayuan Holy Land, Venerable Wowan. Hearing this, he frowned. Wowan ordered impatiently. Quick, invite them in. He bowed to the arriving group. Ah, honored guests, Sect Master Zhang, your presence graces our humble sect. Zhang Cheng and his group landed, all wearing safety helmets. The disciples of the Zayuan Holy Land were all hiding behind, peeking fearfully. He touched his chin, puzzled. What's wrong with these guys? Zhang Cheng suddenly spoke, startling Wowan. What's wrong with you all? Why are you hiding now that we're here? He turned to the group of disciples and shouted, You bastards, Sect Master Zhang is here. What are you hiding for? All of you get out here. A group of disciples came out, but their faces were full of resentment. Wowan knocked on their heads and cursed. Damn it, are you looking to die? All of you put on a welcoming smile. Zhang Cheng was confused. Have I offended you? Why is there so much hostility? He quickly scratched his head to cover it up. Not at all, you've misunderstood. It's a tradition of our Zayuan Holy Land. Veins popped on his forehead as he thought, Who is this old guy trying to fool? Let me see what kind of scheme you're plotting. With that thought, Zhang Cheng used his eye technique to observe. What are they really here for? Are they afraid we'll retaliate and want to wipe out our entire sect? What should we do? We can't win in a direct fight. Zhang Cheng frowned. Oh, what revenge? So I really have offended you. Wowan was startled. Not at all, Sect Master. What are you talking about? I don't understand, he thought to himself. What's going on? Can he hear my thoughts? He then threatened impatiently. If you're hiding something, you'd better spit it out, or I'm going to get angry. Wowan waved his hands in fear. Please don't be angry. I'll talk. His whole body trembling, he raised a hand. It's him. Wowan pointed directly at Yanhu, who looked completely baffled. Yanhu pointed at himself, bewildered. Me, he recalled. You tiger demon, you slaughtered nearly half of my sect's elders and disciples, causing my Zayuan Holy Land to plummet from a major mortal realm sect to a third-rate one. Yanhu roared in anger. What the hell? Don't you dare frame me. I don't even know who you are. Did that old dog Mo Chen put you up to this to frame me? Hearing this, Mo Chen interjected. Damn you, you vile creature. You're the one who goes around womanizing and causing trouble everywhere, making enemies. Don't you dare blame it on me. Wowan, sweating profusely, said, Tiger Lord, have you forgotten? You borrowed our teleportation array back then. Hearing this, he remembered. I just wanted to borrow your teleportation array for a bit. Cut the crap. If I hadn't been tricked by that bastard, I wouldn't have bothered borrowing anything from your crappy sect. Recalling the event, Yanhu scratched his head. Oh, I remember now. He admonished sternly. Hey, you can't blame me for this. I just wanted to borrow your array for a bit. Who told you to attack me without asking any questions? Wowan turned his face away and pouted. You can't just barge into a private restroom and use it. So how could a teleportation array that consumes immense energy be lent out so casually? Zhang Cheng stepped forward to mediate. Hey, all for such a small matter, Yanhu sneered. Yeah, they held a grudge against me for such a small matter. He turned to Yanhu and chided him. My point is, you killed half their sect for such a small matter? Yanhu was completely bewildered. How is this my fault? What do you think? If you hadn't summoned me from the Tianyao domain, would I have needed to borrow an array? I flew for half a day, crossing half the mortal realm and the demon realm. What if I had met some powerful master along the way, couldn't defeat them, and got refined into a demon pill? Who would I complain to then? Zhang Cheng waved his hand. All right. I, the Sect Master, will take responsibility for the trouble you've caused. He raised his hand and used the system's resurrection function. Members of the Zayuan Holy Land who were killed, time of death 136 days, points consumed 78,600, resurrection successful. The people of the Zayuan Holy Land were revived and the current points became 20,646,995. They all looked bewildered, not understanding what had happened. Where are we? Suddenly, one of them recognized him with a furious expression. Seeing Yanhu's punchable face, they picked up their weapons, their hearts burning with rage. Vile creature, how dare you trespass in the Zayuan Holy Land? If you want to defile our teleportation array, you'll have to step over my dead body. The sound of kowtows thundered. Shut up, weak, but you love to make a scene. The entire sect kowtowed to Zhang Cheng. Thank you, Sect Master Zhang, for saving our lives, Wowan said with a face full of smiles. Sect Master Zhang, your visit this time is probably not just to revive us, is it? If there's anything you need from the Zayuan Holy Land, we will go through fire and water to accomplish it. Lan Ti spoke up. Since you've all said so, Zhang Cheng ordered. Lan Ti, tell them. She took out a document and explained. Venerable Wowan, we've come this time to discuss a grand project that will benefit the entire mortal realm. This is the project's plan and feasibility study report. Please have a look. He took it and looked, his eyes widening in shock. 2-year plan for Mortal Realm public transportation. The more Wawan read the contract, the more something felt off. It was clear that their side was responsible for everything from planning, construction, implementation, maintenance, and follow-up to energy supply, beautification of the surrounding environment, and developing other functional facilities, while the other party was only responsible for providing support from behind the scenes. Even Zhang Cheng had a look of disbelief. Who came up with this contract? He completely missed Lan Ti's eyes, which were full of expectation for praise. But then he realized who the culprit was, and showing no mercy to the beautiful woman, turned and berated her. Coming up with a contract like this? Are you trying to kill people? Lan Ti's bliss was instantly shattered. She helplessly defended herself, saying she had only based it on the principles of Little Tiger's labor contract. When Zhang Cheng heard this, he unfairly blamed her instead. Still making excuses? What do you know? Little Tiger is a house slave. He's shameless, so you can bully him however you want. Yanhu wanted to kill him right then and there. He thought Zhang Cheng was speaking up for him, but he was just throwing his teammate under the bus. In the next second, Zhang Cheng majestically lectured the group of youngsters. As the #1 sect in the mortal realm, how can you be so shameless, acting the same as before? What kind of image is that? Terrified, their limbs went soft as they obediently accepted the order. After lecturing them, the next to suffer was none other than Wawan. Although Zhang Cheng had already offered to split the responsibility 50-50, Wawan didn't dare to object. He stammered and repeatedly praised Sect Master Yang's magnanimity, saying they were completely impressed, but there was just one more thing. Before he could finish, he was cut off. What's wrong? Still not willing? Are you hoping our Physique sect will take full responsibility? This scared him so much he dropped to his knees, scrambling to explain everything. It turned out that the teleportation array consumed a huge amount of spiritual energy, and with people from all over the mortal realm using it, they simply couldn't afford the cost. Seeing Zhang Cheng's sour expression, Wawan feared he had caused a great disaster and hastily assured him, "But please rest assured, Sect Master Zhang. If people from the Physique sect come to use it, we will definitely not refuse and will absolutely arrange for them to have top priority." Zhang Cheng's expression didn't change, a confident look on his face. He had likely guessed the reason for their long-winded fuss. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to lend a hand. However, the one taking action was Dahuang. The little guy opened his mouth wide, signaling his master to feed him. After all, food is the staff of life. To Wawan's astonishment, Zhang Cheng decisively poured an entire bowl of candy into Dahuang's mouth. The little guy wolfed it down, and after eating and drinking his fill, Dahuang's entire body immediately began to glow, brimming with power, and he decided to show these newbies a thing or two. In an instant, the entire space was enveloped in a strange glow of spiritual power, followed by waves of gasps. The spirit vein has been promoted to the 9th rank. Witnessing this, Wawan and the others were completely dumbfounded, unable to believe it had reached the 9th rank, and subsequently fell into a frenzy. Even primitive roars could be heard. It's about to break through to the saint stage. They all knelt in unison, thanking Sect Master Zhang for his great virtue, his domineering strength, and his overwhelming presence. Seeing how sincere the group before him was, he accepted their thanks without ceremony. Finally, he excused them from their kneeling, saying they now had a 9th rank spirit vein. The consumption of the teleportation array should recover much faster than before. From now on, the matter of the transportation hub is all up to you. At that moment, Zhang Cheng was a god in Wawan's heart. How could he possibly refuse? Time slowly passed, and morning came the next day. Demon Realm, Tianyao Domain, at the foot of Tiger Head Mountain. 4 blurry figures flickered in and out of view. Leading them in the air were none other than Zhang Cheng and Yanhu. Seeing the tearful sight of his descendants before him, Yanhu's heart ached and he cursed out in anger. "My Tiger Head Mountain's territory, since when did it become a vegetable market?" The surrounding tiger demons also cried in agreement. "Great King, this is the life we lead," Zhang Cheng said heroically from the side. "Go, fight for your kin." The surrounding beastmen were still oblivious, hawking their wares loudly. Golden Cleave Layer for 5,000 spirit stones, Silver Cleave Layer for 3,000, Pudgy Face for 2,000, a 5th grade bone rank adult flat-headed tiger for 200 spirit stones, and Tiger Immortal canned food for 500. Suddenly, with a bang, a strong light came from nowhere and flattened the bustling market. The beastmen who were left unscathed were also stunned, not knowing what had just happened. Yanhu and his group shouted from a distance, telling them to stop. The beastman seemed to recognize one of them and spoke up. "Old Yuan, what's the deal? Didn't we agree that the market would be ours in half a year? What, thinking of going back on your word?" Yanhu roared in fury. "What do you take my Tiger Clan descendants for? How outrageous!" But King Yuan quickly calmed him down. "These small fries are not worthy of your action, Captain. I, a mere driver, can handle them." That beastman pointed at King Yuan. "Have you lost your mind? Why are you bowing and scraping to a slave?" King Yuan immediately shouted to stop him. "Don't you run your damn mouth, scram now, and I'll spare you a beating." The beastman frowned with a look of confusion. "Old Yuan, what's your game? Let me tell you, there are many of us. We're not afraid of you. Everyone, someone is trying to trash our place." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd swarmed forward, surrounding Yanhu and King Yuan. Countless ferocious-looking figures approached with murderous intent, demanding to know who was blind enough to do such a thing. Zhang Cheng was sweating on the side. Good heavens, did I just walk into a zoo? King Yuan then painstakingly explained that this group was not to be trifled with. That dark one is Great King Black Wind, one of the 72 cave demon kings. The one who looks like Tiger Lord's great-grandson is Great King Gold Coin, one of the 72 cave demon kings. The one that looks like a lower-class animal at a glance is Great King Thousand Legs, one of the 72 cave demon kings, and that dog with the shady-looking hairstyle is Demon King Dahuang, one of the 72 cave demon kings. Being described in such a way, the beastmen who were called out were instantly enraged. Bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? But Zhang Cheng didn't seem to care about them and continued to ask, what the heck is a 72 cave demon king? Shouldn't it be 36 caves? Hearing this, King Yuan went along with it. The ones on the official roster are us, the 36 cave demon kings. They are the 72 caves. There are 36 of us and another 36 followers who are just jumping on the bandwagon, making it all up themselves. They're nothing, Yanhu retorted from the side. Bullshit. The officially certified ones on the roster are us, the 12 cave demon kings. You 36 caves are just here for the clout. King Yuan immediately agreed. Tiger Lord is right. Now, besides us 36 caves, there are another 72 caves. Not only that, but there are also multiple top 500 feet organizations like the top 500 elite demon kings, the top 500 fire-type demon kings, and the top 500 rogue cultivator demon kings. Nowadays in the demon realm, everyone calls themselves a demon king regardless of their cultivation level. Zhang Cheng crossed his arms and sighed. Good grief, your demon realm is a classic case of too many chiefs and not enough Indians. King Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Well, I'm not the only chief who's a tortoise. The ignored beastmen were now thoroughly enraged. Old tortoise, you'd better get lost if you know what's good for you. Don't think we'll be afraid of you just because your cultivation is half a head taller than ours. There are a lot of us, the dog beastman added another punchable line. He wants the large intestines. On King Yuan's side he was also full of fighting spirit. Sect Master, leave it to me. This humble servant will show you just how correct your decision was to upgrade my bone rank. As soon as his voice fell, King Yuan rushed toward the arrogant beastman with a powerful wave, blocking the combined attack of everyone with a single palm. King Yuan suddenly appeared, his eyes sharp and glinting with anger. Anyone else not convinced? He stepped on the weaklings beneath his feet and laughed arrogantly. We're convinced, spare us. A system prompt popped up. Commander's follower mount flowing Great Yuan Turtle successfully showed off. Points 200, current points 20,846,995. Seeing King Yuan's strength, Zhang Cheng was very satisfied. He just joined, yet he has already grasped the true essence of our Physique Sect's corporate culture. Not bad, old turtle. You have potential. Sect Master, you flatter me. Since the Sect Master upgraded my bone rank, I must live up to his promotion. Yanhu was a bit depressed. He felt like he had another powerful ass-kissing rival. Suddenly, Kang Lang walked over from a distance. Old Yuan, what is the meaning of this? A cold, murderous aura emanated from him. Iron back. When Zhang Cheng saw him, he couldn't help but be interested. This guy is pretty handsome, huh? Yanhu recognized him immediately and warned, he's just a wolf demon. He used to be very arrogant. He challenged the great divine officer Yuanting Jingtan several times but lost, so he became his deputy. Zhang Cheng praised from the side. Great divine officer Yuanting Jingtan. Not bad, that title sounds cool. Yanhu disagreed and retorted, what's so cool about it? He's just a dog demon. The last place among the 12 cave demon kings, he said coldly. Weren't you last place? He shouted loudly, trying to save the last bit of his pride. I was second to last. I only said I was last place to trick you into letting me go. Although he was sweating coldly inside, King Yuan still bit the bullet and stepped forward. Sect Master Tiger Lord, you two don't need to lift a finger for such a small fry. Watch me take care of him. Deputy General Kang Shengshi looked nervous. Under the blazing blue flames, Kang Lang summoned his sacred sword chi. You defeated foe who gave you the guts to challenge me. He decisively charged at King Yuan, who was greatly alarmed. So fast. Faced with this strike, King Yuan fearfully retreated into his turtle shell, lying flat on the ground. Facing the strength of a quasi-demon king, is it still too much for me? I don't believe it. I can't let the Sect Master's efforts go to waste. Then King Yuan regained his momentum and assumed a fighting stance. Breach, he spat out a huge amount of energy from his mouth. Great deluge, Kang Lang blocked the force with his longsword. What's going on? He steadied himself, his face turning purple with anger, as if the world was collapsing beneath his feet. Old Yuan, you used to be only a 5th grade bone rank. How are you a 4th grade now? What great fortune did you encounter? Speak and I'll spare your life. King Yuan puffed out his cheeks. Spare my life? Stop bluffing. Breach, Kang Lang didn't hesitate. Swinging his sword straight at King Yuan's head. Just as the sword arrived, King Yuan immediately retracted his head to dodge. Kang Lang gripped the hilt, trying to pull him out. Zhang Cheng commented excitedly from the outside, this guy isn't just handsome, he's also very strong. Old Turtle is getting beaten so badly he doesn't even dare to show his head. Ironback. Yanhu recounted Kang Lang's past. This Ironback Kang Lang is very strong. Second only to the great divine officer Yuanting Jingtan. He used to be completely suppressed by the Dog King. This Ironback Kang Lang was just one step away from becoming one of the 12 cave demon kings and was very unconvinced. He later challenged the great divine officer Yuanting Jingtan multiple times. His cultivation and bone rank weren't actually that much worse. But unfortunately he was countered by his opponent. After losing several challenges he went to hide in his cave as a deputy. After hearing this, everyone started discussing among themselves, a wolf being a lackey for a dog. I knew he was no good from the start. That's just not right. There's no future in that. Hang Lang grew angrier. Come and fight, don't be a cowardly turtle. King Yuan was about to cry. I am a cowardly turtle, Tiger Lord, save me. Yan Hu was teasing from the outside while Zhang Cheng was just quietly munching on sunflower seeds in the back. Go help old turtle. In a bit he's going to smash his shell to pieces. Stupid dog, that's enough. This remark struck a nerve with Kang Lang. He said angrily, what did you call me, stupid dog? In an instant, Kang Lang descended from the sky, pouncing on Yan Hu. Whoever dares to insult the honor of my wolf clan die. Yan Hu dodged lightly, making him fall flat on his face. Kang Lang lay on the ground, but he continued to mock him relentlessly. The honor of the wolf clan? You have the honor of the wolf clan, yet you go and become a dog's lackey? Kang Lang cursed. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Seeing this, Yan Hu angrily slammed Kang Lang's head to the ground, and subsequently a chain was locked around Kang Lang's neck. He clasped his hands and bowed, fawning, Tiger Lord, why didn't you reveal your identity earlier? If you had, how would this humble one have dared to draw a sword in your presence? He paused, a flicker of doubt in his mind. When did the three-eyed fierce Tiger King also become a first-grade bone rank? No wonder he beat me so easily. A great fortune. He must have received some great fortune. He held the chain in his hand as Kang Lang trembled on the ground. You damn dog, want to suck up now that you can't win? Sect Master, we're having dog meat hot pot tonight. Despite being scorned, he still knelt and grabbed Yan Hu's hand. Don't, I can guard the house, I can shake hands. I don't know any advanced navigation techniques for now, but I'm willing to learn. Please don't eat me. A sharp gaze swept over them. Zhang Cheng watched them in silence. In the future, when Little Tiger becomes #1 in the demon realm, having security captain on his business card won't look good enough. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he channeled the power within him. Following his command, the system immediately prompted, Ironback Kang Lang Bone Rank 2, upgrading to Bone Rank 1. Points consumed, 6,600,000. He stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. To think he was only a second-grade bone rank just like Little Tiger back then. Walking to Yan Hu's side, Zhang Cheng patted his shoulder and said, Little Tiger, in the future, you'll be the CEO of our Physique Sect's Demon Realm branch. This dog can take over your old job as the security captain. For the next few months, let him be the deputy security captain. You can show him the ropes. Kang Lang kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you, big boss, thank you, big boss. Yan Hu patted his face and scolded him. You're supposed to call him Sect Master, high pressure. Don't you know the rules? As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Lang quickly corrected himself. Sect Master is strong, high pressure, high pressure. 2 bags of golden egg yolk pies looked very tempting. Kang Lang happily stuffed both into his mouth. This pie is so delicious. I've never eaten anything so good in my life. Zhang Cheng tossed an egg yolk pie in his hand, grinning enticingly. Come work for my Physique Sect and there'll be an endless supply of egg yolk pies. King Yuan slapped Kang Lang on the back from behind, leaving him with a stunned expression. What's wrong? Still want the honor of the wolf clan? Kang Lang sighed. I'm a person who can adapt. Honor can't be eaten. I prefer to speak the truth. In the Wuyan cave, cobwebs were everywhere. Outside the cave entrance, Zhang Cheng and his group walked in. He crossed his arms and said to Yan Hu, Little Tiger, you live in such a broken-down cave. This is too shabby. He looked at him guiltily. My cave's decor used to be in the top 5 among all Demon Realm caves. Isn't it because the Sect Master locked me up for so long, with no one to manage it? It was wrecked by the demons outside. Mo Chen pointed at Yan Hu. It seems you have quite an opinion of the Sect Master. He frowned and cursed. Shut up, you old dog, you damned thing, taking advantage of the situation to try and screw me over again. In an instant, Yan Hu's expression changed, and he put on a cute face for Zhang Cheng. Sect Master, don't misunderstand. What I mean is, thanks to you, my cave can finally be redecorated. Zhang Cheng didn't even look at him, turning his face away. Redecoration is a must. The spirit vein in this cave of yours is also too pathetic to look at. When Yan Hu heard this, his eyes lit up. Sect Master, you mean? In the distance, Kang Lang was already calculating. A 5th-rank spirit vein isn't good enough? This is the demon realm. In their mortal realm, a 5th-rank spirit vein would already be considered top tier, right? Just as they stepped out of the cave, they saw a dazzling golden light descend from the sky, shooting straight to the ground. In the pillar of light, Dahuang sat in the center of a magic circle on the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng smiled with satisfaction. The usual, the adorable Dahuang opened his mouth, waiting. He walked over with a bag of candy and poured the entire bag into its mouth. Dahuang, as if recharged, jumped up abruptly. It's mealtime again, brothers. Immediately after, a green light enveloped the area, stunning everyone. Yan Hu's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. What's going on? The spirit vein has been upgraded. He raised his hands high in joy. It's 9th rank. Yan Hu immediately pounced over, hugging and licking Zhang Cheng's leg. Sect Master is brilliant. Your virtue is sublime, he shouted excitedly. Old Chang Gui, what are you waiting for? Bring out the iced watermelon from the storeroom for Sect Master Zhang to eat. Everyone present fell silent. After a moment, a group of small tigers walked over with teary eyes. Great King Grandpa, the old chief steward, he was captured by the Bone Rabbit King. Yan Hu was suddenly reminded, and he cursed in anger. Damn it, I'd forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. That rabbit has gone too far. A fire of fury burned in his heart. All the humiliation I've suffered over the years, I'm going to get it all back today. Taiyan Mountain, Silverbone Cave. In front of the cave entrance was a lush green landscape. Inside the cave, the bone rabbit was leisurely sitting while the Changui painted her nails. Your Majesty, what do you think of this color? Before she could answer, the old man had smeared the nail polish onto the bone rabbit's foot, immediately sending her into a thunderous rage. She yelled at the Changui, "You clumsy old thing, you got it on my foot." But she didn't step down. Instead, she stretched her foot in front of the old man. "Lick it clean for me." A perverted look appeared on the Changui's face, his mind already filled with dirty thoughts. "Great King, it's not that I, your old Changui, am disloyal. It's just that Her Majesty is too alluring. And why did you have to disappear for so long?" He knelt down and lifted her foot. Suddenly a loud bang startled the bone rabbit. What was that outside the cave? Yanhu was loudly kicking the door. "You had the guts to steal my man, now have the guts to open the door. Don't hide in there without a sound. I know you're home." The bone rabbit knew who it was the moment she heard the voice. She stood up gracefully. "It's that stinky three-eyed tiger. After hiding for so long, he finally dares to show his face outside." Yanhu used all his strength in one strike, smashing the cave door to pieces. With a few leaps he was inside. Yanhu said smugly, "Little girl, your Tiger Lord's bone rank has been upgraded. I'm not afraid anymore." The next second when he saw the scene before him, his face changed drastically. Before him, the bone rabbit was sitting on the Changui's back with a frown, a chain in her hand leashing the old man. Yanhu instantly flared up. "How dare you use my chief steward as a dog slave? You've gone too far." The Changui was still very happy. "Great King, don't mind me, run." King Yuan immediately blocked Yanhu's path, himself mesmerized by the sight, his nose bleeding. "Tiger Lord, you don't need to act. Leave this small matter to me." Kang Lang also rushed over to block them, his eyes dazed. "Tiger Lord, there's no need for you two to act. I just arrived, so leave this small matter to me." King Yuan and Kang Lang walked forward with lecherous expressions as if they were about to devour the bone rabbit. The two rushed up to fight for the chance, creating a chaotic scene. In the blink of an eye, all three had their heads trapped, serving as her stools. Yanhu was exasperated with these two perverts. He was about to go mad. "Are you guys here to visit a brothel?" The bone rabbit's eyes were sharp as she smiled confidently and provoked him. "You damn tiger, after being beaten by me into a cowardly turtle for so long, how dare you show your face today?" Yanhu decisively appeared in his true form, roaring furiously as he announced, "Little girl, your Tiger Lord is not who he used to be. Today I'm not just going to teach you a lesson, you little rabbit. I'm going to have you too." He was extremely excited, his expression utterly perverted. "Oh, I can't wait." The bone rabbit's eyes turned red with anger and she gritted her teeth. "Bastard, how dare you flirt with me?" She leapt into the air in a graceful pose. Yanhu clenched his fists, his body trembling. "Damn it, this cursed conditioned reflex." Yanhu's face turned pale, recalling the time he was brutally beaten by the bone rabbit. He covered his ears with his hands, shaking his head non-stop to get rid of the thought. No, I'm a first-grade bone rank now. I can win." Yanhu straightened his back and roared with his mouth wide open. He affirmed angrily, "I can win." The roar shook the rocks, and a huge boulder slid down onto his back, scaring him into a run. Not running fast enough, Yanhu was flattened by the rock. The bone rabbit smiled smugly. He was truly asking for death. Seeing this, his two frozen underlings hurriedly shouted, "Great King!" Kang Lang also called out worriedly. "Tiger Lord!" Lin Han and Wei Miao also shouted in concern. "You stupid tiger!" Only Mo Chen was still berating him. "Serves you right. You made the Sect Master waste immortal power to revive you again." Zhang Cheng just crossed his arms, smiling calmly and thinking to himself, "The system doesn't know, so I can rest easy. Little tiger can't die." With a loud bang, the ice shattered, and Yanhu stood up, his body engulfed in flames. The bone rabbit couldn't believe her eyes, exclaiming, "What?" She looked at Yanhu before her and blurted out, "So fast." He rushed to the bone rabbit's side, holding her tightly in his arms. The bone rabbit shrieked in panic, "You bastard, let go of me!" Yanhu had a smug look on his face, letting her struggle but still holding her in his arms. The bone rabbit was furious but helpless, screaming incessantly. She struggled, turning her face to the side and screaming, "Bastard, bastard, let go of me." Yanhu chuckled and retorted, "Let you go? You've bullied me for so long, it's my turn to bully you." The bone rabbit leaned back, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Finally, he let go of the bone rabbit, letting her fall to the ground. Yanhu put his hands on his hips and breathed in the air, looking up at the sky. Satisfying, the bone rabbit propped herself up and sat up, staring at him intently, thinking, when did this three-eyed tiger become a first-grade bone rank? Her face fell and she stood there in a daze, crestfallen. Seeing this, Yanhu approached the bone rabbit and asked, "What's wrong? You have something else in mind?" He hugged her tightly again, his three eyes sparkling, and confessed directly, "Be my consort and I guarantee you'll be the woman with the highest status in the demon realm from now on." "That's not right, Rabbit Maiden," Shihu quietly reminded him from behind. "Great King, she's already the Rabbit Maiden with the highest status in the demon realm." His eyes widened in excitement, his cheeks flushed red, and he asked, "The female demon with the highest status?" She shyly whispered, "Yes." Yanhu held her tightly in his big hands and laughed happily at the sky. She agreed. He excitedly ran off with the bone rabbit, who had a wronged expression and teary eyes. "To the bridal chamber. I'm going to the bridal chamber." At the nine-striped Ripple camp, a subordinate came to reporting to the Great King. The Dog King sat on his chair and asked angrily, "What? The ranking of the 12 cave demon kings has been updated again?" The subordinate looked dejected and answered with a tremor, "It's absolutely true. The three-eyed tiger's ranking has surpassed the Bone Rabbit King's and he has risen to third from the bottom." The great divine officer Dog King raged. The subordinate buried his head in the ground and answered in a small voice, "Now you're last again." At this moment King Yuan looked at Kang Lang, who was ravenously devouring spirit pills and immortal herbs behind him, and said, "Slow down, you're eating so fast you're choking." Oh, Kang Lang hurriedly drank a bottle of water. King Yuan looked at him helplessly. "Old friend, you'll get indigestion like this. You don't have to push yourself so hard." Hearing this, Kang Lang frowned. "What do you know?" "From what I know, the great divine officer Dog King knows that Tiger Lord made him last among the 12 cave demon kings again, so he definitely won't let it go," he continued. "These days, Tiger Lord and the Rabbit clan have been indulging in revelry every night. His body is all worn out. If the Dog King comes, I'm afraid Tiger Lord will suffer a great loss." He picked his nose and replied nonchalantly, "The Emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is. The Sect Master is surrounded by masters. Is it your turn to worry?" Kang Lang immediately jumped up and slapped him on the head. "Otherwise, how come you've only been a driver your whole life? Don't you know how to share your leader's worries? Why does the Sect support you? You need to have a sense of ownership, understand?" After being slapped, King Yuan seemed to have an epiphany. "Damn, I get it now. It's still you, old friend." Kang Lang gave him a thumbs up. "That's right, we are the Wolf Clan. Dogs are our grandchildren's generation. In terms of seniority, we must snatch this ass-kissing job." In front of a cave, many people were gathered dancing. "Come draw a dragon with me on the left and a rainbow on your right. Let's go." The Bone Rabbit hugged Yanhu tightly as they danced together. "Look at that sparkling disco ball." At this moment the Dog King stood outside, somewhat annoyed by the noise inside. The wind rolled the clouds into rain, breaking the road and forking the path. I listened quietly at my door to the changing sound of the falling rain. His lips moved slightly. "What a terrible voice, how dare he sing with a voice like that?" The Dog King was furious and immediately broke down the door. "Three-eyed bug, get the hell out here and explain yourself." The door was broken, and several figures appeared. They slowly walked towards the Dog King, making him freeze. "Why are there so many people?" Yanhu pointed at the Dog King angrily. "Old dog, what do you want? You kicked down my Shuang's boudoir door for no reason." Hearing these mushy words, Mo Chen, Dahuang, and Zhang Cheng all felt a wave of nausea. "My Shuang." The Bone Rabbit crossed her arms and said, "Old dog, what's wrong? Are you not convinced of your own ranking? Do you want me, the Silver Moon Sky Harlot Maiden, to fix your dissatisfaction?" Hearing her words, the Dog King immediately softened. "Maiden, you must be joking. Of course I'm convinced of your ranking." But he immediately turned his head and pointed at Yanhu's face. "I'm not convinced of him. Tiger, did you rely on the maiden to raise your ranking?" Hearing this, he became furious and rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. "You damn dog, don't you dare slander me. I'll let you experience the power of a first-grade bone rank today." Yanhu clenched his fists and roared at the sky. But then he froze. Yanhu's body swayed, and Mo Chen immediately taunted. "Who told you to indulge yourself every day? You're injured, aren't you? Serves you right. It hurts. Seeing this, the Dog King charged forward without mercy. "Good chance," he pounced, baring his sharp teeth threateningly. "Go back to being last among the 12 cave demon kings." Crap! Suddenly an energy ball flew over, stunning both Yanhu and the Dog King. "Stupid dog, don't be impudent." Zhang Cheng and Ling Han also retreated due to the overwhelming power of the force. "What's going on?" It turned out that the one who came to the rescue was Kang Lang. The Dog King cursed angrily. "Ironback Kang Lang, you ungrateful thing, I was kind enough to take you in as my deputy, yet you run here to betray me." Kang Lang cursed back without showing any weakness. "Bullshit. I'm from the Wolf Clan and you want me to be your licking dog. I can tolerate licking others, but being a licking dog for a dog, I can't tolerate it." His face darkened. "I have been blessed with spirit pills and immortal medicine by Sect Master Zhang, and I'm enjoying it to the fullest. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Today I'll kick you out of the 12 cave demon kings." Without further ado, Kang Lang immediately threw a punch at the Dog King. King Yuan praised from the outside. "Well done, old friend." Seeing the system prompt, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but be overjoyed. "This talent, I've recruited an SSR." The Dog King was sent flying, gritting his teeth as he looked at Kang Lang. He grinned smugly. "It's effective. My desperate eating wasn't in vain." The Dog King clenched his fists and cursed. "Bastard, you think you can win just by increasing your strength?" The more the Dog King spoke, the more fear Kang Lang showed. "You damn dog, if you have the guts, take that thing off and fight me one-on-one." Yanhu was about to laugh and speak when King Yuan beat him to it. "You were so majestic just now. Why did you suddenly get scared?" "That's because the Sect Master doesn't know. That 9th grade spiritual artifact, Slaying Wolf, is the natural nemesis of the Wolf Clan. Once this treasure is out, it can suppress the bone rank." His words were cut off, and Yanhu was very unhappy. He waved his hand to hit him. "Damn it, you bastard, when was it your turn to steal my spotlight? You deserve a beating. Tiger Lord. It's a misunderstanding. I didn't do it on purpose." Mo Chen rushed up to block him, but Yanhu was still cursing. "You vile creature, what are you doing? We're all licking fairly, don't you dare play favorites." "You old dog, it's you again. This is our demon clan's internal affair. It's not your place to interfere." He felt something was wrong. and immediately turned to Zhang Cheng to complain, "Sectmaster, look, little tiger is already openly forming cliques in the sect. This trend cannot be allowed to continue." Immediately after, he changed his tone and a deep purple-black aura appeared in his palm. "You won't let this old man interfere? This old man insists on getting involved." After speaking, he pointed 2 fingers at Kang Lang. "Blood Saint Black Art." Suddenly, his eyes lit up like car headlights and Kang Lang was enveloped in roiling black chi. Kang Lang tensed his body and let out a howl, seemingly in extreme pain. He clenched his fists, feeling the change in himself. "This power," the system popped up a message. "Commander's follower Ironback Kang Lang, Oz the Demon King. Points 2,880,000, current points 24,076,995. Zhang Cheng stroked his chin and thought smugly, "Damn, I got 2.8 million in one go. This little wolf cub has some skills." The Dog King witnessed this scene and was horrified. "When did he also get a first-grade bone rank?" Yan Hu also roared in disbelief. "Old dog, to steal the show you're actually willing to sacrifice your own cultivation?" But Mo Chen had a calm expression, full of calculation. "To bring glory to the Sectmaster for the benefit of the sect, what's a little loss for me? This is the attitude we Physique sect members should have." Then he righteously admonished Kang Lang. "Wolf cub, this old man has already used immortal arts to improve your bone rank. You absolutely cannot lose to that tiger. No, you absolutely cannot disgrace the name of my Physique sect." Yan Hu frowned and stuck out his tongue from the side. "That old dog, isn't his blood pressure high enough? He's saying what's on his mind." While Zhang Cheng and the others cheered excitedly, Zhang Cheng proudly exclaimed, "See, Elder Mo is indeed the pillar of our Physique sect." Ling Han echoed from the side, "Elder Mo is indeed the pillar of our Physique sect." Then he took out a pill. "Since Elder Mo has such awareness, how can the sect let you suffer a loss? This is the Creation Spirit Purple Cloud Pill. Points consumed 1 million. Creation successful. Current points 23,076,995. Then Zhang Cheng flicked the pill into Mo Chen's mouth. Seeing this, Yan Hu was shocked and tried to stop him. "Sectmaster, his small contribution isn't worth a cloud pill. Just feed him some spirit grass and spirit pills afterwards to replenish him." After taking the pill, his eyes lit up. "Thank you, Sectmaster." But instantly, Mo Chen's eyes turned blood red and he let out a sinister laugh. Kang Lang's body trembled. Damn, I feel like I could challenge the Dragon King monkey now and it would be a piece of cake." Suddenly, Kang Lang looked at the Dog King, making him sweat nervously. In just a moment, Kang Lang bared his claws and rushed over. The Dog King couldn't help but shout so fast, he immediately activated his protective artifact to defend himself. Slaying Wolf. As soon as Kang Lang's claws touched the spiked artifact, cracks began to appear on its surface. Unexpectedly, the protective artifact shattered quickly, and the Dog King was sent flying into the air screaming. The collar around his neck also shattered at the same time. Lei Hu, Shi Hu, and Chen Hu were all stunned. He destroyed a 9th-grade spiritual artifact with just an attack. The Dog King could only hold his head as Kang Lang stomped on him like a dog. His whole body radiated a purple-black aura, his eyes as bright as light bulbs. "Beaten by me into the 12 cave demon kings. Are you convinced or not?" The Dog King, humiliated, knelt on the ground in pain. "Convinced, convinced. From now on I'll be a member of the 36 cave demon kings, the #1 seat in our camp. What do you think, Wolflord?" Hearing this, he turned his head coldly and refused. "No need, I, Wolflord, have already found a better home." The system popped up another prompt. "Commander's follower Ironback Kang Lang is listed among the 12 cave demon kings. Points 16,500,000. Current points 39,576,995. When he turned to Mo Chen, Kang Lang smiled fawningly. "Immortal Elder, how was my performance?" But Mo Chen's attitude took a 180-degree turn, leaving him stunned. "That's for the Sectmaster to decide." Zhang Cheng gave a thumbs up and praised, "Excellent performance." Seeing this, Yan Hu snorted coldly at the cowering Kang Lang and criticized, "You are the security captain, and I am your superior. Openly fawning over a leader from another department, what kind of behavior is that?" Mo Chen stroked his beard and interjected, "The Sectmaster is right. Our Immortal sect is a startup company. Don't you dare lead the way in creating the bureaucratic style of a large corporation." Yan Hu squinted and thought to himself, "Alright, you old dog, you like to play office politics, huh? Just you wait." The scene shifts to the top of Yangshan Mountain, at Guanja Ridge. Shen stood alone on the mountaintop, narcissistically stroking his own face and praising, "I am so beautiful." Jin Yu ran over in a panic. Report. Shen turned and glared at him. "What's the matter, so flustered? What kind of behavior is this? If outsiders see this, where will our dignity be? I am the 9th ranked among the 12 cave demon kings. Great Divine Officer Jin Yu." Jin Yu hurriedly cupped his hands and reported. "Reporting to the Great Divine Officer, the hot searches have been very intense lately. First, the three-eyed tiger claimed to be the #1 in the demon realm, and now the Great Divine Officer Yuanting Jingtan has been squeezed into the ranks of the 12 cave demon kings by Ironback Kang Lang." Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. The ranking of the 12 cave demon kings hasn't changed in 1,000 years. Why are so many people suddenly restless? Only then did Jin Yu explain in detail. "A group of people came from the mortal realm claiming they want to rectify the chaotic situation in our demon realm. The three-eyed tiger and Ironback Kang Lang are following them, and now they're very arrogant." Shem stroked his face and snorted lightly. "That kid named Tang Wei from the mortal realm is indeed very ambitious." At this point, Jin Yu hurriedly complained, It's not Tang Wei, it's someone named Zhang Cheng with a group of nobodies. They've been partying and dancing on Taiyan Mountain all day, it's simply indecent. Shen suddenly covered his mouth and laughed. Just wait, this divine officer will go meet them. After speaking, he flicked his sleeve, drawing a line in the air, and Shen transformed into a colorful long-tailed bird and flew away. Back to the Dog King, he was painfully reproaching himself. I got beaten up for nothing, even lost my position as one of the 12 cave demon kings. If I had known, I wouldn't have joined the fun. After sighing, the Dog King stood up and heard the sound of a bird chirping in the distance. He looked up and saw Shen flying past. It's the great divine officer Jin Yu. Seeing this, the Dog King sneered smugly. Looks like he's also going to cause trouble for the three-eyed tiger. So he took off running. How can I not watch the fun? I want to see whether that tiger will be unlucky or that stupid chicken will be unlucky. After running for a while, he reached the cave entrance. The Dog King hid in the dark, watching Shem slowly walk in. A noisy sound came from deep within the cave. On the left, draw a dragon with me. On the right, draw a rainbow. He cursed under his breath. Damn, it's all TikTok songs. Suddenly, the sound of burps and belches came from the cave. Shen pointed angrily at Yan Hu and his group, loudly accusing, "There are people gathering here for debauchery." Mo Chen glanced sideways and waved his hand. "Then you've come to the wrong place. At most, we're just a public nuisance." He pointed at Yan Hu's face. "If you want to talk about debauchery, only that tiger is the most debauched. You can take him away." Yan Hu, being singled out, shouted angrily, "You're full of shit. Which eye of yours saw me being debauched?" Mo Chen imagined some indescribable scenes in his mind. "You're debauched every day. I've been live streaming it for you with my immortal arts and you still want to argue." Yan Hu grabbed Mo Chen's beard and shouted, "You perverted old dog. I was wondering why I always felt like someone was peeking at me from behind." Mo Chen winced in pain. Hey, don't you dare lay a hand on me." Yan Hu remained relentless, continuing to shout, "Take him away. This counts as creating and distributing obscene material." Just then, a rainbow light shone down, startling both of them. Shen stood in the light, raised his arm and shouted, "Gathering for debauchery, participating in pornographic activities. How can the 12 cave demon kings have such filth?" The two were covered in dust by the light, and Yan Hu pushed Mo Chen away with an annoyed expression. "After all this fuss, you're here for my ranking? Couldn't you have just said so?" Zhang Cheng stood behind, stroking his chin and marveling. "Talking tough is also quite effective. At this rate, little tiger, you'll probably become #1 in the demon realm soon." Yan Hu turned around. Of course, I can't waste the Sect Master's efforts." Although he said that, as soon as he turned around, he cried out in his heart, "Damn it, my back still aches faintly. To win in my current state, I'm afraid it will hurt for several days." Mo Chen saw through him and pouted. "Tiger, you're confused. Who have you spent your virtue and cultivation on these past few days?" Yan Hu blushed, thinking of the bone rabbit. Mo Chen knew who he was thinking of at a glance. "That's right, in that case, let your Shuang take charge. You can just be a kept man, isn't that nice?" Hearing Mo Chen's words, he pointed at him angrily. "Old dog, what kind of stupid idea is that? I am the majestic, fierce Tiger King with a first-grade bone rank, and you're telling me to be a kept man?" He heard Yan Hu pointing and cursing at him, but he still teased him calmly and picked his nose. "Then you stand back and let this old man handle it." After speaking, he summoned Kang Lang and had the wolf do the work. Kang Lang had a fierce expression. He was already in a fighting stance. "Okay, boss Mo." Yan Hu, sweating profusely, shouted, "Wait a minute." After speaking, he was still sweating profusely and turned to the bone rabbit to act cute. Shuang. Sam walked into the cave and looked at Zhang Cheng and his group in astonishment. He pointed angrily at Yan Hu and the others, accusing, "There are people gathering here for debauchery." Mo Chen rolled his eyes and waved his hand. "Then you've come to the wrong place. At most, we're just a public nuisance." He pointed at Yan Hu's face. "If you want to talk about debauchery, only that tiger is the most debauched. You can take him away." Yan Hu, being singled out, shouted angrily, "You're full of shit. Which eye of yours saw me being debauched?" Mo Chen imagined some indescribable scenes in his mind. "You're debauched every day. I've been live streaming it for you with my immortal arts and you still want to argue?" Yan Hu grabbed Mo Chen's beard and shouted, "You perverted old dog. I was wondering why I always felt like someone was peeking at me from behind." Mo Chen winced in pain. Hey, don't you dare lay a hand on me." Yan Hu remained relentless, continuing to shout, "Take him away. This counts as creating and distributing obscene material." Just then, a 5-colored twilight shone down, startling both of them. The owner of this light was none other than Shen. He raised his arm and shouted, "Gathering for debauchery, participating in pornographic activities. How can the 12 cave demon kings have such filth?" The two were covered in dust by the light, and Yan Hu waved his hand to push Mo Chen away with an annoyed expression. "After all this fuss, you're here for my ranking? Couldn't you have just said so?" Zhang Cheng stroked his chin behind them, marveling. "Talking tough is also quite effective. At this rate, little tiger, you'll probably become #1 in the demon realm soon." Yan Hu turned his head and echoed, "I can't waste the Sect Master's efforts." Although he said that, as soon as he turned around, he cried out in his heart, "Damn it, my back still aches faintly. To win in my current state, I'm afraid it would hurt for several days." Mo Chen saw through him and pouted. "Tiger, you're confused. Who have you spent your virtue and cultivation on these past few days?" Yan Hu blushed, thinking of the bone rabbit. Mo Chen knew who he was thinking of at a glance. "That's right, in that case, let your Shuang take charge. You can just be a kept man, isn't that nice?" Hearing Mo Chen's words, he asked angrily, "Old dog, what kind of stupid idea is that? I am the majestic, fierce Tiger King with a first-grade bone rank and you're telling me to be a kept man?" he heard Yanhu cursing and muttering, but he still teased him calmly. Then you stand back and let this old man handle it. After speaking, he summoned Kang Lang and had the wolf do the work. Kang Lang had a fierce expression and was already in a fighting stance. Okay, Boss Mo, Yanhu, sweating profusely, shouted. Wait a minute. After speaking, he was still sweating profusely. He turned to the bone rabbit and acted cute. Shuang Shuang, she stepped forward, crossing her arms, and under Yanhu's delighted gaze provoked, my husband's kidneys have been weak lately. If you have any business, come to me. Sishan held his chin. Ha, who do you think you are? You, ranked 10th among the 12 cave demon kings, want to stand up for the 9th? The bone rabbit crossed her arms, not angry at all. Whether I can stand up for him is none of your business. Anyway, you can't win. Sishan pouted and rubbed his hands confidently. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson too, so no one will come to challenge the ranking every now and then. Then he widened his eyes and shouted, secret technique, Iron Mountain back. His eyes flickered with a confident light, but as soon as he got close to the bone rabbit, he staggered and became unsteady. After a crisp sound, Sishan was instantly frozen in place. Everyone's mouths dropped open in astonishment. Yanhu was shocked. She took down the great divine officer in one move. My Shuang Shuang, is this amazing? He looked at the bone rabbit in terror, thinking to himself, damn it, I thought I was getting a good deal, but it turns out I'm the one who lost out. The bone rabbit stood before him. Are you convinced now? After being unfrozen, Sishan was soaked to the bone. Convinced. She proudly extended a foot in front of him. Since you're convinced, lick my foot for me. Yanhu hurriedly ran over to stop her. No, it's not necessary. The bone rabbit scratched her head and stuck out her tongue. Oops, force of habit. He put his hands on his hips and looked at Sishan. In that case, do you have any objections to me being the number 1 in the demon realm? He was sweating coldly. No objections. From now on, I'll honestly be the last and guard the gate for our 12 cave demon kings. The scene switches to the Black Wind Forest at the Skull Pit. As night fell, a group of small demons were eating, drinking, and having fun around a boiling pot. Shibian sat on his throne and ordered a little demon, go see how those Golden Boy and Jade Maiden are doing. The little demon knelt respectfully before him. Yes, great king. The next morning in Liang town of the Black Wind Forest, Mao held a rice bowl and looked happily at the food in front of him. Dad, Mom, why is the food so delicious today? His mother couldn't bear to watch and fell into her husband's arms, crying. Just then, an evil spirit kicked open the door and walked in. He held a trident and roared menacingly. Is this year's offering ready? The Earth King will come to enjoy it tomorrow. Mao's parents saw the visitor and bowed respectfully. The father hurriedly knelt down and said with a forced smile, reporting to the Lord, everything is ready. After hearing this, the other party prepared to turn and leave. Don't you dare play any tricks. You don't want to experience what happened to the Liu family last year for playing tricks, do you? The boy's parents hurriedly nodded. We wouldn't dare. Dahuang stood by and heard everything, thinking anxiously, Da Mao. If you don't come back soon, Mao is really going to be eaten. Over here. Da Mao was making his way through the forest, leaning on a crutch and panting. I finally made it. I wonder if you can help me. He leaned on his crutch and hobbled into the cave, calling out, Tiger King, sir? A voice also came from the cave. Come everyone, follow me, left hand, right hand, swim forward. Zhang Chang was having fun when a voice rang out. Tiger King, sir. He sighed. Someone is challenging little Tiger again. Contrary to what everyone expected, the one who walked in was a beggar-like teenager. Yanhu said confidently, where did you come from, you low-level little demon, without a single bit of demonic power, and you dare to challenge your tiger grandpa? Zhang Fan, however, thought, he even has the ability to hide his demonic power. It seems he's a top master in your demon realm. Hearing this, he was furious. Damn it, I almost fell for it. It's a good thing you were so thoughtful, Sect Master. Yanhu showed his fangs and couldn't help but admire. Be able to hide his strength to this extent and still want to cautiously hide his strength to take advantage of a sneak attack. He rushed up and shouted, show yourself, Madame Ban Lu. Damao was flustered. It's a misunderstanding. Yanhu's sharp claws landed on the boy and a scream was heard. Seeing the opponent so easily eliminated, Yanhu was also stunned. This, Mo Chen saw this and laughed mockingly. Tiger, using all your strength to bully a mortal with no cultivation, how shameless. Hearing this, Yanhu retorted angrily. Old dog, what are you yapping about? Are you mocking the Sect Master's judgment? He immediately retorted, hey Tiger, don't talk nonsense. The leader is never wrong, it's you, the stupid Tiger executor, who's wrong. The old Sect Master just reminded you to be cautious, he didn't teach you to kill the innocent. Zhang Cheng took the opportunity to explain his earlier words. Right, Elder Mo is right. He walked over to Damao. Little Tiger made a mistake. As the person in charge of the sect, I also have the responsibility of not being strict enough with my teachings. Zhang Cheng raised his hand and a ray of light shot out. Reviving a mortal whose time of death is less than a day consumes -1 point. The system indicated a successful revival, and at the same time, Damao's eyes gradually regained their vitality. The boy sat up with a dazed look, thinking, was I just killed by the Tiger King? Yanhu stepped forward at this moment. What business do you, Immortal, have with me? Seeing this, Damao knelt on the ground and kowtowed. I pay my respects to Grandfather Tiger King. I pay my respects to Grandfather Tiger King. At this moment the system prompted again. Commander's follower, the three-eyed tiger, has been worshipped by a mortal. Zhang Cheng was surprised. A single mortal's worship gives 200,000 points. Has little tiger's business acumen improved, or is there inflation? Damao kept kowtowing, trembling as he said, I am from Liang Town, Grandfather Tiger King, you may not know. The Earth King is wicked and wants to use the young boys and girls of our town as medicinal primers. He eats 12 every quarter, which is 48 a year. After hearing this, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but sigh. Damn, that's a big appetite. Are there enough people in the town for him to eat? Damao replied with tears in his eyes, Of course not, but what other choice do we have? Every household has children unafraid of being laughed at. My mother's belly hasn't had a rest for a year since she got married, the boy said naively. You must be from out of town, right? Judging by your attire, you must be a steward under Grandfather Tiger King. I hope for the sake of us both being human you can put in a good word for us in front of Grandfather Tiger King. Hearing this, Yanhu slapped Damao's face, sending it sideways. Damn it, you blind fool, what kind of nonsense are you spouting in front of my leader? Trying to lower my status? Seeing this, Zhang Cheng sighed. Damn little tiger, you really don't know your own strength. Do you need to kill him with one punch? Hearing this, he held his head and apologized, having forgotten he was an ordinary person with no cultivation. Zhang Cheng had no choice but to raise his hand and revive the mortal again. Time of death less than a day, points consumed, -2, the system indicated a successful revival. Damao woke up looking dazed. What's wrong with me today? This strange illusion has appeared twice. Yanhu walked up to the boy. What illusion? You've already died twice. Damao still looked bewildered. It wasn't an illusion, he was just waiting to boast. This is the Sect master of the Physique Sect, the leader of the mortal realm sects, the lord of the demon realm, and also my Grandfather Tiger King's great leader. You were just being disrespectful, so my Grandfather Tiger King punished you by killing you twice. It was Sect Master Zhang who revived you. Hearing this, Damao's eyes lit up and he immediately knelt down to pay his respects. So you are an immortal. Immortal Sect above, please accept my bow. Please uphold justice for me. Hearing these words, Zhang Cheng showed a satisfied expression and replied, Since you've come to me, I'll have to make a trip. What Earth King? He's probably just a turtle that gained sentience. It just so happens that our sect has his ancestor. He turned to King Yuan. Old Yuan, if your descendant is causing trouble, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. That Sect Master, the Earth King, is not a turtle, nor is he someone a small character like me can deal with, he hurriedly explained. Sect Master, this Earth King is a wild boar, the 8th ranked master among the 12 cave demon kings. Because he cultivates the starving ghost heaven cultivation, he can accelerate his cultivation by eating human internal organs. Young boys and girls have the fewest impurities in their bodies, and the side effects are the lowest, so he needs to eat so many every year, Yanhu said contemptuously. This stupid pig has terrible aptitude and a crooked mind, even with such a heretical method. His cultivation effect is only slightly stronger than mine. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng decided to deal with them one by one sooner or later. Let's go, Yanhu called to Damao. All right, I've gotten a bit bored of playing these past few days. Boy, the boy replied. Yes, he ordered me to lead the way. In the town, a pregnant woman was in a panic. Mao, you have to stop him. Calm down. Do you want to get your eldest son killed too? Hearing this, she cried out in despair. Oh, my son. At this moment, a plume of black smoke rose, and the people in the town panicked. He's here. The Ghost King is here. Don't make a sound, a child is crying. Shut up, do you want to get us all killed? A cloud of black smoke gathered above the altar. It was a group of children. The Earth King appeared from the smoke, shouting excitedly as drool dripped to the ground. Time to eat. After speaking, the Earth King grabbed a boy and was about to stuff him into his mouth. The boy was terrified. The townspeople all shut their eyes tightly, unwilling to see what was about to happen. The giant Earth King was holding a person, baring his sharp teeth, ready to devour him alive, when a curse suddenly rang out. Stupid pig, shut up. Hearing this, he stopped and turned to see who was cursing. A yellow light landed on the ground, hitting no one. Zhang Cheng and his group appeared majestically, and the curses from their side continued. Stupid pig, listen carefully. It turned out to be coming from Yanhu's mouth, who was still cursing relentlessly. The demon realm is not a lawless land, it also needs to build a spiritual civilization. Your cultivation method, which doesn't conform to core values, should be relegated to the dustbin of history. But the Earth King was not intimidated by Yanhu, and instead provoked. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's a defeated general. I heard you're arrogant enough to want to be the benchmark of the demon realm. I haven't even come looking for you, and you've come to my door yourself. As he spoke, he also raised his 9-tined rake to show off his strength. He loudly provoked, I don't care if you're building a civilization or not, my ancestors raised you for 3 generations. Eating people is a tradition in my family. He extended his rake forward, ready to fight. Not even the Jade Emperor can stop me. Suddenly, a few villagers saw something and were shocked. It turned out they saw a boy among Zhang Cheng's group constantly calling out Damao's name. How could Damao be here? A girl stood up and said to her parents, Dad, Mom, I lied to you. Damao, he didn't go into business. Instead, he ran all over the place to save her Mao. As soon as the girl finished speaking, the other villagers who heard this were greatly alarmed. Damn it, your family is doing this too. Didn't you see what happened to the Liu family last year? You're seeking your own death, don't drag us down with you. But the girl still stood up, comforting them while explaining, Everyone, don't be afraid, you don't know. That grandfather Tiger King said he received a chance from the heavens and wants to become the lord of the demon realm. Defeating the Earth King is just a small matter, but the villagers wouldn't listen. Each showed a different expression refuting the girl's words. What small matter? The decline of the Tiger clan hasn't been for just a year or two. They can't even keep their position among the 12 caves, and you still dream of asking him to uphold justice for others. After speaking, they turned around and began to kowtow to the Earth King. Grandfather Ghost King, these things were all done by their family. It has nothing to do with us. Please forgive us. We offer young boys and girls every year and will never break our promise. Absolutely loyal. Seeing this situation, Zhang Cheng turned to mock Yan Hu. Little Tiger, the people here don't trust you very much. But Yan Hu didn't care about his words and still looked proud. Why would a lion care about the thoughts of sheep? Hearing such childish words, Mo Chen picked his nose, showing his boredom. Stop flattering yourself. Look at you, calling yourself a lion. Aren't you ashamed? Yan Hu was angered and turned around to curse back. Old dog, are you annoying or not? I'm using a figure of speech. You're uneducated and still acting pretentious. And how am I flattering myself? I'm a tiger, the king of all beasts. Mo Chen spat and retorted. Nonsense, the lion is the king of all beasts. Yan Hu was not to be outdone. Nonsense, the tiger is. Neither side would give in, both coming up with some nonsensical arguments, taking their boasting to a new level. One lion can fight 3 tigers. Shut up, look at the data. The bite force is even stronger. What about tiger claws? A lion's hairstyle is better than yours. I have tattoos. Perms are no match for tattoos. Mo Chen retorted with the most hurtful words. Lions have 3 wives and 4 concubines surrounded by a group of lionesses. Tigers die alone. These words truly touched Yan Hu's pride, and his eyes were already welling with tears. You're too much. Then he hugged his knees and wailed. Suddenly, Yan Hu figured it out and immediately stopped crying. Hey, that's not right. I'm not a useless tiger either. I'm the 3-eyed fierce Tiger King and I have shuang shuang. Then his attitude did a 180-degree turn and he turned around to mercilessly curse Mo Chen. Old dog, damn it, I almost fell for your trick. King Yuan couldn't stand it anymore and had to speak up to stop them. Tiger Lord, let's not argue for now. Yan Hu looked down at the big head and asked, what is it? King Yuan seemed to see something up ahead and hurriedly reminded him, be careful. While Yan Hu's guard was down, the Earth King had already charged over with his rake, sending him flying. The large bump had already formed on King Yuan's head while Zhang Cheng and his group were swaying unsteadily. Mo Chen immediately shouted angrily, stupid tiger, what are you doing? You almost made everyone fall. Yan Hu hadn't even gotten up yet when he retorted, old dog, you have the nerve to say that? If you hadn't been so obvious and distracted me, would I have suffered this loss? In a short while, Yan Hu regained his spirit and unleashed his thunder magic, challenging, dead pig, I think you're tired of living. After speaking, he rushed towards the Earth King, extending his sharp claws to attack him. The Earth King still held his rake defensively with a menacing aura, just the last ranked one. But as Yan Hu got closer to the Earth King, he was greatly surprised, so fast. Although he tried his best to defend, one blow struck the Earth King directly on the head, which he hadn't expected. A cloud of white dust filled the air, and only the Earth King's piercing scream could be heard. The people who had been worshipping the Earth King just now were now discussing in panic. The Earth King actually suffered a loss. Isn't he invincible? The Earth King was still resisting, kneeling on the ground and thinking, when did the 3-eyed tiger become a first-grade bone rank? He looked fiercely at the crying, fearful children, and an evil thought arose in his mind, but it doesn't matter. As long as I eat all the offerings, I can reach my peak in half an hour. Even if the Dragon King and Monkey King came, I wouldn't be afraid. Now Yan Hu was standing in front of the Earth King, arrogantly taunting him. Stupid pig, don't struggle. I, your Tiger Lord, have been reborn today. I'm no longer. Suddenly, the Earth King recovered and immediately slapped Yan Hu with a sneak attack. Yan Hu was caught off guard and could only take the hit. The Earth King stood beside him, appearing much taller than Yan Hu, and loudly announced, now is the time. He erupted with astonishing power. Starving Ghost Heaven Cultivation. The immense Starving Ghost Heaven Cultivation radiated a murderous aura. The villagers were terrified when they saw this power. The Ghost King's ultimate move, even the Dragon King and Monkey King would retreat in the face of the Starving Ghost Heaven Cultivation. The children saw the Earth King turn to look at them and cried as they tried to escape. But they couldn't get away. The Earth King had already opened his huge mouth and sucked them in one by one. A couple saw their child being devoured by him and cried out miserably. Mao, the Earth King was really chewing on the children. Only a hand could be seen sticking out as if infused with energy. The Earth King appeared even more ferocious. He gripped his rake tightly, a deadly aura surrounding him, and said in a confident tone, 3-eyed tiger, I'll take your demon core first. Mo Chen and the others couldn't help but be intimidated by this power. Hearing Yan Hu's miserable scream, they panicked even more. Kang Lang panicked internally. This power, even Tiger Lord can't handle it. Yan Hu also didn't expect the Earth King to have such great power and secretly calculated, damn it, I can't block this move. This Starving Ghost Heaven Cultivation is truly a heretical path. I underestimated the enemy. No, I can't fight it head on. I have to wear out its peak state before finishing it. Mo Chen also showed a worried expression. Damn it, this demon is not something that stupid tiger can handle. I didn't prepare in advance either. I'll have to take this hit head on. Not giving them any more time, the Earth King had already swept out with a single strike, heading straight for their position. Zhang Cheng didn't seem too worried and casually ordered Yan Hu, little tiger, block it. but unexpectedly Yan Hu didn't listen. Mo Chen and the others, worried for their lives, all jumped far away to dodge. Zhang Cheng seemed to have become a clown, letting out a helpless The blow had reached Zhang Cheng's position, and a loud bang was heard. Yan Hu, having escaped, breathed a sigh of relief while holding his head. Luckily I reacted quickly. But suddenly he turned his head, his expression one of utter terror. Seeing Zhang Cheng carrying the smoking King Yuan on his back, he shouted, "Damn it, Sectmaster!" Kang Lang also saw this scene and cried very sadly. Old Yuan, Sectmaster. Mo Chen, however, remained very calm, as if he was used to it, and even came over to comfort Kang Lang. "Boy, don't worry. The Sectmaster has experienced this many times. He always comes back to life. This time will be no exception." Hearing "come back to life," Kang Lang was a little confused. Mo Chen patiently explained, "Yes, the human boy who was killed by the tiger before was revived by the Sectmaster's methods. Didn't you see it?" Kang Lang was still confused. "But that was just an ordinary mortal," Mo Chen added. "You can rest assured about the Sectmaster's safety. If you're going to worry, you should worry about someone else." As he spoke, he looked over meaningfully, stroking his beard and looking directly at Yan Hu. It was obvious he was talking about him. Someone is the head of security, yet only cared about his own escape, causing the Sectmaster to be blown up by the enemy. This score can't be settled just like that. Yan Hu, having been called out, retorted in a huff, "Old dog, stop your ass kissing." Everyone dodged. "It wasn't just me," Mo Chen replied calmly. "We're not the security captain. Besides, we're not the ones dealing with that wild boar right now." Yan Hu looked at the Earth King, who was still in an attack stance, and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, dead pig, you made me get caught while attacking the enemy. My position is in jeopardy." He even wrinkled his face in anger. "Just wait until your starving ghost heaven cultivation effect wears off. I'll definitely roast you into a kebab." At this moment, Zhang Cheng's system popped up a notification. "Detected host death, cause of death. Perfectly took a big hit. You killed the Earth King. Generating a plan, please wait. Followers Mount Great Yuan Turtle has died." Zhang Cheng's soul was helplessly floating above his head with a big question mark, and he began to curse angrily, "This bunch of bastards. The critical moment, not a single one of them blocked the bullet for me." Then the system notified him again that the host Cultivation had been promoted to the first level of Immortal. While Zhang Cheng was suspended in midair emitting a dazzling light, Kang Lang couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hand and shout, "It's too blinding." Mo Chen was suddenly shocked. "This aura, Sectmaster." Mo Chen saw Zhang Cheng radiating a halo and recognized it. "He has become an immortal." As soon as he was revived, Zhang Cheng turned and called out a name. "Little Tiger." Yan Hu knew he was wrong and tried to make amends. "Leader, please listen to my explanation." Then Zhang Cheng pointed at the Earth King and gave an order. "That guy made me lose face. I order you to beat it back to its original form and take it into my sect to be a poop scooper." After speaking, he formed a small magic circle with his fingers. Yan Hu felt the change in his body and looked at the palm of his hand in confusion. This power is only to see a huge force land directly on Yan Hu, as if making him stronger. The Earth King was also a little scared when he saw the Tianqing cliff of Jiaolin Mountain. The power could be seen even from a distance. The 12-Cave Demon King, Mountain-Suppressing Great King, and the 12-Cave Demon King, Reverend Leiwang, were playing Go and discussing. "Who is this who has become an immortal?" At Chunchwei Slope, Fox Cloud Mirror also saw the 12-Cave Demon King, Madame Ban Lu, boating and noticed it. At Lake Reverend Cave, the purple screen 12-Cave Demon King, the Great Sage Equaling Heaven, was also surprised to see that light. Over at Yunlai Bian Tianya, the Crimson Rosy Cloud's Golden Longevity Sea, the 12-Cave Demon King, the 5-clawed Flowing Gold Dragon, saw it and asked himself, "What great fortune has this three-eyed tiger obtained?" In the Myriad Flowers Immortal Sect at this moment, a strong light suddenly descended from the sky. This caught Wanhua's attention and she immediately turned to check. Tang Wei, who was beside him, didn't know what was happening and asked, "What's wrong?" Immortal Venerable Wanhua showed a surprised expression and replied, "Someone has ascended to immortality." Hearing this, Tang Wei asked with some urgency, "Didn't you say that the path to immortality was closed more than 8,000 years ago?" Wanhua then explained to him, "That's right, so no one should be able to ascend to immortality, but this celestial phenomenon is clearly one that only occurs when someone ascends." Speaking of which, he fell into contemplation. "HMPH, that's not right. It's just ascension, not tribulation. I've never heard of a method of ascension that goes against the heavens." Tang Wei still followed behind him, asking, "Could it be Sectmaster Zhang?" Hearing this name, Wanhua paused slightly. "If it's that guy, is it possible?" They didn't expect that the one who ascended to immortality here was Yan Hu. He was emitting a dazzling light, looking smug. Witnessing this scene, the Earth King trembled with anger. "Ascended to immortality? How is that possible? No demon beast has ascended to immortality in thousands of years. How can an exception be made today?" At this moment, Lan Shi was behind Zhang Cheng, surrounded by immortal light, and was suddenly stunned. She frowned and said urgently, "Impossible. The 10 Immortals' fierce treasure has not yet been fully cultivated. How did the Sectmaster ascend to immortality?" Yan Hu was currently concentrating, preparing for battle. Behind him, Zhang Cheng reminded, "Little Tiger, don't get too happy too soon. As the Sectmaster, I have only temporarily raised your cultivation to the immortal level. You are not a true immortal. Yan Hu didn't pay much attention to these words, just stood menacingly in front of the murderous Earth King. That guy was even 10 times bigger than Yan Hu, but Yan Hu was still full of confidence. It's enough to take care of this piece of braised pork. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Hu quickly unleashed his lightning, attacking the opponent directly without hesitation. The Earth King was so big that a few bolts of lightning were enough to make him unable to bear it. He lost his balance and fell to his knees, holding his head and enduring the pain. Then the Earth King couldn't stand steadily, and his whole face hit the ground. His entire face was twisted into an ugly expression, as if he was trying to grit his teeth. Immediately after, as if he couldn't hold it in anymore, he opened his mouth wide and several children fell out. The children hurriedly crawled forward, some crying loudly, some screaming in fear. Their parents ran over to hug their children, crying with happiness. Mao, my son, daughter." On the other side, Zhang Cheng was standing in front of a giant stone turtle. The system displayed a rescue mission. Mount Great Yuan Turtle. Time of death 1 day. Points consumed 20,000. Without much thought, Zhang Cheng raised his hand and cast a spell, preparing to revive it. In an instant, the Mount Great Yuan Turtle floated in the air and the system displayed 4 words. Revival successful. Current points 38,756,992. After being revived, the Great Yuan Turtle was so happy that tears welled up in its eyes, and it exclaimed, "Sect Master, you actually revived me. I am actually worthy of the Sect Master consuming his immortal power to revive me." Zhang Cheng sighed and replied, "Why would you say that? You are the only mount in our sect and are very important." On Yan Hu's side, he was crossing his arms and threatening, "Do you submit or not?" Hearing the question, the Earth King immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. He was sweating profusely, with a look of begging for mercy. "Spare my dog's life." "No, spare my pig's life," Yan Hu replied lightly. "I can spare you, but you have to go to the Physique sect and be a poop scooper." The Earth King was a bit confused. "Poop scooping?" Seeing his attitude, Yan Hu pointed behind him and asked, "What, you still feel wronged?" looking at the 3 people behind him. But the Earth King seemed not to have seen Zhang Cheng, only seeing 2 charming beauties standing in front of him. He immediately revealed his true nature, looking at the 2 with an infatuated expression. The Earth King immediately danced with excitement, although not at the same time. They are all just as big. He. Whether it's fishy or stinky, it's all just a piece of meat in my mouth." Seeing him like this, Yan Hu asked again, "So you agree?" He knelt down again and replied happily, "Is there a need to agree? Pigs have to eat shit. If they don't eat shit, are they still called pigs?" With everything settled, the villagers came to express their gratitude again. Benefactor, on behalf of the people of Leyong Town." They knelt down in unison and said respectfully, "We kowtow to you." Seeing them like this, Zhang Cheng said politely, there's no need. Are you showing off everywhere? No, punishing evil and promoting good, saving all living beings from fire and water is the tradition of our Physique sect." Suddenly, a group of villagers started beating and cursing the poor tied-up Earth King. "Dead pig bastard, give me back my life, braze it." Jilian was so angry from the beating that he loudly threatened, "Damn it, you're not done yet, are you? If you piss me off, I can kill you even with my hands and feet tied." But before he could act tough, Yan Hu had already run over and punched him, cursing, "You old hag, this dead pig still dares to talk tough." Seeing this scene, Zhang Cheng turned around and asked, "What's wrong? What's all the noise about?" The Earth King replied aggrievedly, "Sect Master, the villagers are throwing rotten vegetables and smelly eggs at me, and they're cursing me with very nasty words." Yan Hu was still cursing him. "Cursing you? You're lucky they didn't make you into braised pork." As he spoke, Yan Hu said to Zhang Cheng, "Sect Master, I told you before, this dead pig's starving ghost heaven cultivation is a method of cultivation that is like giving birth without an anus. It involves eating young boys and girls. The number of young boys and girls he has eaten over the years is in the hundreds, if not thousands." He thought it was a tricky matter, but Zhang Cheng just smiled and said, "This matter, easy to handle." As he spoke, he opened the system, which showed how many mortal girls had been revived. Time of death 4 months ago, 80 years ago, points consumed -10,000. The next second it notified of a successful revival. Current points 39,746,992. Several mothers showed happy expressions upon seeing their children. "Guzi, is that you? Zhao Sai, my son?" Everyone was hugging their children, calling out to them, "Jinqiu, daughter. Wu Wu, my child, daughter." In particular, an old man ran over to hug his long-lost child. "Second brother." Afterwards, the old man said to several relatives in the family, "Quickly call him second granduncle." The people in the family respectfully bowed their heads and addressed a small child as second granduncle. On the other side, Zhang Cheng was being worshipped by the common people as a living Buddha. "Thank you, Immortal, for granting us the grace of reunion. We mortals don't know how to repay you. We are willing to build a temple for the Immortal." Suddenly, countless rays of light appeared behind him, giving him an ominous feeling. Everyone present froze, maintaining their original postures. Only a few vague figures emerged from those rays of light. They all moved closer. They all revealed their original forms, all having human appearances but with the faces of different animals. And they were all still the 12 cave demon kings. The closest one with a monkey face was the great sage equaling heaven. The one with a sheep face was the mountain-suppressing great king. And there were also Reverend Dahuang, the 5-clawed flowing gold dragon, and Madame Ban Lu in the distance. There were also 2 who appeared in the trees, Si Dian Shen Zhang and Jin Mao Xiao Lao Yi. Seeing this group of people, Zhang Cheng immediately turned around and mocked. HMPH, what are all these monsters and demons? Yanhu recognized them, and just crossed his arms and said arrogantly, "Ha, the 12 cave demon kings all have arrived." Suddenly at this moment Jin Mao Xiao Lao Yi felt that something was wrong. Strange, why can't I feel a trace of immortal energy from the three-eyed tiger king? Bannu stepped forward and said, "Three-eyed tiger, we all know you've ascended to immortality. Hiding your immortal energy won't fool us now." Faced with her questioning and the attitude of the other demon beasts, Yanhu fearlessly asked, "What do you want?" Unlike the other demon beasts, Zhenshen advised in the gentlest tone, "The demon realm is a community with a shared destiny that values harmony, prosperity, and mutual benefit. Since you have a method for ascending to immortality, we hope you won't be stingy and will share it with everyone. It's better to enjoy happiness together than alone, right?" But Yanhu flared up, firmly refusing. "What, damn it, when I was ranked second to last, how come I never saw you all mention anything about cooperation and mutual benefit?" The Golden Dragon, feeling that persuasion wasn't working, changed his tone and said, "I'd advise you to reveal the secret. Otherwise, even if you've just entered the immortal rank, if several of us at the peak of the saint rank attack together, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop us." Lei Wang at his side agreed. Hearing this, Yanhu started to calculate. The other side had 7 saint ranks. His side had him, Kang Lang, and Shuang Shuang 3 saint ranks. The Sect Master was at the immortal rank, and there was also that old dog Mo Chen whose fighting ability was unknown. The advantage is mine." Believing his side was not at a disadvantage, Yanhu stuck out his tongue and taunted, "I'm not going to tell you, I'm not going to tell you." Seeing his arrogant attitude, the Golden Dragon was furious. He then called out to the other side's 3 saint ranks, trying to turn them. "Frost Rabbit, Iron Wolf, and you, Black Pig, recognize the situation. Join us, force out his opportunity, and we can all ascend to immortality." Faced with this, Shi Dian wavered a little. In this situation, should I side with the 5-clawed dragons group or with Sect Master Zhang? Hearing what the 5-clawed dragons said, maybe they could really all become immortals and it would save him the trouble of eating young boys and girls. But he quickly dismissed the idea. "No, what if we fail? Not only will I not become an immortal, but my job as the great poop scooper will be gone too. No, I can't make such a foolish mistake." Having made up his mind, Shi Dian shouted, "Pa, I am now the great poop scooper of the Physique sect, asking me to betray the Sect Master in your dreams." Hearing this, Zhang Cheng and the others were all stunned. Zhang Cheng even felt a little grateful. Great poop scooper, not bad. This old pig even knows how to beautify his own title. He has some culture. Thinking of this, he turned and called out, "Elder Mo." Mo Chen answered with a grin, "What are your orders, Sect Master?" Zhang Cheng got straight to the point. "Our great poop scooper here cultivates the starving ghost heaven cultivation. Besides eating people, is there any pill that can be a substitute? Would the human flower pill work?" Hearing his question, Mo Chen waved his hand dismissively and explained, "Ah, no need, Sect Master. The human flower pill is condensed from the essence of mountains, rivers, the sun, and the moon gathered by cultivators. It's much more precious. This starving ghost heaven cultivation, which involves eating the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of humans, only requires the 5 elements qi within them." Mo Chen then mentioned an extremely rare pill to Zhang Cheng. In the demon realm, there is an extremely evil pill called the 10 Evils Human Gu Essence. Eating one is comparable to eating hundreds of young boys and girls. Hearing this name, Zhang Cheng asked for more details about the 10 Evils Human Gu Essence. Seeing that he still didn't understand, Mo Chen had to explain further. "You lock 10 living people in a cell, giving them only water and no food. After they become extremely hungry, they will kill and eat each other, devouring raw flesh and drinking blood. The last person alive is thrown into a pill furnace. The pill refined from them is the 10 Evils Human Gu Essence." Imagining the scene those trapped people would have to endure, Zhang Cheng was shocked. "Holy crap, that's monstrous." Zhang Cheng immediately wanted to try creating that pill. "I've never seen it before, I wonder if I can make it." A few seconds later, a creation notification popped up from the system. 10 Evils Human Gu Essence consumes 50,000 points. Zhang Cheng held the pill in his hand and examined it for a moment, thinking, 50,000 for one, that's cheap. Seeing what was in his hand, Mo Chen's face turned pale with shock. Such an evil thing, and the Sect Master created it with a flick of his finger. Afterwards, Zhang Cheng casually created a few more, and the system continuously displayed notifications. Creation 10 Evils Human Gu Essence consumes 50,000 points. In a short while, the system notified, "A total of 500,000 points have been deducted. Current points, 39,246,992. Zhang Cheng was already holding up a pile of pills high in his hand, shouting, "Old pig, you just joined the sect. Here's your chance to be the MVP." Mo Chen at the side was already dumbfounded. He could create 10 in one go. As soon as Zhang Cheng's voice fell, he had already thrown out several pills. Shi Tian's jaw dropped as he saw the pile of items flying toward him. That's the evil pill recipe of the demon realm that is never shared. The 10 Evils Human Gu Essence. How does Sect Master Zhang have it? Although that's what he was thinking, he still jumped up and swallowed the 10 pills, completely disregarding how unsightly his posture was. Yanhu stood to the side with his arms crossed and said, "Well, now is this guy's special ability that as long as you become a member of the Physique sect, you get a talent?" Right after absorbing the pills, Shi Dian broke free from his bonds and transformed into a stronger version of the starving ghost heaven cultivation. He took the opportunity to show off his power, continuously boasting, Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, this kind of peak experience. This old pig have never experienced it before, haha. Seeing Shidian like this, Yanhu couldn't help but feel jealous and made a request. How can you monopolize such an opportunity to perform? I'll have to trouble the Sect Master to give me my immortal form again. Kang Lang mimicked Yanhu and pleaded, your dog would like to try too. Sect Master, please give me another boost. But Zhang Cheng stopped the two of them. Wait, then he stood before the other demon beasts and announced, listen up all you demon kings, Little Tiger's opportunity is me. Whatever skills you have, feel free to use them on the great poop scooper. If you perform well, I will accept you into my Physique sect. At this moment the great sage in the tree had grown impatient. HMPH, I couldn't care less. Cut the crap with that. The great sage leaped down, raised his staff and prepared to attack. However, the golden dragon hurriedly stopped him. Rash monkey, don't be reckless. His words couldn't stop the great sage, who had already smashed his staff violently onto Shidian's head. However, Shidian was completely unharmed, which greatly surprised the great sage. It had no effect at all. Shidian's expression grew more ferocious, his killing intent soaring, and in the next moment half of the great sage's face was smashed in. It turned out to be a slap from the enraged Shidian. Witnessing this scene, the golden dragon, Dahuang and Lao Yi were scared out of their wits, all trembling as they discussed among themselves. He smashed the great sage, equaling heaven with one slap. How is that level of strength possible? Is this the power of the starving ghost heaven cultivation? It's truly unbelievable. No, it's that guy who threw the pills. It seems he wasn't bluffing. The three-eyed tiger's opportunity really is him. Seeing the great sage beaten into nothingness, Zhang Cheng was also shocked. Holy crap, did I crank up the intensity a bit too much? Then he quickly moved to save him. This won't do, it's too much of a bully. The system then displayed a series of notifications. Reviving the great sage equaling heaven. Time of death, 1 day. Points consumed, minus 80,000. Revival successful. Current points, 39,166,992. The freshly revived great sage looked confused. What's going on? Wasn't I just killed? Seeing him resurrected, the group of demon beasts were all flabbergasted. He's alive again. Zhang Cheng immediately spoke up to establish his authority. I'll say it again. Before he could finish, Shidian had already smashed the great sage to pieces again. Dahuang and Zhenshin were shocked once more. He smashed him again. Zhang Cheng was speechless this time. He turned his head in anguish and questioned, are you blind? Having just dealt with the great sage, Shidian was feeling extremely pleased, and was roaring at the sky to show off his power over here. Zhang Cheng frowned and gave a cold order. Little tiger, make it behave. Yanhu accepted the command and began to form a hand seal. Without another word, he landed a heavy punch on Shidian's head as if it had fallen from the sky, shouting, stupid pig, the Sect Master is speaking, you can howl later. The punch knocked Shidian's face crooked and he nodded obediently, not daring to make a sound. Okay, seeing that the situation had calmed down, Zhang Cheng cleared his throat and began to strategize. Great poop scooper. Let them hit you, but don't hit back. Then make a list of the damage data for each demon king and show it to me. Unexpectedly, Shidian scratched his head and admitted, honestly, I just watch over the toilets. What kind of list? I don't know how. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng had no choice but to arrange for Lan Shi to assist. Alright little Shi, you'll be in charge of recording the data. She immediately agreed with great excitement. No problem, okay. Afterwards, Zhang Cheng cast a spell to revive the great sage, and the system displayed a detailed notification. Reviving the great sage equaling heaven. Time of death less than a day. Points consumed, minus 100,000. Sure enough, in an instant, the great sage jumped up again, muttering in a daze, damn it, what's wrong with me? Am I still drunk? The system professionally confirmed again. Revival successful. Current points, 39,066,992. Zhang Cheng turned to Kang Lang with a serious expression and shouted, doggy? Although a bit surprised, Kang Lang quickly responded. Here, Zhang Cheng's next command left him stunned. Hit the great poop scooper with all your might. To save time, Mo Chen directly kicked him to hurry him along. Don't second guess it, just do as you're told. Kang Lang hurriedly channeled all his internal energy. As he channeled his power, he reluctantly made his move, apologizing to Shidian at the same time. My apologies, brother pig. Shidian took Kang Lang's hit head on and even grinned heartily. Doesn't hurt. Lan Shi at the side excitedly recorded nonstop. Kang Lang, damage type S, DPS 28,000. After the check was complete, Zhang Cheng laughed loudly and provoked them. Now it's your turn. If any of you can do better than this dog of mine, I will reward you handsomely. The demon kings burned with anger, retorting through gritted teeth, what do you take us for? Zhang Cheng paid them no mind and calmly asked Mo Chen, Old Mo, what do these animals usually like? He gently stroked his beard and judged with profound knowledge. They are demon beasts after all, so of course they like demon cores, although not as rare as the human flower pill. Each demon only has one, so they are still quite precious. Hearing this, a spark ignited in Zhang Cheng's mind. I see. Zhang Cheng quickly summoned the system to purchase a batch of items. Creation, Demon Core, consumes 150,000 points. Creation deducts 1,500,000 points. Current points, 37,566,992. Bathed in the glow of the supreme pills, Zhang Cheng's opponents now worshipped him as if he were a god. They exclaimed in amazement, demon cores and their demon king level demon cores, creating demon cores out of thin air. How is that possible? At this moment, Zhang Cheng casually tossed the demon cores in front of them, arrogantly provoking them. Look at you all acting like you've never seen the world. Then Zhang Cheng threw one out as a demonstration. Kang Lang immediately pounced and caught it in his mouth, chewing it happily. After the demon core was absorbed, his power exploded exponentially, which made Lei Wang, Genshin, and Lao Yi panic. Kang Lang's cultivation jumped directly to the peak of the saint rank. Adding to that, Zhang Cheng announced domineeringly in a resonant voice, "I do what I say I'll do, aren't you going to get to it?" Only the great sage still hadn't figured out the situation. He raised his iron staff ready to cause trouble. "I don't care anymore. I need to sober up first." He struck Shi Dian again with all his might. Lan Shi observed every move and shouted excitedly, "Contestant little monkey, so strong, image type S, DPS 159,000. Kang Lang's face turned pale watching this. Damn it, is this the level of the top 3 of the 12 cave demon kings? If I wasn't following Sect Master Zhang, I probably would never reach this level in my entire life. Having successfully pleased Zhang Cheng, the great sage arrogantly wiped his nose with his hand, a smug look on his face. Zhang Cheng also kept his promise and immediately rewarded the great sage with demon cores. "Not bad, little monkey, 3 for you." Yanhu's eyes went wide. "Damn it, that annoying guy, this atmosphere in our Physique sect was all corrupted by you, old dog Mo Chen." Seeing such a great benefit, the other demon beasts all had a change of heart, staring at the demon cores with longing. That being the case, the golden dragon decisively unleashed his ultimate move, Shadowless Golden Flower Break. Not to be outdone, Banlu summoned with all her might Little Disc Gentle Hand. Lei Wang and Genshin joined forces. Their swords combined, ox and sheep combo. All 4 divine skills were aimed directly at Shi Dian. This made Lanzai's data recording work even busier. Contestant with horns and a tail, damage type S, DPS 194,000. Female contestant, damage type S, DPS 793,000. Passerby, a contestant using ox and sheep combo, damage type S, DPS 66,000. Passerby B contestant using ox and sheep combo, damage type S, DPS 68,000. Her random nicknaming immediately drew strong protests from the demons. "What the hell kind of names are these? I want to report this." After collecting the data, Zhang Cheng generously distributed the demon cores. "Very good, very good." Shen Zhang sneered contemptuously. "Is that all you've got?" Lao Yi quickly took out a magic artifact to liven things up. Bell Chime Light. Shen Zhang also personally unleashed his own sacred secret technique. Myriad carved shoes. He furiously vented his anger on Shi Dian. "Damn it, I'll settle the world with one kick." The frenzied vibration stunned all the demon beasts. Lan Shi loudly announced the record with excitement. Rat contestant, first class support, off the charts damage. Long-faced contestant, damage type S, DPS 999,999. This unexpected result thrilled him to no end. "Damn it, impressive, these 2 are really powerful. They know their stuff." The outmatched demon beasts all protested. "Unfair, those 2 cheated. They used divine artifacts." The great sage resolutely refused to admit defeat, raising his iron staff to go again. "Damn it, that doesn't count. If I knew we could use divine artifacts, I could have dealt at least 700,000 with my tyrant god Slaughter." Lan Shi keenly reminded Zhang Cheng. "Sect Master, the items in their hands are the tyrant god Slaughter, Bell Chime Light, and myriad carved shoes from the 10 Immortals' fierce treasures. As long as we get these artifacts, we can return to the immortal realm." Thanks to her, Zhang Cheng suddenly remembered this important matter. "I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it." Zhang Cheng then stepped forward and said a few words to guide them. "Although your strengths vary, all of you have worked very hard. I will reluctantly accept you into the Physique sect. From now on, you must unite around the 3-eyed tiger and bring fortune to the entire demon realm." Suddenly being told to submit to a nobody, Lei Wang questioned angrily. Shen Zhang was equally dissatisfied. "The 3-eyed tiger, what makes him worthy?" Zhang Cheng clicked his tongue, patted Yanhu's shoulder and gestured for him to show them what he's got. "Little tiger, they don't seem convinced." Yanhu cracked his knuckles and channeled his full power. "Isn't it just hitting a training dummy? Thank you for the trouble, Sect Master." Yanhu used all his strength to deliver a blow that would decide his status, determined to open the eyes of the other demon beasts. "Old pig, don't you dare die." His powerful killing intent made Shi Dian's face turn pale. Hey, wait a minute." To make the other demon beasts submit to him, Yanhu charged ferociously at Shi Dian, unleashing a flurry of punches. Shi Dian's face turned white with fear, and he could only stammer helplessly, Wait. With his overwhelming power, Yanhu easily took care of Shi Dian with a single punch. Lanzai's excited voice rang out. "Contestant 3-eyed tiger king, damage type S, DPS 18,888,888. The ceiling-shattering strength made the other demon beasts' faces turn green as they cursed. Holy crap, looking at the remains of the test target, they were terrified. The Shi Dian Ghost King in that state was killed by the 3-eyed tiger in a single punch. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng trembled with heartache. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to revive Shi Dian. "Every single one of you, do you think my points just grow on trees?" Under the effect of the secret art, the system quickly confirmed, reviving Shi Dian Ghost King. Time of death, less than a day. Points consumed, -88,000. Revival successful. Current points, 37,478,992. Seeing that Shidian was revived, Zhang Cheng turned to the group of demon beasts and threatened, "Now that Little Tiger is the leader of the Demon Realm Alliance, is there anyone who still objects?" Leiwang, the Golden Dragon, and Zhenchen were all silent as winter cicadas, not daring to raise any more objections. With the major task accomplished, the system continuously popped up progress notifications. Side quest: Revitalize the Tiger Clan. The three-eyed fierce Tiger King has become famous in the Nine Lives domain and is now the leader of the Demon Realm Alliance. Side quest has progressed, rewarding 35 million points. Current points 72,478,992. Side quest has progressed, achieving a major milestone, rewarding 80 million points. Current points 152,478,992. Zhang Cheng was ecstatic watching this. Holy crap, it feels so good watching these numbers jump. He immediately turned around excitedly and shouted, "Elder Mo!" Mo Chen understood instantly and replied with a beaming smile, "Received, please speak, Sect Master." Zhang Cheng continued with full confidence, "If I want to unify the three realms, what am I still missing?" Mo Chen, with his profound knowledge, pointed him in the right direction. "The Demon Realm, of course." Lan Shi quickly offered a plan. "Sect Master Zhang, and there's also my Immortal Relic Clan's 10 Immortals' fierce treasures. Our Physique sect now controls 8 of them, with 2 still missing. I've heard they are both in the hands of the Demon Emperor." Zhang Cheng didn't hesitate and made a firm decision. "That's simple. We'll march on the Demon Realm." This impulsive command left the demon beast dumbfounded. "March on the Demon Realm? Do you have any idea what level of being the Demon Emperor is?" For the sake of the bigger picture, Zhang Cheng sternly berated them for their incompetence. "And you still call yourselves the 12 Cave Demon Kings? What, is the Demon Realm somehow nobler than your Demon Realm?" Yanhu kindly stepped forward to explain for him. "Sect Master, you may not know, but the Demon Emperor of the Demon Realm is not only incredibly powerful but also extremely cunning. The Demon Realm has long been unified by him. Under him are the left and right protectors, the 4 demon monarchs, the 7 demon lords, and the 9 demon generals. A total of 22 individuals, all of whom are masters at the peak of the saint rank." This powerful lineup left Zhang Cheng astonished. "Holy crap, so many people are at the peak of the saint rank and yet no one has rebelled against him?" At this tense moment, a brilliant ray of light streaked across the sky, interrupting the conversation. The figures of 2 powerful individuals descended. It was the master and disciple, Tang Wei and Wan Hua. Mo Chen pointed angrily at Wan Hua. "Old slave Wan Hua, what is it? Are you still not convinced?" Seeing the tense atmosphere, Zhang Cheng stepped in to mediate. "Elder Mo, don't get excited." He looked coolly at Tang Wei and asked calmly, "Young man, what are you doing here?" Wan Hua respectfully clasped his hands and spoke. "We sensed that someone in the Demon Realm had ascended to immortality. May I ask if it was Sect Master Zhang who found the method of ascension?" Seeing their posture, Zhang Cheng cautiously asked in return, "And what if I have?" Wan Hua didn't hesitate to press down on Tang Wei's head, and the two of them bowed to report, "Sect Master Zhang, if you have truly mastered the method of ascension, we hope you will not be stingy with your teachings and will bring blessings to all." Tang Wei was extremely reluctant and said grumpily to Wan Hua, "You don't have to push my head down, isn't it just about acting subservient?" "I know how." Wan Hua ignored his little tricks and declared firmly, "What do you mean acting subservient? If he can truly help me solve the path to ascension, I will be his grandson." The next second, Zhang Cheng readily and frankly replied, "All right. The method of ascension is in the Demon Realm." As soon as they heard those 2 words, Tang Wei's expression changed. "The Demon Realm," Wan Hua thought to himself. "I thought it was some brilliant method. Turns out it's just the dumbest one." Zhang Cheng scratched his head with a bewildered look and asked, "Speaking of the Demon Realm, why do you two have this reaction as well?" Drawing on his profound knowledge, Wan Hua began to explain the whole story. "Sect Master Zhang, you may not know this, but the Demon Realm is ruled by the Demon Emperor. He is no ordinary powerhouse, but the adopted son of the Desire Immortal Venerable. The path to ascension being severed today is the work of his adoptive father, the Desire Immortal Venerable." Lan Shi and Yan Hu had an epiphany, smacking their lips as they exclaimed, "So that's how it is." Yan Hu turned to mock Mo Chen, who was also a grandpa-in-a-ring type companion. "Compared to his knowledge base, someone here seems like a complete moron." Mo Chen, enraged and embarrassed, cursed at Yan Hu. "You beast, cut the crap. I lost my main soul when I descended to the mortal world, so of course I wouldn't know what happened in the meantime, since their goals were aligned." Wan Hua patiently continued his analysis. "If we want to fight, the Demon Realm and the Human Realm must unite, and with my immortal power restored we might have a fighting chance. But the Demon Realm is not united. Besides Reverend Leiwang and the great King Zhenchen, who have an unusual relationship, none of the 12 Cave Demon Kings submit to each other." He firmly proposed a plan. "Therefore the only way is for Tang Wei's strength to surpass that of the Demon Kings, allowing him to become the leader of both realms. By then my immortal power will also be about 70 to 80% restored." Bo Chen raised an eyebrow and after a quick calculation said, "According to your method it would take at least 700 years. After hearing everyone's opinions, Zhang Cheng's spirits lifted and he made a decision. "We won't use that method. Tomorrow morning you'll take a trip to the Demon Realm with me." At that moment, in the flame prison of the Demon Realm, the Demon Emperor sat high on his throne, his burning wings spread wide, exuding an aura of absolute power. When he sensed the anomaly, his crimson eyes slowly opened. A crack opened in the sky and a sliver of light gently shone down upon the place. The primordial spirit of the desire Immortal Venerable appeared before him, and he quickly voiced his question. Adoptive father, someone in the demon realm ascended to immortality a short while ago. Was that your doing? The desire Immortal Venerable corrected him sternly. I have come precisely for this matter, he emphasized in a low voice. I do not know what kind of fortuitous encounter that ascendant had to be able to bypass my blockade, but regardless it is ultimately not a good thing. To avoid further complications, he ordered with a glare, find him and then eliminate him. After receiving the desire Immortal Venerable's order, the Demon Emperor immediately summoned his trusted subordinate. Yutong appeared at once, reporting respectfully, your subordinate is here, my lord Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor gave an order in the unquestionable tone of a superior. Summon everyone. Yutong obeyed without hesitation. Yes, my lord Demon Emperor. In a short while the Demon Emperor's loyal subjects had all arrived. First was the left protector, Tian Zuidi, followed by one of the 7 demon lords, Wen Sha Tian Sheng, and finally, the right protector, Di Deng Tian. The Demon Emperor informed his subordinates in a solemn tone, someone in the demon realm has ascended to immortality. This matter is of grave importance, he continued with urgency. Wen Sha Tian Sheng, I order you to go to the demon and human realms to investigate this matter. Tian Sheng quickly accepted the order. As you command, then he along with Di Deng Tian and Tian Zuidi began to teleport. They moved continuously at an astonishing speed, forming a magical vortex. Once they had accumulated enough energy from the secret formation, they quickly appeared. Under Tian Sheng's watch, Deng Tian and Zuidi soared straight into the clouds and disappeared. Their destination was the Heavenly Spirit Domain, the Southern Heavy Spirit Continent, the Thin Spirit County, and the Purple Source Sacred Land. Suddenly faced with this meteorite of unknown origin, the disciples panicked and alerted each other. What is that thing? Quick, report to the Sect Master. They hurriedly sent an urgent message to Wu Huan. Sect Master, something's wrong. Who was this stunned person? It was none other than the Sect Master of the Purple Source Sacred Land, Reverend Wu Huan. He was so shocked he couldn't speak clearly. That was Di Deng Tian and Zui Yun. Was the Demon Emperor going to war with the human realm? The crimson meteorite crashed straight into the ground with a tremendous roar. The powerful shockwave sent all the disciples flying. From the miasma, Tian Sheng emerged indifferently. His posture was leisurely, as if he were taking a stroll in the mortal world. Despite his calm exterior, the murderous aura he exuded terrified the common folk. Wu Huan was no exception. He backed away, cautiously questioning Wen Sha Tian Sheng. What do you want? Hearing Wu Huan's question, Tian Sheng's gaze shifted slightly. He commented nonchalantly, a 9th-rank spirit vein. The Earth Flame Azure, just a low-rank spirit vein. How can a place like Thin Spirit County have a 9th-rank spirit vein? Now it was his turn to question Wu Huan. How did you obtain this 9th-rank spirit vein? Wu Huan was caught in a dilemma, his heart in turmoil. Sect Master Zhang holds a great opportunity, but it seems he ultimately cannot escape the Demon Emperor's grasp. Even if Sect Master Zhang has countless experts under him, he's no match for the Demon Emperor in the end. Despite his fear, he remained loyal. No, Sect Master Zhang has shown great kindness to my Purple Source Sacred Land. I cannot betray him. Having made up his mind to repay Zhang Cheng, he bowed his head and lied. Reporting to Tian Sheng, we don't know either. Perhaps it's due to the influence of the Grand Formation's teleportation each year. Unexpectedly, Tian Sheng cut him off sharply. Do you know what we in the demon realm hate the most? A chill instantly ran down Wu Huan's back. Tian Sheng opened his 6 eyes and officially made his move. It's being treated like fools. Facing the astonishing pressure, Wu Huan only had time to order. Activate the formation. Activate the sect protecting Grand Formation. All the disciples immediately gathered, working together to set up the Purple Tomb Sinking Heaven Formation. They began to pool their vital energy, while Tian Sheng temporarily held back, allowing the enemy's energy to gradually surround him. To their surprise, he needed only one hand to brush away all the vital energy the disciples had painstakingly summoned. Wu Huan's face turned pale, and he cried out in shock. Even Lord Tiger had to put in some effort to break my sect-protecting Grand Formation back then, but he did it in a single move. Was this the power of a demon lord? Tian Sheng, filled with murderous intent, taunted smugly. I was originally going to the demon realm to find clues, but since this Thin Spirit County has a 9th-rank spirit vein, he coldly added, then I shall take it. Sensing the approaching danger, Wu Huan shouted in panic, he's going to wipe us out, run! The entire sect immediately took to their heels, fleeing for their lives, but their every move was controlled by Tian Sheng. His eyes turned crimson with the desire for slaughter, a stark contrast to the terrified faces of the sect's disciples. Under Tian Sha's wide-area annihilation, no one could escape death. Wu Huan was so scared he froze, unable to move. Tian Sheng stood amidst the devastation, savoring the wicked pleasure. He waved his hand and ordered, come here. As soon as his voice fell, Wu Huan was immediately pulled before him. He reached out, grabbed Wu Huan by the neck and sternly questioned him. I'll give you one last chance. How did you get this 9th-rank spirit vein? Wu Huan refused to reveal anything, gritting his teeth as he replied, kill me. I won't tell you. The mortal's foolishness made Tian Sheng sneer. Kill you in our demon realm. We have no shortage of ways to torture people. At that moment, Zhang Cheng also sensed something was wrong. Why isn't the grand formation of the Purple Source Sacred Land responding? Yan Hu pouted and guessed. Those people are definitely slacking off. Mo Chen seized the opportunity to sow discord in front of Zhang Cheng. Sect Master, you see this three-eyed tiger beast is just trying to take the opportunity to strike at his rivals. He's truly the biggest destabilizing factor within our sect. Yan Hu's neck flushed with anger, and he shouted, "You old dog, where did you come from spouting such nonsense? Which of us is striking at rivals?" Mo Chen's tone was deep as he pressed on with his questioning. "Because Reverend Wu Huan and the others reported you back then. You hold a grudge," Wan Hua wisely stated his deduction. Sect Master Zhang, in my experience, Reverend Wu Huan is a cautious man. It's impossible for him to not reply for so long. I'm afraid the grand formation has been damaged. Hearing this, Yan Hu felt pleased and raised his head to accuse. Look at him. That's a constructive opinion, unlike you who only knows how to stir up internal strife. This tricky risk gave Zhang Cheng a headache. Damn it, now I have to be responsible for repairing their equipment. No choice, let's go. We'll head to the Purple Source Sacred Land and see what's going on. No sooner said than done. A moment later, Zhang Cheng and his group arrived at the Purple Source Sacred Land. The horrifying scene before them left him stunned. What happened here? Wan Hua pointed to the distance with a grim expression. Sect Master Zhang, please look at the ground over there. The demonic sigil on the ground further confirmed his suspicions. From the shape of the sigil, I'm afraid it's Wen Sha Dian Sheng's Heavenly Eye vertical light. This suspicious title made Zhang Cheng subconsciously repeat it. Wen Sha Dian Sheng. Wan Hua continued to explain to him, one of the 7 great demon lords of the demon realm. His cultivation has reached the peak of the saint rank. He is a top-tier master in both the demon realm and the human realm. Wan Hua's profound knowledge made Yan Hu smack his lips. Mo Chen knew he was being mocked, so he flew into a rage and shouted, "You beast, what are you smacking your lips for?" Humiliated and enraged, he turned to scold Wan Hua. "Old slave Wan Hua, you're not even a member of our sect. It's not your place to show off your knowledge in front of the sect master." Although Wan Hua was knowledgeable, he humbly tried to please Zhang Cheng. "I have overstepped my bounds and caused discord in your esteemed sect. I hope Sect Master Zhang can be magnanimous." He waved his hand dismissively in response. "Wan Hua, we don't have so many rules. Old Immortal, no need to be so formal," Zhang Cheng happily shouted. Little Ji Ling. Han Shuangshuang rushed forward to receive her orders. Yes. Zhang Cheng's trust in Wan Hua left Mo Chen so powerless his face turned ashen. "Write up a consultant contract for old Immortal Wan Hua." Seeing his smug look, Mo Chen became even more furious. "Damn it, I never thought you, old slave Wan Hua, would be such a treacherous fellow." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from inside. "Who's talking? Is someone out there?" "Sect Master Zhang, is that you?" Everyone rushed in to rescue him, only to be stunned on the spot. "Holy crap, you old fellow are really playing rough." Wu Huan was tied to a wooden horse completely naked, wailing miserably. "Save me," he trembled with grievance and sobbed. "It was that beast Wen Sha Tian Sheng. He killed everyone in my sect, destroyed my grand formation, and even boasted about raising the human realm to the ground." Zhang Cheng asked seriously. "So where is he now?" Wu Huan suddenly remembered the enemy's arrogant declaration. "He saw the 9th rank spirit vein here and decided to stay for good. He's probably gone back to get his personal belongings and will be back shortly." Just as he finished speaking, the earth began to shake violently. Wu Huan quickly showed everyone a way out. "Wen Sha Dian Sheng, it's Wen Sha Dian Sheng. He's back. Sect Master Zhang, quick, there's a back door in this hall. You all should leave now." For such a loyal and righteous person, Zhang Cheng didn't hesitate to help. "Haven't you realized that my cultivation is already at the immortal rank?" He pursed his lips and proudly declared, leading his team out to confront Tian Sheng. "Let me see what's going on." Seeing the massive crowd surrounding him, Tian Sheng's face showed a hint of surprise. He recognized a few familiar faces at a glance. He sneered and provoked them. "Tong Wei, three-eyed tiger, how did you two end up together? What, want to stand up for someone? The two of you combined are no match for me." Zhang Cheng stood beside Yan Hu, adding to his power, and commanded with confidence, "Little tiger, go. Let him see what you've got." Yan Hu's power immediately surged to its peak. This astonishing leap made Tian Sheng's face turn pale. "What's going on? You're the one from the demon race who ascended to immortality? Aren't you the second to last among the 12 cave demon kings? How is this possible?" Yan Hu prepared to punch, sneering at his opponent. "What outdated list is that? I'm the leader of the demon race now." Tian Sheng also hurriedly countered with his ultimate move, the Heavenly Eye vertical light. Yan Hu was alarmed to find his cultivation being suppressed by his opponent. "My power is weakening." Despite this, he remained unshaken and decisively threw a punch accompanied by a heaven-shaking roar. Tian Sheng was defeated, only able to watch as the fist stopped just a centimeter from his face. Afterwards, he was forced to experience the same humiliating punishment Wu Huan had just endured. Zhang Cheng gloated from the side. "Still talking tough, huh? Just wait until our executioner gets here. Let's see if you're still so tough then." As soon as his voice fell, Shuang had already arrived, dressed in a tight black outfit and holding a red whip. She eagerly asked, "What important criminal is this? Important enough for me to come all this way to interrogate?" Let's begin. The whip in her hand lashed fiercely against Tian Sheng's naked body. Shuang relentlessly questioned him. Are you going to talk? Are you going to talk? Are you going to talk? Although he groaned in pain, he didn't reveal any information. Frustrated, Shuang continued. Fine, I've never seen someone so tight-lipped. Suddenly Ling stepped forward to remind her of something. But shouldn't we take the ball out of his mouth before we ask? Thus, Tian Sheng found himself in the same miserable situation Wu Huan had been in earlier. Draped in a makeshift cloak, he cried his eyes out. I'm tainted, Zhang Cheng shouted impatiently. Still being stubborn, he insisted he was wronged. No, from the very beginning, I had no idea what you wanted to ask. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng asked him directly, Tell me, where is the Demon Emperor now? We want to pay him a visit and pick something up. He then showed his power by reviving Wu Huan's entire sect. The system displayed a detailed notification, reviving the slain members of the Purple Source Sacred Land. Time of death 136 days. Points consumed minus 160,000. Revival successful. Current points 152,318,922. Not only that, but Zhang Cheng was also concerned about the precious formation here. How long will it take to repair this damaged teleportation formation? Wu Huan, overjoyed, assured him. Now that we have the 9th rank spirit vein, 3 days, it will be usable in 3 days. Zhang Cheng narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, Good, take this opportunity to have that multi-eyed freak draw a coordinate map. Shuang, having finally found a target, wouldn't let Tian Sheng off easily. You're a tough one. He was beaten dizzy and begged miserably for mercy. Here we go again. I'll draw it. Just untie me first. Just 3 days later, in the demon realm's earth flame azure. The demon emperor was still anxiously waiting for news from the subordinate he had sent to investigate. It's been 3 days. Why hasn't Wen Sha reported his progress? Yutong speculated from the side. Perhaps those ants are afraid of our demon clan's divine might and have all gone into hiding, slowing down his progress. As he was growing anxious, a bright teleportation formation suddenly appeared in the sky. The demon emperor coolly asked his subordinates, You two protectors, what is the situation? Deng Tian and Zui Di immediately knelt to clarify. Reporting to the demon emperor, it was not the two of us. This answer only made the demon emperor more interested. Not you. I'd like to see who dares to open a teleportation formation above my grand hall. The noisy group had already caught the demon emperor's attention. Who is it? Who dares to open a teleportation formation above my grand hall? Just then a powerful demonic energy surged down and a foot stepped out from within. Zhang Cheng stood with his arms crossed, his presence overwhelming. Which one of you is the demon emperor? Seeing his demeanor, the demon emperor could guess what was going on. So arrogant. It seems you're the one who ascended to immortality through some crooked means. The more he thought about it, the funnier it seemed. You think ascending to immortality allows you to run wild in the 3 realms? What will you do when faced with the 210 immortals' fierce treasures in my hands? Hearing this, Zhang Cheng's expression remained blank before he unleashed a powerful force, catching the demon emperor off guard. What's going on? The demon emperor squinted, assessing the situation. Just then, Zhang Cheng announced loudly, The remaining 8 are in my hands. What are you so proud of with just 2? Because of this, the demon emperor began to question him angrily. Tang Wei, how is it that even your Heaven's Bloom sword is in his hands? Where's your arrogance? He probably hadn't expected Tang Wei to stick his neck out and retort. Arrogance my ass, even without my Heaven's Bloom sword he still has 7. You can't beat him, so you think I can? Stop trying to sow discord between me and Sect Master Yang's solid friendship. The demon emperor cursed in anger. Damn it, adoptive father never said he would be this strong. Zhang Cheng pointed at him and demanded. There's an old saying in China, a wise man submits to circumstances. Hand over your 2 pieces and I'll let you off with just a beating. At this point, the demon emperor truly panicked. He shouted to the heavens, Adoptive father, a force descended from the sky. This sudden attack forced even Tang Wei to admit such powerful immortal energy. The desire immortal venerable slowly emerged from a spatial rift. Audacious mortal, are you trying to poke a hole in the heavens? Shin Kei was terrified when she saw him. Is this the power of an immortal? Wanhua realized with a start. It's him. He is the desire immortal venerable. Suddenly, the desire immortal venerable stopped. The small envoy Mo Chen stood on the formation, grinning widely. Hey, look who I am. A hint of surprise crossed the desire immortal venerable's face. Teacher Darkthorn. Seeing this, Wanhua asked blankly, You know him? Mo Chen introduced himself solemnly. When he first entered the immortal realm and was still my trainee, I was his mentor. Zhang Cheng immediately showed a look of admiration. Wow, Elder Mo was a mentor. Not bad. This made Mo Chen feel smug. It was nothing special. At least I can be considered an artistic elder. After speaking, he turned to reminisce. So many years have passed in a flash. Now you've become an immortal venerable. Time really flies. Back then, you brat, you didn't receive mortal offerings and even scrounged my boxed lunches. Humiliated, the desire immortal venerable pointed at him and shouted, Cease your nonsense. He shot a demonic spell at Mo Chen, and in the next second he was turned into a pig. Yanhu laughed so hard he cried, trying to cozy up to him, only to be turned into a pig. And you deliberately provoked him. What's wrong, old dog? You want to do the poop scooping job? What did you say? Can't you understand? Zhang Cheng's expression turned serious again. Since gentle persuasion wasn't working, he channeled all his demonic energy. Then we'll have to use force. The Desire Immortal Venerable was puzzled. He just ascended, yet his immortal power is so extraordinary. Is it because he holds 8 of the 10 Immortals' fierce treasures? So he turned around and said urgently, Demon Emperor, lend me the Flame Sun Crown and Sandalwood Ruler. He avoided the other's gaze and brought up an old debt. You still haven't paid back the 200 top-grade spirit stones you borrowed last time. The Desire Immortal Venerable flew into a rage, cut the crap and hurry up. Thus, the Demon Emperor could only swallow his anger and offer them up. Damn it, having obtained what he needed, the Desire Immortal Venerable became smug again. A mere menial rogue cultivator dares to be insolent before this Immortal Venerable, he provoked him. Come on, hit me with one punch and then I'll let you know who the menial rogue cultivator is. What was that? It had caught Zhang Cheng's attention. Mo Chen in his pig form was keeping track of his payment. Seeing this, Wanhua could only sigh helplessly. This old fellow Desire, he never would have expected Mo Chen to break the beast transformation art on his own, relying solely on emotion and willpower. Mo Chen gritted his teeth and blamed him. You dog, if I hadn't praised you back then, would you have become a true immortal? Then he proposed to Zhang Cheng. Sect Master, this guy is ungrateful. It was my fault for not teaching him well back then. Please give me a chance to teach him another lesson you're proposing. What support do you need from the sect? Mo Chen refused bluntly. No support needed. At the same time, a notification popped up on the system panel. Creation. Starchild Human Flower Pill. Consumes -1 million points. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng decided, that won't do, we must fight with the spirit of the Physique sect. Immediately after, the system panel notified again. Creation successful. Current points 18,076,995. Zhang Cheng recklessly threw several pills into Mo Chen's mouth. He chewed them with relish. After being replenished with energy, he said in a scolding tone, If you still remember that I am your mentor, then you must still remember how terrifying your master can be, right? His eyes widened in fury, one hand holding a sword pointed at his opponent, his face ferocious as he said, HMPH, take this sandalwood ruler. As soon as his voice fell, a golden formation appeared behind Elder Mo, and a string of red tentacles covered in runes shot towards that direction. At this moment he placed his hand on his forehead to cast a spell. A blurry symbol circle faintly appeared as he shouted, Flame Sun True Fire. And with his command a loud bang was heard and a huge flame ignited on his side. Things happened too quickly for the people around to even blink. She screamed in terror. Elder Mo! The flame, which was originally golden yellow, had now turned a light purple and twined around a certain object. It was those scorched tentacles. They were curled into a ball and were now slowly unfurling. He was seen inside, completely unharmed, his eyes shining with a sharp light, a faint, elusive smile on his face as he said, In the mortal world, each of the 10 immortals' fierce treasures is considered a supreme treasure. But he paused here and burst into laughter, waving his hand to gather spiritual energy in his palm. The tentacles also scattered casually, and a powerful aura gradually appeared on his face as he proudly declared, Your teacher is an immortal. On the other side, he was immediately overwhelmed by that spiritual energy, groaning as he became dizzy. Watching him collapse to the ground, the treasure on his head also falling off, he stood with his hands on his hips, mocking him. Who told you not to respect your teacher? Today I, your teacher, will take back all the spiritual power from your body. Hearing this, the old man immediately raised his head and glared at him, angrily rebuking, You shameless rogue, I have a master in the mortal world. If it weren't for being a lecturer disciple in the Immortal Association, I wouldn't have acknowledged you. Hearing this, he was greatly displeased and cursed in a fit of anger. Still dared to talk back. After cursing, he subjected him to cruel torture. Terrified, he shouted again, Teacher, I was wrong. The young man immediately ran over with a clean towel to greet his adoptive father. He stroked his beard and stood up, his whole body shrouded in gloom as he said, Damn, it's been so long, I actually forgot how terrifying his strength is. The fox watched his complacent back from a distance and said with contempt, HMPH, terrifying my ass, what's so skillful about using a human flower pill to block it? He ran up to him with the 2 treasures, saying happily, Sect Master, the remaining 2 pieces of the 10 immortals' fierce treasures have been successfully obtained. The 3 of them gathered in a happy circle, and he said, The 10 immortals' fierce treasures have all been collected. We can open the gate to the immortal realm. As he spoke, he looked at the girl and happily assigned the task. What are you doing? This glorious mission is entrusted to you. She was so excited, her eyes filled with tears, her whole body radiating joy as she took the last 2 treasures, her heart blooming with happiness. She said excitedly, Thank you, thank you. Our Immortal Relic clan's mission can finally be completed. After speaking, the crowd dispersed, leaving her alone in the center of the ancient formation. 10 immortal treasures surrounded her. The atmosphere was fervent and full of anticipation. She raised her hands to form a seal, chanting an incantation. 10 treasures converge. Ascend to the immortal clouds. As the incantation finished, the entire formation lit up and the 10 treasures began to spin. The air vibrated violently, creating a huge whirlwind that blew so hard people couldn't open their eyes. The first to speak was Elder Mo. He seemed to sense something was wrong and asked, What's happening? Why is it taking so long? In the formation, she was sweating profusely and said, This isn't right. I followed the ancient instructions exactly. Why is it still not enough? The bald old man observed the formation diagram and judged. Something's not right, he shouted to her. Think quickly, did you miss something? Unable to see her expression, he continued. The immortal essence of the 10 immortals' fierce treasures is fading. There must be some medium needed to receive their immortal essence to open the gate to the immortal realm, she answered in a panic. No, the methods passed down by our immortal relic clan ancestors are just these. There is no medium. He had a bad feeling and shouted, stop it quickly, if this continued. The 10 immortals' fierce treasures would completely lose their immortal essence, and the gate to the immortal realm would never be opened again. Hearing this, she resolutely refused. No, this process is irreversible. He listened to their discussion from behind and had an idea. He stepped forward and said, at a time like this, of course it's up to me, the sect master, to turn the tide. After speaking, he leapt up amidst everyone's astonishment, standing there alone, gathering his own spiritual energy into the 10 treasures. A strange, transcendent feeling washed over him. His eye sockets and mouth seemed to glow, and he could only let out a series of shouts that echoed through the clouds. A strange explosion occurred as he realized he had become a soul. He exhaled in confusion. A notification popped up from the system. Host committed suicide. The system respects the host's choice. Revival function is prohibited. The end with flowers. He panicked and quickly said, crap. What suicide? I was trying to open the gate to the immortal realm for everyone. The system coldly replied, based on the actions, the host's reason is insufficient. Appeal denied. At this moment, everyone was stunned, their bodies rigid. She covered her mouth in terror, unable to digest the horrifying scene from just now. She said in confusion, Sect Master, he was blown away just by looking at it. The tall, furry guy next to her crossed his arms and comforted. It's fine as long as he can be revived. The Sect Master has been revived more than once. He stood to the side, smiling smugly. Seeing this, he grabbed him and asked, what are you smiling about? He answered firmly, anyone killed by the Gate of Immortality cannot be revived by any means, he said angrily. But the Sect Master is an immortal, he replied mockingly. Yes, he's an immortal. It's much simpler for an immortal. Open the gate to the immortal realm and he will be revived. It's just, you can't open the gate to the immortal realm. He grabbed the old fellow by the collar and questioned, how exactly do we open the gate to the immortal realm? You definitely know, the old fellow sneered. Even if I knew, it would be useless. You can't do it. He got angry. Bastard, why didn't you say so earlier? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? The old fellow replied. What do I have to fear? If I let you in, the people from the Immortal Association won't spare me or my immortal companion. For my companion's sake, I'd rather fight you to the death here, he roared at the old fellow. Fine, then go die. When I get back to the immortal realm, I'll find your companion and take revenge, the old fellow stated flatly. You're not going back. Without the heart world as the formation's eye, the immortal essence of the 10 immortals' fierce treasures will disappear in a moment. Then the path to immortality will be completely severed. Hearing this, a name suddenly flashed through his mind. Dahuang, he said. The Grand Formation. Use the Grand Formation, she said. But Dahuang is at the Physique sect. Who can fly back in just a few seconds, the bald old man said. It's too late for the Grand Formation too. The light from the gathered spiritual energy will only last for a few more minutes. The crowd fell into chaos, holding their heads and wailing. What do we do now? Yanhu spread his arms and shouted, everyone make way. He then smiled smugly. It's time for me to be the hero. With that, he walked towards the formation. Mo Chen reached out worriedly to stop him, calling out, stupid tiger, what do you think you're doing? She turned her head at that moment and said, I understand now. Her eyes filled with tears as she cried out, Elder Mo, besides the sect master, Lord Tiger is the closest to Dahuang. He's preparing to sacrifice himself. You know of the immortal art shape-shifting transposition, right? He was stunned. Recalling the scene of the tiger playing with the little girl, he immediately shouted to stop him. Stupid tiger, have you thought this through? If you die on the gate to the immortal realm, not even the sect master can save you. Without a word, he gathered his energy and leapt straight into the vortex of the formation. Mo Chen stood at the side, tears and snot streaming down his face as he said, Manhua, activate the formation. The bald old man remained silent. At this, Manhua grew confused. What formation is it? Elder Mo next to him began to cast a spell with his hands. Immortal art, elephant entanglement seal. Seeing this, he had a sudden realization. So that's how it is. I understand. Manhua also began to cast immortal art, starfall cast. The two of them empowered Yanhu together. He held a scroll, a smirk playing on his lips. Then, while waving the scroll forward, he said, luckily I was cautious and brought this in advance. Watch this, old master. Dahuang's entire body immediately began to emit a 7-colored energy. The dazzling light on the little girl's body grew even stronger. Mo Chen was somewhat disappointed. So this beast was prepared all along. We wasted our sympathy on him. Meanwhile, Manhua was still working hard to empower Yanhu. Combined immortal art of shape-shifting transposition, starfall cast and elephant entanglement seal, activate. Seeing his foolishness, he cursed in frustration. Shit, stop. Dahuang's energy formed a violent vortex in the air, causing him to panic. Damn it, it's too late, a sound rang out. And to the little girl and Yanhu's great surprise, their positions swapped. He cursed in panic. Old dog, you tricked me again. A sharp light swept over his body. A massive explosion occurred and dust and smoke blotted out the sky. Mo Chen angrily turned and grabbed his collar. Old slave Manhua, I told you to stop. Why didn't you? I don't know anything, Lent. His face was covered in tears. and Ling Han beside her was also panicked. They cried out in unison, "Little tiger!" Mo Chen tried to compose himself. "Ahem, it's fine. Once the Sect Master is revived, he can just revive that beast, right?" Desire pursed his lips. "Reviving that tiger demon is an immortal level task," he frowned. "So what if it is?" He immediately answered, "And the revival immortal art can't save it." Hearing this, Mo Chen was so angry he gritted his teeth. He grabbed Desire by the collar and shook him furiously. "Fuck you, you dog, you made me take the fall. When the Sect Master gets back, how am I supposed to explain this? Revive my ass, can't you understand what I'm saying? If the gate to the immortal realm can't be opened, your Sect Master won't be revived either." As he roared, he pointed towards the formation. "Open your dog eyes and see what that is." Mo Chen then turned around. "Dahuang, show them what a truly blinding light looks like." Seeing Dahuang, Desire instantly panicked. "How can the heart of the world be a girl?" The little girl immediately flew into the air, spreading her limbs. 3004 masters, Dahuang, she clasped her hands tightly. Unrivaled unity, a dazzling 7-colored light erupted from the little girl's body, illuminating the entire space. Ling Han and Lan Ti hurriedly covered their eyes to shield them. Flames began to appear around her. Mo Chen's eyes widened in surprise. The immortal essence of the 10 immortals' fierce treasures has disappeared. A tall figure appeared behind Dahuang. It was none other than Zhang Cheng. Lan Ti and Ling Han happily shouted in unison. "Sect Master, the Sect Master has been revived," he said dashingly. "Let me see who revived me. Hey, to think we had such a talent among us, someone who could do what even the system couldn't." Standing before his sect members, he said softly, "Why are you all so dejected?" Then he looked around. "But where's Little Tiger?" Ling Han sobbed. "Little Tiger, to save you." Mo Chen pointed directly at Wan Hua to complain. "It's all Wan Hua's fault, this old slave. He's the one who got Little Tiger killed," he explained in a panic. "Sect Master Zhang, you've wronged me. Elder Mo told me to use the immortal art to swap their positions. I was only following his orders." Hearing this, he angrily rushed forward and grabbed his beard. "Old slave, what are you trying to argue? Old dog, if you're truly loyal to Sect Master Zhang, you should dare to take responsibility for your actions." Zhang Cheng picked his nose, annoyed. "All this fuss over such a small matter?" He waved his hand confidently. And the system immediately displayed a notification, reviving the 3-eyed fierce Tiger King. Time of death, 1 day. Points consumed, -500,000. Yanhu suddenly appeared. Revival successful. Current points, 1,757,995. Desire was instantly stunned. "Revived? How is that possible?" His face turned pale with panic as he shouted, "You're not at the immortal rank. You were killed by the gate to the immortal realm. No immortal art could possibly revive you." Zhang Cheng looked smug. "My abilities are not defined by this world." He opened his arms and declared, "Now that the path to immortality has been restored, all beings of the 3 realms hear my command. Follow me." And a beam of light shone down, startling everyone. "This is the Azure Sand path to immortality has opened." Ran Fei turned her face, gazing quietly in a certain direction. Lu Fei, he and the people around him were all stunned. A spirit beast playing mahjong also looked up. Zhang Cheng and his group stood upon the clouds, their presence magnificent. Ascending to Immortality, Season 1 has concluded.